What happened last time had touched Gu Feiyuan's bottom line. If it happened again, she didn't know what would happen. I'll try my best. It's the New Year's Eve, and everyone is going home. I don't know if I can buy it. Well, okay, you pack it up and don't go back after the New Year. Gu Feiyuan made up his mind to keep his wife by his side. Now that we have eaten meat, we cannot go back to the days when we only ate vegetables. After hanging up the phone, Jiangye sighed helplessly. Although Jiangye was worried about Gu Honghong, she couldn't interfere too much with the couple's affairs. She still hoped to go back as soon as possible. She really missed that man. After struggling for a long time, Jiangye decided to talk to her mother-in-law about it. Gu's mother saw Jiangye coming with snow on her eyebrows. It's so cold today. Why did you come here? Hurry up and get on the Kong and drink some hot water. Two children were doing homework on the Kong table, with fruits beside them. As soon as they saw Jiangye, they all came over and gathered around. Auntie, hurry up and buy some snacks for you. Jiangye took out a pack of preserved fruits from his pocket and put it in their hands. As soon as the two children saw the food, they took it directly to the Kong. Mom, Feiyuan won't be coming back to celebrate the New Year this year. I plan to go back to Binshur. Jiangye said straight to the point. Gu's mother was also startled by the seriousness on her face, thinking something had happened. Then you go back. Don't worry about your family. What about my cousin? What should she do? Just leave this matter alone and go back to Binshur quickly. Don't keep the boss waiting, Gu's mother said. When Jiangye saw her mother-in-law, she had an idea in mind. Although she was worried, she didn't say anything more. When Gu Honghong came back in the evening, Gu's mother told Jiangye that she was going back to Binshur for the New Year and was worried about her. It's okay. Second aunt, your uncle and second cousin Yan Yan are staying with me this year. Hearing these words, Mother Gu was stunned for a moment. Are you planning not to go back? Not going back. But anyone who knew he was wrong would not even let go for so long. Gu Honghong still said with resentment on her face. Gu's mother sighed. You and Songshan have been at loggerheads for so many years. I didn't agree with you marrying him before. I knew that the old woman was not easy to get along with. Now I see that Songshan treats you well and is honest. Honghong, marriage is not easy. She also felt sorry for her niece. But what could she do? The two children are so old, and the two of them are not without feelings. Okay, be good to me. Today's incident can still happen. It's not that he doesn't know what his mother is like, but he always thinks that she is an elder. We have to endure it and not say anything else. Gu Honghong said. Tears fell again. Gu's mother finally understood, and Honghong was deeply hurt. Chi Songshan, who had been standing outside, heard these words. Honghong was right. It was him who had always made Honghong suffer. He felt that her mother was old and needed to endure and give in. He heard Honghong's cry, and his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. All of this was caused by him. It was him who caused his mother to think that Honghong was easy to bully, which led to such a situation. Honghong, my second aunt also feels sorry for you, but you are divorced. What will you do with your two children? Gu Honghong shed more tears. Second aunt, it's not that I haven't endured it. What is the result in exchange for my two children? The child almost died in her hands. Second aunt, I can't bear it anymore. Please don't persuade me. Hearing these words, Chi Songshan came in directly and knelt down in front of Gu Honghong with a thump. Honghong, you don't have to bear it. I'm sorry for you. I did something wrong. Mom, stop talking. I will definitely handle this matter well and give Honghong justice. Chi Songshan, a man, burst into tears. If I can't handle it well, you will divorce me. Gu Honghong also cried. Forget it, Chi Songshan. If you had had the courage, would our mother-in-law have suffered such a crime? What would you do to deal with it? Can you afford to offend the other two in your family? Okay, don't kneel down. No, for fear of losing her life. If your mother dares to act like a monster again, I will kill her and commit suicide. Gu Honghong said this sarcastically and heartlessly. Mother Gu was frightened by what she heard and stopped trying to persuade her, for fear that this silly child would really do something. After Chi Songshan left, Gu Honghong cried very loudly and the two children hurried over to hug her. Okay, what are you doing like this? Grandma, don't talk about Mom. Mom feels uncomfortable, Xiao Yan said in a small voice. Seeing the two children being so sensible, Gu Honghong felt even more uncomfortable. God, if there is any sin, let her bear it. Don't let the two children suffer anymore. Chi Songshan went back to the factory in the heavy snow and went to find Jiangya the next day. After Jiangya heard what Chi Songshan said, his guilt deepened. Brother-in-law, if I didn't let you and your cousin come out, wouldn't this matter have happened? Chi Songshan didn't expect that this matter would cause such a big impact on Jiangya. He felt quite uncomfortable because of the pressure. Jiangya asked them to come out just to make money and make their life easier. Don't think too much, this matter has nothing to do with you. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Jiangya thought for a long time and decided not to go to Binshur in advance. She was really sorry. Seeing that she hadn't bought a ticket in the past 2 days, Gu Honghong became a little anxious. It's the Chinese New Year soon. What are you waiting for? Cousin, I'd better go back after the New Year. There are so many things going on at home, and I can't leave. Gu Honghong sighed. You don't have to worry about us. You should go about your business. Now I have a house and can make money, and I can support my children. The other things are not that important. If you don't go back, Fei Yuan will be alone. It's so pitiful over there. Hurry up and have a child. Fei Yuan won't be young anymore. Jiangya felt even more uncomfortable when she heard that her cousin was thinking about her wholeheartedly. After that, I called Gu Fei Yuan when I got back and said I couldn't go. Gu Fei Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. Why have you changed your mind again? No, I want to stay home and spend more time with my mother. I'll go back to Binshur in the future, and it won't be convenient to come back. Anyway, Gu Fei Yuan could say whatever he wanted, but Jiangya just didn't want to. Relentlessly, he also felt that something was wrong. Jiangya returned to the dormitory and couldn't hold back her tears. She was not so sentimental in her previous life, but she didn't know why she became more and more fragile after her rebirth. She cried more and more, and her guilt and discomfort turned into tears and vented out. If she could, she really hoped that she could go back in time. She would never persuade her cousin to come to any city, so that nothing would happen to the two children, because she didn't think clearly enough, which led to today's consequences. Having finished venting, Jiangya quickly wiped her tears and lay down. Maybe because of crying, she slept very deeply that night. The Chinese New Year is almost here, and the food factory has begun to prepare for the holiday. The workers have been given product compensation for the year. As soon as their salaries have been paid, Zhang Qiming has also been given an annual bonus, and he will not go back to work until the 15th day. The atmosphere among the workers below was also high. After so many years, they had received more money than before, and they couldn't help but look at Jiangya. This woman is really powerful. Jiangya is a little strange. In his previous life, there was no such thing as a holiday. He was afraid that if he rested for a while, he would be kicked out by his peers. Every day was like a race. At that time, the annual leave was not so long, and there were no statutory holidays. It's only been 7 days, and I can't even get past 15 before I have to go to work. She sighed. It seemed that she was not very kind to her employees in the past, but times were different after all. After the meeting ended, Zhang Qiming asked Xiao Zhang to send them back to save them the trouble of traveling back and forth. As the saying goes, family scandals should not be publicized. Jiangya quickly refused. What? Are you resigning and disowning me? No, let's stay at home here in the city for 2 days. Maybe we'll celebrate the New Year here. Her words were half true and half false. After all, Yan and Gu Fei Yuan's younger brothers both go to school here. Zhang Qiming didn't ask much. Okay, Xiao Zhang will send you Sister Zhang back. Well, the title is changed, but it's different. She was not distressed when Gu Fei Yuan spoke like that yesterday. She also wanted to go back to Binshur as soon as possible, but she felt uneasy if her cousin's matter was not resolved. Although no one blamed her, she was the only one who knew that if it weren't for her little butterfly, Gu Honghong and Chi Songshan would never have embarked on such a path. We may suffer from poverty, but our family is finally harmonious and beautiful. Perhaps because of too much guilt, Jiangya has lost his judgment. She didn't expect that even without her, Chi Songshan would always be like that, and this kind of thing would break out sooner or later. Arrive at home in the city. Watching the two children playing on the ground, the adults kept silent. Until the two children were tired and went to rest. Only a few people sat on the chairs. Chi Songshan was the first to speak. Hong Hong, I know you have suffered a lot from marrying me. This time I have made a decision. If I can't solve this matter for you, I will die badly. Hearing this fierceness, Gu's mother was also frightened. What nonsense are you talking about during the Chinese New Year? Gu Honghong was very silent. Maybe she had shed almost all her tears in the past few days, and there were no more tears to shed. Chi Songshan, if it weren't for Xiaotian and Xiaoyan, we would have left a long time ago. She glanced at the children in the West House and said in a lower voice, Cousin, you have to think carefully. Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan are still young, and now is the time when they need their parents. If my brother-in-law is not good to you, my mother-in-law and I will support you, without saying a word. But although my brother-in-law is wrong, we still can't. Not to the point of being unforgivable, Jiangyu advised. Hearing these words, Gu Honghong's eyes turned red. I know, I just hate her mother. I hate her so much that I can't help it. What did I, Gu Honghong, do wrong that allowed her to do such a cruel thing to her child? You haven't said anything wrong now? Chi Songshan felt uncomfortable as he listened. When I go back, we will separate our families, just like my elder brother. We will give them living expenses and don't care about anything else. Gu Honghong curled her lips and said no more. Jiangya knew what Gu Honghong was thinking. Brother-in-law, this is what you said. If you can't do it, my mother-in-law, and I will take my cousin and the child home. Brother-in-law, if I don't keep my word, you can chop me with a knife. Chi Songshan said fiercely. When Gu's mother heard this, she had a good impression of Chi Songshan. Everything has a contingency. What if your mother doesn't agree? I've figured it out a long time ago. Are my brothers the same? He's his son. Why should I be the only one taking turns from house to house? Although his father doted on his mother, after this incident, his father also looked down upon his mother. Brother-in-law, you still have to think about it. Although she is not good, she is still your biological mother. If you don't want your mother because of my sister, my father will be drowned by Tomo Xingzi in the village. Jiangya said. Gu's mother sighed, and both Gu Honghong and Chi Songshan were thoughtful and silent. After a moment of silence, Gu Honghong said, You continue to honor your mother. I won't stop you, but don't expect me to take care of you. From now on, both children will be handed over to the second aunt, and we will give the second aunt money then. Then she looked at Gu's second aunt. Is that okay? I agree. Chi Songshan said quickly, fearing that Gu Honghong would mention the divorce again. Gu's mother sighed. As long as you don't worry, my second aunt will watch over you. Not to mention that Jiangya felt guilty about this. In fact, Gu's mother didn't feel at ease during this period. When the eldest son was leaving, she had been warned by Qian Ding and Wan and told her to pay attention, so she believed the tiger woman and caused the two children to suffer such a big crime. Second aunt doesn't need any money. I promise to take good care of your two children. Gu's mother said. Chi Songshan, let me tell you, don't expect me to be as respectful to her as before. She doesn't deserve it. You will go back to your house during the Chinese New Year, and I will go back to my second aunt's house. Gu Honghong was cruel about this and spoke extremely unfeeling. Honghong, Also, my daughter and son will not have a grandmother in the future, only a grandma. After saying this, Chi Songshan was shocked, but he agreed. Jiangya admires his cousin's fierceness. Who doesn't know that the Chi family only has one grandson, Xiaotian? The reason why Xiaotian had problems last time was entirely because Xiaotian gave everything to him in order to protect his sister. Sister Xiaoyan. Otherwise, Xiaoyan will have a big problem. But he also said that this old woman was too cruel, and later, he even attacked both of them. Look at other people's grandmothers, who doesn't treat their grandchildren like jewels and treasures. Honghong, I will listen to you this time. Okay, then I will go to my second aunt's house to celebrate the Chinese New Year this year. My eldest cousin won't come back, and I haven't been with Yen Yen for several years. Before she could finish her words, Gu's mother objected. Don't talk nonsense. It's not like she doesn't have a family. How can her daughter spend the new year at her parents' house? Finally, Chi Songshan said, second aunt, just let Hong Hong go. Mother Gu was originally afraid that Chi Songshan would feel uncomfortable if she didn't say anything. Regarding the relationship between husband and wife, now that Chi Songshan also said this, of course she agreed. Jiangya quickly opened the door and let the two children in. What did you hear? She was a little worried about what shadows would be left in the hearts of the two children after hearing what their parents said before. I saw Xiaoyan smiling very sweetly. I said I was going to my grandma's house to celebrate the new year. The uncles in the factory said that my aunt is very good at cooking. Jiangyan nodded the little noses of the two of them. Okay, my aunt will cook delicious food for you. Yes, make a big table of delicious food. The two children's eyes lit up when they heard this. Chi Songshan took out the newly issued money and gave money to the two children, each of whom was given 10 yuan. Seeing this scene, Jiangya suddenly thought of her previous life when she was a child. At that time, her family didn't have much money. During the Chinese New Year, her grandma was afraid that there would be a gap between her and other children, so she had to save a red envelope for her every time. At that time, some relatives said that her grandma spoiled her. What her grandma said, the eldest granddaughter, this one, had to be pampered. After dividing the money among the children, Chi Songshan directly gave the packed money to Gu Honghong. It's all here. Why did you give so much? A total of 2,000 yuan. How much? Chi Songshan asked while holding Xiaoyan. 2,000, including the red envelope. It's 2,005. Chi Songshan's hand holding the child shook. That's a lot. He probably had a number in mind, but this number was indeed more than he expected. Jiangya thought for a moment, and with his brother-in-law's ability, the money was really not that much. Gu Honghong directly found out 2,000 and handed it to Jiangya. Before, you gave my sister a total of 3,000, and I paid you back 500 before, and here is 2,000. Gu Honghong earned less, and the total was only 500. The children have to go to school, and everything is in a mess. 2,000 yuan is all I can afford. Cousin, what are you doing? You guys have been spending a lot of money lately. Gu Honghong stuffed it into her arms directly. Go to Binshur, spend a lot of money. Then he took out another 200 and gave it to Gu's mother, second aunt. Don't be dissatisfied with the money. From now on, Xiaoyan and Xiaoran will be taken care of by you. Gu's mother quickly waved her hand away, but Chi Songshan stuffed it into her hand. Second aunt, I want you to help take care of the children.
I'm tired.
If you don't accept the money, Hong Hong, and I will feel bad. Mother Gu sighed and accepted it. Jiangya actually got a lot, including bonuses, red envelopes, and planning money. Calculated, it's 4,000 to 5,000. Plus some from before, and some from Gu Feiyuan. Well, it will definitely be enough to go back to Binshur to do things. After that, Jiangya saved the money, and it was a burden to carry it with him wherever he went. When Jiangya went back, he saw his cousin and brother-in-law smiling. The two children didn't know what they were talking about, but they were also smiling. After having a reunion dinner, we took a taxi back to the village. However, Zhang Qiming found out about this and had to send a few people back. Gu Honghong stayed in her room and added a small bed for the children. Chi Songshan returned home. Things that should be solved must always be solved. As soon as he entered the room, he saw his father sitting on the edge with a cloth spread out on the cold bed. You're back. Someone from your mother's family is here. Let us bring her back. Father, please find your brother and the others. I won't go. Chi Songshan refused directly. Chi Baichuan sneered, I'm not going either. I've asked the boss to pack her things and send them to her. Then you send this paper to her. She didn't marry me with anything back then, and now she takes it away. Let's just leave it like this, with our family's money. From now on, we'll go our separate ways and stay away from each other forever. Chi Songshan was stunned for a moment. Could it be that his father really broke his mother's heart, and even said such words as never to see each other until death. My eldest brother and third brother? No one knows about the shameful things she did. Your eldest brother and third brother know it well. Don't worry before I die. This family will still belong to the Qi family, not her, Lao Lu home. When Qi Baichuan said this, his fingers were trembling with anger. Qi Songshan was also a little confused. For so many years, his father had always given way to his mother and never said such a thing. When he wrote this, it was completely different from what he promised to share with Hong Hong. He decided to go to his eldest brother's place first to find out what he was talking about. As a result, as soon as I arrived, I met my sister-in-law. Songshan, don't keep bothering us about your second room in the future. We still want to relax for 2 days. After saying that, he entered the hospital directly and closed the door. He didn't mean to let him in. Qi Songshan returned home. When his father saw him, he said, "Okay, I can't count on your eldest brother. Let's go together." His father also knew that his eldest brother-in-law was not a good person and was a bunch of scoundrels, so the two of them took out the bamboo sticks in the yard. With that, he passed by fiercely. The tractor whined and drove, and I met an acquaintance. When I saw the big and small packages, I asked. When Qi Baichuan saw that he was about to enter the village, he said loudly, "Oh, the child's mother said he can't come back. Let's send the things back." Anyway, his face was completely lost, and Qi Baichuan was not bad at this. Back. Everyone knows what happened, and they often say behind their backs that the old Lu family's upper beam is really crooked and the lower beam is crooked, causing harm to the old Qi family. Dad, if you preach like this, will my uncle let us go? What are you afraid of? When the two entered the hospital, they saw Qi Songshan's mother was washing clothes outside in the cold weather. His face turned red from the cold. Seeing this scene, Qi Songshan thought that his mother had made Gu Honghong do it like this before, not long after Gu Honghong gave birth to Xiao Ian. Third brother, Father Songshan, you two are here. Qi's mother looked aggrieved. Qi Baichuan went straight into the house without even looking at her. Aunt Matsuyama, who was on the Kong, glanced at his uncle Matsuyama, who was in a hurry to put on his shoes, and said, "Why are you so anxious? They are already very old, and they definitely can't get divorced. See if they are here to pick them up." "Don't say that. I don't want her to spend the new year at home." After saying that, he kicked off his shoes and went out. "Hey, brother-in-law Baichuan is here?" The smile on his face blossomed. But the expressions of father and son Qi Baichuan and Qi Songshan were still indifferent. Qi Songshan's uncle didn't have a smile on his face, nor did he not smile. After entering the house, there was silence on both of their faces. His uncle and aunt quickly looked at each other. This was different from what they thought. "We took them all back. You all know what happened. Our old Qi family has been completely humiliated. We can hardly stay in the village any longer. We have treated her too in recent years." "Okay, you didn't say let her live in a big house or a small mud house, right? She can eat whatever she wants, wear whatever she wants, and the family's money has caused her a lot of harm. As a result, what are you doing to us? If your child is so young, you won't give him anything to eat. This is going to make our Lao Qi family go bankrupt." After hearing this, Uncle Songshan looked at his wife. Matsuyama and his aunt were also confused. This was so different from what they thought at first. "Qi Baichuan, my sister has given birth to 3 sons for you. Why are you so old? What do you think about my sister?" Hearing this, he became anxious. He was celebrating the new year and didn't have much food to begin with. If one more person was added to the family, his wife would have to kill him. I originally thought that Qi Baichuan would take him back politely and maybe give him some money as before. Qi Baichuan didn't reply at all and just dragged Qi Songshan out. As soon as the two left, Matsuyama's uncle took out his anger on Matsuyama's mother. "It's not that eldest brother is telling you, what are you going to do when you are old? It's good this time. They don't want you anymore. Our old Lu family has been completely embarrassed by you. You are quite old. Can you be more careful? Sister, don't blame your brother for being angry. It's hard to find a divorced woman these days. Besides, who wants you at your age?" Matsuyama's aunt said next. Matsuyama's mother was also depressed. She thought they had called a tractor to take her back, but who knew they were sending her things out and completely preventing her from going home. Seeing her in a daze, Matsuyama's uncle became angry and said, "Why are you still dazing here? Hurry up and chase you. Do you still think they can come to pick you up?" Upon hearing this, Matsuyama's uncle Sayatsu started running, panting heavily before catching up with the two of them. "Songsan, aren't you here to take your mother home? Why did you leave your mother alone during the Chinese New Year?" He spoke out with a burst of grievances. Chi Songsan felt uncomfortable looking at it, but thinking about the crimes Xiaotian and Xiaoyan suffered, he turned his head aside with a cruel heart. Chi Baichuan sneered, "You took away all the New Year's money. You just don't want to come back. Now it's time for us to sign. Marriage between men and women has nothing to do with each other. You hurry back to your old Lu's house. There is no place for you in the Chi family, but I think you are doing well at your elder brother's house. You are still working hard today?" he said sarcastically, which made me feel a lot more comfortable. Chi Songsan understood a little bit. No wonder his father was cruel. Even if he knew what her mother had done, he didn't plan to come back. How could Matsuyama dare to tell the truth? He just quibbled, "I don't think it's safe because no one is home during the Chinese New Year." "Okay, I've been with you for most of my life. What the Hades? Don't say it's useless. You only care about yourself and are very selfish. Now I can see clearly that your heart has always been with your old Lu family and has never been with our old Chi family. Don't follow me. We have nothing to do with each other." After Songshan's mother heard this, he sat down in the snow and started to play. "Chi Baichuan, your conscience has been eaten up, isn't it? I think back then Lu Guasian was also famous in 8 villages. My beauty, you lied to me with just a few words and gave birth to the eldest son. I have been suffering from you all my life. After all, 3 children have grown up. You actually did this to me. You will be repaid and punished by God. Hurry up and do it. The boss has been working since he became an adult. I boiled an egg for him, and you ate it." Finally, I asked him, what can happen if his child doesn't eat 2 mouthfuls? "My mother was sick in bed at the time. I want a sip of water. What did you say? Hong Hong is so heartbroken about you. How can you treat her like this? People like you have no such thing as a conscience." Chi Baichuan directly exposed her background. No mercy at all. Chi Songsan was shocked when he heard these words. His mother had done so many immoral things. At the end of the sentence, Chi Songsan felt a little guilty and his voice became softer. "Xiaoyan is ignorant, and I just want to educate him."
"Who knows Xiaotian?"
"Mom, I just want to ask, why don't my 2 children you're sensible but you almost starved to death?" Chi Songsan couldn't hold back his anger. Chi Songsan was speechless. How could she dare to tell the truth? She just hated Gu Feiyuan for teaching her and not taking her seriously. The old Gu family and the old Zhang family were singing and quarreling with her that day. She just wanted to do this to make Gu Honghong, knowing how powerful she is, let her take control of her from now on. Thinking that he would not die from hunger even after 2 meals, who knew that the dead old lady next door told the Gu family about this and blamed her for being nosy. Otherwise, there would be so many things. Chi Songshan's heart froze when he saw that his mother, even at this time, didn't even admit her mistake and was still thinking about sophistry. "Dad, you can handle your own affairs. I'll leave first." Although his father got divorced, it's impossible at such an old age. From now on, he and Hong Hong will not go back if they can, just like the eldest brother and 3rd brother. Chi Baichuan was too lazy to argue anymore and just walked away. Matsuyama's mother hurriedly followed him shamelessly. If she stayed at her parents' house for another 2 days, her sister-in-law would have to swallow her up. Her sister-in-law had spent a lot of money, which she didn't dare to say. And she also thought about it, it would be better to go home. When she goes home, she is still a god, and no one dares to challenge her. Besides, Gu Honghong was a very naughty person. She just said a few words casually, and the matter was over. Besides, Songshan has settled down in the city. When the time comes, she will go and live there with her bag. The city is so nice, much better than this mountain valley. Back home, Songshan's mother was very diligent, cleaning the house, lighting the calm, and cooking. Chi Songshan saw that his father didn't say a word, so he knew that the matter was over. Chi Songshan didn't want to see his mother, so he put on his clothes and wanted to leave, but was stopped by his mother. "Where are you going?"
To the Gu family.
He didn't want to say any more words. This anger hasn't gone away yet. "Hurry up and get your wife back. Why don't you clean up your house for the new year?" Lu Guozian said confidently. Chi Songshan didn't say anything and went out directly. "What's the deal with a girl who is celebrating the New Year staying at her parents' house? Shut up, you are everywhere and you can go wherever you like." As soon as Chi Songshan went out, he met the neighbor's old lady. "Is she back?" "Yes." He felt uncomfortable and his face was ashamed. The neighbor's old lady sighed and left. "I don't know why, but my heart is even more panicked." When they arrived at Gu's house, Xiao Tian and Xiaoyan were each holding a naughty candy and licking it happily. When they saw him, they quickly flew over. "Dad, you're back. Auntie is making pork chops at home. It's delicious." Father Gu was gathering firewood, and there was a lot of excitement in the kitchen. Sure enough, the child still needs to be in such a family. As soon as he entered the house, Xiaoyan couldn't wait to go to Gu Honghong's side. "Mom and Dad are here." "Coming?" Chi Songshan nodded guiltily, thinking of what just happened. Little New Year was here in a blink of an eye. After breakfast, Chi Songshan and Gu Honghong talked about the separation of their families. "You go, I won't go. I don't want anything, just let us out." She didn't want anything related to the old lady, as long as the two children were healthy by her side. Chi Songshan was also a little embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything. When Gu's mother saw the scene, she pulled Gu Honghong aside and said, "Don't keep going. My second aunt will go with you. She doesn't dare to do anything wrong." After saying this, Gu Honghong agreed. Lunch had just been prepared, and Jiangya was playing with his two children while waiting for Father Gu to come back. As a result, Gu's mother came back angry, and Gu Honghong's eyes were red. "Cousin, what's wrong with you?" Gu Honghong patted the table. "How can you be so shameless? Our family gives us 30 per month, and Songshan and I have to pay 50 per month. That's fine. We still have to pay. You have to give me 20 kilograms of food." Jiangya sighed. "Cousin, money can't solve the problem. Just give it, and you won't have to worry about it anymore." "It's not that easy. What old witch asked your cousin to give you an extra £1,000? It will be counted as the money used to raise the child. Otherwise your cousin and the others will not be allowed to come out," Gu's mother said while touching her heart. Jiangya was really speechless. This was so shameless. What kind of words were you talking about? When the child was sick and needed money, why didn't she say and get it? Now comes the money. If you don't give it, what will your brother-in-law say? Your brother-in-law said, "No way, just give it as normal. Otherwise you won't get a cent." Jiangya thought for a moment. Although this is a bit intense, but facing such a person, you have to do it this way. Otherwise, if you let him hold it, you won't be able to live your life in the future. Okay, just listen to Songshan and come out to save your worries. In the end, it was reached. It was still 50 yuan and 20 kilograms of rations. She took the 1,000 yuan and was severely scolded by Songshan's father. When it got dark, Chi Songshan came back looking exhausted. Who knew that his father asked him to sell pigs together, but in the end he still didn't get the money. How to explain to Honghong? This pig is all served by Honghong, and everyone else feels tired of serving, and no one reaches out. As soon as he entered the house, he saw 2 people cooking and 2 children practicing calligraphy. Okay, we don't want that money anymore, and we will live a good life in the future. Gu Honghong had already been prepared in her heart. This matter was a bad debt, but fortunately, I finally escaped from this bad debt. Honghong, I will earn more in the future. Gu Honghong nodded without saying anything. When Jiangya saw the two of them, he knew that even if the matter was resolved, it would still be a knot in his cousin's heart. After dinner, Jiangya went back to the house. Jiangya sat on a chair. The room was particularly warm with a wall of fire. He wanted to write down some plans for returning to Binshire, but after thinking for a long time, he didn't write a word. The weather seems to be like the human heart, bitingly cold. Jiangya began to miss Gu Feiyuan again. After making that phone call that day, she stopped contacting him. There is something on his mind, and Gu Feiyuan is so smart that he will definitely notice it. What can he do then? Isn't that embarrassing him? A soldier cannot beat a rural woman. The more I thought about it, the stronger my longing became, and in the end I couldn't control it at all. She never thought she would miss someone so much. Suddenly the sound of the door was heard outside, and Jiangya was a little scared. It was already midnight. Who was knocking on the door? Jiangya struggled for a while, then put on her coat and planned to call her cousin's house next door. Unexpectedly, as soon as she went out, she was hugged tightly by someone. Just when she was about to struggle, she heard a familiar voice. Daughter-in-law. Gu Feiyuan, why are you back? The mother-in-law in the house heard the voice. Jiangya, who is it? Mom, it's me, I'm back. Boss, why are you back? Ask your wife to make you something to eat. Are you hungry? Gu's mother was not ignorant, so she just said something without getting up. The two returned to the room. Jiangya could no longer control his emotions and tears fell. Gu Feiyuan didn't know what happened. He only knew that his wife had been greatly wronged. He held her and comforted her little by little, as if he were comforting a child. Daughter-in-law, is someone bullying you? Jiangya shook his head and looked at him with misty eyes. I just miss you. Why are you back? Didn't you say you have a task to handle? If you don't go back, I will have no choice but to come back. Jiangya felt heartbroken when he saw the mud around his feet. Didn't I say after the new year? Jiangya, did something happen? Jiangya has always been strong. If she can break down and cry like this, something serious must have happened. I caused trouble. It's okay, I have a husband. Gu Feiyuan hugged her and kissed her face. This sentence instantly resolved all the uneasiness in her heart, as if a rushing stream suddenly merged into the sea. She was calm on the surface, but her temper was tolerated. I am too arrogant. I always feel that I can predict the future. I always feel that what I do is right, but I don't know that some things are destined to be good. Jiangya talked a lot and wanted to cry again. Gu Feiyuan patted her shoulder. It's okay. I will help you with everything. My cousin and mother-in-law locked up the two children. He was given water to drink, dehydrated, malnourished. Xiaotian almost couldn't wake up. Jiangya slowly said it, and broke down in tears at the end. Hearing these words, Gu Feiyuan's head buzzed. How is Xiaotian now? Okay, the doctor said that he needs to cultivate slowly in the future, otherwise his development will be affected. Jiangya said hurriedly. That's good, that's good. Gu Feiyuan said twice. If it hadn't been for me, my cousin and brother-in-law wouldn't have gone to the city, and the two children wouldn't have been left unattended. As a result, it's all because of me. Jiangya has been reviewing. Gu Feiyuan sighed and hugged her tighter. What does this have to do with you? Don't blame everything on yourself. Gu Feiyuan persuaded her like this, but in his heart he blamed himself the most, thinking that he had clearly, after hearing what his cousin's mother-in-law said and knowing what kind of person she was, he didn't even think of taking any precautions. He was so relieved and handed it to his mother and left. Knowing that that person can turn black into white, why doesn't he have a long memory? If he could have handled it well at the beginning, his wife would not be tortured like this by this matter now, and her complexion was not good. She had lost weight when she was hugged just now. Daughter-in-law, please stop crying and speak slowly. Gu Feiyuan comforted her. Jiangya found that his whole body was tense, and then realized that something was wrong with him. Why haven't you taken off your coat yet? It's so cold. She just vented her anger, and didn't notice that he was still wearing a coat that was stained with snow. Gu Feiyuan shook his head. Jiangya quickly took off his coat and handed him a large vat of hot water. Gu Feiyuan took a sip and felt a lot of warmth in his stomach. Tomorrow you will issue a wedding list to my sister. My mother gave me a lot of gifts. They all belong to my sister. I will also get back the money from selling the pigs. Will this make the relationship between my sister and my brother-in-law tense? Both of them are like this. How can you be so absolute? It can only be said that Jiangya is really scared by this incident recently and is a little hesitant. Gu Feiyuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. I want to see what he can do. He can't even protect his wife and children. Fei Yuan, no matter what, you can't let your sister and brother-in-law divorce. What will happen to the children?
¿Quién ya persuadid?
Now, no more than in later generations, people's thinking at this time is still very conservative. If a woman gets divorced, gossip will kill you. Of course, Gu Feiyuan never thought about actually divorcing his cousin and brother-in-law. Qi Songshan, besides being foolish and filial, was actually very good to his sister. He also tried his best to marry his cousin back then. Besides, it would be better for the two children to grow up next to their biological father and mother. Seeing that he didn't speak, Jiang Ye continued, "It's really not possible. Give her mother-in-law's share, and I will help with the burden. As long as my cousin's life goes smoothly, forget about the past. She is not such a tolerant person. But I was really worried that Gu Feiyuan would lose his temper and make this matter too rigid. No matter how you say it, she is Qi Songshan's mother. Don't worry, I'm sensible. After this matter is resolved, you can go back to Binshire with me." Jiang Ye glanced at him and nodded absently, in agreement. "Don't worry, this matter has nothing to do with you. My cousin and mother-in-law are used to being domineering. As long as my cousin is out of her control, this kind of thing will happen sooner or later. Moreover, if a couple quarrels at the end of the bed, it will take a long time. The knot in my cousin's heart will be relieved. Fortunately, our mother is not like this, otherwise I would never be able to live with you." Jiang Ye rolled her eyes at him. Gu Feiyuan held her hand tightly. "I'm not Qi Songshan, and you're not Gu Honghong." Jiang Ye shrank his hand. "I'll pour you some hot water. Please wipe yourself quickly and make bubbles." Gu Feiyuan grabbed it. He asked her, "You go to bed first, I'll do it." When Jiang Ye heard the word bed, he was so embarrassed. "Go quickly." After Gu Feiyuan finished wiping, he got into the bed and kicked off, "You're really afraid of the cold." Jiang Ye blushed. "I can't bear the cold." "Okay. I'll get you an electric mattress when I go back to Binshire." Jiang Ye smiled. "Seriously, you are? Are you hungry? I'll cook some noodles soon." Gu Feiyuan smiled and said nothing, gesturing for her to come over. Jiang Ye passed by and was hugged into his arms. "You please stop making trouble. Why did you come back?" He found a topic to lighten the atmosphere. Gu Feiyuan glanced at her with a wicked smile. "Drive, but I have to go back tomorrow. You go back with me." Jiang Ye thought of the mission he mentioned before, and I'm afraid if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have been doing this in the middle of the night. How dangerous it is to drive back. A little angry, but also a little sweet in my heart. She also wanted to go back with him, desperately, but when she thought about the unresolved relationship between her cousin and her brother-in-law, she felt uneasy. "Jiang Ye, you have to believe me." "I believe you," Jiang Ye said impatiently. After saying one sentence, Gu Feiyuan directly carried her onto the calm with a hug, turned over, and pinned her under him. "You, turn off the light."
"No."
He directly kissed the lips that Yi missed and asked fiercely. The fire was burning brightly, Gu Feiyuan's body was burning hot, and hers was also on fire. Gu Feiyuan directly opened his coat with his hands and went straight for the softness. He felt soft and satisfied. Jiang Ye gasped a little. "Go and turn off the light." "No, how will I look at you if it is turned off?" Gu Feiyuan smiled evilly. Jiang Ye hit him hard. "No, I won't let you touch me." Gu Feiyuan put his hand directly into his pants. Jiang Ye was trembling all over. "Will you let me?"
"No."
He was touched again. "Kiss him, move his hands up and down." Under the light, the fair and attractive skin made Gu Feiyuan's eyes become deeper and deeper. He pulled up the quilt. The fire crackled in the room, and only the breathing of the two people could be heard. Gu Feiyuan's movements were swift, and Jiang Ye felt like a small sail in the river, swaying and swinging leisurely. The dark night is gentle and lingering to death. Jiang Ye was held tightly in Gu Feiyuan's arms. He looked at the watery woman in front of him and kissed her forehead gently. "Tired?" She hummed softly, with the flush still on her face. Jiang Ye was too lazy to pay attention to him and pushed him, but was hugged tighter. "Sleep in each other's arms and have a good night's sleep." When I woke up, I only heard two people chattering in my ears. "Xiao Tian, why do you think my aunt hasn't woken up yet?" Don't worry, my uncle said that my aunt is too tired. Will you be tired even if you sleep? Hearing this, Jiangya, who originally wanted to wake up, didn't want to wake up. Gu Feiyuan, what are you talking about to the children? But it's getting late, and I can't pretend to be asleep. Andy, are you awake? Xiaoyan said.
Hyandyanadith.
Annie, let's go out to have a snowball fight and build a snowman. Jiangya remembered that Xiao Yan was sick when it snowed last time. She promised to take her 2 children out to play in the snow when it snowed again. Okay, then you go prepare the tools. Auntie will come when she gets up and washes her face. Jiangya thought it would be 8 o'clock at most, but when she saw it, she wished she could bury her face in the bed again. Well, as soon as Gu Feiyuan came back, she slept until midnight. My mother-in-law was afraid. She got out of bed slowly, her legs trembling. This soldier's physical strength is really not to be underestimated. Last time, because she had to go to work, both of them were restrained. Last night. Thinking of the sweetness last night, Jiang Ya's face turned red again. I quickly washed my face with water and walked out. I saw Xiao Yan and Xiaoyan holding tools and rubbing the snow seriously. Auntie, come here quickly. Gu's mother glanced at Jiangya with a smile on her face. Get up, there is rice in the pot.
You can eat it when you open the pot.
Jiangya glanced at Gu's mother and held it in her hand.
Mom, I'll go.
Okay, I'll go. Don't play crazy with them and rest for a while. We're going to Lao Chi's house. Please cushion him first. And then we'll eat again when the boss and the others come back at noon. After saying that, Gu's mother went to feed the pigs. Jiangya sighed on the spot. Gu Feiyuan must not get so angry that he won't be able to get off the stage. It's hard for a cousin to be a good person. Gu Feiyuan drove Qi Songshan and Gu Honghong to Qi's house. He first looked for a place to park his car, and Qi Songshan and Gu Honghong came first. Qi Songshan's mother was sweeping snow in the yard, and there was a little snow on his face and body. As soon as she saw Gu Hong's red face, she stopped.
Gu Honghong usually does this job.
If this little witch hadn't acted like a monster, there would be no need for her to do it. Now that he saw her, he became even more angry. What are you doing here? Aren't they all separated? There is no place for you in this family now, so get away as far as you can. Qi Songshan, are you blind? Your mother, you can't see me clearing the snow here. Why don't you come over? Qi Songshan said with a cold face, and didn't move. Gu Honghong was quite satisfied with his performance. Qi Baichuan heard the voice coming out from the yard. Songshan, Honghong, you are here. Go back and take away the money from selling the pigs later. The pigs are all raised by Honghong, so the money should be hers. Upon hearing this, Qi Songshan's mother Lu Guoxian's face turned as pale as Chongbai Mountains. Why, the pig belongs to Lao Qi's family, not Lao Gu's family. What does it have to do with her? Why should I give it to her? Gu Feiyuan kicked the door. I want to see why you don't give it. This shocked the people in the yard. Especially Lu Guoxian was a little angry. If it hadn't been for him last time, would she have done what she did? After all, it's not the Gu family's fault. If it weren't for him, would she be doing these jobs now? Thinking about it makes me feel uncomfortable. The food that pigs eat from Lao Qi's family belongs to Lao Qi's family, of course. Gu Feiyuan looked at her coldly. Then do you know who is worse than a pig or a dog? People like you almost killed your own grandchildren. People will go to Hades even after they die. Lu Guoxian's feet and stomach trembled as soon as she said the word Hades. Gu Feiyuan looked at her look and smiled coldly, and Lu Guoxian immediately sat down and squatted. The reason why you treat Xiao Tian and Xiaoran like that is just because you hate me for teaching you a lesson before, right? Qi Songshan and Gu Honghong were stunned for a moment. What time did they teach you? How could Lu Guoxian dare to admit it before this evil spirit swallowed her alive? No, what are you talking about? I don't know. Don't know? I don't know you can starve a child alive without giving him water? People like you are worse than animals, extremely vicious. Lu Guoxian felt a chill coming from her body. She didn't know whether it was because of the cold or because she was frightened. Cold sweat fell on her face. I know what I did was wrong. I'm old and confused. Please give me a break. Gu Feiyuan glanced at her coldly, then took out a gun and put it against her temple. Did you see that? I've been on the battlefield and killed people before, and I killed animals and beasts that were inferior to humans and dogs. You must remember what you said today, and you will do it yourself again. Gu Honghong was also frightened. Fei Yuan, what are you doing? Lu Guizhen was so frightened that she even peed and didn't dare to move. Qi Songshan felt uncomfortable seeing his mother like this, but when he thought of what his mother had done, he turned away cruelly. Gu Feiyuan regained his composure and put the gun into the holster. Cousin, pack up all the dowry. Gu Honghong suddenly came to her senses after seeing Gu Feiyuan regain his composure. She was really scared to death by him, for fear that he would do something bad and affect her future. Although she knew very well that her cousin was a measured person, she just wanted to scare her, but if something goes wrong. Lu Guizhen was so frightened that she cried loudly, as if she were killing a pig. Brother-in-law, help your mother into the house, so that no one else will see the joke. Brother Qi Songshan heard the shouting and entered the house. He saw a pool of yellow marks at a glance, and then saw Gu Feiyuan, who looked like a god, coming to the side. His feet were trembling a little, and he didn't dare to move. He heard a noise here and came over to take a look. He was frightened when he saw the gun on Gu Feiyuan's waist. Qi Songshan and Qi Baichuan pinched her and sent Lu Guizhen back to the house. Qi Songshan's eldest brother Qi Songyan quickly followed into the house. Mom, please calm down in the future. You are afraid of the tough. Why don't you dare to touch my wife and Xiaotsue? Don't think about the fact that the third brother and sister grew up in the Gu family and are distantly related to Gu Fei. Likewise, if you bully someone's nephew or niece, how can I tolerate you? Lu Guizhen was so frightened that she didn't speak. Qi Songyan wanted to leave quickly and stopped talking. Qi Baichuan gave the money to Gu Honghong, and Gu Honghong took 500 and didn't ask for the rest. Dad, this is enough money. You will really take care of the child. You can keep the money to spend. Qi Baichuan stuffed it back directly. What are you talking about? That's my grandson and granddaughter too. That thing inside is nothing. I'm still the child's grandfather. I can't help you buy a house. I can't ask for this money. Qi Songshan took it. Listen to Dad. Lu Guizhen thought after hearing these words, but thought of Gu Feiyuan and shrank back again. She really suffered a big loss this time. Now she has to do everything at home, and she doesn't have any money. Later, Qi Songshan's uncle came over, and Lu Guizhen quickly complained, hoping that he could help seek justice. Hearing this, Qi Songshan's uncle was very angry. His son had been looking at his wife before, and when he heard that his family was related to Lu Guizhen, he immediately said that there would be nothing good in such a family, and a good girl would not be good.
Go.
He didn't bother to listen. His wife told him not to come to this sister's house in the future, otherwise she would pack up his bed and get out. Without the support of her natal family, Lu Guizhen no longer dared to be a monster. Later, she became paralyzed and no one took care of her. She regretted it even more when she thought of Gu Honghong, who served her tea and water when she was ill. Qi Songshan glanced at his father's white hair and said, Dad, I can no longer serve you at home. Please take care of your health and let me know when you need your son. Okay, you can live a good life when you go out. Whatever happens at home is up to you. Don't worry, your dad is not old yet and can do it, Qi Baichuan said with a bit of laughter. Qi Songshan felt uncomfortable. Don't feel bad, child. You have to be nice to Honghong. Our old Qi family is sorry for you. Dad was incompetent and failed to take care of your mother and almost harmed his grandchildren. Qi Baichuan also regretted it. He always felt that men should not care about anything. The parents were short-lived and only thought about how to make money. How could they have imagined that this old woman could be so bad? Dad, stop talking. Qi Songshan waved his hand. It's useless to say more. You don't know everything in advance. This was the first time for Gu Feiyuan to visit his cousin's house in the city. It was well decorated, and the courtyard was well laid out. When Gu Honghong saw him like that, she knew what he was thinking. You really have a good wife. If you didn't have younger siblings, if your brother-in-law and I separated, we wouldn't even have a home. Gu Feiyuan took Qi Songshan's attention and pulled her aside. Cousin, I have something to tell you. Although your mother-in-law is not a good person, she is still a brother-in-law. You have to do what you should do to save face. Gu Honghong shook her head. Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. In the future I will be tougher and won't let anyone bully me again, let alone Xiaotian and Xiaoyan. Seeing the fierceness and sadness in his cousin's eyes, Gu Feiyuan couldn't say anything. Feiyuan, why did you get all the guns back? Don't break the rules. Gu Honghong suddenly thought of this and asked worriedly. Gu Feiyuan smiled and said, Don't worry, it's scrapped. I just wanted to scare her. Gu Honghong felt relieved after hearing this. But your gun is really scary. Gu Honghong said with a smile. It's a replica of a real gun, so it looks very real. Sister, I have to go back tonight, and I will take my wife with me then. Gu Feiyuan explained. Gu Honghong nodded. Are you in such a hurry this time that you don't see my brother and Yin Yan? No, they haven't had a holiday yet, I can't wait, and I still have to exchange this day with my comrades. I have to go back. Gu Feiyuan said. Driving back home, he directly urged Jiangye to pack his things. It didn't matter if it was dark and the road was slippery, so it didn't matter if he was alone, but he had to be careful when taking Jiangye with him. Jiangye glanced at the small courtyard and felt a little reluctant to leave. Mother Gu felt even more uncomfortable. Zhang's mother was even more nagging and reluctant. You said you've only been back for a few days, and the new year is coming soon. Why are you leaving? I thought you could celebrate the new year at home this year. Ada and Ah-Er both miss you as their sister. These two children will be back tomorrow. They kept asking me last time if you were at home for the new year, and I said yes. Jiangye felt even more uncomfortable when he heard this, and he directly took out 600 yuan. He gave it to Zhang's mother. You buy some food for your two brothers during the Chinese New Year. Buy whatever you want. Don't be reluctant. Your daughter can make money. She truly regarded Zhang's mother as her own mother. In her previous life, she only had her grandma, but in this life she has her father and mother, and she cherishes them very much. Zhang's mother took it, with big rough hands and tears in her eyes. Your father, and I hope you will be well. I don't want this money. You can take it back and live a good life with Feiyuan. Jiangye sighed. It's okay, this is mine. Take what you earn and spend the new year well. You can buy whatever you want to eat and wear. If you don't have enough money, tell me. That's enough. That's enough. Zhang's mother took a look. Gu Feiyuan did not show any displeasure and simply accepted it. She watched the girl straighten her back and give money to her mother's family in front of her husband, but the son-in-law didn't have any objections. Girls from other families in this village would be scolded if they wanted to bring some rice or noodles home. It was her own girl who had the confidence. She never thought that the girl who worried her the most would become so powerful. Zhang's mother felt even more uncomfortable as she thought about it. Gu Feiyuan glanced at it and said, Don't be reluctant, mother-in-law. When the spring comes and the flowers bloom, I will go to Binshire with my father-in-law and my two younger brothers to play for a few days. Then I will ask for leave to accompany you. Don't care whether this is true or not. Zhang, my mother, felt comfortable listening to it. I remember that I was shameless and forced to get married. At that time, I thought that as long as the girl could marry a good family, who knew that the girl was so ambitious. He sent the girl out with tears in his eyes. When they arrived at the parking place, the two children, Xiaotian and Xiaoyan, looked reluctant. Both of them held Jiangye's arms tightly and refused to let him go. Gu Feiyuan didn't expect that in just a short time, the two children would be so dependent on her. His uncle had to stay behind. Aunt, I won't let you leave. Who will prepare delicious food for me if you leave? Xiaoyan started crying. Jiangye also felt uncomfortable, hugging this one and kissing this one, not sparing any of them. Annie has made a lot of snacks for you and put them in the lower room. When you want to eat them, just ask Grandma to give them to you. When you have a holiday, Andy will pick you up to play in Binshire, okay? Seeing this, Gu Honghong quickly hugged one child in each hand. If she didn't get the child out of the way, the car wouldn't be able to move. Be obedient. Mom will take you to your aunt's house next year. Jiangye quickly gave them the two big red envelopes she had prepared. You too, don't spend randomly. Just buy whatever you want. Gu's mother said, Let's go. Don't wait until the snow falls. It will be difficult to leave. As he said that, He turned his back and wiped his tears. It was not that the boss never went home to celebrate the New Year before, but I don't know what happened this year.
Can't bear to leave.
Gu Feiyuan and Jiang Ye nodded. Jiang Ye secretly wiped his tears, got in the car, and drove away. You can still see the reluctant eyes of Mother Gu and Mother Jiang in the rearview mirror. Many people in the village watched along the way and said that the Gu family was promising and that the Gu family had a good wife. It did dissipate some of the sadness of parting. The two of them walked far away. Gu Feiyuan looked at Jiang Ye with a pensive look on his face and said, "Why, you can't bear to leave?" Jiang Ye nodded and shook his head. The previous owner was not well received, even when he went to find his husband. He stole money and ran away. She worked hard to change the impression left by the original owner. She felt a little tired at first, but since she and Gu Feiyuan became close to each other, she felt that it was all worth it. She didn't want others to deny the man she loved because of the bad things about the original owner. "No, I just went back suddenly and I was a little confused." She had always wanted to leave here and go back to Binshur, but suddenly she went back, and she felt a little uncomfortable. "I'm here." Gu Feiyuan looked at her and said, "I want to go back and open a store in the city." Jiang Ye said. After much thought, she still wanted to do something. "Although I don't want to be as tired as in my previous life, I also don't want to really be a housewife at home." Gu Feiyuan patted her hand. "Maybe you have my seed in your belly now." "Yes, it won't delay my work. Besides, I definitely can't do it alone like before." She added, "If you're not stupid, you won't fight like before." Gu Feiyuan also had something on his mind that he didn't tell her. He might be going to participate in international operations in a while. By then, I'm afraid she would be the only one left in Binshur, and he wouldn't be able to let her go. When Gu Feiyuan listened to her words, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. He nodded. "My wife is right. Although this is a bit difficult, since his wife wants it, he will definitely help her do it. If you want to be a soldier, then be a soldier and do whatever you want without taking me into consideration. Although we are husband and wife, I hope that you and I are also comrades fighting side by side. You are fighting on the front line, and I will definitely help you. Protect the base camp in the rear." Jiang Ye is not a weak woman. She has also conquered the world of shopping malls, and her ambition is not inferior to anyone else. Now there are just more important things, so she will let go of them. Hearing these words, Gu Feiyuan really wanted to hold her tightly in his arms. She understands him. It started to snow halfway through the car, and Gu Feiyuan slowed down. This was a field vehicle, and an ordinary car would have been unable to drive forward that day. In this way, time was still delayed for a long time, and it was almost midnight before we arrived at the military area. Thinking of these, Jiang Ye was even more moved. How did he drive back that day alone just because he was worried about her? As soon as he entered the house, the stove was not turned on, and it was very cold. "That's how you sleep? I went to pick you up before the stove arrived." Jiang Ye felt even more distressed after hearing this. "Why are you so stupid? What if you catch a cold?" "It's okay, I'll follow you. It was agreed over there that it will be delivered tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. If you are afraid of the cold, I will get you an electric mattress.
You can use it first."
Hearing that his words were all about himself, and he didn't think about himself at all, Jiang said.
He was moved and distressed.
Gu Feiyuan first boiled a pot of hot water for her to drink and keep warm, and then laid out the electric mattress that he had worked so hard to get. At this time, the electric mattress was still very old-fashioned, and it was impossible to adjust the temperature.
Just pull it out when it gets hot.
Jiang Ye suddenly missed the floor heat and heating in his previous life, even if air conditioning was not available. But my cousin's house didn't have heating, so I don't know if it can be done here in Binshur. Jiang Yanwan came over. The two of them were hungry after driving for a day. When she entered the kitchen, she only ordered food and noodles and drank some soup to cook the noodles. Although Gu Feiyuan kept saying not to bother and just eat tomorrow. But Jiang Ye still did it well. I got a poached egg on top of the free-range eggs I got at home, which was so beautiful. When Gu Feiyuan heard the busy sounds in the kitchen, his heart felt warm. As soon as the noodles came out of the pot, he ate a lot. Jongya could tell at a glance that he was already hungry, and he probably felt sorry for himself and was embarrassed to say it. After finishing the meal, the electric mattress was almost warm, and Gu Feiyuan still had to deal with some text matters. Jongya sorted out the things brought by her mother's family and her husband's family. There were a few geese brought by my mother's family, chickens brought by my husband's family, sauerkraut brought by my cousin, and some rice and noodles. After Gu Feiyuan had been busy for a long time, Jongya didn't come back to the house. It's so cold. Get in bed quickly. Those things won't be damaged by the cold. Jongya ignored him. He was not a householder and didn't know how to make money. After cleaning up, I soaked my feet and walked in. Gu Feiyuan deliberately closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Jongya sighed, tucked him in with some distress, and prepared to turn off the lights and go to sleep. As soon as Gu Feiyuan was touched by her, his already rising desire surged even more, and he was almost exposed for pretending to sleep. Jongya got directly in. The bed was so hot that he couldn't help but let out a sigh of comfort. Sure enough, Gu Feiyuan's body was full of yang energy and extremely hot, unlike her cold hands and feet. As soon as Jongya touched the hot air, he fell asleep soon. Gu Feiyuan didn't hear any sound for a long time. When he saw that she had fallen asleep, he suddenly became depressed.
He is still thinking about this.
After taking a look at her lower body, Gu Feiyuan could only show a wry smile and carefully placed her head on his arm. Who knew that I would be unable to sleep like this? I had never suffered from insomnia before, no matter how difficult the conditions were. Gu Feiyuan couldn't control it, and he couldn't help but climb up to the peak. He had nothing to do tomorrow, and he had the warm and fragrant soft jade in his arms. He would really be sorry for himself if he didn't eat. Kissing her small mouth, rubbing constantly, they turned to face each other. He was not willing to just kiss her lips, sliding them down all the way, and kept kneading and squeezing them with his hands. Jongya groaned uncontrollably and felt extremely hot all over. Only then did he realize in a daze that Gu Feiyuan had done something good. Stop making trouble. You've been driving for so long today, and you have to get up for morning training tomorrow. Jongya woke up, and Gu Feiyuan's desire was completely aroused. No delay. He said, and turned over. After passing by and about to get to the point, Jongya shook his head. No, I don't want to make people laugh like today. It's okay, no one will laugh at you. The meat he got could still make him run away. Jongya kept pushing, but her legs were spread apart. She hummed, and Gu Feiyuan moved even faster. After a while, the fire was burning and the fire was burning vigorously. The only sound in the room was the constant sound of the bed. Gu Feiyuan was not satisfied and started to act mischievously. He deliberately slowed down and said, "Daughter-in-law, you said you missed him." Jongya bit her lip tightly and said no. Gu Feiyuan deliberately retreated. Forget it, sleep. Jongya never expected that he would turn off the engine just like that. Her fire was still raging, and she didn't care anymore. She turned over and sat on his abdomen, slightly arching her waist, looking charming. How could Gu Feiyuan endure this? He entered the hole directly and smoothly, and then kept hitting it. Jongya felt like he was on a roller coaster in later generations, and his whole body was about to be thrown out by the impact. With a low growl, Gu Feiyuan touched her and hugged her up. Looking at her charming little face, he kept kissing her. After a while, the two of them hugged each other and fell asleep contentedly. Gu Feiyuan felt extremely satisfied and tidied her up before going to bed and hugging her again. When Jongya woke up, she felt sore all over her body, and she kept scolding Gu Feiyuan in her heart for being a beast. An insatiable beast. This night she felt like her waist was about to break. It was so terrible. I glanced at the clock on the bedside and saw that it was indeed even later. After taking a look at the note left by Gu Feiyuan, he saw that the stove had been installed. Jongya was still thinking about going out to buy some New Year's goods today. In such a situation, she had a hard time getting out of bed, let alone shopping. There are too few styles of things in small shops, and there is not enough choice. Jongya took out the clothes from the soles of his feet. Guess he meant it, but the clothes were very warm. After putting them on, they became even warmer. I went to the living room and took a look at the suspended stove. Don't let it get too warm yesterday. She got a glass of water and then found that there was porridge warm on the stove. She smiled and drank a big bowl of pickles from her hometown. This stupid wife of his fell asleep while she was warm. Gu Feiyuan was reluctant to wake her up, turned her face to the sofa, kissed her gently, then turned around and went out again, not forgetting to leave a note for her before leaving. When Jiangya woke up again, she was completely awake. Sure enough, she would easily get sleepy when it gets warm in winter. Thinking of her previous life, how could she have ever imagined that she would live such a leisurely and comfortable life? Thinking about it, she shook her head. As soon as he saw the melon seeds and peanuts on it, he knew that Gu Feiyuan had come back. He glanced at the note and saw that Gu Feiyuan had gone out and was in a hurry. Jiangya sighed and tidied the house thoroughly again. He stopped when he felt it was almost done. There were too few things for leisure and entertainment at this time, unlike in later generations, but she didn't have time at that time. I can only say that it is true that one drink and one peck will have its destiny. The room was really too quiet. There was no sound of sweeping snow, no sound of pigs squealing, and no two children shouting around, "Auntie, Auntie, what shall we eat?" Jiangya couldn't adapt to it, sighed. After taking a breath, I wrapped myself in my down jacket and went downstairs. Hearing the clicking sound, Jiangya called out that she was unlucky. She didn't want her good mood to be ruined by Linli, but something seemed wrong when she heard the footsteps. As soon as he looked up, Lu Hai took the initiative to speak. When did the younger siblings come back? Jiangya breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Brother Lu, are you going? It's my shift. My mother and my wife are both at home. If you are free, it's okay. Let's go and talk. Jiangya thought for a while. I'm afraid it was the students' vacation, and Lu Hai's wife came back. Anyway, it was okay. Although she had a bad impression of Mrs. Lu before, Lu Hai's wife was still quite nice. I grabbed some cans and went to knock on the door. Sister-in-law Lu opened the door and was a little surprised to see Jiangya. Xiao Jiang, it's already the new year. Why are you back? Yes, I originally planned to come back after the new year, but my old man Gu Fei was going to pick me up. Jiangya smiled sheepishly as he spoke. Lu Hai's wife sighed. Sister-in-law, come into the house quickly and don't stand there. What happened to her mother-in-law? She became less and less able to speak. Sister-in-law Lu was really surprised. The entire military region knew that Commander Gu disliked his wife and would rather be on duty than go home. I didn't expect how long it had been. Now that she was dressed up, she was almost catching up with Linli. Not only is this down jacket expensive, it was not easy to buy when I heard Linli show off last time, but Captain Gu is really different. He spent so much money to buy it. Look at me. Come into the house quickly. I don't dare to recognize you now. Look, you are so different now. You are getting more and more beautiful. Squeezed together, you can still tell. It's not bad, but it can't compare to my waist. Jiangya said. Lu Hai's wife quickly added, it's not good to be too thin. Just look at me, my bones hurt when I sleep. She added this. Xiaozheng rushed over enthusiastically as soon as he came over, and Jiangya handed him a can from the bag. Satisfied, he asked his grandma to open it quickly. Xiaogang has to go to school after the new year, right? Do you plan to go here or go back? Lu Hai's wife sighed. Yes, my mother-in-law will go back with him after the new year, and she will go back after I hand over the job. Whether the sigh is for the children or for work, I'm afraid it's both. That's why I can't bear to leave you too. I heard that Li Xiaolei gave birth to a daughter? Jiangya said. No, Shirtunyang has done it several times, and Li Xiaolei has no milk left. Is her mother-in-law angry? That's not true. Although her mother-in-law was angry because she didn't have a boy, she was still very kind to her. 2 days ago, Li Xiaolei somehow provoked Lin Li, and they had a quarrel. Li Xiaolei fainted on the spot, and when she woke up, she had no milk, Lu Hai's wife said.
Jiangya was a little surprised.
Li Xiaolei was so timid and dared to offend Lin Li? Lin Li also went to give birth that day, and then she said that the necklace had been dropped at her house, and she kept blaming Sang and Huai. Granny Li Xiaolei said it was useless. Lin Li finally said, no wonder you can't give birth to a son, thief. Li Xiaolei, she was so angry that she cried. Her health was not good after confinement, but now she fainted. Jiangyu was so angry after hearing this. I was shocked. After giving birth to the baby, the pregnant woman was already in a bad mood. Lin Li actually said some heart-wrenching words. Can she not be angry? Let's talk about a gold necklace. If you really make someone mad, you can't afford to pay for it with any number of gold necklaces. Lin Li is like this. Why didn't Company Commander Fu say anything about her? Why don't you say it was such a coincidence? In the hospital, before Captain Fu could speak, Lin Li fainted. As soon as she checked that she was pregnant, Shirtu Nyang couldn't say anything when she saw this. So Captain Fu took his father-in-law and mother-in-law to apologize and compensate her. They also bought a lot of nutritional supplements and promised that if Li Xiaolei never had milk, they would bear the cost of the child's milk powder. Shirtu wanted to order more, but Shirtu agreed. Li Xiaolei didn't say anything. Then the Lin family really gave a lot. It's not like they lost 1,000 yuan. Sister-in-law, Lu clicked her tongue. No wonder Shirtu Nyang wanted to order more. She must have seen Lin Li's family come up with 1,000 and a second 1,000. Then, do you think this necklace was dropped at Li Xiaolei's place? Or Lin Li just wanted to find trouble? It's hard to say. There were so many people in the room at that time. If the necklace fell on the ground, someone might have seen it. Jiangya thought for a moment and realized if you lose your gold necklace and do this to Lin Li, it's like losing one. And another one came in. Let's not talk about this anymore. Lu Hai's wife said. The wall was not soundproof, so there was no telling who could hear it. Tell Lin Li, her family couldn't afford to offend her. I told Lu Hai before that the military area is very deserted this year. Many military wives have gone home to celebrate the new year. Now that you are back, it can still be lively. Lu Hai's wife laughed.
No.
My hometown is much more lively. Xiao Jiang, Lin Li Du is pregnant. Do you have to make preparations? I plan to wait until my career develops. If I have a child, I can't live in the military zone anymore. Nothing is convenient. Jiangya thought clearly. It's better for women to give birth as soon as possible. Sister-in-law Lu said. Yeah, I'll think about it. After all, the matter of having a baby was between her and Gu Feiyuan, and she didn't need to talk too much about it with outsiders. Sister-in-law Lu, is there any market around here? I want to buy some New Year's goods. I heard there is one next door to Xiajia village, but there are no cars or anything now. You will be exhausted walking there.
Jiangya thought about it.
I thought I'd forget it. Then I'd better go to the city. If Commander Gu hadn't been on duty this year, you wouldn't have had to celebrate the new year in the military area. However, I remembered that it wasn't Commander Gu who was on duty this year. Lu Hai's wife recalled. Jiangya smiled and said, I'm not going to get involved in these things of his. It's getting late. I have to go back and cook. What are you doing back? I'm going to make dumplings. They're already made. You're right here. Just take a bite. Gu Feiyuan went out, and I don't know what time he will be back. I'm afraid he will be hungry if I eat here. Jiangya said with a hearty smile. It's great to see you two so happy now. No, my sister-in-law is so lovely. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law said in harmony. Jiangya said with a smile as he went out, Stop talking like that. Who in the entire military region doesn't know that Lao Gu and I were quarreling every day before, and he didn't even come back home. Let him go by the past. The future is the most important thing. It's important. No, sister-in-law, we have to look forward.
Jiangya smiled.
When he got home, he put a fire in the stove. He didn't know how Gu Feiyuan did it, but he didn't feel any smoke at all. Wouldn't it be nice to have a barbecue with Gu Feiyuan around the stove? But why hasn't he come back yet? Jiangya realized something and quickly covered her cheeks. She was really shameless and shameless. I ate a canned food and some dried nuts. The more I ate, the more bored I became. My stomach growled with hunger, but I had no intention of cooking. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the key opening the door. As soon as Gu Feiyuan entered the room, he saw a sad look on her face. What's going on? No, why are you so early? Don't you think it's midnight? Jiangya quickly put on his slippers and pulled him to the fire. Gu Feiyuan took off his coat and said with a smirk, "How can you let a beautiful woman stay alone in an empty room? Isn't that a sin? Go away, can you talk properly?" Jiang Yi said with a blush. "It was handled quickly, so I came back early." Why, the beautiful woman misses her husband. The beautiful woman doesn't miss her husband, but the beautiful woman misses barbecue? Although he often said strange words from his mouth, this time it's really a bit difficult. "Don't we have an iron plate? I've prepared the meat, mixed it with seasonings, and then put it into the iron plate. You can also cut some sweet potatoes, vegetables, etc." Gu Feiyuan smiled. The discussion started food. The beauty really has a plan. She is willing to give in to her husband. "Okay, don't talk like that, it's not like you at all." The two started to eat. Jiang Yi directed, Gu Feiyuan took action, and the couple worked together. Life is not tiring. When you put the prepared meat into the pot, you will hear a sizzling sound, and the aroma of the meat is overflowing. Jiang Yi first let Gu Feiyuan take a bite. It's delicious. It was obviously meat that he usually eats, but after being processed by his wife's hands, it became delicious. "This is delicious. We don't have enough seasoning, otherwise it would be more delicious," he said and handed him the test results. "What other condiments do you need? You'll know when I go to the supermarket to buy some. Come back early tomorrow, and I'll make another pot of rice." "That would be great." Jiang Yi took a bite of the barbecue dipped in sauce. Sure enough, it's not even close. The two of them ate a large bowl of meat, baked eggs, steamed bread slices, vegetables, and potatoes. The bowls were clean, and the stomachs were full. "I have training tomorrow, and I can't accompany you to the city. You should pay attention to yourself." Gu Feiyuan patted her hand. Jiang Yi nodded, "I understand. You can eat in the logistics at noon tomorrow. I have to come back in the afternoon." "I understand. I went to Lu Hai's house today and heard that Li Xiaolei had given birth. Did you give me the money? How can a gentleman go to breastfeed? It's inconvenient if you're not at home." "Well, you have to go." "Yes, I'll ask Mrs. Lu tomorrow, and then go there. After all, she's your subordinate's wife." Jiang Yi said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's just relax and have some rest. What's going on with you being on duty? Are you concerned about me?" Sister-in-law Lu said it shouldn't be you this year. Gu Feiyuan, without saying much, he said, "Order from above." After eating and drinking, he was satisfied with his thoughts and desires. Unfortunately, Jiang Yi was not going to let him succeed. Just like yesterday, there was no need to go to the city tomorrow. Gu Feiyuan had no choice but to agree. After dinner early in the morning, Gu Feiyuan insisted on sending her to the car in person before he could rest assured. Jiang Yi smiled helplessly and agreed. A man who loves you can clearly see it at a glance, and all his actions show it to you, intentionally or unintentionally. Gu Feiyuan sent Jiang Yi into the car with a deep look. He actually knew very well what Jiang Yi asked yesterday. This time it was just a lesson Wei Jinhe gave him. It is indeed urgent to organize this batch of information, but it is definitely not as he said. It was just that he felt uncomfortable knowing that Wei Shasha's illness was caused by him. All he can say is that he must be careful in the future to prevent the Wei family from catching anyone's tail. As Gao Yuan said, after enduring an international mission, everything will become clear. Wei Shasha had nothing to do with him from the beginning to the end. If the Wei family really forced him for this woman, he would have no choice but to resort to tricks. He couldn't tell Jiang Yi these things, and he couldn't let Jiang Yi worry about him. Jiang Yi went to the department store and wanted to buy some clothes for Gu Feiyuan, but he searched all over and couldn't find anything he liked. Then he reluctantly settled on a shirt. Unexpectedly, there was a down jacket in the mall, and it was expensive, so he bought it. "I went to the market and bought a lot of food and got on the car for the return trip. When he got home, Gu Feiyuan had a mission and didn't get anything to eat. The Chinese New Year is here in a blink of an eye. The military region organizes Dalian Huan, and the soldiers celebrate the New Year together. As the leader of the group, Gu Feiyuan must be present, and logically his family members should also be present. Jiang Yi was really too tired and didn't want to follow him, so she let him go. She made dumplings by herself, finished eating, lay on the bed, picked up the book she bought earlier, and started reading. Army Dalian Huan was definitely going to perform on stage, but she didn't want to, so she just stayed there. When he was quiet, Jiangya thought about what happened in his previous life. During the Chinese New Year, she and her grandma were always at home. Grandma would make delicious food for her every time. Although her life was not rich, she never let her be wronged. Jiangya rubbed his forehead when he remembered the sudden knock on the door. He put the book aside and opened the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Xiaozheng dressed in festive clothes and with a tiger-like appearance. Not to mention, he really had a New Year atmosphere. Happy New Year, Aunt. Xiaozheng raised his hat and said auspicious words. Jiangya smiled and gave him a red envelope. Fortunately, he was prepared. With Mrs. Liu and Xiaozheng by my side, time flies by very quickly. Seeing his surprised expression, Jiangya pretended to smile mysteriously. Did I eat a little too much? Gu Feiyuan shook his head. Not too much, not too much. I think you usually eat a little too little. It seems that ever since his wife started to lose weight, she has deliberately restrained the amount of food she eats. Sometimes he also wanted to say, eat more, I won't dislike you if you are fat, but thinking of what he said before. I'm just kidding you. Mrs. Liu brought Xiaogang here just now, and we ate together. Jiangya, as he said that, he started to put it away. I really hope you eat more so that you can give me a fat baby. Gu Feiyuan looked at her seriously and said. Jiangya picked up the broom and deliberately swept it in front of him. Here you go. Okay. Gu Feiyuan took it directly and proactively. Jiangya smiled, went to the kitchen to pack some tea cakes and made tea. Try it, my newly made tea cake goes well with tea. It seems that you are in a good mood. I am worried that you will be alone at home and miss me. Jiangya blushed in embarrassment. Here, look at something. Then he couldn't wait to enter the house and took out the newly bought down jacket and put it on. Doesn't it look good? Gu Feiyuan took a look and said, it looks good. No, yours. Put it on quickly. Gu Feiyuan took the shirt, hugged her and kissed her. My wife is still thinking about me. That's right. Give it to me quickly. Your wife fetched water and rested. After soaking their feet, the two laughed and played around on the bed for a while. Jiangya looked at him seriously. Gu Feiyuan, I hope you'll be by my side every New Year's Eve. Gu Feiyuan touched his head, said nothing, and just held her tightly in his arms. Jiangya's eyebrows were curved, and she was very happy. Although Gu Feiyuan didn't say a word, his actions all expressed it. She remembered that she had heard one of her subordinates once say that if you fall in love with someone, be brave. Even if you don't love him for a lifetime, you'll not regret it. Jiangya suddenly understood the meaning of this sentence at this moment. Because she fell in love with Gu Feiyuan, she became brave. In the past, because of what happened in her previous life, she was too afraid to love, and her thoughts of dying alone suddenly disappeared at this moment. She gently hugged Gu Feiyuan's waist, listened to the beating of his heart, and slowly fell asleep. Gu Feiyuan gently touched her head. He knew that Jiangya had something in his heart that he had not said, but he didn't mind. They still had a long time, and sooner or later, she would tell him her true feelings. He didn't need to get to the bottom of it. He just wanted to let her know that he loved her and would love her forever. In the days that followed, Jiangya lived a very relaxed and happy life, perhaps because those knots in her heart were over, or perhaps because she understood that the events of her previous life were over. She would look out when she was quiet, and when she wanted to go out, she would go out to enjoy the cold air. She could never do this in her previous life. I even have the habit of making delicious food when I have nothing to do. Before, I only did these things to achieve certain goals. It is simply too difficult to research new food like this. As soon as the 15th day of the first lunar month passed, Jiangya's free life was over. Freedom is short-lived, so it is cherished. She started looking for a suitable store every day. After thinking about it for a long time, Jiangya still felt that she wanted to run a food-related shop. She used to be unable to give up her job as a designer, but the current prospects, whether in terms of money or connections, were not enough. Gu Feiyuan felt a little distressed when he saw her waking up early and staying late every day. He came back to see her when he had nothing to do. Jiangya comforted him that he was just looking for a store that could make real goods. Later, the The person in charge of the construction site who I knew before said that there is a place where it is available. Jongya took a look and saw that there were schools and hospitals nearby, with a good flow of people, and the rent was not cheap, so no one was interested, but this seemed normal to Jongya. Jongya became completely busy in the next few days. Not to mention cooking for Gu Feiyuan, even he sometimes forgot to eat. When Gu Feiyuan felt distressed, he brought him food every day, which made old Wang from the logistics department surprised. Since his sister-in-law came back, Captain Gu has never eaten food cooked in the cafeteria. Gu Feiyuan is also depressed. There has been very little communication between the two of them recently. Every time they go by, his wife is drawing pictures and writing plans. She is extremely busy. It was okay for him to ignore him, but he still felt sorry for her. It had only been a few days and she had lost a lot of weight, making him forget about food and drinks every day. That day, he was thinking about how to talk to her to solve this problem, and suddenly he heard her shouting, "I'm so exhausted, I finally got it done." Gu Feiyuan got out of bed instantly. Jongya opened the door and dragged him to the living room. In the past few days, Jongya used the living room as his base camp for fear of disturbing his sleep. "Come and take a look at my store design." Gu Feiyuan picked it up and looked at it, feeling a little depressed. He couldn't understand what it was. What's the problem? Jongya said this with a hint of nervousness. After all, she is a fashion designer, not a store designer. Isn't it really bad? Gu Feiyuan shook his head quickly and said, "The design is very good." He was afraid that if he said he couldn't understand, his wife would be very sad. "I just said it's impossible for my design to be too bad," Jongya said with a smile. After saying that, the two entered the bedroom and got on the bed. After a while, subtle snoring came from Jongya. Gu Feiyuan covered her with a quilt and continued to study the design drawings. It turns out that this is the structural diagram of the entire store. What is done in each place is drawn very carefully. Even the colors are clearly marked. The size of the table and the style of the chairs are all recorded very carefully. The more he watched the end, the more Gu Feiyuan admired her, how powerful she was to be so prepared for every step. His wife was a treasure trove in her mind, and he was really becoming more and more curious about her. When Gu Feiyuan was about to go out for training, while Jongya was still sleeping soundly in bed, Gu Feiyuan kissed her on the face affectionately, but she pushed him away and hid under the quilt. Gu Feiyuan had no choice but to go to morning training first. At noon, when he returned with his meal, he found that this heartless woman had left, leaving only the cold bed. It was already evening when she came back, and she was very happy. Seeing Jongya like this, Gu Feiyuan became even more depressed, and his face turned dark. "What happened? Your face is so dark," Jongya asked curiously. Gu Feiyuan snorted coldly and didn't want to pay attention to her. When Jongya saw this, he hugged him quickly and said, "Who messed with my husband?" Gu Feiyuan sneered. "Who else dares to provoke me?" He glanced at her. "If it's not you, who else? You didn't tell me when you went out," Gu Feiyuan said. Jongya saw the look of resentment on his face and said, "I'm sorry. I've been really busy recently and neglected you. When I finish everything, I will make it up to you. I'm not asking you to compensate me. I know you have been working very hard recently, and I hope you will take care of your health and eat on time. I will be very worried if you do this." Gu Feiyuan was a little worried and a little angry that she couldn't take care of herself. "I've done it in the past few days, and it won't be like this again," Jongya said unconsciously. "Then you have to tell me when you go out next time?" Gu Feiyuan said. Jongya hugged him tightly and said repeatedly, "Okay, guess what I'm doing today?" "Where are you going?" Gu Feiyuan said curiously. "Do you still remember the construction site manager I met last time? I went to find him. He knew a carpenter. I just want to talk to him today. Otherwise, if the result is different from the picture, that's not the case. Was all your efforts in vain?" Jongya said with a kiss. Seeing the purple color under her eye sockets, all the anger disappeared, leaving only deep distress. He didn't understand these things, and he didn't know how to help her even if he wanted to. Jongya looked at her worried eyes. "Gu Feiyun, I'm not a child. I will take care of myself. Don't worry, husband, tonight." Jongya didn't say everything, but Gu Feiyuan tacitly understood. He looked at her and smiled, a little helpless. Jiangya kissed her hard again, then quickly backed away. Have you cooked yet? I'm going to starve to death. Looking at her pitiful look, it was funny and distressing at the same time. I'll bring it to you. I brought back the fried pork with garlic sprouts and your favorite potato slices. It's cold now, let me heat it up for you. Gu Feiyuan touched his head, then brought the pot and put it on the stove, and started to heat the food. I'm very happy today. The carpenter is quite good. He said that it will be done in half a month. I have to find someone tomorrow. When I find someone, I have to go to the provincial capital. Then I will trouble you. Check it out for me when you're free. When you put it down, I'll take you to the store. You're going to the provincial capital alone? Gu Feiyuan really wanted to see what was going on in this little woman's head. Jiangya didn't respond at all. Yes, there are a lot of things in the provincial capital. Some things can only be bought somewhere. Bin City is still a bit difficult to buy.
No.
Gu Feiyuan's reaction was fierce. You are on your own. I'm not worried. The provincial capital is not like other cities. Jiangya was also a little helpless. She knew what he was worried about, but she didn't know how to tell him some things. Because she had been traveling around in her previous life, doing everything alone, she had long been used to it. She didn't have the equipment to make things in Hama City, so she had to go to the provincial capital to look for them, and even go to Kyoto, if necessary. And here is actually only one night's train ride away from the provincial capital. Now that she has reached this point, she is ready for everything, and there is no way she will give up. She also understood Gu Feiyuan's worries. The hot meal began to smell delicious, and both of them fell into silence. Since the relationship between the two has improved, there has been no such situation for a long time, and Jiangya doesn't know how to solve such a problem. Gu Feiyuan stood up, took the bowls and chopsticks, put them on the table, and served her food. Jiangya was also a little hungry and ate absent-mindedly. Gu Feiyuan felt a little uncomfortable seeing her like this. Even though Jiangya was very hungry, he couldn't eat anymore when he thought that the problem with Gu Feiyuan was not resolved. Daughter-in-law, don't work so hard. Just find something easy to do. Gu Feiyuan was really distressed and worried about her. Jiangya swallowed a mouthful of rice. I hope to do something I really want to do. I don't want to deal with my own life casually. She stopped and paused. You like to be a soldier. That is your dream, and this is my dream. Jiangya also discovered recently that she actually likes to cook food. This probably stems from my grandma and the old master in my previous life. It's tempting to dream about sparkling. When Gu Feiyuan looked at her and talked about her dreams, her whole body really shone, making it impossible for anyone to look away. In the past, Gu Feiyuan always hoped that Jiangya would be such a person, but now, he doesn't like it. She is shining like a dusty pearl. He is worried about leaving such a person outside. Now, he is afraid of losing her. In fact, she knew that the reason why she helped Zhang Qiming was so that her cousin could enter the factory and for him, and these were not necessarily things she liked. She has beautiful handwriting, she has her own opinions on affairs, and she has abilities, but she doesn't think about using them to pressure anyone. She is beautiful now, but feels comfortable. As she gets better and better, Gu Feiyuan is afraid of losing her. The harder she works and the more successful she becomes, the more he is afraid that the days of having her disappear too quickly. Jiangya took the dishes and chopsticks and washed them. Gu Feiyuan warmed the bed early. After Jiangya washed up, he sat on a chair and settled the money he spent today. Just custom-made things cost a lot. The equipment has not been purchased yet, and the specific decoration has not yet started. The provincial capital doesn't know what the current situation is like, or whether it can buy suitable things. Gu Feiyuan brought her a cup of hot water. Drink some to warm your stomach. Gu Feiyuan, do you have a suitable name for the pastry shop? Gu Feiyuan glanced at her. I will not be involved in your affairs. These words, it's very cold and ruthless. Jiangya was a little hurt when she heard this. Do you think this has nothing to do with you? I'm not doing this for our future. It doesn't matter if you don't support me. Why are you showing off to me? She was really tired. She was also trying her best to understand him, but what he said now was really unacceptable to her. I don't want you to work so hard. Gu Feiyuan, why am I working hard? I hope that when we need money, We can come up with it ourselves so that when we have children in the future, we can also give her a good environment. I can Gu Feiyuan, I know you can, and I know you have the ability, but every promotion in the army requires you to work hard. If you feel sorry for me, why don't I feel sorry for you? Jiangya was very angry in his heart, still restrained from saying those hurtful words. She knew very well that once something was said, there was no way to take it back. Seeing her like this, Gu Feiyuan relented. I'm just worried about you. You're not familiar with the provincial capital. Do you have to go? The two of them suddenly reached a deadlock again. He didn't know how long he had been silent, but Gu Feiyuan still didn't know how to speak. Maybe it was because she was becoming more and more confident and successful, and his mentality couldn't keep up. He had never thought about such a problem before. Gu Feiyuan, there is no point in us continuing to talk now. Then he glanced at Gu Feiyuan and said, I thought you would understand me. There was a bit of choking and helplessness in this sentence. Gu Feiyuan still didn't say it. I just don't want to lose you. Gu Feiyuan, the economy determines everything. I hope that when we need money, when our family needs money, we can get it without worrying or entangled. Jiangya looked at him seriously and said, Gu Feiyuan felt a little guilty when he heard this. It's because I earn too little. No, Gu Feiyuan, you are a soldier. I respect you and admire you. I hope you can fulfill your dreams without any worries. There is no need to be restricted by anyone. Jiangya glanced at Gu Feiyuan. In fact, she knew very well that everything Gu Feiyuan had was earned through hard work. In this era, it was very difficult to have no background or connections behind him. After hearing the last sentence, Gu Feiyuan was stunned for a second, and his inner persistence suddenly disappeared. It seems that Jiangya is already aware of his current situation. His work, which used to go smoothly, has been frequently rejected recently. He knows very well that this is because Wei Jinhe is causing trouble, but there is nothing he can do. Wei Jinhe is his superior, and he is his subordinate. In the army, when the superior orders, the subordinates must execute it unconditionally. Fu Lianhai had talked to him many times and asked him to be patient, but it wasn't always like this. Gu Feiyuan didn't want to. He came here for his dream of becoming a soldier. If even he compromised like Wei Jinhe, what was the point of all this? He knew very well in his heart that Wei Jinhe was just telling him the price he would pay for going against his boss. Gu Feiyuan knew very well that everything his wife said was correct. In the future, everything will require money. Parents will grow old, younger brothers and sisters will go to school, even if something happens to their cousin, and most importantly, he and Jiangya will have children in the future. Do they still have to live such a life? This night, the two of them shared a room for the first time, but couldn't sleep. Jiangya was lying on the bed and kept echoing those words. Suddenly, she felt that she was a little too much and a little selfish. She knew very well that Gu Feiyuan must have considered it more long-term, but this era has created men's decisiveness. Maybe others can tolerate this kind of thing, but she can't. He supports whatever she wants her to do. The more I thought about it, my heart became colder, and I felt a little dazed. Suddenly, I returned to that day. When I opened the door, there were clothes scattered everywhere. The two people on the bed were surprised to see her. Her husband hugged her best friend. Why are you back? This is my home. Why can't I come back? Jiangya never understood why she was so calm, as if nothing had happened, even though I watched my husband cheat on me, but I couldn't shed tears. Oh, so you know this is your home. Think about it, how long has it been since you came back? Then there were questions one after another. Jiangya's eyes kept spinning, and now he felt uncomfortable breathing. The last thing she saw was the sneer of her best friend, who was always by her side and caring. What was she thinking at that moment? Yes, fortunately, she had already donated the company. The scene suddenly changes. Gu Feiyuan held Wei Shasha's hand and walked past her indifferently, without even looking at her. Jiangya wanted to touch, but found that her hand had passed through. She suddenly had a thought. If she had not been reborn, Gu Feiyuan would have held the hand of another woman. Jiangya, who was even more calm when facing her husband's cheating in her previous life, suddenly couldn't bear it at this moment and burst into tears. Gu Feiyuan, Are you going to do this to me? When Gu Feiyuan heard the shouting next door, he rushed out of bed and rushed in towards the next door. He saw Jiang Ye sitting up sweating profusely, with fear and confusion in his eyes. Gu Feiyuan, why don't you support me? Why do you do this to me? Her emotions suddenly poured out. Gu Feiyuan felt distressed when he saw this scene and stepped forward to hug her. Jiang Ye came back to his senses, but his eyes were extremely cold. Gu Feiyuan, even if you don't support me, I will go to the provincial capital. It's better to rely on yourself. It's the same for everyone. Gu Feiyuan's hands were shaking a little. He had a feeling that Jiang Ye must have made some decision. He suddenly didn't dare to look at her. He regretted so much why he said those words just now. Gu Feiyuan, although you and I are husband and wife, we are also two different types of people. You have your dreams, and I have my persistence. If we can't reach an agreement, we might as well develop our own lives.
Hyunda.
Gu Feiyuan suddenly said. He shouted, I will not separate from you. I will support you. Whatever you want to do, I will support you. Jiang Ye's expression was still cold. You should also think about it. What I just said, I dreamed that you and Wei Shasha left in front of me. Maybe that kind of woman is more suitable for you. She knew she shouldn't say such hurtful words, but Jiang Ye couldn't bear it.
She had changed a lot.
She was strong and aggressive in her previous life. She put it away. Jiang Ye, I only have one wife, you. My wife can only be you. He covered her with a quilt and wiped the sweat from her head. Jiang Ye said nothing. Gu Feiyuan sighed. I'm just afraid of losing you, Jiang Ye. You're getting better and better. You're shining now. I'm afraid I'm not good enough. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Ye softened a little. Gu Feiyuan, since I have chosen you, I will not choose anyone else unless we separate. I'm afraid I won't choose anyone else either. I believe you. I will go to the logistics department to drive a car tomorrow, and you can give me the store address. Gu Feiyuan knew that he had let her down.
Okay.
Jiang Ye calmed down and did not want the relationship to become stiff anymore. Husband and wife can quarrel, but they should also leave each other to step aside. When commonalities cannot be achieved, active communication is required. Gu Feiyuan lay on the other side and gently hugged her into his arms. Perhaps what he needed to do was to be stronger, strong enough to protect her so that she would not have to worry about it anymore and just need to be protected by her with peace of mind. The two hugged each other, but neither could fall asleep. Gu Feiyuan, you are afraid that I will leave, and I am afraid that you will leave me. Jiang Ye looked at him seriously, her eyes red. Seeing Jiang Ye, such a strong person, crying every time because of him, Gu Feiyuan just felt like a rascal in his heart. No, I will always stay with you and protect you. From now on, I will say yes to my wife. Hearing these words, Jiang Ye smiled at the corner of his mouth. Go to sleep. I'll see how you behave in the future.
Then.
Don't say angry words in the future. Gu Feiyuan kissed her and said, Jiang Ye refused to admit it. I didn't. Have you? Jiang Ye bit him. No. Normally, Gu Feiyuan couldn't stand her teasing like this, but thinking about how tired she was just now, holding her tightly, the two fell into sleep. Gu Feiyuan is not him. She can trust it, Jiang Ye thought silently in her heart. Gu Feiyuan did what he said and asked Jiang Ye to teach him how to read the drawings the next day. Jiang Ye was a little surprised. Gu Feiyuan was really flexible and could quickly draw inferences and put forward opinions, some of which she had not even considered. After the two completely perfected the drawings, they began to look for decoration personnel. It's a pity that Jiang Ye searched a lot but found nothing suitable. Didn't you go to the person in charge of the construction site last time? He should have a lot of resources like this, right? Ask him. Otherwise, Jiang Ye is just a fan of the authorities, and it's completely dark. Jiang Ye kissed him and said, My husband is smart. Okay, stop giving me the ecstasy, and find it quickly. Gu Feiyuan pushed her. After making the call, what I didn't expect was that the carpenter had it. Jiang Ye couldn't be happier, but the news that came later was a bit bad. It turned out that the people in the construction team had never done this kind of decoration, and they didn't know how to deal with it, and they couldn't determine the price. Jiang Ye felt that it's not a big deal. I just said that as long as the requirements can be met, we can talk about money. She didn't say anything, but she felt in her heart that as long as she could achieve her goal, everything else was possible. When the people from the construction team heard that this was the case, they followed suit. Normally, this period is a blank period of work, and you can make money, so who wants to stay at home? After the contract is signed, the construction team started working, and Jiangye and Gu Feiyuan took turns supervising. Time passed quickly, and the carpenter also followed, and he understood more and more what Jiangye wanted. Everything goes according to plan. Jiangye began to prepare for his trip to the capital. He took some cash and his bankbook and set off. Gu Feiyuan wanted to ask for leave to go with her, but as expected, he couldn't. Jiangye didn't want him to go with him. After all, there was no telling when the soldiers would have missions, and Gu Feiyuan was the leader and had to deal with various things every day. After the two talked, Jiangye went to the provincial capital alone. As soon as Jiangye left, Gu Feiyuan became a lonely old man again. There was a hot stove burning in the house, and it was very hot, but he just felt that the house was too cold. The more I thought about it, the more I thought I should go with him. Seeing him like this, Shanzi joked with him. Brother, as soon as my sister-in-law left, you looked like nails on your ace and couldn't sit still. Stop talking nonsense, send the report over quickly, and then give Fu Lianhai's come over to me. Shanzi curled his lips. If you give me a hand, I don't know if he has enough time to pick out the eggs. Let him go and deliver it. Unexpectedly, there was a woman with disheveled hair and a sunken face. Shanzi almost shouted. It was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. He was running so fast. Gu Feiyuan's eyes turned cold when he saw the scene. Wei Shasha stood at the door blankly, staring straight at Gu Feiyuan. Gu Feiyuan, am I not good-looking? Gu Feiyuan's expression did not change. It has nothing to do with me whether you look good or not. Wei Shasha held back her tears. Do I hate you so much? Do you have to talk to me like this? Gu Feiyuan was a little impatient. I told you that you have nothing to do with me. Wei Shasha kept staring at him.
He was still so handsome.
Thinking of that time, he helped her find her wallet. She couldn't help but smile infatuatedly. Gu Feiyuan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. Miss Wei, I still have work. You can go back. I just came to see you, and will leave right away. He said this, but he didn't move at all. Gu Feiyuan just hoped to send her away quickly to prevent Wei Jinyu and Wei Jinhe from causing trouble again. The time Gao Yuan said was getting closer and closer. He was bound to get that spot, and he didn't want him to be missing out on the spot because of her. Captain Gu, the new squad 1st Company and 3rd Company, are fighting. Take a look. Gu Feiyuan directly put the report on the table, put on his coat, and walked out with Yang Wei. Before leaving, she didn't even look at Wei Shasha. Wei Shasha only saw the hem of his clothes, and then heard the sound of coming downstairs. Yang Wei and Gu Feiyuan came downstairs, and saw a soldier standing downstairs. He originally thought that Yang Wei was coming to save him, but he didn't expect that something really happened. Yang Wei knew what he was thinking as soon as he looked at his eyes. It really started to fight. Because of what? People from Class 3 saw the cigarettes hidden in Class 1. Gu Feiyuan stopped for a moment when he heard this. Does anyone else know? Yang Wei smiled bitterly. I'm afraid everyone knows. Let's go. Gu Feiyuan had a headache. Wei Jinyu was thinking about how to grab his pigtails. It would be better for people like him to just give him the handle. In other people's hands. We chatted a few more words on the way. Sure enough, it was Chun-hee, the thorn in the side of Class 3, who caused the trouble. Chun-hee was trained well in the new class, but he was impulsive and always got into trouble, for which he was punished frequently. But he thought it was impossible for him to hide the cigarettes. Chun-hee had a bad voice and couldn't smoke at all. There must be other things going on here. Another one of the troublemakers was called Chaozi. He was small, very dexterous, and had good physical strength, but he was definitely no better than Chun-hee. He probably couldn't be beaten clearly. How was the dwarf beaten? It's just a flesh wound. Chun-hee didn't hit hard. Gu Feiyuan was stunned for a moment, but fortunately this kid still knew how to measure. But now the company commanders of the 1st Squad and the 3rd Squad are in place, waiting for you to solve it. Mentioning these 2 company commanders gave Gu Feiyuan an even more headache. The 2 of them had just arrived at the dormitory and saw the guard at the door. Gu Feiyuan understood that this was Wei Jinyu's special plan. How could Chaizi be so smart and deliberately provoke Chinhe? Chinhe didn't smoke at all. There must be a person behind this. The angry Chinhe, the dwarf who has always been cowardly. Seeing such a scene, Gu Feiyuan confirmed his previous thoughts. Only the sound of footsteps was heard. Zhang Xiaomo, Wei Jinyu's staff officer, looked at Gu Feiyuan and sneered. Is this the recruit company you praise so much? Fighting, hiding cigarettes, making trouble? I see you got your promotion to major in vain. As if it were Chun Hazong's cigarettes. Chinhe was a little emotional. Captain, you know I don't smoke at all. Someone must have framed me. The army always speaks with facts, and Chief of Staff Zhang will definitely clear your name. With this sentence, when he came out, Zhang Xiaomo almost vomited blood. Wasn't this an obvious threat to him? He really didn't know the heights of the world. We'll know when we find out. Chinhe glanced at Gu Feiyuan. His eyes were angry and sad, and Gu Feiyuan patted him on the shoulder. Gu Feiyuan already knew very well that this trap was tailor-made for him, and all he wanted was to bow to the Wei family. It was obvious that he had been giving in because he just wanted to get a spot, but the Wei family kept forcing him, so he didn't have to endure it any longer. He wanted to have a good chat with Wei Jinyu. Gu Feiyuan sneered. When they arrived at the office, the two of them explained the situation. Chinhe heard Chaizi categorically talking about his smoking, and Chinhe almost beat him up again. Everyone knows that Chinhe has a problem with his throat and does not smoke at all, let alone hiding cigarettes. This is an ironclad fact, not to mention that there are witnesses to the existence of Chapo. This matter simply cannot be explained clearly. Gu Feiyuan said calmly, I am in charge of the recruit company. The soldiers under my command did such a thing because I, the regiment leader, failed to fulfill my responsibility. Chinhe was very sad. I didn't smoke, and the cigarette was not mine. It's a pity that no one paid attention to Chinhe's anger. Zhang Xiaomo pointed his gun directly at Gu Feiyuan. Can you escape by not fulfilling your responsibilities? What does the chief of staff mean if it is really Chinhe who smokes? Gu Feiyuan is willing to accept all punishments. Just as Zhang Xiaomo was about to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open. If you accept punishment for such a trivial matter, why don't you do anything else? He Minglin barged in and slapped him hard. On Gu Feiyuan's shoulder. Where is your future on the battlefield? You have to accept all punishments. You have to kill the enemy on the battlefield. Only those people will care about these trivial things. That's right, He Minglin is here, name and surname. Brigadier. Why are you back? Yes, fighting and smoking? No, hiding cigarettes. Shorty said quickly, and then glanced at Zhang Xiaomo. Chinhe sneered. The dwarf said that I hid cigarettes, which means that I smoked. I was not angry and beat him. Everyone in the recruit company knew that I had a bad voice and did not smoke at all. I am a non-smoker. Hiding cigarettes is, are you sick? He Minglin kicked him. Where's your brain? What did people say? Are you stupid? Chinhe was stunned. Gentle? If Jiang Yi saw this scene, she would probably be shocked. This is not the same one she had seen before. Only Gu Feiyuan knew that He Minglin was actually a soldier, especially those who couldn't stand those sinister villains. You really didn't hide it? No. Brigade Commander, I have a hereditary sore throat. The doctor doesn't allow me to smoke or drink. I can't even eat anything exciting, otherwise I will die. Brigadier, am I crazy?
Take it.
Fight for your life? Chinhe felt really aggrieved when he said this. He really wanted to be a soldier, so he always followed the doctor's orders. But he didn't expect that Chaozi would wrongly accuse him of this matter, and he would completely collapse. Well, you did the right thing. Self-discipline is also a very important thing. He Minglin patted him on the shoulder and then turned to the short man. How did you see a non-smoker hiding cigarettes?
I really saw it,
Chapo said. He Minglin glanced at Zhang Xiaomo. Chief of Staff, is this a big deal? If the army is on the line like this, what else are we going to do? He Minglin was also his superior, although he was from Wei Jinyu, Brigadier Commander. These new recruits have no rules. How can we let them go to the battlefield if they are not well trained? Okay, the company attaches great importance to this batch of new recruits. If they cause too much trouble, it will be detrimental to the military region. You don't want to affect the future. A drill for new recruits? He Minglin said directly. Let's see. Chunhee will go around the field 50 times, and El Chapo will go around the field 100 times. That's it. After hearing this punishment, the two company commanders felt relieved. The dwarf was a little surprised. Why am I 100? Ask your company commander. Song Zhanyu, Chun Qinghe, you are running away because of your lack of strict management. Gu Feiyuan, as the leader, did not fulfill his supervisory responsibilities. Double the number. Everyone was fined, no one could run away, and no one could say anything. Why don't you say that the leader of the group is off the hook? Then I'll let him double it. You'll have nothing to say, right? After the punishment order, everyone went to the playground to watch. Wei Jinyu looked at this scene and sneered. He didn't expect that Gu Feiyuan could escape like this. He is really capable. You actually caused my daughter to become so miserable. I will never make it easy for you. Dad, do you look good? Wei Shasha looked as if her whole body could be blown by the wind, and her body was extremely thin. Wei Jinyu felt even more distressed when he saw it. Fengda, come in the house. Dad, why did you do this? Wei Shasha asked, holding the Gu Feiyuan report in her hand. Hearing this, Wei Jinyu looked calm. Shasha, you are getting more and more outrageous. This is military affairs information. How could you read it? If I hadn't read it, I wouldn't have known that you were making things difficult for him. You clearly knew that you like him. You know he cares about this training report. Why do you do this? Wei Shasha looked extremely painful. Wei Jinyu came over, touched her head and said, Silly girl, I'm not doing this just for you. I know you care about Gu Feiyuan. I'm just doing this to let him understand that if he is willing to surrender, I can win. Isn't it a good thing that you can get an excellent husband? Dad, forget it. How can Gu Feiyuan agree to it with such a stubborn temper? Wei Jinyu helped her stand on the railing. Have you seen this group of people? Excellent soldier, as long as you don't want him, your father will never be right with him again. Wei Shasha glanced at him and saw that they were all wearing the same training clothes, but she was able to find him accurately at a glance. His vigorous steps are as fast as a cheetah's, and his posture is standard. Wei Jinyu sighed and said nothing more or asked anything. Shasha, Dad knows what you are thinking. He is the only one who knows his daughter best. He has prepared the best for her since she was a child. Now, when it comes to being a husband, of course you have to be the best. Since Gu Feiyuan is his daughter's favorite, no matter how despicable the means, he must fulfill his daughter's wish and will never let her make the same mistakes again and leave the same regrets as him. Wei Shasha bit her lip tightly. Dad, he is the person I like, and you are also the person I like. I don't want to lose any of you. Good daughter, there is nothing Dad will do, as a human being will do desire if you want to climb up in the army. You are not innocent. Do you think he will choose to fight for 10 years less? Wei Shasha felt as if Gu Feiyuan was already hers when she heard her father's words. The light slowly appeared, and Gu Fei, who was staring closely at the playground running laps, was not afraid. Seeing his daughter regain her energy, Wei Jinyu's eyes became colder and colder. As long as he wanted to do it, Gu Feiyuan would not be able to escape from his grasp. He would never allow his daughter to be sad. He just didn't want her to return to her previous appearance. When Gu Feiyuan completed 50 laps and walked towards the front, He Minglin's security guard came over. Captain Brigadier, he asked you to come over. Gu Feiyuan wiped his sweat and nodded. As soon as he entered the office, a cup of tea was smashed at his feet. You kid, you're so stiff that you dare to hold anything on your body? You just got a job and you don't cherish the fur on your body at all. Don't you want to go on the next international mission? He Minglin hated Tai Buqinggao. Said. Although Gu Feiyuan has always been tough, he has always respected He Minglin. He Minglin single-handedly brought him out. He Minglin thought he was a malleable talent and kept giving him opportunities. Gu Feiyuan did not let him down, and he completed all the tasks beautifully. Brigadier, I've been really frustrated lately. I've been reporting back over and over again. Upon hearing this, He Minglin asked, Did you have a quarrel with Wei Jinyu? Gu Feiyuan shook his head. He didn't quarrel with Wei Jinyu, but he didn't know how to tell Wei Shasha about Wei Shasha. He couldn't let me vent his anger on his daughter when she was wronged, right? In fact, even if Gu Feiyuan didn't say anything, He Minglin probably knew something about it. It was her daughter-in-law who said this, and felt that Wei Shasha's child had bad intentions. I know you're feeling aggrieved, but you have to bear with me. I've taken a good look at this year's documents. You're the one who has the quota. If you're sure, it's basically you. The premise is that Wei Jinyu doesn't give you any trouble, otherwise you know in your heart, after all, Wei Jinyu is your boss now, and whether the final document is stamped or not is all his. Commander He, have you had any tasks recently? You are quite smart, yes, but if you are like this, if you can't solve it well, then don't think about it. Fei Yuan, I brought you out single-handedly. You have enough for everything else now, but you just can't bear it. It's good for you to bow your head properly. He Minglin said sincerely.
Said.
Gu Feiyuan was a little silent. He knew very well that although he was a soaring eagle, there was a big net above him, tightly surrounding him. Being a soldier is his dream and obsession. But some people just take advantage of this and do those messy things. He Minglin looked at him and his eyes darkened. Fei Yuan, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general, is not a good soldier. You have to think clearly for yourself. He knew Gu Feiyuan's temper very well. He was stubborn but decisive, smart and overly upright. Integrity is not bad, but you must also learn to use means. Gu Feiyuan sat in the office, thinking about He Minglin's words over and over again. The mission opportunity Gao Yuan said was the same as what He Minglin said. Gao Yuan had reminded him before that many people were eyeing this task as a piece of cake, and many people were rushing to get it. Just like what He Minglin said, if he couldn't get that military position, I'm afraid this matter would be completely over. But what should he do? Wei Jinyu couldn't get along with him, so he didn't understand why Wei Jinyu wanted his daughter to like a married man. Does he really have to go along with Wei Jinyu and bow to him? The more this happens, the more Gu Feiyuan misses Jiangya. When Jiangya came back, he almost didn't recognize Gu Feiyuan. His clothes were a little dirty and wrinkled. What's wrong with you? Why do you look like someone who has returned from a long journey? Gu Feiyuan rubbed his forehead. When he saw his wife, he rushed over and kissed her. You are finally back. Why have you been gone for so long? Jiangya saw that he still had energy. Go. I'm almost exhausted. Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat. I just want to take a hot bath now. Okay, I'll boil water for you. In winter, there is no heating in the bathroom, so Jiangya uses hot water every time. Okay, I'll take a nap first. While Gu Feiyuan was boiling water, Jiangya was lying on the sofa. When Gu Feiyuan came out and saw the scene, he suddenly felt very distressed.
Hyun nodded slightly.
He must be exhausted from this trip. There was a thick blue under his eyes, and his hair was messy. The dusty shoes and clothes revealed that this trip was not easy for her. There was a knock on the door. Gu Feiyuan went to open the door and saw the person standing at the door. He went out and half-closed the door. What's the matter with you? Gu Feiyuan looked at her indifferently. I made some food and wanted to bring it to you. Sorry, I don't eat food from strangers. I'm not a stranger. Wei Shasha suddenly shouted emotionally. Shut up, my wife is sleeping. Then give it to sister-in-law. Gu Fei ignored him and went straight into the house, closing the door neatly. Wei Shasha broke down emotionally and ran out of the family building crying. After Jiangya woke up, he saw Gu Feiyuan sitting on the pony with a serious look on his face, not knowing what he was writing. Gu Feiyuan noticed someone was watching and raised his head. I'm awake. Do you want to eat some food? Wash some fruit for me. It's not too appetizing. After being tired, people are like this. They have no appetite at all, and I don't know if I'm hungry or not. Gu Feiyuan washed it and cut it into small pieces and handed it to him. What are you writing? You look very serious. Nothing. Have you bought everything? They have been delivered to the store.
So fast?
Gu Feiyuan asked in surprise. Jiangya nodded. Yes, I gave you the money, and of course I'm happy to get the goods. How many paintings did you draw? Gu Feiyuan took a bill that had been read through many times. After adding and subtracting for a long time, I found that it was almost 5,000. So much. The value is almost the same as my sister's yard. Gu Feiyuan exclaimed. Yeah, anyway, I have to rely on you to support me from now on. Jiang Yi said, kissing him hard. Gu Feiyuan felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She had made up her mind long ago, and she only discussed it with him before leaving because she respected him. However, he actually treated her like that. The more she thought about herself, the less important she became. Seeing that he was silent, Jiang Yi felt a thump in her heart, but she still smiled on the surface. Anyway, I'm bankrupt, so you have to support your wife, and you have to support her if you don't. I have to support you. You are my wife. No.
Who should I feed you? I'm Festi.
Go make me a cup of tea. It's late at night, and I can't sleep even after drinking tea. Gu Feiyuan disagreed. I just want to drink tea. What should I drink? Gu Feiyuan's legs softened as soon as he heard his wife act coquettishly. I'll make you some brown sugar water. Then I want you to endure it.
Jiang Yi said.
Jiang Yi really learned a lot about the business model of this era when he went to the provincial capital this time. The money was not only for machines, but also for other equipment and suitable things. I thought prices were low now, but I didn't expect that the money I brought was not enough. In the end, I used the money in my bank book to solve the problem. Now she just hopes to open a store as soon as possible and make money back quickly. Otherwise, she will really be left with nothing. While Jiang Yi was thinking, Gu Feiyuan had already boiled the brown sugar water and carefully put a few jujubes in it. He brought it in front of her and said, have a taste. This was Gu Feiyuan's first time making brown sugar water. If others had said this before, he would have dismissed it. Jiang Yi took a bite. After adding red dates, the taste became even better, and it was not cloyingly sweet. It tastes good. Are you going to the store tomorrow? Gu Feiyuan asked as he added another bowl to her. Let's see what happens. If you get up late, go later.
Jiang Yi said.
Gu Feiyuan sighed. You'll be busy again in the future. It should be that we both have to be busy. In the beginning, you had to travel everywhere, such as major schools, work canteens, etc. Jiang Yi took a photo, he touched his shoulder, and said, Still the old method? Gu Feiyuan said. Well, we still have to rely on wholesale, otherwise it will be too slow to recover the cost just by retailing. My wife asked me to do something, is there any reward? Gu Feiyuan said with squinted eyes. Jiang Yi took a sip and said, It depends on your performance. I want a deposit tonight. Gu Feiyuan said with a bad smile. Jiang Yi jumped up and kissed him, quickly entered the bathroom, closed the door and locked it, all at once. Gu Feiyuan walked to the door and asked, Do you need any service? Jiang Yi smiled. What a great idea. Please plug in the electric mattress for me. Gu Feiyuan happily went to plug in the electric mattress and changed to a new bed, sheet, and quilt cover. After finishing their work, Jiang Yi didn't come out. He went to the bathroom door and shouted, Daughter-in-law, you are so fast. If you are my soldier, run in circles. Let's play.
You are so slow, I were going in.
The door is locked, you can't get in. Are you trying to guard against me, or a thief? Gu Feiyuan said with a black face. You are not a thief. You are a thief and a flower picker. Hurry up and stay in bed. The bed is already warm. When Jiang Yi heard this, he opened the door directly and wrapped himself in a bath towel, revealing 2 white and tender legs. My thighs and hair were still wet, so I wrapped them in a towel and rushed into the bed. Oh my God, I miss the life with floor heating and bathtubs in later generations so much. How can it be so cold? Gu Feiyuan came in shortly after and saw a small trembling ball under the quilt. Seeing this scene, I felt particularly distressed. If you don't dry your hair, you'll catch a cold. Come out quickly. The bulge in the bed shook his head and said not to go out. It was too cold. Gu Feiyuan had no choice but to pull her out of the bed. Then she spread her hair and hammered it down from the side of the bed, covering the rest of her hair tightly. He took a towel and spread it on his legs, drying her carefully. Your hair is so long. After wiping it, he turned her around again. Jiang Yi didn't say a word during this process and felt warm in his heart. Even when he was passionately in love in his previous life, he never washed her hair. Perhaps God really thought that her previous life was too miserable, so he allowed her to have such a man in this life. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Gu Feiyuan asked, noticing that she was not feeling well. Jiangya shook his head. Gu Feiyuan, you are so kind.
Silly.
Gu Feiyuan knocked her on the head. What are you doing? It hurts so much. Jiangya pouted and said coquettishly. Okay, I'll rub it for you. You're such a delicate girl. Gu Feiyuan rubbed it for her, then went to tidy the bathroom, took a look at his pants, then turned off the light and went to bed. After a while, he felt a small bag bulge beside him, and it was held very close to him. He directly pulled her into his arms, accurately found his lips, and kissed her fiercely. In response, the two uvulae entangled sweetly. Jiangya's hand went down his abdomen, and Gu Feiyuan directly grabbed the flower bud. The longing for so many days turned into the hottest flame, burning each other. After a night of lingering, the two of them fell asleep at dawn. Gu Feiyuan changed his usual tiredness and became full of energy. Yang Wei joked, "It's different when my sister-in-law comes back." Gu Feiyuan cursed to get out, but he couldn't help but feel happy. Jiangya wanted to give Gu Feiyuan a hard slap and ask him to be gentler, but the result was that he was all red and it hurt so much when he walked. My waist is almost broken. Gu Feiyuan sneezed several times, and his ears felt feverish.
His wife must be talking about him.
After lunch, Jiangya followed the purchasing car to the carpenter's house in Xiajia village. When the carpenter saw Jiangya, his face lit up with smiles. He had been worried to death in the past 2 days. If he hadn't been introduced by an acquaintance, he would have been cheated. Even his old lady told him not to wait, and maybe they would forget about it. Can you not be happy to see Jiangya this time? I went to the provincial capital and kept you waiting, Jiangya said with a smile. The carpenter took Jiangya to the warehouse to see what he had made. Jiangya inspected and accepted it. Although it could not reach the level of machine polishing as powerful as that of later generations, it was extremely professional to be able to do it manually. I'm very satisfied. You can send it to the store for me and we'll figure it out together then, Jiangya said. This is going to be money, and the carpenter is not happy to give it away. With this income, he can rest for 3 months, not to mention that the provincial daughter-in-law will not give it a good look. I borrowed a car from the logistics department and went directly to the store. I saw most of the curtain outside the shop, but the door inside was open. There was a wind chime hanging on the door, and Gu Feiyuan was stunned as soon as he entered the house. The layout of the store is the same as the picture he saw before. The entire store is divided into 2 parts. One part is the workshop. A rectangular opening like a window is opened on the wall. People outside can see how the people inside are making. This is probably what Jiangya said, making. A safety link. The outside should be a space used for sales. The entire color tone tends to be candy color and sky blue. The whole thing looks sweet and warm. One wall is painted with the only different dark color, and only the upper part is painted with dots of white, as if like the Milky Way. It gives people a sense of reverie. The table and chairs in fruitwood color are not flat tables, but small round tables, which look exquisite and pleasant. Next to it is the big sister chin table, which is also in the same fruitwood color as the table and is used to display the pastries. House. Jiangya came out of the workroom with a rag in his hand. When he saw someone in the store, he would have thrown the rag out if he hadn't recognized it as Gu Feiyuan. You're scaring me to death, but you don't say a word. You don't even look at what time it is. How can I not worry if you are alone in the store? There are no cars going home at this hour, Gu Feiyuan said. Hearing this, Jiangya smiled and said, What a coincidence. Why don't you come over and help? What's the deal? Jiangya hooked her hands. Gu Fei walked over, and the two entered the workroom. This is the equipment I bought when I went to the provincial capital this time. When Gu Feiyuan saw the equipment, he was simply shocked. No wonder he spent so much money. Jiangya really bought a lot. At first glance, it was all available. The equipment was wipe it clean. Then he saw various utensils on the cabinet next to him, which also made him look at it with admiration. You bought so many? They are all suitable.
It was hard to buy them.
Am I good? Jiangya said very proudly. Gu Feiyuan could imagine how much she suffered in those days. These things must have traveled a lot. No wonder she looked so tired yesterday. Awesome, who is my wife? Can she not be awesome? Gu Feiyuan touched her head and said, since I had decided to make a decision, I must do my best. Jiangya looked at him seriously and said. Gu Feiyuan held her in his arms distressfully. Not everyone had such perseverance. Besides, he had never seen many of these equipment. In fact, Gu Feiyuan's guess was correct. In her previous life, she had only come to the provincial capital when she was on a business trip. At that time, the provincial capital was very mature in all aspects. If you need a place, you only need to take a taxi. If that doesn't work, you can use the AMAP map. But the current provincial capital was still undergoing sporadic construction, and it took a lot of effort for her to find someone who sold this type of equipment. The reason why the price is so high is because the equipment is produced abroad. Daughter-in-law, just tell me what you need me to do. Jiangya hugged him when he heard this. Feiyuan, I am the one who wants to work side by side with me to build our family. Just as you are willing to support me, I am also willing to support your dream. You are on the front line to protect your home and country, and I am working so that you don't have any worries. In her previous life, she established a business empire just to protect the people she wanted to protect, but in the end, she was injured. His body was completely damaged, and his life was gone. In this life, she still wants to protect the person she wants to protect, because this man is worth it. When he heard these words, Gu Feiyuan felt that the dark thoughts in his heart were particularly sad. He had always used money to measure value, but never thought about what Jiangya wanted. He just felt that he made too little money, his father was ill, and his cousin's house was all settled by her. As a man, of course he would have low self-esteem, but he didn't expect Jiangya to think of him like this. Daughter-in-law, I'm sorry, I didn't know you well before. Gu Feiyuan, our days are still long, and there is no time when our tongue will not touch our teeth. Jiangya said, your dream will definitely come true. Gu Feiyuan hugged her and said. Jiangya said silently in his heart, Gu Feiyuan, my dream also includes being with you forever. Let's go home. Jiangya looked at him and said. Gu Feiyuan nodded and held her hand. Okay, you are not allowed to go home so late in the future. Okay. Jiangya has already thought of the name of the pastry shop, which is called Emo Shang Hua Kai, after Emo Shang Hua Kai. You can return slowly. She hopes that everyone who comes to buy pastries will be someone who knows how to wait. The white on the wall was the white snow that day. Gu Feiyuan was standing outside the door wearing a military uniform, and she was waiting for his return in the house, waiting for something sweet and thick. She just recalled later that maybe that day, she already had him in her heart and she could never let him go. Jiangya suddenly thought of Jiangya in the past. If he was like her, would there be nothing wrong with her? It's a pity that she is who she is just Jiangya. The ending has already been written, and she only hopes that she and Gu Feiyuan will be together forever. In order to prepare for this opening, Jiangya carefully prepared a series of plans and revised them many times. Jiangya posted a recruitment advertisement outside, recruiting 2 clerks, each with a salary of 100, not counting bonuses. This kind of basic salary is probably the only one in Bin City. Jiangya originally learned the tricks of the mall in her previous life, but it didn't work. No one dared to try the free stuff. She was not discouraged. She took the employees who applied for the job and sent them various advertisements, asking people to try them everywhere. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the opening. Jiangya had tidied up the entire space early in the morning. The employees and Jiangya also put on uniformly made work clothes, with the words Akal on Mo's hang delicately embroidered on them. Gu Feiyuan specially asked for leave. Outside are small baskets with bread, pastries, and fruits cut into small pieces, with special bread forks and fruit forks used on them. There are also bags of biscuits and puffs. The employees are responsible for these. If you come with a paper coupon, you can take away a bag of cookies for free. Various pastries are placed on the display cabinets, with beautifully made name tags that write the names, stories, and makers of the pastries. After a while, customers flocked in, but they were all curious and came to take a look. There were a few people buying. Many people outside were watching outside the window. Although there were not as many gifts as there were purchases on the first day, there were still a lot of people who were embarrassed to buy the products after receiving them for free. Jiangya still lost money on the first day. The next day, a slightly older employee advised Jiangya not to give it away for free. Jiangya thought about it for a while. With the big opening reward, he had to do it according to the leaflet. After 3 days of sending according to the list, there was still no improvement. Jiangya was a little anxious. After lunch, Jiangya was preparing to change his strategy when suddenly a man wearing a Chinese tunic suit and looking a bit majestic came. Next to him was a woman wearing high heels and perming her hair. The visitor came straight to the point and asked, "I heard that you can make customized pastries here?" "Yes, what kind of pastries do you need? You can also provide us with pictures or choose the styles we have developed."
Hyun answered fluently.
"Let's take a look first." Jiangya nodded. "We are now in the opening period. You can also have a taste." As soon as employee Dandan heard this, she quickly stepped forward and put the small basket of free samples on both sides. In front of people, the two tasted a piece and exchanged glances. "To tell you the truth, this is a cake for my father's birthday. I think the largest one you have is 15 inches. Can you make a larger size? Make it 3 layers. It must fit in with the theme of the birthday party."
"Don't too sweet."
The woman was a little worried about the quality of Binshur. She originally planned to transport it directly from the provincial capital, but she was worried that it would not be fresh. The child came back with this flyer, and the two of them decided to give it a try. Jiangya heard that these two people often eat desserts, and the requirements they expressed were very professional. "Okay, when will you probably need it?" Although it's a little difficult to handle such a large workload just after opening, there's no reason to push out the business you've got. Moreover, the price of the 18-inch model is already 50, and the 20-inch model is 80 even including the discount. Thinking about it, it is even more impossible to recommend. We will use it tomorrow morning. Come and pick it up this evening around 6:10. The man told the time very accurately. Gu Feiyuan came out of the workroom and happened to hear these words. He frowned and glanced at Jiangya. Jiangya nodded directly and agreed. "Okay, but you have to pay 40 first, half of the deposit, and I will give it to you. You write a receipt and you can pick it up when the time comes." Jiangya originally thought that the other party would have to say a few words when making such a request, but he didn't expect the woman to readily agree. As soon as the two left, Gu Feiyuan came over and said, "It's too late for you. The last bus is at 5:30. I can pick you up today. What will you do in the future? Business is like this at the beginning. We can't look forward and backward. It's like when you go to the battlefield. Why do you retreat when the enemy is fierce?" Jiangya's words are reasonable. Gu Feiyuan smiled and said, "Okay, it's getting late. I'll pick you up." As soon as this little friction was over, Jiangya entered the workroom. Gu Feiyuan glanced at the paintings on the wall. The flowers were blooming on the street, and they were slowly returning to her place. Will time also look forward to him as he looks forward to her? Gu Feiyuan sighed and seemed to understand something. He walked into the workroom and saw Jiangya wearing work clothes with her long hair tucked into a hat. She was kneading the dough carefully and beating the eggs. These can originally be done by machine, but according to the customer's requirements, Jiangya first made manual modifications, then put it into the machine, adjusted it, made the cake embryo, baked it, and continued to make the second and third layers, and then put them and got in. After taking it out of the oven, turn the carving and adjust the style. The aroma filled the entire workspace. "Fei Yuan, take those ready-made bags and go out to win over customers." He looked at her here, and she felt quite uncomfortable. Okay, I get it. He couldn't help here, so he might as well help her with something else. "Well, tell them that our bread and pastries have a shelf life of 15 days, and cakes have a shelf life of 1 to 3 days. Remember to tell them the location of the store."
Hyun.
Gu Feiyuan smiled and said, "You can just make the cake without worrying about it." "Okay, then I will wait for the good news of your victory." Jiangya also waved his hand. Gu Feiyuan went out for a while. Jiangya came out of the workroom, and someone happened to walk in. A woman wearing a coat and permed hair walked in. "Accountant Lin? You open this?" Lin Li asked with a look of disbelief. Jiangya smiled and said, I am no better than someone like you who has an iron rice bowl. I can't just stay and rely on my old care to support me. I have to find something to do. It doesn't matter if Linley goes out now, or not if she doesn't go out. The whole person looked a little embarrassed and could only look around. You wouldn't know this without taking a glance, but you'd be even more surprised if you take a glance. The whole decoration of the pastry room was very exquisite and sweet, especially the painting and the words on the wall, which made her even more impressed. She couldn't tell whether the men and women in the painting were Gu Feiyuan and Jiangya, but they seemed to be very artistic, and she would be immersed in the painting when she looked at them. Coupled with those few words, it was a deep feeling of longing. I heard Sister Lu said that Accountant Lin is pregnant. Stop standing and sit down. Jiangya poured a glass of water, took some pastries and put them in front of her. I heard from my colleagues that a pastry shop opened nearby. I was a little hungry, so I came over to take a look. Linley said with a smile. Then try it. Pregnant women are two people after all, and their appetite will indeed be a little hungrier than ordinary people. Jiangya handed her a puff and said. Linley nodded, yes, my waist is getting thicker. She glanced at Jiangya as she spoke, suddenly feeling a little jealous for no reason. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and Jiangya also noticed it, but those who came were guests. It's getting late, I'll go back first. Linley stood up and said, the smile on her face gone. Okay, take these things with you. Jiangya directly pulled a small cloth bag and put it in for her. The cloth bags are also custom made by the pastry shop. Linley resisted for a while, but finally accepted it. As soon as she left the pastry room, Linley felt unhappy. Jiangya was really amazing. He actually opened it in this area. Was this the store that my sister-in-law was talking about last time? Later, the rent was too expensive. Where is Jiangya? All this money? Could it be given by Gu Feiyuan? She used to always make fun of others, but it turned out that she was really not as good as them. This is what makes her discerning. Her job sounded good, but in fact it was nothing. Linley tore open a bag of biscuits and took 2 bites. It had a strong milky aroma, and the biscuits were crisp but not dry. The biscuits someone gave her mother last time were imported biscuits, and she felt dry after eating them. Linley ate at the end and only had 1 bag left. She quickly put it away and carried it back to the accounting office. As soon as we entered, colleagues gathered around us. Lily, what delicious food did you buy that smells so good? Everyone knows that Linley's home is extraordinary, and she usually wears and eats the best. It would also be nice to give them some. Hey, pastry shop. That's quite fresh. Upon hearing this, Linley's sense of superiority came back again. Come and try it. It tastes very good. Everyone was not polite, and each took a pack. While eating, this tastes really good. How much does it cost? It must be expensive, right? The grand opening reward is not expensive. Linley didn't know how much it cost. She glanced at the door and saw it. Here Gu Feiyuan came back, holding a list mysteriously. Daughter-in-law, guess how many I got? Jiangya didn't really have any hope. 10?
No.
Then 30? Gu Feiyuan sighed, pretending to be angry. You're so unreliable, trust me? Good husband, please tell me, how many are they? I got a list of 100 for the student canteen and 100 for the government canteen, Gu Feiyuan said proudly. My husband is so awesome. He poops so much. In fact, wheat-flavored buns are the cheapest bread, costing only 2 yuan each, but she can't dampen his enthusiasm. You're perfunctory with me. You didn't even read the order. Gu Feiyuan snorted coldly. Jiangya smiled and said, then give it to me. I won't give it anymore. Gu Feiyuan's stubborn temper came online, and he strongly demanded attention. Jiangya smiled and felt helpless. Then what do you want? Where should I be rewarded? I don't even have any saliva. Jiangya quickly poured a cup of tea. Here you go. Thank you for your hard work. Gu Feiyuan drank it after drinking some tea. I took my time to give her an order. Jiangya took a look and said the same as he said, a loaf of bread is 2 yuan, and the reward will be divided into 5 cents for you. Oh, what if it is 100 a day? Gu Feiyuan, how many did you pull? Jiangya took a look. He knew something was wrong with that evil smile. Hey, you didn't take a good look at the order. Jiang Yali picked it up and took a look at it. Oh my god, Gu Feiyuan, you are so awesome. It is indeed 200, but it is 200 per day, and there is a deposit receipt. There are actually many other small orders for which deposits have been given. Jiang Ye finally felt at ease. Although wheat-flavored buns are the cheapest, they can't stand the large quantity. 200 a day, that's 5,600 a month. This still leaves aside the holidays. The net profit was 5,000 yuan. If this continues, it will pay back quickly. Daughter-in-law, the amount is so big, can you handle it alone? Gu Feiyuan looked at Jiang Ye and said. Jiang Ye nodded. If I had to do it all by hand, wouldn't it be exhausting? Have you seen the biggest oven? That one can make 200 wheat-flavored buns at one time. Gu Feiyuan followed her pointer and looked, and sure enough, there is a much larger device in the largest space inside. Then I'm relieved. Store manager, come out quickly. I'm going to be very busy. Jiang Ye looked out of the window and saw that while the two of them were talking, a lot of people came into the store and all the shelves were empty. Now, Dandan is too busy, and even Sister De Zhang is busy controlling order. Children in the city are different. They don't look at the price at all. They just pay for whatever they like. The two of them hurried out to help. Perhaps Gu Feiyuan was too serious, and the whole scene was controlled. After a while, everyone obediently started lining up. The hands of Jiang Ye and Dan were almost broken. Just after sending away the students, Jiang Ye got into the workroom again. It was almost time, and the final steps of the cake began. It was past 6:10, and they hadn't come yet. Jiang Ye let the two employees go and loaded them with a lot of leftover bread and puffs. Although these all have a shelf life, Jiang Ye still advocates the food model of the previous life. Bread and pastries that have passed the time are not good. Will be sold again. Jiang Ye put the cake hard into the box and tied it carefully. Then he sat at the counter and sorted out the day's projects. Gu Feiyuan kept staring at her, as if he couldn't get enough. Is there a flower on my face? Yeah, it's very beautiful, Jiang Ye said with a blush. Gu Feiyuan couldn't help but stepped forward, only to hear a muffled sound. Sorry, I'm late. It was the woman who ordered the cake. It doesn't matter, I have already packed it for you. You can see the entire cake from here. If there is no problem, I will do the final boxing, Jiang Ye said with a smile. The visitor took a look and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this store uses a transparent box for packaging. You can see the appearance of the entire cake at a glance, which is extremely careful. Well, okay, here are the remaining 40, keep them. The visitor handed the money directly to her and said. Jiang Ye took the money and packaged it professionally, including a few small bags of biscuits. As soon as they left, Jiang Ye recorded the last 40, making a total of 150 today. Daughter-in-law, it seems that you are doing well today. Hey, as expected, the retail sales are not as much as yours. If I don't have your share, when will I get it back? I invested a small 10,000. So much, yes, the equipment only cost 5,000. Adding up the other raw materials, the daily cost of opening the store is all money.
Hyanda Said.
It's okay, my wife is so good, she can definitely do it. Stop praising me, put the raw materials in the refrigerator quickly, pack them up, and we can leave, Jiang Ye said with a yawn. Now we can't reach the power of future generations. If there is no automatic generator, we can only rely on refrigeration. Fortunately, it is winter now. When winter is over, we will have to think of other methods. On the way home, Jiang Ye has been thinking about the time to open and close the store. Now the customer base has not yet come, so she can only wait for time. Fei Yuan, if that doesn't work, I'll rent a house near the store. I've calculated that I'm afraid I'll have to come back at this time in the future. As you can see, there's a lot of traffic when students get out of school at 5:30. You can't miss this time. Although, Gu Feiyuan had already said before that if it was too late for him to pick her up, but the car belonged to the army after all, and Gu Feiyuan kept driving out, would it cause any bad associations? Gu Feiyuan glanced at her. Don't worry about it.
I'm sensible.
If it's late, I'll pick you up. When Jiang Ye saw him like this, he didn't think much about it. After a tiring day, I went home and fell asleep. Jiang Ye went to the store early the next morning. Today there were 200 wheat sachets and other products in the store, as well as the installation of an internal phone. Jiangye thought for a while that the store could add delivery services for future generations. Gu Feiyuan has made a decision to have a complete showdown with Wei Jinyu. He can't endure it forever and pretend that nothing has happened. He is different from the past. He has a family and must be responsible for it. Wei Jinyu's guard saw the two of them and said, "Commander Zhang, the division commander said to see Major Gu first and ask you to wait for a few minutes." Zhang Xiaomo nodded. As soon as Gu Feiyuan entered the office, he saw Wei Jinyu looking like he had expected it. "Mr. Wei, this is the recruit training summary report. You asked me to revise it 10 times. I want to ask you this time, which part dissatisfied you?" Seeing him looking neither humble nor overbearing, Wei Jinyu sneered. He thought he would be some kind of tough guy, but now he is not obedient. "You are the subordinate, and I am the superior.
If I say no, you have to change."
Wei Jinyu looked aloof. This look was just as annoying as the Wei Jinhe I had seen before. "Then I want to hear what you think is wrong. Captain Gu, you're still young and have a bright future. Don't ruin yourself." Wei Jinyu threatened. Gu Feiyuan smiled and said, "Where did you start from talking about this? I, Gu Feiyuan, am just a regiment leader. All I want is to protect my family and the country. I don't want to do anything else, and I am not interested in it." This sentence has clearly told Wei Jin and young Master Yu that those things are the idea struck him. Really? Is Commander Gu willing to be the leader for the rest of his life? Wei Jinyu said with a cold smile. "Mr. Wei, I also want to move up, but I hope every step is solid. My parents are both farmers. They have taught me since I was a child that I have to rely on my own ability to get what I want." Gu Feiyuan looked at him firmly. He glanced at him and said. Wei Jinyu looked at him. "Okay, I understand. You can put the report here, and you can go out. Mr. Wei, I am a bit stubborn in my behavior. I really did something wrong. Please give me some advice." Wei Jinyu clearly heard the meaning of the words. It was obvious that he was talking about his daughter. "You don't have to work hard, isn't it? Work hard and you will feel at ease, because you rely on your own ability." After saying this, Wei Jinyu couldn't even put on a sneer on his face, and his eyes were like the sharpest knife poking hard.
To him.
Gu Feiyuan looked calm and said, "Since everything is fine, I'll leave first." He refused those who should refuse, and his words were so straightforward. If Wei Jinyu still behaves like this, Gu Feiyuan is not a vegetarian. When Gu Feiyuan went out, he happened to run into Wei Shasha. Compared with last time, Wei Shasha had recovered a lot. "Captain Gu, you are such a rare visitor." Wei Jinyu shouted loudly, "Shasha." Wei Shasha smiled playfully, said a few words, then turned and walked in. After settling Wei Jinyu's matter, Gu Feiyuan went directly back to the office and happened to receive a call from Gao Yuan. "I heard that you have been in the limelight recently?" Gu Feiyuan was not surprised that he knew such a thing. If the Binshir military district didn't order someone from the Gao family, how could he swallow this piece of fat? "Fortunately, it's thanks to you. There have been changes in the tasks that have been set. We have to wait for the final order for details." "How could this happen?" "Fei Yuan, you are also a soldier. You understand that all this belongs to the military. It's confidential. You can't even ask based on your level. I'm telling you in advance. I just hope you can resolve this matter as soon as possible. I don't want any trouble to arise," Gao Yuan said in a serious tone. Gu Feiyuan also hoped to solve this matter, but someone just refused to let him go. "Also, Fei Yuan, I need your help with something," Gao Yuan said helplessly. Gu Feiyuan was stunned for a moment. "Just tell me if you have something to say. You know my brother, right?" "Yes. Gao Han caused a big trouble in Kyoto some time ago. The old man wants to kick him out, or let him guard the border. You also know that my brother is spoiled, and my old lady doesn't agree with anything, so she went to the hospital for this. I remember that your military region's logistics department is short of someone. Can you put him in so that the old lady can't follow the old man? I'm so angry. We juniors can worry less." Gao Han didn't treat Gu Feiyuan as an outsider at all. Gu Feiyuan smiled. "I'm afraid he won't be able to bear it. The logistics department is short of someone, a backyard pig farmer. You have to bear it if you can't bear it. Otherwise, if you go to the frontier and die like him, you will have to die. Although Gao Yuan said cruel words, he was actually reluctant to let it go in his heart. Okay, you can bring it over. When the time comes, you can give me a good beating. If you cause trouble, don't worry about us. Should I beat him? Although Gao Han doesn't have a high status here, he is still in the Gao family. Where's the young master? Yes, the old man said that if a small tree is not cultivated, it will not grow straight, and if a person does not cultivate and chirp, he will never come back for the rest of his life, if he does not change. But you also know that Wei Jinyu has been watching me closely recently. If I do come in personally, don't worry, my old man will find someone when the time comes. Gu Feiyuan nodded. In any case, this is a step closer to the Gao family. According to his current situation, this matter is still good for him. Are there any tasks in the near future? Please arrange them for me. Why? Can't stand Wei Jinyu anymore. Gu Feiyuan didn't say much. He hated Wei Jinyu's recent behavior. It would be better to go out to do tasks than to be harassed here every day. Strong calculation. Even though Gu Feiyuan didn't speak, Gao Yuan knew what was going on and just asked him to wait for news. Jiangya hasn't stopped since he arrived at the store today. He doesn't know what happened today. There is a steady stream of customers. Many people who tried it came to buy it, but the raw materials prepared were far from enough. Sister De Zhang has been running out to buy for quite a while. Dandan was also busy collecting money and was slapped on the back of the head. The person who ordered a birthday banquet yesterday said that his relatives thought it was good after eating it, so he ordered a 15-inch one today and will pick it up then. Jiangya almost cried. While drinking water, she quickly asked the local Sister De Zhang to see if there was anyone who could deliver the goods. Originally, this matter should have been done by Sister De Zhang, but once Sister De Zhang left, it was just her and Dandan in the store. The workshop inside couldn't be empty all the time, and Dandan herself couldn't be busy outside. Even she ran to deliver the goods twice, but the list Gu Feiyuan found was indeed reliable. Seeing that they were so busy, one of them found a car to take him back by himself. Jiangya also felt embarrassed and sent a few more small ones. After hearing this, Sister De Zhang smiled and said, "There is such a person. My man was an ironworker earlier. He has a lot of strength. If you can trust me, I will let him come." In fact, Jiangya was a little hesitant, but still agreed, "Okay, you can ask your eldest brother to come over. Then the salary will be the same as yours. If you do well in the future, it will be raised. After all, it is a laborious job and you cannot treat others badly. It's okay. You work well. I believe your eldest brother is not bad at all." Jiangya also wanted to find someone to collect money so that Dandan could be responsible for greeting guests alone. As soon as Gu Feiyuan got off work, he drove directly out of the military area and stepped on the accelerator all the way. The city was far away from the military area, and it was not easy to take shortcuts. By the time he got there, it was already dark and there were no people on the road. Pushing the door open, I saw that the store had been neatly packed. When Jiangya raised her head and saw him, it was as if she had met her savior. "Gu Feiyuan, come and help me. I'm so tired of looking at money."
Can you not spend it?
There were too many people delivering goods, and Dandan later went out to deliver goods. She was the only one left in the store, and she was almost exhausted. Gu Feiyuan glanced at the money box and was shocked. Why is there so much money? This was much more than the day before. Jiangya smiled and said, "Don't mention it." As soon as my order delivery was launched, many people called to place orders. I also offered to buy 5 breads and get a puff as a gift. The result was even more popular. My wife did it. If you have a business mind, it will be easy to get food if you want to.
Hyun Desmail.
Sure enough, there are people like Mate Wan in every era. Stop praising me. Come and help. Gu Feiyuan quickly took off his coat and started counting quickly. Divide it according to size, tie it up with white paper, and then write down the sum of each pile of money on the paper. After adding, subtracting, and subtracting, it will be done quickly. With Gu Feiyuan's help, Jiangya immediately knew today's turnover, not to mention 200 more than yesterday. This money is really hard to make. He took out 150 and handed it to Gu Feiyuan. Here you go. What for? You didn't say you wanted a reward? I wanted another reward. Jiangya blushed and pushed him. Pack up quickly. We can go home. We're starving. They put the money into their wallets, turned off the lights, and locked the door. Jiangya took a look at the car and was surprised to see a bicycle in the compartment. Have you bought a bicycle? Yeah, didn't you say you're not used to using military vehicles? Today is the last time. I already told you, I'll rent a house nearby. You run back and forth all day. Even there's no time to breathe, Jiangya said distressfully as he got into the passenger seat. I'm not tired at all after picking up my wife. Gu Feiyuan kissed her and started the car. The two of them talked and laughed along the way and arrived at the military area. When Jiangya came home, he saw that Gu Feiyuan had already put the rice on the stove and kept it warm. He ate it with emotion. Sister De Zhang's husband is indeed as hardworking and capable as she is. She just walked him through it once and remembered everything. After that, he didn't have to worry about delivery. Jiangya also said that if he could get other orders, he would share them in proportion. I don't know if Sister De Zhang's husband looks too honest. Not to mention that many people are willing to deal with him. Jiangya is simply too satisfied with such an employee. As the number of orders increases, Jiangya now operates 3 ovens at the same time, and many small shops have begun to become customers. They mainly buy bread that can be stored. Students still come as soon as class is over, and Jiangya is still suitable. I made some juice and sold it with pastries. Meat floss and fruit pieces were added to the bread, which was also very popular among students. However, it was still very slow to get back the money, so Jiangya began to think about the distribution cooperatives and supply and marketing cooperatives. However, Gu Feiyuan sighed, I don't have such connections here, but Fu Dongsheng is a local, so he should have. Upon hearing Fu Dongsheng, Jiangya shook his head like a rattle, then still forget it. Fu Dongsheng is not Lin Li's husband. She doesn't want to think about Lin Li. No, let's forget it and think of other ways. Gu Feiyuan understood that his wife had no concerns. Say it again. A few days later, Gu Feiyuan gave her a phone call and asked her to find him. Didn't I tell you not to look for Fu Dongsheng? Don't worry, it's not him. Jiangya asked several times in disbelief, but Gu Feiyuan still refused to say it, so she had no choice but to give up. The person Gu Feiyuan was looking for was Yang Wei. No one knew that Yang Wei's father was the head of the largest dealership. Yang Wei had been following Gu Feiyuan, and Gu Feiyuan would not forget him no matter what good deeds he did. As soon as he heard that the group leader needed help, Yang Wei went home without saying a word. Yang Wei's father is even smarter. Otherwise, would he be the person in charge of the dealership? When I heard that he was a regiment leader or a major, my son would definitely have a bright future under such a person in the future. Besides, whose products he bought from was not the best. Now the staff lineup has been initially formed. The one who entertains the guests is Dandan. The one who is responsible for settling the accounts is Xiaoyu. She and Sister De Zhang are in the operation room. That day, I accidentally discovered that Sister De Zhang is good at making noodles, and the one who delivers the goods is Sister De Zhang's husband, Wang Songlin. After that, Jiangya let Sister De Zhang into the workshop and gave her an extra 5 yuan to help her prepare raw materials in advance. Who wouldn't make money if they were rich? If she comes a little longer, she can earn an extra 5 yuan. If she is late, there will be overtime pay, and her husband will join her. The children are now older, and she doesn't need her help to look after the grandchildren, so she feels much more at ease. With the help of Sister De Zhang, Jiangya felt a lot more relaxed. As soon as the bread came out of the oven today, Jiangya took the bread and went to Yang Wei's father's place. Director Yang is a nice person. After eating it, he found it even more delicious, much better than the ones they had before. At first, I thought that even if it didn't taste good, it would just be a favor. But as a businessman, as soon as he tasted it, he knew that this bread would be easy to sell. You are really amazing. This bread is soft and tastes great. Isn't this skill impossible to master in 10 or 8 years? You're welcome. The employee who makes the dough is a veteran. I have this skill in the provincial capital before. I learned it, and then I figured it out on my own. How much do you think is appropriate? Director Yang thought for a moment. 80. If the sales are good, I will ask for more, but we don't have to pay a deposit first. You have to be considerate. Jiang Ye nodded and asked Wang Songlin to send him over. The reason why the deposit was confiscated is because Yang Wei must have connections with other dealerships. If the news can be spread by then, it will be much better than the deposit. Jiang Ye is also good at doing business. When he asked Wang Songlin to deliver the goods, he gave a dozen small breads for free and said that he would take them back and give them to the employees of the dealership to try. When Director Yang saw her doing this, he had some appreciation for her, which was completely different from the previous thoughts of his boss's wife, who was just trying to curry favor with her son. Jiang Ye felt warm in her heart when she looked at everything he had carefully prepared. In her previous life, she had ridden in all kinds of good cars and driven all kinds of cars, but none of them were as happy as sitting on this bicycle and listening to Gu Feiyuan's breathing. Maybe this is what it feels like to fall in love with someone, not seeking wealth and glory, only seeking to grow old. It rained heavily in Bin City that day. Jiang Ye directly told Gu Feiyuan that there was no need to come over, and she would find a car to go back. Who would have expected that when they arrived at the station outside the military area, they saw Gu Feiyuan wearing a military green coat standing under the station sign. Although the cold winter has left, the weather is still very cold in early spring. As soon as she got out of the car, Gu Feiyuan quickly walked over, handed her the umbrella, opened his coat, and surrounded her. Come on, I've boiled hot water for you. Go home and wash up quickly. Jiang Ye was touched and sweet, hugging him and kissing him hard. The two of them were wrapped up like this all the way back to the military area. But they didn't see a woman squatting right at the gate, looking at them with jealous eyes. Why, she is prettier than that woman and has a better family background. Why is he so sweet to her, but so cold to her? The more he thought about her, the colder his heart became. When he looked at her, his eyes were always cold, never like looking at that woman. Tears fell instantly, and my heart was broken into pieces. Gu Feiyuan had discovered Wei Shasha's existence a long time ago, but he just didn't bother to pay attention to it. She was asking for trouble, and no one could help her. As soon as he got home, Gu Feiyuan turned Jiang Ye around and pressed him against the door panel and kissed her. What are you doing? Miss you. I'll cook whatever you want to eat. The store has been busy lately, and he leaves early and comes back late. Gu Feiyuan either eats in the canteen or in the cafeteria. In the past, she could make it in advance. I made some delicious food. I don't have time at all now. Thinking about it, it really wronged him. I want to eat human flesh. Gu Feiyuan said, and kissed him again. Jiang Ye blushed and jumped away quickly. Don't make trouble. I don't. Gu Feiyuan started to show off, but he still carried her to the sofa and leaned against the stove. The two of them quickly warmed up and simply cooked some noodles. Gu Fei went to wash the dishes while she was warming the fire and looking into the kitchen. As soon as he came out, he quickly greeted him. Come here and see how much you have earned recently. The previous calculation was for 1 day. It's been a week, and it's time to do some accounting. The two of them did some calculations, and Jiang Ye sighed. Making money was much slower than before. What's wrong? Not satisfied. Hey, I only made 1,000 yuan this week. Jiang Ye said depressedly. Gu Feiyuan held her hand and asked, have the costs of those raw materials been removed? Well, it's still too little. It's still a long time, take your time. Jiang Ye nodded, and then took out a 200. The block was handed to him. Take it and pay it back. Gu Feiyuan was depressed. How did you know? I must know. You don't have any extra money. Gu Feiyuan pulled her into his arms. Daughter-in-law, am I making a little less money? No, I am good at making money and you are good at defending the country. Everyone's values are different. You just need to follow your own pace, as long as we have each other in our hearts. Nothing else matters. Whether my husband in the previous life could make money, so what? Besides, it's not that Gu Feiyuan can't make money, it's just that he has a more important mission. Daughter-in-law, being able to marry you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. After saying this, Gu Feiyuan hugged her and returned to the bedroom. The two of them were honest with each other, without saying a word. The lights were so bright that Jiang Ye suddenly felt embarrassed. Hurry up and turn off the lights. Gu Feiyuan turned off the lights, took off his clothes, and got into bed. When he saw her hiding in the corner, he pulled her out. The cold air outside instantly invaded the skin. What are you going to do? Call my husband. I won't. Are you going to call me? Jiangya didn't. Gu Feiyuan didn't show any politeness and directly took her into his mouth. After rubbing his ears little by little, Jiangya felt his whole body go soft. He tortured her in various ways, making her weak all over, but he just couldn't satisfy her.
Hien yakip skoldin, pervert, pervert.
Gu Feiyuan frowned, lay directly on her body, and lit fire everywhere. Don't you think I'm a pervert? Jiangya's face was filled with peach blossoms, and his eyes were full of spring. He couldn't bear it for a long time. It was like a flash flood. Gu Fei saw that it was almost time. After eating and drinking, he was satisfied. The human flesh was indeed the most delicious. Jiangya's legs are also weak. The sound of the boat on the river has been rising and falling yesterday. I guess someone must have heard it. But no, the couple with bangs upstairs barely slept all night. Even Mrs. Liu has a black eye. You said that Captain Gu is really getting better and better towards Xiao Jiang, picking him up and dropping him off at work. Sister-in-law Liu followed her daughter-in-law and said. Wang Yumei smiled. No, yesterday Haizi said that Captain Gu was in a good mood, so he was also in a good mood? What does the couple's affairs have to do with him? Sister-in-law Liu said as they met. Mom, you don't know. I heard that the brigade commander pays special attention to Commander Gu, and there is hope for promotion. As soon as he said this, is there any hope for Haizi? Wang Yumei smiled. Mom, Haizi didn't say, I don't know either. In fact, after Liu Hai said this, Wang Yumei felt that it would be good to resume work and go home, and she wouldn't have to worry so much, but she couldn't tell her mother-in-law, otherwise her mother-in-law would feel very uncomfortable. Liu Hai in the room couldn't sleep after hearing these words. He changed his job and returned home. If he had no connections at home, what future would he have? A daughter-in-law is a woman. She wanted to go back and didn't want to be separated from her children. If he could be promoted, the children could stay here, and the wife's job could be saved. Wei Shasha came home with wet clothes and fell directly to the ground. Mr. Wei's wife Guan Yanji was frightened and quickly found someone. As a result, I was given intravenous fluids and kept running a fever. Old Wei, this can't go on like this. Shasha hasn't retreated yet. The injection has been given. Now you can change your water. Guan Yanji was distraught when she heard this. She was happy and said, you can't get rid of the child like this, so I said you can't let it go like this. It's getting more and more outrageous now. Once the child is well, I'll send him to Dad. No, Shasha doesn't want to go. Don't force me. You have to go if you don't want to. It's a shame. They're all married. Do you really want her to be a mistress? Anyway, as soon as she gets better, I'll send her to her father in Jingcheng.
Don't think about stopping me.
Guan Yanji threw her handkerchief down angrily. Guan Yanji was trembling with anger. You have the final say. Have you ever taken care of this family? I tell you, I will never let Shasha become a mistress, like Wang Guiyu, who destroys other people's families. What nonsense are you talking about? Look at Shasha quickly. Hearing that name, Wei Jinyu lost his confidence. No, I will never let you harm Shasha. Wei Jinyu didn't want to say more and asked the guard to drive Wei Shasha to the hospital. Guan Yanji doesn't want this. But what can she do? She is just a daughter. She has a wife and a family. If not, she doesn't care about her family background. But the only thing is that she will never let her daughter be someone else's mistress. Looking at my daughter, who is taking antipyretics on the hospital bed, I felt miserable in my heart. She shouldn't have helped her daughter find out the person who rescued him. Otherwise, so many things wouldn't have happened. She was just as naturally stubborn as Wei Jinyu. Jiangya acted according to the plan. He had used this trick before in his hometown, and it seemed that it had to be used for advertising purposes. After withdrawing the money, I went directly to the newspaper office to do a large number of customized tasks and recruit other business. The marketing methods are still the same as before, but with some customization and the like. But I didn't expect that the advertisement would be effective so quickly. I haven't answered the phone in the past 2 days, and some people have come to apply for the job. It's a pity that Jiangya was not satisfied either. Later, a man named Wang Chong came who had some skills and was also smart in appearance. Jiangya's direct assignment of tasks was different from Brother Wang's. After the assignment was completed, the internal employees were also different. After everything was assigned, Jiangya felt a lot more relaxed. A new customer came this day, introduced by the previous birthday party cake customer. The cake my second uncle ordered from you last time was so delicious. I would like to ask if there are any other styles? When saying this, the young man was a little shy. Jiangya immediately understood. Do you want to confess your love, or do you want to get engaged? This matter is different. Is there any difference? The man asked curiously. Look, this is our customized style. If you want to confess your love, I suggest you make this one. The rose shape represents romantic love. If you are engaged, I will introduce you to make this one. This one for 2 little dolls. The man took a look. He fell in love with it instantly. I want to give it to my girlfriend. I like her very much. Then choose the big red rose, and I will add some words to you. How big do you need it to be? Neither do I. You know, the bigger the better? No, I think this 6-inch one is enough because only 2 people can eat it and the cake can't be stored for too long, so I still recommend you choose this one. Jiangya looked very sincere and nodded immediately. Then, as you said, I will make this 6-inch one. Are you going to get it yourself, or will one of our people give it to you?
Please give it to you.
My girlfriend is the accountant of that school. I will give you the address, and please deliver it before noon. As soon as the man left, Jiangya took a sip of tea and was satisfied. This is a beautiful love, and she must deliver it in person. Just after taking a rest, Wang Chong came in a hurry. Store manager, take a look quickly, it's not good. Upon hearing this, Jiangya quickly took the package from his hand and was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect this to come so quickly, although she had thought that the copyright issue itself was a big problem in this era. When she was working in a food processing factory, it was because the cans had already acquired a name. Everyone also has a feeling that they only recognize which one, but now the pastry shop has just started, if it is not handled well. Jiangya tore open the packaging bag and smelled it, his eyes filled with anger. It turned out to be chemical products. Although chemical products can be eaten, they are definitely harmful to the human body. This one is too much. Wang Chong, where did you find it? It's just around our city. I came in to restock the goods and found that the wheat-flavored buns were only selling for a dime. Jiangya felt more and more angry as he watched. Isn't such a thing harmful to people? If others only look at the packaging bag, if something happens, all her hard work will be in vain. She was simply too arrogant, relying on her rebirth and doing business in her previous life, and she didn't even think of this. I just thought that the copyright issue infringed on my own interests, but I didn't think of how serious the consequences would be. Where's Brother Wang? I don't know yet. I haven't seen him yet. Okay, don't worry. Our price will remain the same as before. I'll think of a way. Wang Chong nodded and agreed. Jiangya thought for a while and immediately stopped all production. The original wrapping paper was discarded. He quickly designed a new packaging logo, immediately contacted the printing factory, went to the newspaper office, and put the new logo on the front page of the newspaper. The 4 words "flowers blooming on Mo's hang" are the same. Gu Feiyuan saw the advertisement in the newspaper and called Jiangya worriedly. What's wrong? Don't mention it. Fake products have come out, and they use chemical products. I'm going to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, otherwise something will happen. All our reputation in the early stage is gone. As Jiangya said to Zhang Qiming before, the quality of the product is the most important. Once there is a problem, even if you correct it later, you will lose a lot of money. So soon? Yes, I'll go first. Wait until I come back. Gu Feiyuan felt heartbroken. It is really not easy for his wife to run this store. Daughter-in-law, someone is coming from the capital tonight. Can you come back early? Jiangya, when someone comes from the capital, they ask, who is it? She always wants to know what kind of person is coming and what kind of food to prepare. Do you remember Gao Yuan? His younger brother.
I know.
Jiangya reacted immediately. If not, let's go to a restaurant to eat. I'm not good at this craft. I think it's still not good. That's okay. I'll see who the key is for. I'll pick you up after I take him. Jongye agreed and immediately became worried after hanging up the phone. Who should give this key to? Sure enough, the printing factory gave me expedited money and new packaging came out directly. Seeing that the time was almost up, I finished mounting the flowers, carefully wrote a card, and sent it to the school's accounting office. The man's girlfriend received the cake with a smile and surprise on her face. Yes, I wish Yuru is in her prime. Love her, am I right? Others made envious sounds when they heard this sentence. Yuru blushed even more. Who would have expected that he would meet Lin Li just after leaving the house? Lin Li saw her and walked past her and walked into the office. Lin Li looked at Yuru, who looked happy, with jealousy in her eyes. Just listening to everyone's voices discussing this, the flowers are blooming on Mo's hang. I heard that the price is not cheap, but it is very delicious. Yuru, your boyfriend, is so kind to you. Of course, Yuru's boyfriend comes from a very special background. No, look at the roses painted on this cake. It's really beautiful. The more Lin Li heard this, the angrier she became. Ever since she became pregnant, Fu Dongxing wouldn't let her run in both directions. At first, I thought it was for her own good, but in fact, it was just to let her father find someone to support her relationship. She kept saying that this opportunity was gone. He also said how old she was. I'm still living in my parents' home. Anyway, there are all kinds of words. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Lin Li couldn't bear the words of these people anymore and shouted directly, "You guys have never seen the world, and a cake makes you look like this." After hearing this sentence, no one said anything. Lin Li turned around and walked out. Jiangye returned to the store and quickly contacted the landlord to ask for a business license. As a result, the landlord refused to agree to anything he said, and his words were a bit unpleasant. For the first time, she felt frustrated. The current system only allowed locals, otherwise a guarantor was needed. This is already the 1980s. Why has the efficiency of work not improved yet? She originally thought that with the protection of the government, even if someone came to her door with fake and shoddy products, she would be able to deal with it. What should she do now? The more I think about it, the more troubled I become. At this time, someone suddenly opened the door and walked in. The man dressed in retro clothes walked around the store and said, "The flowers are blooming on the street. Come back slowly." TSK, it's really disgusting. Jiangye took a sip of tea and squirted out. Where did it feel numb? Why did it feel numb? Her shop, she is happy. Anyone who comes as a guest, and she still has to greet them with a smile. I didn't expect there to be such a store in Binshur. I'm a little surprised. Jiangye was just about to speak when she saw a man. No, the boy sat directly in front of her. Give me a glass of water. The service attitude is too great. Bad. Sorry, the water is gone. Oh, you are Gu Feiyuan's wife, Huanemo Shang Huakai. Do you understand what he means? Jiangye was frightened by his sudden approach. You're too cowardly. With a Beijing accent, this must be the person Gu Feiyuan was talking about. Gu Feiyuan heard these words as soon as he entered the room and pulled him down directly, asking him to stand up straight. Gao Han, call me sister-in-law. Is this the one you brought back? Why are you standing there calling me? Forget it. What do you want to eat or drink? You can eat whatever you want in the store. It's not like Jiangye has never had contact with such second-generation officials in his previous life. Such people don't care about you holding them, but you can't be afraid, otherwise they will kill you. It sounds like you have the same thing I want to drink. What do you want to drink? Coffee. I want an Americano. Jiangye smiled and said, okay. Oh, interesting. Gao Han was a little surprised. He originally wanted to make things difficult, but unexpectedly, she was very calm. Jiangye mixed it up quickly. Feiyuan, do you want a drink? Gu Feiyuan walked to her side. I'm sorry for you. After dinner, I will send him logistics. It's okay. Gao Han followed him in and took a bag of bread and tore it open. He was a little surprised and asked, what do you have in the middle? Don't you know if you taste it? What if it's poisonous? Why is this just like the second disease in the previous life, and it's still poisonous? Jam and hummus. He responded, squeezed it, and it was all over his hand. It's so fun. Jiangye was almost depressed. It was for food, not for fun. If you don't eat it, don't cause trouble. Gu Feiyuan was also helpless. After meeting Gao Han, he realized why Gao Yuan had such a headache. He was quite smart, but had a sharp tongue, was arrogant and looked down on others, and was not like brothers with Gao Yuan. Jiangya quickly poured him a drink and told him to shut up. He took a bite of it and found a lot of faults. As a result, when he left, he filled the bottle with half the coffee he had just picked up and a lot of bread. Jiangya looked heartbroken. Gao Han insisted on being the co-pilot. Jiangya didn't bother to argue. She just wanted him to stop quickly, but she never heard him say this along the way. Are all people in Kyoto like this? No, I haven't seen anyone like this in my previous life. Pointing and pointing along the way. One moment I despised the poor construction, and the next moment I despised the poor road section. Anyway, it was just a lot of complaints. When they arrived at the military area, Jiangya couldn't stand it anymore. If she continued to listen, she had to jump out of the car. Daughter-in-law, you take Gao Han back first, and I'll deliver the car. In desperation, Jiangya could only take him back. As a result, when he got home, Gao Han was picky again. If someone else had done this, Jiangya would have beaten him up. As soon as he got home, Jiangya went directly into the kitchen to stay away from the noise. You want to make braised pork, right? I want the meat to be red, and the rock sugar to be stir-fried just right, and not burnt. Jiangya held back. Do you have any other requirements? No matter what, she just did it and she would fall down if she didn't eat it. After coming in and taking a look, Gao Han said without raising his eyes, "How come your home doesn't even have any entertainment facilities? We are from a small family and can save money even if we have money. It's not easy for men in my family to make money. We work hard to make money. We can't spend recklessly. Our parents are still waiting for us to support them. Come on, don't cry about being poor. 2 fans, a new sofa, a refrigerator. Everything is not cheap, right? And the clothes on you and Gu Feiyuan. It's not even 500 or 600. It's probably 300 or 400. Gu Feiyuan's current position, combined with the monthly allowance and bonus, is less than 300. Jiangya's head almost exploded. You should go be a detective. Gao Han smiled and said, these are all necessary skills, and your men can do them too. Jiangya really didn't want to listen to him anymore. I have to say that Gao Han is actually a very knowledgeable person. He can't even talk about the past and present. At least he is much better than her, who had a bachelor's degree in her previous life. No matter, she is involved in all aspects. Gu Feiyuan is more practical. Compared with theory, Gao Han is better. With this kind of ability, if his personality wasn't so arrogant, he might actually be able to achieve great things. Gu Feiyuan also felt the same as Jiangya. It was such a pity that such a person was wasted like this. While Gao Han was drinking water, Gu Feiyuan spoke. After dinner, I will take you to the logistics. The military district system is strict.
Please take it easy.
I can help you with ordinary things, but I can't violate military discipline. Let your sister-in-law make you whatever you want, but don't break the rules in the dormitory. Okay? My brother told me, I have a sense of propriety, and I won't be embarrassed. Jiangya thought for a moment. Still more mature. Maybe not that bad. My brother said that this place is better than the frontier. Let me ask you, what kind of comfortable job did you find for me? When Gu Feiyuan heard this, he immediately couldn't laugh or cry. Gao Yuan actually tricked people here. He couldn't say now, to be honest, otherwise with this kind of character, he would just turn around and run away. Don't worry, your brother can still trick you. I'm pretty good at tricking people, and my brother is definitely no different. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and the conversation between the two ended there. Gu Fei went to see them, and Mrs. Liu led Xiaogang over. I smell the fragrance. Is Xiao Zheng back? Jiangya wiped her hands when she heard the sound and hurried out. Sister-in-law Liu is here. Come in quickly. Jiangya waved to Xiaojiang, and Xiaojiang came directly. Gao Han, take out the bread you brought and order it. Gao Han raised his legs and said, that's mine. Jiangya sneered, Xiaogang, eat kin food. No, Xiaojiang, we're not going to plant vegetables this time. What do you want to plant? Jiangya thought for a while. Sister-in-law Liu, you can just plant it. I may not be able to eat it. Just take this canned food back to the children. Sister-in-law Lu sighed twice. He took Xiaojing and left. Xiaojing was so frightened that he hugged the can. He was not as naughty as before, so he followed him obediently. Seeing Xiaojing being so honest, I glared at him fiercely. Then when the delicious food was ready, he asked Gu Feiyuan to deliver some to Mrs. Lu's house. Although Gao Han talked all kinds of things at other times, he didn't expect that he was really quiet and honest during meals. Have you obtained your business license? Forget it, someone has to be a guarantor over there, and we don't know anyone from the locals who can be a guarantor? Thinking of this, Jiang Ye lost his appetite at all. Since they have made rules, it must be reasonable. If it doesn't work, I'll think of a way. Anyway, as long as I don't look for them, I can do it. Jiang Ye doesn't want to be like today. She's not a doormat. Go ahead and get angry. Gu Feiyuan smiled and served her a bowl of soup. If you can't eat it, just drink some soup. Gao Han was a little surprised. The things he proposed not to eat were indeed quite difficult. He didn't expect that she actually made something. Table. It's just that we ran out of rice at home, pancakes. But he ate half the plate in one meal, not at all like he said he didn't eat pasta. Don't talk when you eat and sleep. Didn't your parents teach you? You're not afraid of wind in your stomach after eating and making your stomach feel bad. Jiang Ye had a headache, so he poured a glass of water and drank it slowly. It's rude to interrupt when others are talking. Are you thirsty after talking for so long? Drink water, and then shut up. Gu Feiyuan, pack your things. Jiang Ye ignored him after saying that. Brother Feiyuan, you are so serious. You are a man. How can you clean up the dishes and chopsticks while being yelled at by a woman? This is wrong. Gu Feiyuan ignored him and continued to yell. Jiang Ye was furious. What's wrong with men? Men don't eat anymore. If there are no women, how can you exist? Why do you still look down on women? Your mother is not a woman? Gao Han was choked. You're not a woman. Why are you so rude? You must know the meaning of this idiom, right? If you know it, don't use it randomly, otherwise it will be embarrassing. I didn't expect you to be knowledgeable. I thought you were a rural woman, and you only knew how to serve men? Jiang Ye said with full force. What's wrong with rural women? The vegetables and rice you eat are grown by rural women. What age are you in? You still insist that men and women are different. Do you believe that gender discrimination will be a crime in the future? It's in vain that you are still a son of an official family and you can't even respect women. It's really an embarrassment to your family. Gao Han said proudly. Sure enough, women are. Women. Yes, I have another message for you. Only women are the most poisonous people. Maybe one day I will just shake my hand and say something. Are you threatening me? Jiang Ye sneered. I don't dare. Just don't let me cook for you in the future. Jiang Ye turned around and left. Gu Feiyuan directly lifted him up and said, Let's go. I'll take you to the dormitory. When Jiang Ye heard this, he felt like it was dawn. Gao Han struggled for a long time and refused to leave, but was finally taken away by Gu Feiyuan. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take the big bag of pastries. As soon as the two left, Jiang Ye collapsed on the sofa. It's almost crazy. In my previous life, I was never this tired of facing difficult guests. When Gu Feiyuan came back, Jiang Ye had already packed up and was lying on the bed. You're back? Well, Gao Han is so eloquent. I didn't expect this guy to be like a scoundrel in the market. It's just that he lacks training. He will be honest after a few days of practice. Speaking of which, what are you guys doing? What is he doing? Jiang Ye thought for a moment that the logistics department didn't seem to have anything good to do. Feed the pigs. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye chuckled. He might suffer from the cold in the future. She had a lot of trouble feeding the pigs at first. There were only 2 of them, but there were more than a dozen in the logistics department. Gao Han would go crazy by then. Gao Yuan is really willing to give up. Otherwise, I will be sent to the frontier. You also know that there is no joke in the frontier. That's why you should tuck your head in your belt. When talking about this, Gu Feiyuan had a look on his face. Of seriousness. Yeah, that's right. At least his life is not in danger, but his character should be trained and trained, otherwise something big will happen sooner or later. Gu Feiyuan nodded. Gao Yuan also means the same. Let him hone his character, so as not to worry about it later. It's really crooked. Don't think about how many people are staring at their family. If you don't pay attention, it will be a disaster for the whole family. I don't want to think about it anymore. Turn off the light and go to bed. Jiangya nodded and nodded.
Yawn.
Okay, go to sleep. You have to get the certificate, otherwise it will be too troublesome later. Not long after the two fell asleep, they were woken up by a knock on the door. Jiangya was startled. Who is this in the middle of the night? Gu Fei walked away and touched her head. You continue to sleep, I'll go take a look. Jiangya covered his mouth and hummed. Gu Fei Yuan closed the bedroom door and asked, Who? It's me, Gao Han. Gu Fei Yuan smiled bitterly and opened the door. Gao Han rushed over angrily. You actually tricked me into feeding pigs. He didn't either, listening to nonsense. He acted smartly and pinned Gao Han to the sofa with a counter grab. Can you calm down in the middle of the night? As soon as he let go, Gao Han roared loudly, Gu Fei Yuan, if you dare, I'll beat you to death. I would rather die than feed the pigs. Jiangya inside couldn't sleep either. What a hot potato. What happened to feeding the pigs? That is also part of the revolutionary work. I don't care. Send me a car quickly and take me back to Kyoto, or I will kill you.
Gu Han what it?
Gu Fei Yuan's eyes turned cold. Gao Han, you're not young anymore. Can you be more sensible? Your old man has said that he will send you to the frontier for reform. If your brother hadn't stopped you, you wouldn't have had the job of feeding pigs. Gao Han stared. I don't care. I want to go back to Kyoto. Even if you kill me, I won't be here. Jiangya also put on clothes and came out, and saw that the collar of Gao Han's clothes was also crooked, and his bell-bottom pants were also worn. Under his feet, his eyes were as red as a little tiger. There were footsteps outside. This should be Captain Gu's home. Gu Fei Yuan heard the sound, glanced at Gao Han, and then went out. Squad Leader Wang, I'm sorry, let Gao Han stay at my place for the night, and I will just send it back. Squad Leader Wang nodded and left. Gao Han said disdainfully, I won't feed the pigs tomorrow. I have to go back to Kyoto. Gu Fei Yuan sneered and crossed his chest, then just walk back by yourself. The military region doesn't have a car to take you there, and you don't have any money on you, right? Songbin, it takes more than 10 days to walk back to Kyoto from the city. There is no water on the road. If you are hungry, you will have no food. If you don't have enough money, you can still raise pigs, just dream. Jiangya was a little surprised. Gu Fei Yuan's venomous tongue was really scary. Gao Han put his school bag on his back and said, I'm not scared. After saying that, he ran out. Jiangya tried to stop him, but was pulled back by Gu Fei Yuan. Gu Fei Yuan went into the house and changed his clothes, put on his shoes, and took a flashlight. Daughter-in-law, you go to bed first, I'll go out first. If I don't come back, tell Lu Hai upstairs that Gao Han ran away, and ask him to notify the Crane Brigade. How about you find someone to go with you? How can you find someone when you're all alone? Jiangya was speechless at Gao Han. He's not young at all. How could he be so ignorant? Gu Fei Yuan kissed her and said, just wait for the good news of my victory. Jiangya locked the door and stood beside the bed. It was pitch dark, not even a person could be seen. He sighed, oh, what should she do if something happens to Gao Han? Gu Fei Yuan shouldn't take on such a thankless task. Jiangya couldn't sleep well that night. Gu Fei Yuan never came back. It was going to be dawn soon. I really couldn't stand it any longer, so I quickly followed what Fei Yuan said. After knocking on the door, no one came out for a long time. Jiangya knocked louder and louder with more urgency. As a result, the door opened next door, and Lin Li said angrily, you're sick. You re-up so late at night. Why are you knocking? Jiangya was stunned for a moment and said nothing. Fu Dongxing pulled her back. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. Lily is pregnant and emotionally unstable. It's okay. The door closed with a loud noise. Fu Dongxing, there's something wrong with you. What should you explain to her? And you're in a bad mood. Only those who don't sleep in the middle of the night or during the day have something wrong. The door here opened, and Mrs. Liu looked at the door. People were shocked. Xiao Jiang, what's going on here? Sister-in-law Liu, I have something to do with Lu Hai. Please call me. Sister-in-law Liu woke up immediately and quickly led him into the room, and then shouted, You may, hurry up. Let Heise get up. Captain Gu's wife has something to ask for. Lu Hai quickly put on his clothes and came out. What happened to my brother and sister? Jiangya quickly told her what happened. Brother and sister. Captain Gu told you to wait? Yes. Then you can rest assured, Captain Gu will definitely bring the person back. This has been all night. Why don't you go find he brigadier? How many more people should he ask to find him? Say something long. Jiangya nodded. Okay, Brother Lu, I have to go to the store in a minute. When he comes back, you ask him to call me. Lu Hai nodded and agreed. As soon as Jiangya left, sister-in-law Lu said, it seems that this person has a big start. I heard that Captain Gu personally went to pick him up. Okay, mother, you have to be more strict and don't do anything with anyone.
Who said that?
Lu Hai quickly warned. Sister-in-law Lu glared at him. Don't worry, who can I talk to? Lu Hai was worried that his mother would spill the beans. Since Brigadier he knew about it, this person must be extraordinary. Although Jiangya was worried, there were a lot of things going on in the store, and she would have to close the store if she didn't go. Money didn't matter, and she couldn't miss the promise of delivering the goods she promised today. As soon as I got busy, I called Gu Feiyuan's office at noon, but no one answered. She told the people in the store, and then went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to inquire carefully. She also asked Gu Feiyuan if he could guarantee it. It was exactly what she thought. The property between husband and wife was joint, and they could not guarantee each other. Back in the store, Jiangya was afraid that he would start doing things again because of his random thoughts. He couldn't stop at all. Whenever he stopped, he would think about those messy things. Gao Han's status was no ordinary. If something unexpected happened, Gu Feiyuan wouldn't have to stay in the army. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Dandan saw her like this and comforted her with a few words. Store manager, didn't you say before that you needed a local guarantor? Do you think I can do it? Dandan said. Upon hearing this, Jiangya was a little surprised. Dandan, I have to say. Well, I heard it when the store manager asked Sister de Zhang last time. And sometimes children come to buy bread or pastries. Sometimes, when he had no money, the store manager would give him free food. The store manager said he hoped all children could eat what they like. Then have you thought about it? Do you want to discuss it with your family? Jiangya asked. After all, the matter of being a guarantor is not a trivial matter. When I talked to Sister de Zhang before, she refused, which she could understand. After all, everyone would be cautious when it comes to money. Well, my parents support it. Jiangya was stunned when he heard this, and his eyes were full of emotion. Dandan, thank you, sister. Manager, don't say that. With Dandan's guarantee, the license was obtained smoothly. Afterwards, Sister de Zhang talked about this matter with her husband. Dandan is really stupid. If anything happens to the store, she will have to give the money. Listening to his wife's somewhat sarcastic words, the store manager told you this before? I told you, I'm not stupid. Maybe I'll agree. As a woman, we won't care about asking for money even if the store is closed. We both work here. You don't want to worry about the good of the store, but the mess. I'm not afraid, then. How much money? You are not as smart as Dandan and you have no brains. Now you are helping the store manager. What good will happen in the future? She doesn't want you, so I am not afraid of following you in the future. Let's discuss it before making a decision. Next, Sister de Zhang worked extremely hard, fearing that Jiangya would remember this. It turned out that she had the same attitude as before, so I was relieved. Jiangya kept looking at his watch in the store. Time passed by, and he still didn't receive a call from Gu Feiyuan. He was restless. Gu Feiyuan made the call in the evening, his voice tired. Daughter-in-law, I just came back, and I can't pick you up today. Okay, go to sleep. After hanging up the phone, Jiangya put the money into his bag and asked after a few words, I took the last bus and went home. While riding in the car, I cursed Gao Han in my heart. After entering the house, he cautiously left the bedroom door open. Seeing Gu Feiyuan sleeping soundly on the bed, Jiangya felt heartbroken. Went to the kitchen, stewed the chicken, boiled chicken soup, and cooked porridge. She sat next to the bed and looked at him with a tired look on her face, just like when she came back from the last mission. This Gao Han was a troublemaker. A naughty child like this had to adapt to the stick education. Sighing, he stood up and washed and hung up the dirty clothes he took off. Looking at the muddy water, he knew that Gu Feiyuan would definitely have a difficult night. Jiangya took a look to see that the porridge was almost ready. Gu Feiyuan was still awake, so he made some pickles that he brought home last time and cooked 2 duck eggs. Hearing a sound on the door of the small bedroom, Jiangya quickly came out to take a look and saw Gao Han looking dejected, his hair as messy as a chicken coop. "I want to eat. There are porridge and pickles." Jiangya glanced at him and said, "Don't expect her to speak well and let him eat." Gao Han didn't say anything. He drank 3 bowls of chicken soup and porridge with pickles, then wiped his mouth and went back into the house. The door was closed. After Jiangya finished eating, he glanced at Gu Feiyuan, who was still awake, set the porridge on the stove, and then went to Lu Hai's house with the pastries he brought back from the store today. Sister-in-law Lu was coaxing Xiaozhang to do his homework. When the doorkeeper saw it was Jiangya, she quickly let him in. "Sister-in-law Lu, I got this from the store. Didn't Xiaozhang miss it last time? Where's Xiaozhang?" When sister-in-law Lu heard that it was from the store, she was stunned and took it over. "What the Hades are you looking at in the room? Is Brother Lu here?" "Here, I'll call you." After bangs came out, "Brothers and sisters are here. Where is Captain Gu?" "Forget it. I am sleeping soundly. Gao Han is also at my house." "What happened?" Lu Hai smiled bitterly. "Brother and sister, I don't know either. He didn't say anything when he went to Brigadier. Brigadier, he just said that he just came back." You didn't say anything?" "Yes, so did we."
"I'm confused."
"You can ask Captain Gu when he wakes up,"
Lu Hai said.
Jiangya also went downstairs in confusion. When he got home, he saw that the porridge on the stove had not been moved. When he entered the room and saw that he was sleeping soundly, Jiangya really wanted to wake him up quickly. After struggling for a while, just as he was about to flick his eyelashes, he suddenly opened his eyes, like the most ferocious beast, ready to tear apart the prey in front of him at any time. Jiangya was startled, and his hand stopped in midair. When Gu Feiyuan saw it was Jiangya, the fierceness in his eyes flashed away. "What's wrong?" Jiangya smiled awkwardly and clasped his hands behind his back like a primary school student. "No, I made porridge and saw that you didn't wake up." Gu Feiyuan didn't expose it. "Well, I'll get up later." Jiangya nodded and wanted to get up, but he pulled him to the bed and kissed him. "Tell me, what bad idea do you have?"
"No."
I just asked you to get up." Seeing his long eyelashes, Jiangya's hands were a little ready to move. "Then what are you doing with your hands?" Jiangya quickly kissed him. "Get up and eat. Moving, it's useless. If you don't eat, I'll fall." Gu Feiyuan let go of her. "Get up. It's hot. Do you have any water?" "Yes, what do you want to do?" "Have you eaten yet?" Gu Feiyuan rubbed his forehead. Jiangya pouted. "I drank 3 bowls of chicken porridge and went back to the house to sleep." "What's going on with you guys?" "Is he going back?" "Not going back," Gu Feiyuan said. "Why did he give up the idea?" Jiangya asked curiously. Gu Feiyuan smiled mysteriously. "Want to know?" Jiangya nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Buddha said, "Don't tell, this is a secret between us men." Jiangya slapped him hard. "If you don't tell me, I won't tell you anything in the future." "That won't work either. A true man promises 1,000 pieces of gold." "Is it him? How did you know that?" Gu Feiyuan frowned, looking extremely unhappy. Jiangya smiled. "Isn't it in the book? Besides, the ancient said it. Don't say such things in the future." "I understand." Gu Feiyuan finished the porridge, took a shower, and braved the green light. "Look at Jiangya." Jiangya quickly wrapped himself up. "Don't make trouble. Gao Han is still here." Before he could finish his words, his mouth was tightly blocked, and then there was a burst of ups and downs, and Jiangya was so tortured that it was difficult to say a word. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given him food. Jiangya didn't even dare to say anything for fear of being heard by the next door, so he could only bite the quilt desperately. Gu Feiyuan kept causing mischief and was bitten severely by Jiangya. Jiangya got up to go to work the next day. The store was busy today, so he asked Gu Feiyuan to eat in the cafeteria. When he went out, Gao Han happened to open the door and come out. Jiang Ye nodded and was about to close the door when he heard a voice coming from behind. Sister-in-law, bring me some pastries and juice when the time comes.
Okay.
Although she was complaining in her heart, she decided to forget it. Back in the store, Jiang Ye suddenly remembered that when Gaohan asked her to help carry things, he would have to stay with her, right? Jiang Ye felt dizzy when he thought of facing this little ancestor when he returned home. Do things quickly to avoid getting upset just thinking about it. At noon, I received a call from Gu Feiyuan. Gu Feiyuan said that he had found someone who could help vouch for it. No, my store employees have helped vouch for it, and the business license has been issued. Jiang Ye said quickly. Because of Gaohan's incident yesterday, Jiang Ye completely forgot to tell Gu Feiyuan about this. I'll discuss the details when I get home. Don't make phone calls. The phone bill is too expensive. Jiang Ye said with a smile. Okay, listen to my wife and wait for me tonight. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ye's mood immediately became much better. Director Yang introduced her to a unit canteen and asked her to go and chat with her. When they got there, they found out that it was a kindergarten affiliated to a government agency. Jiang Ye was surprised. Fortunately, the various products he brought were suitable for children. Director Yang made a reservation at the hotel, and Jiang Ye followed him in, with Wang Chong behind him. Although Wang Chong was the last to come to the store, he has strong business ability and is very skillful in doing things, which Jiang Ye admires. When we arrived at the door of the box, Director Yang was already waiting there. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a Mediterranean man with glasses sitting on the seat. Director Yang quickly introduced, this is Director Zhao, and this is Jiang Ye, the owner of Mo's Hang Huakai pastry shop. Director Zhao squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye extended his hand to express his pleasure to meet him. Who is it? Once he caught a handful, he didn't let go, and even took the opportunity to scratch her palm. Jiang Ye pulled him out directly. She had a hunch that she might not be able to negotiate today. When she just graduated in her previous life, she also encountered such harassment from customers. Jiang Ye's eyes turned cold. Let's serve the food first. Director Yang was also a little panicked. Could this old Zhao be up to no good? As soon as the food was on the table, the wine was also served. Director Zhao kept letting Jiang Ye drink. Jiang Ye thought that Director Yang still had to do business, so he couldn't do it too much. Sorry, I don't know how to drink. Let my subordinate accompany me. You drink 2 more glasses. Fortunately, Director Zhao agreed. Wang Chong also had a good capacity for drinking and drank him until his face turned red. I'm almost done drinking. Director Zhao, how about signing the contract? Wang Chong said directly. It was originally agreed at the beginning that the store manager would be in charge of negotiations, and he would be in charge of slipping the seams, but when he saw that this was not serious, Wang Chong took over directly. Why are you in a hurry? I feel very uncomfortable after drinking. Boss Jiang helped me upstairs to rest. I have to sleep well now. It's easy to get 1,000 loaves of bread, Director Zhao said, looking at Jiang Ye's chest. As soon as Director Yang realized that this was something bad, he said, Old Zhao, you have drunk too much. Please ask Wang Chong to take you to have a rest. Don't be drunk. When you wake up, ask him to take you back, otherwise my sister-in-law should worry.
What is she worried about?
She has nothing to do with the big man's affairs. As he was about to come over and grab Jiang Ye's hand, Jiang Ye threw the liquor in his face. Don't be shameless. It's not like she has to do this business. Oh, you salesman. Why are you so arrogant? Say it again. I just said you are a salesman. If you hadn't had an affair with Yang Mind, he could have introduced. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Ye, he directly picked up the wine bottle and threw it on the table. The fragments flew directly along Director Zhao. How dare you? You don't even see who I am in Bin City. Do you believe that I make it impossible for you to survive? Jiang Ye sneered. I want to see how you make it difficult for me to survive. If you can't do it, come on. You weren't born by your mother. Director Zhao was about to say harsh words, but was frightened by Jiang Ye's look and sat down on his chair. Director Yang, is this what you introduced to me? I bought the order today. Jiang Ye went out without looking back. Jiang Ye is particularly aggrieved. If this were to happen in the future, she could use 10,000 ways to make him unable to live or die. But in this era, there is nothing she can do. Even the law is not perfect, and calling the police is useless. As soon as Jiangya left, Director Zhao yelled, "What is this thing you introduced to me?"
Look at what she said.
Who is it? Jiangya is a family member of the army. There are a few easy to mess with in the army. Aren't you afraid that they will kill you on the way? Director Yang said this very harshly. After all, he was the one who introduced the person. If this is true, if something happens, how do you explain it to your son? His future will be ruined. No one in Binshur dares to do this to me. Old Zhao, just take care of yourself. If something happens, don't blame me for falling out. After Yang Min threatened, he turned around and left. What the Hades is this? Lao Zhao couldn't get out of his anger, so he finally took revenge on Jiangya. Of course, he didn't get a good ending either. That's a story for another day. Jiangya returned to the cake room and washed her hands several times with soap, but they still felt dirty. She stopped rubbing them until they turned red. After that, there was a frenzy of work, and her mood quickly calmed down. Wang Chong poured her a cup of tea. Store manager, if you feel uncomfortable, I'll ask 2 people to beat that rascal to vent your anger. It's okay, no need. We don't cause trouble, and we're not afraid of trouble. I thought it would be yours if the negotiation was done. Forget it now. The store manager is fine. I'll go out for a run tomorrow. Jiangya nodded, and Wang Chong went out to do some work. After drinking the tea, I felt nothing in my heart. She was really depraved. She had never been like this in anything she encountered in her previous life. Could it be that she was so well protected by Gu Feiyuan that she had become fragile? If the employees who called her the Iron Lady in her previous life saw this, they would still laugh out loud. Jiangya smiled bitterly and packed up his things. When Gu Feiyuan came, Jiangya had completely returned to his usual state. Jiangya is calculating the turnover. Fortunately, it is neither high nor low. It is considered an average level. Jiangya was afraid that he would get impatient, so she pretended to have a lot of things that Gao Han wanted, and then went home with Gu Feiyuan. Daughter-in-law, have you been drinking? No. Director Yang introduced a business today. Jiangya didn't say anything else. It wasn't that she didn't believe Gu Feiyuan, but today she felt that she was not in good condition. She couldn't do anything. Just waiting for Gu Feiyuan to solve it is not her character. Jiangya ignored it and leaned on the sofa, looking a little tired. Gu Feiyuan also felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have lost his temper. He knew it was not easy for his wife, but he just felt uncomfortable thinking about his wife having to eat with others. She was already very tired and busy. He didn't tell her that he couldn't help her, and he still made fun of his wife. He was really not a man. Gu Feiyuan sighed, decided to cool down with some air, and went to Gao Han's place. Who knew that when he passed the door, he happened to meet someone from the recruit company and saw him carrying something? Captain Gu, what are you carrying?
Pastry.
When he came across it, Gu Feiyuan couldn't take it away. He gave the bag to the recruit company. Who knew that Wei Shasha appeared out of nowhere and said, Captain Gu, please share some with me.
No.
Captain Gu, I'm also your comrade. Don't be so stingy, Wei Shasha said, approaching him with a smile. Gu Feiyuan stepped back and ignored him. You guys eat, I'm leaving. Everyone carried their bags and went straight into the dormitory, closing the door. Wei Shasha stomped her feet and followed Gu Feiyuan. Miss Wei, do you know what integrity is? Wei Shasha's eyes turned red when she was told that, but she refused to cry. Captain Gu, are you going to the logistics? Please stay away from me. The more you the farther away, the better. Gu Feiyuan, I just like you. Wei Shasha grabbed him shamelessly. You don't want to ask me why I go to the logistics department? I'm going to see how people feed pigs. Thanks to you, there's no hope for my promotion. I might go to the logistics department. Are you satisfied? Gu Feiyuan sneered and said, directly put on the posture. Impossible. Gu Feiyuan, as long as you like me and love me, you will have everything, even if you don't marry me. Wei Shasha said shyly. I say it again, it's impossible. Even if your father locks me up and sends me to a military court, I won't like you. At worst, I Gu Feiyuan will no longer be a soldier. After saying that, Gu Feiyuan turned and left. Wei Shasha stamped her feet angrily. Is there any other way? Her first priority was to talk to her father. Could it be that his father really did it? A figure at the small door next to him glanced here and left without seeing either of them. Gu Feiyuan went straight to the logistics dormitory. If Wei Jinyu acted like this, the worst possible outcome would be death. He would never give in or admit defeat.
What he just said was for Wei Shasha.
To untie the bell, the person who tied the bell needed to be tied. Brigadier he heard about today's matter, and he reassured him, but this could be regarded as an extra layer of protection. After being a soldier for so many years, Gu Feiyuan has long been accustomed to laying out strategic policies, always having more than two. He has gone very smoothly, and now he is just a pebble. Entering the dormitory, Gao Han complained as soon as he saw him. Brother, please let me go quickly. I'm going to die. Look at me, there's not a good spot on my body. A man should suffer a little. You are making such a fuss. Gu Feiyuan slapped him down and Gao Han grinned. Brother, it really hurts. Look at this big blood blister. Okay, I'll ask your squad leader to open it for you later, drain the pus and blood, and apply medicine. Gu Feiyuan said. He thought Gao Han was too squeamish. Didn't his skin lose several layers and then grow back again? As soon as he heard that he was going to open it, Gao Han became anxious. No, it will hurt me to death. If you don't open it, do you still want to work? Brother, please let me take leave. Gao Han said with a pitiful look. Gu Feiyuan shook his head. No. What did we say at the beginning? Once a man has said his word, it is hard to chase him back. Gao Han saw that there was no chance, and his head drooped. As soon as the squad leader entered the room and saw him like this, don't do it to him.
Others did it to him just now.
He cried for father and mother. It was so miserable. I didn't do it. I don't know how to do it. Gao Han quickly retorted. Gu Feiyuan smiled and said, Okay, then you can hold back. He directly injected the needle, and Gao Han let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Gu Feiyuan's attack was cruel and accurate, and he was released in just a few strokes. It hurts me so much. Okay, don't cry and howl. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Gu Fei looked at him far away and said. After applying medicine and a simple bandage, it was much better. Now that he was done, Gao Han was thinking about what he had asked for from Jiangya in the morning. Brother, my sister-in-law said she would bring me some bread. Did you bring it to me? Gu Feiyuan smiled. I forgot. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Gao Han immediately became furious. No. Brother, look at how miserable I am. How could you forget such a small request? My little cabbage, the ground is yellow, no one is taking care of it. Look at him, it was so desolate. Gu Feiyuan couldn't help but want to laugh. Come on, it's not like you have nothing to eat. Besides cabbage, it's potato seeds or white tofu. Brother, I'm a human and have to eat meat, and I'm not a rabbit. I eat it every day. All right, get dressed. I'll ask your sister-in-law to make you something to eat. Brother, can I not come back today? Look at my hands. Gao Han made a mess of the bandage. She put her hand in front of him like a child. No, we agreed. Oh, heaven and earth. Please save me. Gu Feiyuan felt a headache, so he told the squad leader and took him home. Hearing the knock on the door, Jiangya opened the door and was about to go back to the house, only to find that Gao Han had also come back. Oh my God, what was this little ancestor going to do? But it seemed like the little ancestor had changed into a different person this morning. Sister-in-law, my brother said your cooking is delicious. Jiangya almost fell to the ground. When will this child be able to speak? Is there really a new person? Looking at Gao Han wearing a green suit and his hands wrapped in gauze, he looked like he had been abused. Jiangya couldn't bear to look at it, sighed, and went to the kitchen. There was nothing else at home. He made some meat stew, then cooked a large pot of noodles, fried a vegetable, and boiled a few eggs. While waiting for the meal, Gao Han sat on the sofa and was surprised to see the account book recorded by Jiangya. This level is extraordinary, he is quite weak anyway. Brother, your sister-in-law has a high degree of education?
Why do you say that?
Sister-in-law's account book is clear and neat, and the arrangements are clear. Well, your sister-in-law is amazing. You saw the decoration design, store structure, and walls of the store. The paintings above were all made by your sister-in-law, Gu Feiyuan said proudly. My wife is amazing. Gao Han was full of disbelief when he heard this. Brother, lie to me. Is my sister-in-law really that awesome? Why should I lie to you? I'm full and have nothing to do? Gu Feiyuan said with a smile. It's not like you haven't lied to me before. Gao Han muttered in a low voice.
Hyandyanari.
Gao Han's eyes were surprised, and he didn't speak. As soon as the noodles, braised vegetables, and eggs were served, Gao Han couldn't bear it anymore. He had a meal and ate several bowls. Oh my God, I finally ate meat and came back to life. Gao Han said with satisfaction.
Said.
Jiangya curled his lips. This was too exaggerated. After cleaning up the mess, Jiangya continued to organize the account books, while Gu Feiyuan and Gao Han played chess aside. Gu Feiyuan's eyes were all on Jiangya, who was killed to pieces. Sure enough, it's really cold at high places. Gao Han sighed and said with a frown on his face. Gu Feiyuan sneered, if I hadn't been thinking about my wife, you would still be able to defeat me, take advantage of me, and poke holes in my heart. He stopped being polite and started to concentrate. The more Jiangya calculates, the more frustrated he becomes. This is too slow. Let alone getting back the money, he will lose money if he continues like this. Newspaper promotion, packaging changes, especially extra expenses for phone bills. Although reservations have indeed increased customer traffic, why are phone bills so expensive? I miss the later generations of mobile phones that cost 30 cents a minute and no roaming charges. Collect the money. Jiangya entered the bedroom and had washed herself before. When Gu Feiyuan saw his wife entering the bedroom, he immediately pushed the chessboard and stopped playing. You can't give up halfway as a human being?
Gao Han said unhappily.
Gu Feiyuan's heart was so far away that he didn't know what he was thinking. No, let's play another game. If you don't want to feed the pigs without eating tomorrow, go to bed quickly. Gu Feiyuan suddenly hit his weak point. His heart was instantly broken. Gao Han held his heart in his hands, lowered his head, and went back to the room to sleep. He wailed in his heart, "Oh heaven, earth, please take away those pigs." Gu Feiyuan tidied up and returned to the bedroom. He saw Jiangya looking at the ceiling, not knowing what to think about. Daughter-in-law, are you still angry with me? Jiangya turned her head when she heard his voice, which meant to tell him that you guessed it right. I am angry with you. Gu Feiyuan lifted up the quilt and lay next to her, holding her tightly in his arms. Don't be angry. Jiangya said dully, I'm not angry. Isn't it okay if I sleep? Hearing his wife say this, Gu Feiyuan felt in his heart. He also felt a little uncomfortable. Daughter-in-law, I just feel that I can't help you, and I feel uncomfortable. For so long, the allowance he received could only guarantee a normal life for the two of them. As long as there was something going on at home, it was his wife who took the money. Gu Feiyuan, can you be less chauvinistic in the future? I am not the kind of woman who needs to be protected under the wings of others. Whether you accept it or not, that's how I am. I can't live by relying on others. Jiangya, she has never said any hurtful words, but today she thinks that if two people want to be together for a lifetime, some things must be said clearly and clearly from the beginning. Gu Feiyuan smiled bitterly. Daughter-in-law, I know I was wrong. I am a male chauvinist, and I can't stand you socializing. Gu Feiyuan, we have nothing here. We can only rely on ourselves to work hard and struggle. I don't like socializing either, but I can only do this for our future. Jiangya said with red eyes. She had been wrong today, and she didn't know why. It was obvious that she had not experienced it in her previous life, but she was so wronged in this life. Gu Feiyuan was stabbed hard in the heart. My wife is right. They are like duckweeds without roots here. They have to rely on themselves for everything. His daughter-in-law is already having such a difficult time, but he still suffers because of his own pride. Daughter-in-law, I will change. Gu Feiyuan looked at him firmly. Jiangya sighed. It depends on your performance. When Gu Feiyuan saw his wife relenting, he licked her face again and leaned in for a kiss. Daughter-in-law, look at it, it misses you. As he spoke, he grabbed her hand and moved downward. Jiangya bit him hard. Gu Feiyuan, why do you think about this every day? I don't think about this. Where did our fat baby come from? Gu Feiyuan said confidently. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned over and pressed her down directly, and started to move. The bed creaked. Gu Feiyuan, please be gentle. Is Gao Han still there? Jiangya pinched him and said in a muffled voice. Gu Feiyuan was also depressed. Send him back quickly tomorrow. After the storm, Gu Feiyuan was satisfied, and Jiangya's whole body went limp. Gu Feiyuan, remember what you said. If you lose your temper again, I will keep you from going to bed. Hey, believe it or not, I will keep you from getting out of bed? Gu Feiyuan was dishonest again. Just listen to Gao Han next door say, can you please pay attention to your image? There are people next door who are sleeping alone. Gu Feiyuan's hair was black, and he would never let him sleep here again, no matter what he said. Jiangya pinched him hard and turned his body to the other side. Gu Feiyuan sighed, hugged his wife, and got ready to sleep. How can anyone just let me work without giving any reward? If you don't give me bread tomorrow, I won't work. Gao Han said sadly. Jiangya looked back at him. What's going on?
Didn't I give it to you today?
If the recruit Danzi saw it, can I still get it back? Gu Feiyuan said helplessly. Jiangya instantly felt distressed. I got it all for money, but it's better for you to pretend to be generous. Forget it. In other words, she had to give it even if she met him. Okay, my husband knows that he was wrong. Let's take a rest. Both of them were sleepy, so they didn't say anything, so they hugged each other and fell asleep. When Gu Feiyuan went to work, he directly approached Yang Wei and asked about this matter. Yang Wei sighed. Who is that person? Gu Feiyuan called the store, but Jiangya hadn't arrived at the store yet. It happened to be Wang Chong who picked it up. Wang Chong also knew that the store manager definitely didn't say anything about it, so he told the person's identity. When Yang Wei heard this, he felt uneasy. That director Zhao, he knows what he is. But you can't say this directly to the group leader.
Yang Wei quickly called Director Yang.
Director Yang couldn't tell the real situation, so he just said that the price couldn't be negotiated. But Gu Feiyuan always felt that something was wrong when he heard it. If it was just a business deal, wouldn't his wife be like yesterday? Could it be that he is overthinking? Just when Shanzi was looking for him, he went out. As soon as Gu Feiyuan went out, Yang Wei quickly asked Director Yang, Dad, are you sure it's because of the price? How can I lie to you? Then introduce some other businesses to my sister-in-law. Yang Wei didn't think about it anymore. Sure enough, 2 days later, Director Yang went to deliver a new order to Jiangya. Director Yang, what are you doing? Boss Jiang, look at what happened last time. Lao Zhao has no clue what he is talking about. If you drink a little bit of wine, you won't know who you are. Your Excellency. There are a lot of them. This is my new order for you. If you like it, I will deliver it. Director Yang said sheepishly. Director Yang can be considered a figure. After all channels at this time are in the hands of the supply and marketing cooperatives. If you want to buy anything exotic, you have to establish a good relationship with the supply and marketing cooperatives. Is this from around the city? Yes, the director there is an acquaintance with me. He is an upright person. He knew that the ones that came in first were counterfeit products, so he came to me immediately, but the price they offered was relatively comparable. Hey, you still have to take a look. Director Yang said it bluntly. Jiangya nodded and took a look. Sure enough, it was 30 cents lower than normal, but she got what she paid for. At this price and this quantity, although she wouldn't lose money, she wouldn't make much money. Time once it grows, it becomes useless, and a pity to throw away. Jiangya thought for a while, let's do this. The wheat-flavored bag will be priced at this price, but I can only reduce the weight of the rye bag. Okay, I'll do it as you say. This Yang Mingda can still make the decision. Although they are both directors, there are differences between directors and directors. Okay, then I would like to thank Director Yang for taking care of my small shop. Boss Jiang, do you think this matter will go away? Director Yang, after all, you are the middleman and I don't want to embarrass everyone, but you heard how he threatened me one day. If he really did something, don't blame me for turning against him. Jiangya's ugly words came first. She was not a tolerant person to begin with, and she was by no means a softie. Director Young nodded, hoping that Lao Zhao would listen to what he said and not cause anything to happen, making it difficult for him and his son. Otherwise, he would never let him go. As soon as he left, Jiang Ye's heart became much brighter. With these 2 orders, he would be able to make back his money after this month. Jiang Ye quickly called Gu Feiyuan. After Gu Feiyuan heard this, he asked, "What's going on?" Jiang Ye quickly told what happened to Director Yang today. "Then you have to give them some money," Gu Feiyuan reminded. Jiang Ye smiled. "Oh, my Lao Gu also knows this trick? Why do you call me Lao Gu?" "Husband." Jiang Ye sighed. "No, just call me Lao Gu." Okay, I'm still busy, so I'll hang up now."
No.
The phone bill is very expensive. When Gu Feiyuan came to pick him up in the evening, he handed it to her. An envelope containing $1,500. "Tell eldest sister that there is plenty of room for money at home. She has moved out now, so she doesn't need to give it to us first." Ever since the eldest cousin moved out, she changed her name to eldest sister. In the past, my mother-in-law had always been guarding her. She felt that this is my sister's child, so I can't call her mom. Who knew that my sister and her brother-in-law discussed it, kowtowed, and then called her. Gu's mother was extremely happy that day, and Gu's father also drank 2 more drinks. I heard that my brother-in-law's mother went to make trouble later, but my father-in-law just left a pole for him to beat him out. The brother-in-law felt so embarrassed that he never went back. He just gave his father money and disappeared. It's okay. The family is not short of money now. Besides, if there is no money, then let's get it. Sister heard that you are doing business and there are many places to spend money, so she mailed it directly. Gu Feiyuan, he touched her head and said, "Jiang Ye saw that you still had a normal letter and a note in the envelope." It turned out that the note was written by Xiao Tian and Xiao Yun, and there was pinyin on it. Thinking of those 2 little dolls, Jiang Ye felt very soft. The 2 little dolls said they missed her and said they would visit her later. Gu Feiyuan was jealous. "Well, you didn't even say you missed me. I don't want to think about who married my aunt. We are husband and wife. If you miss me, doesn't it mean that you miss me? But if they come, they can't live there. There's not enough space for the family building, so why not rent a house in the city?" Jiang Ye took the opportunity to propose. Gu Feiyuan pinched it and said, "Don't think about it, no way. If he really rented a house in the city, then he would really only be able to see her on weekends, so he wouldn't do it." Jiang Ye sighed and refused to rent. Then she would buy the head office. No one could stop her anyway. The villain in my heart immediately became arrogant and proud. When she got home, Jiang Ye sat on the sofa and read Gu Honghong's letter. The factory was progressing smoothly. It had been renovated, and the workroom had been rearranged. Everything was fine at home. Gu's mother had raised a lot of things, and she said that she would give them to her when the time came. They take some. Gu Feiyuan, don't tell me that Zhang Qiming is really visionary. He is still executing the plan I left behind. Jiang Ye couldn't help but praise. In fact, she didn't expect Zhang Qiming to follow the original plan. After all, she had already left. Gu Feiyuan pretended to be unhappy. It's quite exciting to praise other men, isn't it? Why, my little bucket is jealous again. Jiang Ye approached him and said. Gu Feiyuan stretched out his hand to pull her and sit on his lap. "Young man, are you kicking your nose and touching your face?" Jiang Ye ignored him and continued to watch. The more he watched, the more he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look, let's just say that there is reincarnation in the way of heaven. Who can let her go to her father to make trouble during the Chinese New Year? Now she's fine. She's paralyzed. Gu Feiyuan kissed her. "Are you so happy?" "Well, thinking about the pain I suffered, I get angry. If Xiao Tian hadn't been so vicious, would she have had any sequelae? Jiang Ye doesn't pity her at all. People like her deserve it." My wife is right. The 2 of them stopped talking. They both lay on the coffee table and wrote letters, each one writing 1 letter. Although Gu Feiyuan agreed with Jiang Ye's view, he also knew that no matter how bad the person was, she was still her brother-in-law's mother and should do what she wanted. I still had to do it, so I reminded my sister and then said something to my parents. Jiang Ye mainly wrote it for his 2 children and carefully marked it in pinyin. "Let them come over to play, and tell them to cook delicious food for them when the time comes, and let them eat bread. Then I told my sister and husband some work experience and sales stuff. The family members read the other party's reply, understood it tacitly, and put it in the envelope. Okay, I'll buy some snacks for the kids then. Meaty meat with a long shelf life, dried meat and the like. The express delivery is too slow now, otherwise she would like to mail some bread, pastries, and the like to the two little guys. She misses it so much. The express delivery is coming, SF Express. Gu Feiyuan nodded. It's all up to you. I want to deliver bread and pastries to Gaohan. Will you come with me? Jiangya also wanted to go out for some fresh air, and nodded in agreement. Are you really not going with me?
Gu Feiyuan asked.
Jiangya smiled. You also saw that I have a lot of things to do here? You go early and come back early, and don't go to the wrong place. Okay, I'll go then. As soon as Gu Feiyuan left, Jiangya started calculate today's accounts and write them down neatly in a notebook. After checking the time, Gu Feiyuan hadn't come back yet. He took a shower and went to bed to rest. As soon as he left the family building, Gu Feiyuan's face darkened. Someone must have been talking about something and his wife heard it. His wife was just reminding him. Thinking of Wei Shasha, his face became even colder. He didn't know what was wrong with his head. He had said what he should say and done what he should do, but why didn't he give up? How could Gu Feiyuan know that this situation is like a saying in later generations, what you don't get is always in turmoil? The only good news today was that He Minglin told him that he had already discussed this matter with Wei Jinyu, and Wei Jinyu also agreed that he would be promoted this time. No matter what, Gu Feiyuan appreciated it. When Gu Feiyuan went to deliver the bread, the squad leader said that Gao Han had already fallen asleep, so he didn't wake him up and just handed the things to the squad leader and went back. When he went back, he saw that the lights were all turned off. In the bedroom, Jiangya was sleeping soundly. Looking at the dark circles under his eyes, Gu Feiyuan felt heartbroken. My wife is really tired recently. He covered her with a quilt, put her little feet in it, and turned to go to the bathroom. It's quiet here, but Fu Dongxing upstairs is very depressed. This time the list came out and I was not included, Fu Dongxing said, while smoking. Lin Li immediately became angry and threw his cigarette into the water glass. Who told you that you are incompetent? You only know how to smoke. Do you know that smoking is not good for pregnant women? Gu Feiyuan burned high incense in his ancestral graves. Why don't you look at who is interested in him? Fu Dongxing couldn't hold back his temper. Lin Li, do you know how to speak?
Fu Dongxing, let me tell you, my dad.
He said that if you want to get promoted, you have to work hard for it. Don't keep thinking about useless things. Lin Li was angry at first, but she became sarcastic in the end. Fu Dongxing's face darkened. Okay, I'll remember it. Go to sleep. Sleep wherever you want. Who are you showing your face to? Did you remember that your company commander was given by my family? Lin Li yelled at him directly. Fu Dongxing was completely furious. If you hadn't been pregnant with my child, I wouldn't have lived through this life. I want a divorce. Let's go. Get divorced now. It's like I'm willing to live with a loser like you. Lin Li herself said that she was very mean. Fu Dongxing directly picked up the teacup beside the bed and threw it to the ground, making Lin Li jump. Lin Li rushed over directly. Fu Dongxing, I'm not done with you. Fu Dongxing sneered. Lin Li, you've been too much. Am I too much? I have no ability, but I still want to be promoted and make a fortune. Just dream. Fu Dongxing put on his clothes and left without even looking at her. Lin Li was dumbfounded and started to cry. The next day, Jiangya went to the post office and mailed everything that should be bought and mailed. Back in the store, Wang Chong gave her the list of supply and marketing cooperatives around the city and the deposit. Jiangya finally felt relieved. Today is the day to pay wages. I will pay everyone's wages when Wang Songlin comes back. Jiangya still attaches great importance to corporate education. Although this is only a small store, there will be more chain stores in the future. She first talked about some of the current situation in the store, and she also praised the employees for their positive work attitude. When you receive your salary, you receive it one by one. The time of arrival is different, and the things you do are different. Naturally, the amount of salary is also different. Although Wang Songlin came late, He has good communication skills and has won many small orders. His salary is 150 yuan. When he saw so many, his eyes widened. Why are there so many? Yes, you're a salesperson. You agreed at the beginning of the sale that there would be a commission. You can do the math and see if it's right. Wang Songlin waved his hand and said, No need. No matter what, it must be right, but he didn't expect there to be so many. Brother Wang, you better do the math. We will be working together for a long time in the future. If you have any difficulties or problems, you can tell me. Jiangya also wants to listen to the voices of his subordinates, which will help the store continue to develop. After hearing what she said, Wang Songlin walked directly down the steps and told what happened before. Jiangya smiled and said, Everyone has concerns, don't worry. I have always been consistent, and business and private matters will never be mixed. Besides, if I had targeted you, I would have fired you long ago. Really? After hearing this, Wang Songlin smiled in relief and went out with his salary. Wang Chong was the second one to go in. He got the most, and he was also a salesman. But because of his youth, he was more courageous than Wang Songlin. He not only sold in the city, but also contacted many orders from other places. There are twice as many goods as Wang Songlin. Others receive normal salary plus some performance bonuses. Although not as good as Wang Chong and Wang Songlin, it is more than enough. Everyone got a lot of money and felt very happy. They proposed to treat Jiangya to a meal. How could Jiangya, the boss, ask his employees to treat him to a meal? There happened to be a barbecue restaurant open nearby, and Jiangya said he would invite everyone to eat there after get off work. Logically speaking, it doesn't hurt that Jiangya is the boss and has a family. Jiangya still denied it and called Gu Feiyuan. Gu Feiyuan pretended to be angry. You went to eat delicious food, and you have to make it up to me tomorrow. Okay, what do you want to eat?
Eat you.
Jiangya saw that he was not doing what he was doing and scolded him directly, and hung up the phone. It closed an hour in advance, and a group of people went directly to the barbecue restaurant. This barbecue restaurant is small and has a lot of customers. If Wang Chong hadn't come to reserve a seat in advance, they might not be able to catch up. Jiangya ordered a lot of skewers, leaving everyone in the store stunned. This is a big customer. To his surprise, Jiangya discovered that the canned hawthorn sold in this store was really delicious. I ordered a few bottles. The stove was burning in the store, and it was relatively hot. Each of us ate one bottle. It was so cool that I felt much better. How does it taste? It's delicious. I don't like hawthorn, but I didn't expect that this can is not sour at all. Sister De Zhang said with a smile. She is getting older, and her teeth will fall out as soon as she eats something sour. Jiangya also took 2 bites, and it still tasted the same. Store manager, is this Ken's hometown your hometown? Dandan is a careful person. Of course, no one asked again, nor did they talk about it again. After eating and drinking, Jiangya returned to the store, and everyone else went back. When Gu Feiyuan saw her, the two locked the store door and went back. It was still the same bicycle. Gu Feiyuan put a military green coat on her. Although it was not so cold now, the breeze in the evening was still quite strong. I'm so happy today. Drink too much? Gu Feiyuan chuckled softly, as long as my wife is happy. Gu Feiyuan, I never thought that I can meet you. Jiangya lay on his back and whispered. Gu Feiyuan pretended to be angry and said, Then who do you want to meet? I don't want anyone, I just want you. If Gu Feiyuan could see Jiangya's eyes at this time, he would see how gentle her eyes were. I don't know if it was because he really drank a little wine, but Jiangya thought of many things. In her previous life, her husband rarely picked her up from get-off work and rarely ate with her. The company was very busy at that time, and the two of them barely had time to see each other. Maybe it's because of this that the two of them drift apart? In this life, she has avoided neglecting her family because of her career, so she has always restrained her desire and ambition for her career. But Gu Feiyuan is not like that. He will come to pick her up, tell her, and discuss things with her. The two people also faced each other's emotions directly and never concealed them. Only now do I realize how happy this is. Maybe the real 3 views are not the outlook on life and values, but that each other can have each other, be full of love, and always have the status of each other. This is the real marriage. Gu Feiyuan, I love you very much. Jiang Ye shouted so loudly that Gu Feiyuan almost stopped the car. I love you too. Well, I know. Gu Feiyuan would never say such words so easily in the past. Maybe he is worried about the so-called machismo, or he has never met someone who can say such a thing. But today the moonlight is charming, and the wife in the back seat is even more charming. He couldn't help it. If he wasn't riding a bicycle, he would have hugged her tightly and kept saying I love you. Of course, after returning home, Jiang Ye knew the consequences of teasing a lion. Jiang Ye sat on the chair holding her waist, her legs trembling. It was because she said she was going to work to beg for mercy that she didn't continue. Oh my God, I won't tease you again next time. It's too terrible. It's too terrible. Jiang Ye kept chanting in his heart over and over again. But you have to talk to him about this situation. You can't just come to work with your waist covered every time. Dandan and Xiuyu didn't understand it well when they were inexperienced, but Sister De Zhang looked at her and smiled for a long time. Suddenly the door rang, interrupting Jiang Ye's thoughts. I saw a man wearing a brown tunic suit and slicked back hair walking in. Hello, what do you need? Jiang Ye immediately returned to his working look. I heard that you can make customized cakes here? Jiang Ye nodded. Yes, you can provide us with the cake style we need, and you can also let us design it or choose us to design it. The visitor nodded, but there was no question. Instead of talking, he glanced at the store. The decoration is very tasteful. When he said this, he glanced at Jiang Ye. Then he walked around the shelves, then picked up a piece of bread to try. Fruit flavor? Yes, the bread has fruit slices and jam in it.
Jiang Ye introduced.
How much does it cost? Because the workmanship is complicated, this kind of bread costs 1 yuan. This kind of bread is relatively expensive in the store, and I only buy it in scattered pieces. How much do I want for 2,000? 2,000? Jiang Ye was startled. Currently, he has never asked for that many at one time. He has asked for them every day. 8 cents. Yes, but the receipt must be written as $1.50. Jiang Ye understood something immediately and nodded. Yes, they are business materials. We are from the Materials Management Office. We will hold a large party tomorrow. These will be provided as pastries for the meeting. At 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, the bread will be delivered to the meeting site. The person continued. Jiang Ye showed a hint of embarrassment. Because of the storage problem of fruit bread, it must be made and sold immediately. In this case, she does not have to go home today. Yes, but I need half of your deposit, because this kind of bread is special. If you regret it and don't want it, I won't even be able to sell it again. Jiang Ye said directly. The face of the visitor changed immediately. Are you kidding? We never have to pay a deposit when buying something. Jiang Ye smiled and said, I'm sorry, I don't know how you did it before, but this is a small business. There is no way to pay the deposit. The visitor's face darkened, and he directly threw out a business card. Did you see? I am the person in charge, and it's 2,000. Can anyone else give you such a big order? Sorry, since you don't pay the deposit, I won't do this transaction. Jiang Ye encountered a lot of troubled customers in his previous life. It's not like he has never encountered this kind of person who takes advantage of the company's power and is not businesslike. Let's see. We all pay upon seeing the goods. If I were asked to pay a deposit now, I would have to pay out of my own pocket, maybe 100. The visitor said in a direct and determined tone. Jiang Ye smiled and said, 100 won't work. I don't even have that much money. Let's do this. You give me 400, and the rest will be paid when you see the goods. The visitor didn't let go when he saw Jiang Ye, and finally agreed. Jiang Ye wrote a receipt. This is the receipt. Please keep it. After the visitor left for a while, Gu Feiyuan came, and Jiang Ye explained the matter. Gu Feiyuan praised her for her greatness. But I'm afraid I won't be able to go back tonight. There are so many, so I have to work overtime. Upon hearing this, Gu Feiyuan said, I'll help you. Forget it. I've asked them to work overtime. Just pay the overtime pay.
Okay.
When everyone heard about such a big order, they all agreed to stay. Besides, you would get paid for overtime work, so no one would suffer. Everyone gathered firewood, and the flames were high. They thought they were going to go there in the middle of the night, but it turned out to be over soon. After returning home, Jongya was so tired that he couldn't even straighten his waist. Gu Feiyuan asked her to sit there and gave her a massage. Gu Feiyuan, I never thought you still have the skill. Even if you don't serve as a soldier, you can still support me with this skill.
Hyun datist.
Gu Feiyuan took the opportunity to pinch Gao Gao hard, and Jongya suddenly blushed. What are you doing? I'm going to complain about you. It's natural for a husband to bully his wife. Where are you going to complain? Jongya didn't bother to pay attention to him. He went even further and stood up directly to sit somewhere else. Gu Feiyuan followed closely. What's wrong? Are you angry? Humph, you're not giving me a massage sincerely at all. Jongya turned her head and glanced at him. Gu Feiyuan smiled and said, whose soy sauce pot fell over? Jongya reached out and hammered it over. Gu Feiyuan caught him and held him in his arms. Look where you're going? Jongya's face turned red. Gu Feiyuan, you are a bad guy. Well, I will be bad to you. How about we go out for a walk? Okay. The two of them put on their clothes. I took my clothes out, but when I opened the door, I found someone squatting at the door. Jongya was so frightened that he almost didn't shout. At this time, it was not like later generations. The lights in the corridor were still the same old ones, and they were not advanced sensor ones. Gu Feiyuan grabbed Gao Han and said, why don't you knock on the door? What are you doing squatting here? Gao Han smiled, showing his big white teeth, which was quite scary not to mention looking like this. Aren't I afraid of disturbing you and sister-in-law? Jongya blushed and glared at Gu Feiyuan. Okay, if you have something to talk about, go back to bed if you have nothing else. I'll stay at your house tonight. My sister-in-law and I will go for a walk in the city tomorrow. If I keep holding on like this, I'm going to get sick.
Gu han loket pitiful. Said.
Jongya smiled and said, no, I can't help you with my long hair and short knowledge. Sister-in-law, you don't remember the faults of villains. Forget about them. Later, Jongya agreed. Originally, we didn't expect Gao Han to do anything. As long as he didn't cause trouble, everything else was up to him. Early the next morning, the two got into the purchasing car and went to the city. Gao Han's eyelids were so sleepy that he kept chattering, sister-in-law, it's too early. I'm at this point every day, just keep your eyes open for a while. When he got up in the morning, the breeze was blowing, and Gao Han was wrapped in a military coat. I felt like the wind was going straight into my clothes, it was so cold. When they arrived, Wang Chong and Wang Songlin were already waiting in the car outside the door. Jongya quickly opened the door, removed the grate, and entered the house. Gao Han wanted to help, but the more he helped, the more chaos he got. Jongya pushed him aside, gave him something to eat and drink, and asked him to stay calm for a while. He quickly packed the fresh fruit bread into the car and finally sent the two of them away. A new round of preparations began. Gao Han took a few bites and said, sister-in-law, I also want to eat fruit-flavored ones. Okay, wait until I finish it. Sister-in-law, how are you doing this business? What do you think is good and bad? Jongya asked back. Gao Han suddenly became serious, at least 2,000 or 3,000 a day. Jongya smiled. She really dared to say it, but didn't she think like this in her previous life? If someone else listens to this, he will definitely think that he is talking nonsense, but as Jongya, who had his own business empire in his previous life, he will only think that ambition is a good thing for a person. Sister-in-law, are you laughing at me? Gao Han said depressedly. Jongya looked calmly. Gao Han, it's good to be ambitious, but how do you put it into action to realize your ambition? You want to make 2,000 or 3,000 a day. What kind of business do you need to do to achieve it? If you have enough funds, sister-in-law, what do you think? Jongya smiled mysteriously. Then I won't do anything. Gao Han sighed and said that he was not serious. It was obvious that the most unconventional person was right in front of him. When Jongya was getting ready, Dandan and the others also came to work. Jongya asked Gao Han to go out and started working with Sister De Zhang again. After a while, I heard Xiuyu shouting depressedly outside. Don't move around. It's all set up. You should go and sit there, it will only add chaos. Xiuyu shouted in disgust. Gao Han was so depressed. How could he, a dignified man, be disliked like this? He'd better go out for a walk. Not long after he left, Wang Chong and Wang Songlin, who had sent supplies, came back and hurried to the workroom. There were several large footprints on the ground. Store manager, it's bad. People say there is no such person. Jiangya looked calm. Are you sure?
Yes.
Jiangya suddenly panicked, but quickly calmed down and dialed the card left by the man. Sure enough, the phone number was fake. She suddenly smiled. Obviously, the name on the business card had told her the truth. She really had no vigilance at all after coming here. Anonymous. Doesn't this tell you clearly that you can't find it? Wang Songlin brought the bread in. No need to move it, just put it outside with the free puffs. Anyone who wants to buy something can take it away. Jiangya is punishing herself. The most taboo thing in shopping malls is to be vigilant and lose guard. Perhaps she really feels that this store is too small, but has forgotten to grow from small to big. Everyone was shocked when they heard what Jiangya said. Manager, no, this fruit bread costs a lot. Jiangya didn't say anything and went directly into the operation room with a serious expression. Store manager, you can't let me go running around with Nakuzi and Wang Chong again. Jiangya waved her hand to stop what she said. Sister de Zhang, the fruit bread will lose its flavor after that time. We can't lose the big for the small. When Gao Han came back, he saw a pile of bread at the door and asked he hit Xiuyu, but Xiuyu didn't give him a good look either. Dandan simply said it. Gao Han directly picked up one and started chewing it. The little fish suddenly became even more angry when he saw how delicious it was. You are so heartless. Why do you keep eating? Gao Han curled his lips and stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth. You don't panic when something happens. You are so panicked. How can you solve a problem? Xiuyu thought. I want to criticize a few words, but I think what he said is quite right. Gao Han wiped his hands and entered the workroom. Jiangya was taking out the steamed pastries. He really admired her a little. For ordinary people, this kind of loss would have been unbearable for a long time, and she could still be so calm. If Jiangya knew that he thought so, she would definitely laugh. Others thought she was crazy for delivering bread, but that was not the case. Many bakeries in later generations did this. As time went by, wouldn't those who knew she did this become more trust the sign of Mo Shang Huakai? Word of mouth is sometimes the best word of mouth. This little thing doesn't mean anything to the fact that she was cheated and betrayed in her previous life. Don't panic at this time, just like Gao Han said. Sister-in-law, have you had any grudges with anyone recently? Gao Han heard that this was a premeditated trap set specifically for Mo Shanghua. Didn't Director Yang say that this matter is over? Sister-in-law, have you thought of something? This person must be trying to teach you a lesson. Jiangya shook his head. I am not familiar with Bin City. Who can I offend? This shop has not been open for long, and I don't know anyone. I know. She couldn't tell even that person. She could only admit her lesson, and she couldn't tell Gao Han about her grudge with that person. Doesn't that mean Gu Feiyuan knew about it? Even if Gu Feiyuan didn't say it, she knew that this was his critical moment. Forget it. Sister-in-law, do you know and don't want to talk about it? No, I really don't know. Get out quickly, I'm going to be busy. Jiangya continued to do what he was doing. Gao Han glanced at her and went out without saying anything. He could see clearly that this person's sister-in-law must know. Wang Chong came in angrily. That person named Zhao must have done this. It's okay, just pretend it never happened. Have you written the slogan? Xiaoyu has written it. Store manager, I also know a few people in Bin City. I'm going to give him a good beating. If I can't tell Brother Gu, we can beat him until he cries for his father and mother. No, don't tell anyone about this, and neither can you. Don't look for anyone, we still have business to do, Jiangya reminded. Wang Chong sighed and walked out. As soon as Jiangya went out, Xiuyu brought her food and coffee, hoping that she would feel better. Gao Han, I'll give you a task. Help me sell products. I'll get a commission of 20 for each sale. Jiangya said, with a smile. Gao Han took a bite of bread and nodded. Hey, the dream is 100 times less, but he promised Brother Yuan to help her today. It turned out that Gao Han was really good, not to mention that he had a sweet mouth, barked when he saw people, and even entertained people. Jiangya was shocked. Knowing about this event, many people came here. Even if you buy anything, you can get bread, which is still very appropriate. The mentality of taking advantage exists at any time. On the second floor opposite, a man took a puff of a cigarette and suddenly became angry when he saw the flowers blooming on Mo's hang. What are you doing? Let her do a bunch of publicity? You can accept it as soon as you're ready, and remember to give me the principal. The man wearing glasses said. You still have the nerve to ask for the principal. Why did you give her so much? After all, she didn't lose much at all. What? You want to regret it. I told you this is just a bad thing. Ming, you have to know how you can be so cool without me. I want you to do something and still need the capital? The man wearing glasses smiled disdainfully. The man who smoked didn't look at it either, and there were 13 pictures in a row, but he didn't get anything. There were also those who thought Gao Han was easy to talk to and wanted to take the opportunity to get more, but Gao Han pointed him out directly and lost their temper. Other people with such thoughts don't dare to take action. It's too shameful to be regarded as a typical example for a few pieces of bread. Gao Han shouted until his throat smoked and his face became stiff. If the old man knew that he was making a joke here, would he probably be beaten to death? I went into the house to find some water to drink, but I smelled the aroma of chocolate. Sister-in-law, can you make chocolate? Jiangya smiled. This is chocolate sauce. I want to make a piece of Black Forest. Black Forest? Gao Han said, confused. After a while, I was attracted by the colorful things on the side. Sister-in-law, what is this? There are fruits. Is this milk? As soon as I saw the milk, I immediately gave up my desire to take a sip. That's fruit juice, you try it. No, I won't touch anything related to milk. Try it, I guarantee you can only see it, but there won't be any milk fragrance. Gao Han moved his hands. In the end, I couldn't resist my curiosity and took a sip. Oh my God, sister-in-law, how did you make it? It tastes amazing. Jiangya smiled. How long has it been since he came here? It already smells like corn. Gao Han was not polite and filled up a large bowl. If Jiangya hadn't stopped him, it would have all been his. Sitting outside with a bowl in hand, she was eating. While eating, she was thinking about today's conversation with Jiangya. My sister-in-law must know who tricked her, but why didn't she say anything? It's okay to speak up and let Brother Yuan help vent your anger. Wang Chan couldn't help but went to Director Yang in the end. Firstly, it was time for settlement, and secondly, I wanted to talk to him about it. Although the store manager didn't care on the surface, he lost so much money. Here, let's see if it's that much. Wang Chang checked, collected the money, and then told Director Yang what happened today. What? Being cheated? How can someone as powerful as your boss be cheated? Our boss is powerful, but he also has a good heart and doesn't have any bad intentions. Director Yang, don't you know best?
Director Yang Lao Get.
After a moment, have you found out who it is?
How to deal with the bread.
Wang Chang talked about Jiangya's treatment method. Director Yang takes a longer view, but still feels that this is too much of a loss. No, you said our store manager has always been kind to others. Who would be so unscrupulous to set up such a trap? Wang Chang gave him a meaningful look. Director Yang, I also took the money. I'm leaving first. As soon as he left, Director Yang couldn't sit still. It was obvious that the person Wang Chang was talking about was Lao Zhao. He quickly dialed the phone. Old Zhao, you didn't do anything, did you?
What are you talking about?
Where am I at work? Stop pretending to be confused with me. I'll tell you if you did what happened in the pastry room. My son is in the army. What are you going to do with him like this? Director Yang was anxious when he said this. Old Zhao sneered. I told you I was at work and didn't have time to do that. Okay, I'll leave it here. If I know what you did, don't blame me for being ruthless. Director Yang was not a good person either. She deserves to pay the money. What does it have to do with me? If it weren't for you, I would have sold that witch. Okay, I understand, Lao Zhao. Let me tell you one last thing. Sooner or later, it's going to end. Director Yang, what are you talking about? You're a thief and you're caught in bed. Director Yang sneered and hung up the phone. That sentence clearly means that he did it. If he didn't do it, he can't get away with it. But there is no evidence now. What can he do? How about going to talk to Jiangya directly, but he introduced the person and something like this happened. If his son knew the truth, he would probably be blamed. If that didn't work, he'd better call his son. He heard from his son that Gu Feiyuan was ruthless and had killed people on the battlefield. If he knew this, wouldn't he kill Lao Zhao? Director Yang didn't know how to let go.
Still have to go to the pastry room.
When we got there were quite a few people, and Jiangya was settling accounts. Boss Jiang. Director Yang. Why are you here? What are you missing? Jiangya didn't look up. Boss Jiang, is there a place where we can talk? Jiangya nodded and took him directly to the small office inside. Are you suspicious of Lao Zhao?
No.
If I hadn't introduced you, this wouldn't have happened. I'm really sorry. Gao Han suddenly broke in. Someone is here. Then I'm going out. With that said, he closed the door.
Director Yang, please go back.
This matter is over. Jiangya didn't want to mention it anymore. Besides, Gao Han was outside and was not very smart, so it was inconvenient to continue talking. Director Yang sighed and went out.
Gao Han also understood something.
Jiangya went out to continue settling the accounts. She couldn't blame Director Yang for this matter. After all, he had good intentions, but she didn't expect that this man named Zhao could really do it. There is a long way to go, and he will be able to spit it out one day. Wang Chong, I hope what happened today will not happen again. Jiangya's words were not loud but stern. It was the first time that Wang Chong saw the store manager getting angry, and he felt a little stupid. Gao Han kept listening there, but was pulled back by Xiu. Store manager, I just don't think we can let the guy named Zhao go. It's over. Don't mention it again. You can go about your business, Jiangya said. When Gao Han heard this, he suddenly turned around and asked Xiu, who is the one named Zhao? Xiu was too lazy to pay attention to him. She went out and asked Jiangya, sister-in-law, is the one named Zhao the one who tricked you? Jiangya glanced at him and said nothing. Sister-in-law, are you so willing to be cheated? Jiangya smiled. Everyone in business will always suffer losses. Didn't the ancients say? Suffering is a blessing. Besides, maybe the witch framed you, so you just want to be a witch? Gao Han, if you don't feel like staying here, go back, otherwise you will have to stay here tonight. Gao Han smiled and called He Minglin's office directly. Tell He Minglin. Let Captain Gu pick me up tonight. After that, he hung up the phone. Jiangya was stunned for a moment. Is this the end? When did the military become so careless? Sister-in-law, let's make a bet. If a car comes to pick me up tonight, and it's driven by Brother Yuan, you have to tell me the truth. If I don't promise to put a seal on your mouth and not say a word, what do you think?
Gao Han said.
Jiangya smiled and said nothing. She planned to keep this matter in her stomach, so she wouldn't say anything because of any bet. Okay, I'll ask Wang Chong to take you out for a walk. He is a local. Unfortunately, Gao Han nodded and agreed, thinking freely in his mind. After walking for a while, I came back and saw Wang Songlin checking for bread while Gao Han was causing trouble. Wang Songlin carried him behind his back and continued to investigate. Dandan couldn't stand it any longer, so she grabbed him and left. Store manager, there are 500 left. Get in your van, let's go to the nursing home. What is the store manager doing there? Jiangya looked calm, visiting the lonely old man. Gao Han, on the other hand, I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that she still had such thoughts. He was obviously deceived today, but is this calm person really the person who suffered such a thing? Jiangya only brought Wang Chong and Gao Han with him. Although Xiaoyu also wanted to follow, he had no choice but to give up. Seeing her looking so downcast, he said, Sister-in-law, I'm not going. Let Xiaoyu go with you, and I'll help. Okay, help Sister De Zhang and the others and don't make trouble. In the end, Dandan followed. I went to the nursing home first, and then heard the director say that they actually had an orphanage behind. Jiangya went straight to the orphanage, without saying anything. I didn't expect it to be unified here. I heard from the dean that this is so that children can feel love, and the elderly will not be lonely. Jiangya is very interested in such advanced concepts. Gao Han made a phone call here. Dandan suddenly became angry. Don't make random calls. The phone bill is very expensive. You are a girl, so be gentle. You black coal ball. Gu Feiyuan has dark skin, and he is most afraid of others calling him black, so he got angry. Can you say something more and I'll listen? You too, please calm down and do your work quickly. The store manager will be back in a while. Be careful, I will sue you. Dandan snorted and went to work. Gao Han still he didn't let go anymore, and finally Sister Zhang got him something to eat and blocked his mouth. When they arrived at the orphanage, they saw a group of children looking at them eagerly. Jiangya's heart softened immediately. If she hadn't had a grandma by her side in her previous life, she would have been no different from these orphans. He hugged them quickly and distributed a piece of bread to each of them. Jiangya also brought some puffs and gave them to the children. Suddenly a car appeared at the door, and several people got out, some of whom had cameras and microphones in their hands. When the dean saw them, he quickly introduced them, but before the dean could finish speaking, someone took several photos of Jiangya. Xiao Jiang. This is reporter Liu from the newspaper. He is a very nice person. I saw someone coming to visit the orphans, so I wanted to give you an interview. Jiangya quickly shook his head. This is nothing to me. Besides, I didn't do anything.
What?
We are employees of Mo Shanghua Kai, and our boss Jiangya is kind-hearted. Wang Chang took the opportunity to make a series of advertisements. Jiangya really helped her. Her employees were so keenly trained by her. Why are you coming here? Wang Chang glanced at Jiangya nervously. I just think that the elderly and children are vulnerable groups in this society. They all need our care. Everyone will grow old one day. These children are no different from other children. What they experience will become their most important precious wealth, and I just hope to do my part in their healthy growth. There are many children in the store who come to buy bread and eat delicious food. I am very touched by the little faces showing them. I hope these children will be too.
Same. Jiangya said.
Manager Jiang, what do you think after having close contact with these children and the elderly this time? Jiangya still smiled and replied, I hope more people will care for these elderly and children so that this society can even better. Then, do you have any other ways to help these old people and children? The dean's eyes turned red after hearing this. There are 2 eldest children, but one was abandoned because he was born without hearing. My child is very sensible and has always helped me manage my younger siblings. There is also a child who can talk but is silent. He is good at drawing and is a girl. As he said this, he held hands with the pair at the end. 2 children waving. When Jiangya was distributing bread, he noticed these 2 children. While other children were impatient, they were the only ones who stood silently behind and asked the children to line up. It doesn't matter, both children can come. These 2 children will be 18 years old next year, and the orphanage can't let them stay any longer. When he said this, the director almost burst into tears. Miss Jiang, can we follow up and report on your actions? Jiangya shook his head. I hope my life will still be peaceful. I don't need to be famous or want to be famous. Everything I said today will come true. Jiangya said this not only for himself, but also for the sake of the sponsored and the 2 older children. Sooner or later, they will have their own lives, and she has no right to subject them to the observation of the entire society before they have made a decision. Many people were a little surprised, including the dean. This is obviously a good thing for a business person. Although reporter Liu was a little disappointed, he still respected Jiangya's idea, because in fact it had little news value. Jiangya asked the dean to bring the 2 children to the office. Jiangya carefully wrote down her thoughts on paper and drew them like a cartoon villain. She caught the girl's attention at a glance, and the girl asked her if she could learn it. The boy nodded when he saw that his sister agreed, but he still wanted to live in the orphanage so that he could help the director. Jiangya also agreed. On the way back, Jiangya's heart really calmed down completely. In fact, she was not that generous. After all, although she was not a person who had to take revenge in her previous life, she would never let such a person have an easy time. But after today's visit, Jiangya's heart no longer had such thoughts. The innocence and beauty in the eyes of those children washed her mind. When Jiangya arrived at the door of the store, he happened to see a military truck parked at the door. Gu Feiyuan? Daughter-in-law, you're finally back. Why did you come so early? Jiangya glanced at the watch on his hand in surprise. It was only after 4 o'clock. The 2 of them entered the house while talking. Jiangya was already making finishing moves when he learned that the students had left school early and were talking about participating in some training. Gao Han was writing furiously on his chair, his brows furrowed. What is he doing? The homework assigned by Gao Yuan. Go over there and write I have to settle accounts. Gao Han hugged the notebook and went to the other side without even raising his head. Jiangya was a little surprised. He put all the money neatly, then arranged it and placed it in piles on the table. After checking it out, it turned out to be a negative number, but this no longer made Jiangya depressed. Why did you give so many gifts today?
Gu Feiyuan asked.
Jiangya was writing something and almost made a mistake. No, isn't this just for publicity? What's the result? It's pretty good. A lot of people came. Jiangya quickly finished writing and put it in her bag. Let's go. There's no one around anyway, so close the door early. Why don't you eat out today? I see you're very tired. Goodbye. I've prepared everything in the morning now. Let's go back and stir fry before we start dinner. After packing up the things, he said goodbye to everyone and locked the door. The reason for driving was that it was still very early when I got home. Gao Han remained silent along the way, unlike before where he kept talking. When they arrived at the compound, Gu Feiyuan went to return the car and Gao Han said a word. After looking at the two of them, Jiangya went back to cooking. In the newspaper office, Wei Shasha was sitting in the editor's office. Sasha, when do you plan to come back? If it weren't for the relationship between her family and this eldest lady, he would really be too lazy to care. A good reporter is half the job, and he has to be seconded to the military region to be a propagandist. Wei Shasha was looking at the articles and pictures on his desktop, which showed a woman in a black coat holding a child in her arms with a gentle face. Editor-in-Chief, what do you think? The editor-in-chief took a look and said, I've finished reading it. It's pretty good. Send it.
Shasha, what are you thinking about?
It's okay, Uncle Moo. We haven't published many manuscripts like this. Will there be any suspicion of duplication if I post it again? Sasha, you don't understand. Everyone likes it now. Wei Shasha smiled. Uncle Moo still knows better, but does the name on it have to be removed? As the saying goes, do good deeds without leaving a name. Otherwise, it will become an advertisement. Editor Moo glanced at her. Sasha, do you know her? No, that's what I said, Uncle Moo. My dad asked me to stay in the military area for another 2 days. I'll leave Uncle Moo here first. As soon as she left, Chief Moo said. His face fell. What are you still doing? Send it to be printed. Okay, I understand. I'll go right away. Bah, what the Hades? After leaving the door, Wei Shasha directly asked the driver if he knew where the flowers on Mo's hang were. As a result, the driver praised me, saying that the bread was so delicious that all the children in the family loved it. But when he heard that Wei Shasha was going over, the driver was stunned for a moment and said, Miss, there is still some distance here. If we pass, we won't be able to go back on time. As a result, Wei Shasha insisted on going over, and the driver had no choice. When Wei Shasha got there, the store had long been closed. She took a look at the sign and she couldn't tell what she felt, but it felt very comfortable. Jiangya had been preparing the meals for a long time, but the two of them hadn't come back yet, so they tidied up the house again. Gu Feiyuan and Gao Han drove directly to the city. At this time, his wife still wanted to hide it from him, for fear of affecting him. When she came back with a broken head, he had a bad relationship with her and didn't know anything. Maybe she could forgive her, but now she was right under his nose. There are people down there who dare to bully her, and they will never take it lightly. He knew what kind of person her daughter-in-law was. She looked quite docile, but was actually very stubborn. She didn't cry easily when she was wronged. She was very considerate of the overall situation and would never alarm him if she could solve things when necessary. Gao Han told the limited information that the man named Zhao must be the one who had a grudge against his wife, but who could have such a big grudge with her not long after she opened the store. Gu Feiyuan drove the car very fast, and Gao Han tightened his grip on the handle on the side. Brother Yuan, drive slower. He seemed not to hear it, and the speed of the car still did not stop. Brother Yuan, isn't that a military zone car? Gao Han said, pointing to a speeding car. Gu Feiyuan took a look, his eyes filled with coldness. Mr. Wei Shasha saw it was Gu Feiyuan at a glance. Even though the car was traveling at such a fast speed, she could still see clearly. Where was he going in such a hurry? Something happened. How is your sister-in-law feeling today? Gu Feiyuan asked tightly. Gao Han felt a little dizzy. Brother Yuan, please slow down. My sister-in-law is quite calm. She just won't say anything. Gu Feiyuan hummed, and the car slowed down a little. Jiangya, from the moment I decided to stay by your side forever, what I want to do is to hold up a sky for you so that you can worry about your future instead of letting you endure the grievance and think about me. He drove directly to Wang Chong's home, paying attention to the address on the registration book before. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Chong was hanging clothes on the clothesline. When he saw them, his eyes tightened. Store manager, don't blame me for betraying you. Brother Gu's eyes are really scary, and there is also a scheming Gao Han beside him. He knew at a glance today that this was someone not easy to mess with. Brother Gu, if you have something to say, let's go into the room and talk. Gu Feiyuan shook his head. Let's just say it. Your store manager is still waiting for me to go back. Wang Chong glanced at him for a rare moment. The store manager is angry with me today. I'm not allowed to tell this matter. If you find out, the store manager will definitely let me go. Wang Chong, I am a man. My wife has been wronged. I can't pretend not to know. Do you want you to? Is this what the store manager is holding back? Gu Feiyuan clenched his fists and looked at him. Wang Chong was also filled with indignation. Brother Gu, stop talking, I'll tell you. That day, Director Yang introduced the business of a government agency to the store manager. The person in charge was named Zhao. After a few glasses of wine, he let the store manager asked him to drink, but the store manager refused and said some unreasonable words. The store manager gave him a lesson, and he said something to make it difficult for the store manager to survive in Binshur. Wang Chong said with gritted teeth, I suspect that it was old Zhao who did it. Gao Han smiled. It must be him. The man who came today is Director Yang, right? What he has been talking about old Zhao must be him. Gu Feiyuan's eyes were bright. What nonsense did you say? Wang Chong was frightened. Those words were too dirty for a grown man to say. Gu Feiyuan knew at a glance that the words were not good and clenched his fists. Brother Gu, I know that place. How about we beat him up and vent our anger on the store manager? Wang Chong said. Gu Feiyuan glanced at him. He was just talking? Didn't he do anything else to your store manager? It seems that the handshake took a long time on purpose, and the store manager didn't give him a good look. Wang Chong knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. Said out 10 times. Gu Feiyuan's face was cold. What did your store manager do? The store manager broke the wine bottle and injured him. After hearing this, Gu Feiyuan's face looked better. Fortunately, his wife is not weak, isn't it? The bully. Hitting him is too easy for him. Anyone who dares to hold him in the palm of his hand like this should give him a taste of his power, no matter what. Yang Wei's father is really unreliable. Could it be that when he introduced the business, he didn't know what kind of character this person was? It was clear that his wife had been wrong that day, but he still vented his anger on her. What a rascal. After asking, Gu Feiyuan wanted to leave, but was stopped by Wang Chong. Brother Gu, are you going to settle the score with that person named Zhao now? Take me with you, and I will go too. Don't worry if you don't go today. Only the 3 of us know. Obviously, that means I won't tell Jiangya that it was him. On the way back, Gao Han couldn't wait to ask, Brother Gu, what are you going to do? Teach the other in return. Gu Feiyuan said with an indifferent expression. Gao Han thought for a moment and understood instantly. Brother Gu, you are so good at this. No wonder his brother kept telling him to learn from Gu Feiyuan. Brother Gu, how do you plan to implement your plan? Gao Han asked. Gu Feiyuan sneered and said, Start from the root. Brother Gu, Yang Wei's father and sister-in-law are still in business. Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. When they got home, Jiangya looked at the 2 of them. At first glance, I asked, why did it take you so long to return the car? Military vehicles have special places to park, and they are not like private cars in later generations. They have to park in garages, parking lots, etc. Sister-in-law, I'm hungry. Let's talk while we eat. Gao Han looked like he was the best at eating. Jiangya nodded and put the food on the table. Gu Feiyuan ate very quickly and finished it in a while. Daughter-in-law, I'm going out for a while. Let Gao Han be here. Where are you going? It's late at night. Jiangya asked. Gu Feiyuan smiled and said, Go find Shanzi. We have a training plan that we need to discuss. Oh, then you go and come back early. Jiangya heard that he was going to find Shanzi and stopped asking. Gu Feiyuan went straight to the dormitory and called Yang Wei out directly. Yang Wei saw the cold look on his face. Captain, what's wrong with you? Do you know Lao Zhao? Upon hearing Lao Zhao, Yang Wei's heart skipped a beat. Lao Zhao and my dad, we are friends, and we have some contact from time to time. Nothing else? Captain, what's going on? Yesterday, someone came to order 2,000 pieces of bread, and they said it was from the Materials Management Office. But when I went to deliver it today, they said without this person, my uncle went to the store today and kept saying sorry to your sister-in-law, Lao Zhao. Gu Feiyuan didn't hide it, he said it directly. Hearing these words, cold sweat broke out on Yang Wei's face. Today, his comrade said he received a call from his father, but he thought it was just to ask how he was doing, so he didn't reply. Could something have happened?
Captain, I'll call my dad and ask.
Yang Wei didn't dare to guess yet, but he just hoped it wasn't what he thought. You are my subordinate and my trusted comrade. If it is confirmed that the person named Zhao did it, don't blame me for being rude. Just tell your uncle that he had good intentions when he introduced the customer to your sister-in-law, but this person you must know better than me what kind of virtue Zhao has. Since he dares to have bad ideas about your sister-in-law, if I don't seek justice, then I will be ashamed of being your sister-in-law's man. Yang Wei was crestfallen. Why didn't his father tell him? Also, Uncle Zhao knew his sister-in-law's identity, and yet dared to do this. It was so shameless. Yang Mingda had already fallen asleep when he received the call from his son. Son, what happened? You called me so late? I just want to know if the person who set up the pastry room of the group leader's house is Uncle Zhao? Yang Wei didn't beat around the bush and said straight to the point. Yang Mingda sighed. Although he doesn't admit it, there's a good chance that it will be fine. But if he refuses to admit it, there's nothing I can do about it. Dad, how can I face the group leader if you do this? Uncle Zhao aren't you crazy? As soon as Yang Wei heard his father's confirmation, he almost collapsed. Yang Mingda is still old and hot. Son, please give the phone to your team leader. Give me what you want. What's the matter? Gu Feiyuan took the phone directly. Uncle, we are very grateful if you help us introduce business. But the man surnamed Zhao is plotting against my daughter-in-law and is going too far to bully her. I can't bear this tone, and I can't bear it. I just want to tell you today that you'd better leave this matter alone. His last words were already a warning. No one else would be so polite. Captain Gu, I understand that although there is no evidence, it is human nature for you to do this. Yang Mingda knew that the matter had come to this, and he could only choose his son's side. He had told Lao Zhao everything he needed to say, but he was stubborn and had no choice. Jiangya, and I will treat you to dinner when we have time. Gu Feiyuan finally said. He can be rude, but he can't ignore Jiangya's side. After hanging up the phone, Gu Feiyuan glanced at Yang Wei. Business matters are public, private matters are private. Yang Wei's matter will not affect your current relationship with me. That person is a womanizer and behaves inappropriately.
Yang Wei looked at guiltily. Road.
Gu Feiyuan patted him on the shoulder. Yang Wei, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself. Just do whatever you have to do. Captain, I'm sorry. I should have told you last time how you were going to teach him a lesson. Psst. Yang Wei lowered his head and said. Gu Feiyuan sneered, if you find evidence, you can do whatever you want. He had already determined in his heart that Yang Mingda had confirmed this matter in all likelihood, but he was just afraid that he would vent his anger on Yang Wei just on the body. As parents, we all have the same heart. Okay, you can go back.
Yang Wei nodded.
Gu Feiyuan vented for a while before returning home. Jiangya hadn't rested yet, lying on the bed reading a book. Are you done talking?
Yes.
Gu Feiyuan took off his clothes and lay next to him. Thinking back to what he heard today about how she had been wronged, a flash of distress flashed in his eyes, and he held her in his arms. She is such a soft woman, but she resists everything on her own body. Jiangya noticed something was wrong. Gu Feiyuan, what's wrong with you? Nothing, I'm a little tired from training. How is your business today? Gu Feiyuan kissed her and deliberately touched her to distract her. Seeing that he was still in a bad mood, Jiangya didn't think about his attitude and patted his hand. Don't move. Who are you going to touch if you don't move? Gu Feiyuan, you are bullying people. Jiangya pinched him and said. Gu Feiyuan grabbed her little hand and put it on his chest. Daughter-in-law, do you know? I used to feel that there was no warmth in the dormitory at all. Since having you, my world has become warmer. Jiangya was very moved and mouthed, but Shang deliberately said, You are so bitter that your teeth are falling out. I am serious. Although Binshur has my dream, it does not have my home. Gu Feiyuan hugged her and said. Jiangya also looked at her seriously. You used to hate me so much. You mocked me coldly every day. If anyone said a few words, you would criticize me. Fu Dongsheng came to complain. You almost disfigured me. Do you remember? Gu Feiyuan kissed her, because I was blinded at that time. I don't blame you. I was really annoying at that time. Do you like me now? Jiangya asked with a smile. Gu Feiyuan nodded. I like it. I only like you in this world. If it weren't for your note and your medicine during my mission, I wouldn't be able to complete the mission, and I wouldn't be able to save Gao Yuan. You are my lucky star. Gu Feiyuan, he said while stroking her hair. Jiangya looked at him distressfully. Didn't you take it with you before? Yes, but that medicine of yours is really amazing. Then have you been injured? After saying this, Jiangya regretted it. She asked this question like, what's the problem? How could he not have been injured? I've clearly seen the scars on his body. It's all over. A few simple words expressed all the sadness and pain of the past. Gu Feiyuan, you will not be alone when you have me in the future. Jiangya said, looking into his eyes. Daughter-in-law, I love you very much, and I also want to tell you that if anything happens, we will bear it together, and you are not alone. Are you willing to tell me what happened? Gu Feiyuan held her hand and looked into her eyes. Asked. In an instant, Jiangya's muscles tightened and his eyes tightened. Daughter-in-law, don't you believe me? Gu Feiyuan looked at her and touched her with distress. Jiangya sighed. Just ask. I already know what happened to you. Why didn't you tell me immediately? Am I so unworthy of your trust? Gu Feiyuan asked. Jiangya was speechless. Even though she had given a bunch of reasons before, all of which she thought were the best, she had never asked if this was what Gu Feiyuan wanted. But she had already formed the habit of finding her own solution. When she saw the eldest sister, she was just too guilty that she told him. Gu Feiyuan, I just don't want to be someone who depends on others. Seeing her daughter-in-law being so independent, thinking of the past. He wanted to bully you. Why didn't you tell me? Jiangya was stunned for a moment. Do you know everything? Gu Feiyuan nodded. Jiangya, as long as I am here, you have nothing to fear. What if you are no longer here? Only at this moment did Jiangya realize that the nightmare of her failed marriage in her previous life had been tormenting her, and her so-called relief was just self-deception. It has long been instinct to handle things independently and face life. Her heart simply couldn't truly trust someone. Perhaps she always thought that this marriage with Gu Feiyuan was just a coincidence. Daughter-in-law, you don't need to be afraid. I will always be here. Gu Feiyuan knew that Jiangya had many things hidden in his heart, and sometimes he was always thinking about something. The moment she was silent just now, Gu Feiyuan always felt that she was so far away from him. She couldn't tell that she was another soul, so she could only use such a hypocritical reason. Seeing Jiangya like this, Gu Feiyuan's heart ached. Daughter-in-law, I won't do it. Gu Feiyuan, vowed to be by your side all my life. If I don't do it, let me. Jiangya covered his mouth. Tears were already streaming down her face. She once thought her marriage in her previous life was very happy because everyone said they were a perfect match. But then she suffered betrayal, and at the moment of her death, Jiangya's eyes turned out to be indifferent. Qingying's parents, yes, they are a perfect match, and they haven't separated yet. Gu Feiyuan, I want to be unrestrained and uncontrolled. Gu Feiyuan was silent for a while. I can't do it because I can't stand you. Freedom, but I will make you happy for the rest of your life. Jiangya smiled, and the haze in her heart suddenly disappeared. Jiangya looked at him with a smile. Gu Feiyuan, I believe you. I will leave this matter to you. After saying that, he turned to the other side. The conversation is over. Go to sleep. Gu Feiyuan covered her with a quilt, gently lowering his head. He kissed her intimately. Daughter-in-law, don't worry, your grievance will not be in vain. Jiangya soon fell into a dream. Unlike before, even when she fell asleep, her mind it was still rolling. Gu Feiyuan looked at the darkness outside the window and fell into deep thought. It was almost dawn before he came up with a complete plan. The two woke up almost at the same time. Gu Feiyuan kissed her. Daughter-in-law, did you sleep well? Yes. Perhaps because he had thought about it. All the ashes of the previous life in his heart were gone. Jiangya suddenly became extremely shy, and his little girly side was gone. No doubt. The two of them went out together, and when they went out they met Gao Han, who had torn his hair into a mess. Gao Han also didn't sleep well all night, and there were 2 dark circles under his eyes. Hey, the bed in the dormitory is really uncomfortable. I miss the mahogany pear flowers at home so much. Jiangya curled his lips. When will you change your style as a young master? Change? Sister-in-law, working people's wages cannot be owed. Gao Han stretched out his hand and turned it. Jiangya chuckled. You sleep on pear flowers and trees. Do you still care about the 20? Hard-earned money. Gao Han said confidently. Jiangya stopped teasing him and directly took out 2 sheets from his bag and handed them to him. It's not easy to earn hard-earned money. Gao Han took it away directly. It's okay, it's okay. If you don't have it, you can make more money. Well, we were still working people just now. Woolen cloth. Now he has become a young master again. Gao Han was satisfied after getting the money, while Gu Feiyuan's cold eyes narrowed slightly. Gao Han seemed cynical, but in fact he had a deep understanding. If he can practice hard, he might be as good as Gao Yuan. Jiangya arrived at the store and started busy in the workshop. Suddenly hearing Dandan's voice, he looked out the small window, washed his hands, opened the curtain, and walked out. There was a man and a woman standing outside. They were the 2 eldest children from the orphanage yesterday, and they were accompanied by volunteers from the orphanage. Manager Jiang, the boy's name is Wang Qing and the girl's name is Siu. There is still something going on at the orphanage. I understand, and I will go back first. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Please tell the director that I will take good care of the 2 children. After the volunteers left, Jiangya smiled at the 2 children and quickly called them over. Wang Qing acted very generously, while Siu looked a little shy. Store manager, I am Wang Qing, and this is my sister Siu. She spoke fluently, and Jiangya was a little surprised.
Can you speak?
Yes, I want to protect my brothers and sisters. Wang Qing had a stubborn face when he said this. Jiangya felt heartbroken when she saw the stubborn look on his face.
Can you hear it?
Wang Qing shook his head and pointed to his mouth. Jiangya immediately felt that she was going too far. I'm sorry. One can imagine how much effort Wang Qing put into speaking those words in order to be able to understand other people's words. The first one to come was Sister De Zhang. As soon as she entered the door, she saw 2 children. As a mother, she felt particularly distressed. Although Siu is relatively shy, she is very talented in writing and drawing. Wang Qing often helps take care of the orphanage. Although he has hearing impairment, he is very comfortable getting along with him. Dandan even treated the 2 as younger siblings, and the pain was endless. Both children were very grateful and took their work very seriously. Jiangya was relieved to see the 2 children getting along well with the staff. Although they have been told beforehand to treat them as normal people and not to make them feel special or different from other people. But the performance of the 2 children on the first day really exceeded Jiangya's expectations. Jiangya sat on the bar and took a sip of water, a rare moment of relaxation. Suddenly the phone rang. As soon as she answered the call, she heard Gu Feiyuan's voice over there say excitedly, "Have you read the newspaper?" "No, I just finished my work and I'm sitting here to take a break." "Is there any news?" Jiangya took a sip of coffee, asked nonchalantly. Gu Feiyuan smiled and said, "You were in the newspaper." Jiangya almost spilled the coffee when his hand shook. "Is he in the orphanage?" "Yeah, you should take a look when the time comes." "I'm afraid Binshur is now Everyone knows that the boss of Mo Shanghua Kai is kind-hearted. Jiangya smiled. It's not like you haven't been in the newspaper before. What's so strange? Gu Feiyuan's smile stopped suddenly. Which pot to mention, daughter-in-law, did you do this on purpose? I didn't. When you come back in the evening, I will take care of you. Okay, I'm still busy, hang up.
No.
I don't know if it was because of the conversation last night. Jiangya really couldn't stand his teasing now and suddenly missed him a little. TSK, it's so sour. Gao Han sat across from him with a look on his face. Gu Feiyuan glanced at him. It should be time to feed the pigs now. Why are you here? Why don't I twist my hands now? The squad leader asked me to take a rest. Gu Feiyuan glanced at his hands. Have you gone to the infirmary? I've been there. The doctor said it's okay. He just let me recover for 2 days. Gu Feiyuan felt relieved. Be careful, it will take 100 days to break your muscles and bones. Gao Han smiled and said nothing. How can he be embarrassed? Said that he was trying to get his bread back from the pigs. Brother Gu, do you have any ideas? Yeah, but I'm afraid it will take a little longer. Gao Han suddenly smiled. Let me do it. Gu Feiyuan Gao Han glanced at him coldly. Are you going to do it? Gao Han nodded. Don't look at me like this. There are people who want to curry favor with me.
No.
This matter is not trivial, and besides, his people are not from the Gao family. Now that the situation is unclear, Gu Feiyuan doesn't want to use people from the Gao family to do things. Gao Han, why did you ask your old man to send you out? Gao Han's face changed when he mentioned this. Don't mention it. I originally wanted to be a hero to save the beauty, but who knew I was bitten back? Later I found out that the man he and another faction specially set up a trap for me, but they threw me in and locked me up for several days. It was embarrassing. Gu Feiyuan smiled and said, This is the consequence of your failure. Don't let me have it. If I meet them by chance, I have to peel off their skin, Gao Han said through gritted teeth. Gao Han, I just said you were impulsive, and you are ready to be impulsive again. The best way is to fight without bloodshed. Gu Feiyuan said meaningfully. Gao Han chewed these 4 words and suddenly understood. Brother Gu, I understand what you mean. Gu Feiyuan knew very well that Gao Han was a smart man, but he had been pampered since he was a child and had seen too few despicable methods. What's more, he has always been well protected by the Gao family and has never suffered at all, so he is impulsive when things happen. Gao Han, why can Zhuge Liang complete the straw boat borrowing arrows? Gu Feiyuan said. Gao Han immediately answered, Borrow the east wind. Brother Gu, you mean I need war, time, encounter, etc. Gao Han instantly understood the meaning of his words. On the one hand, Gu Feiyuan did this to win over the Gao family, but on the other hand, he really felt that Gao Han should not be wasted like this. Brother Gu, when you encounter trouble, wait for the opportunity. The best way to solve it is not to deal with violence, but to suppress your intelligence. This will really make that person never dare to make decisions about me again. Gu Feiyuan nodded, without saying yes or no. Some things don't have to be too obvious. Since you understand, Brother Gu, let me help you get through this without losing any blood. Gu Feiyuan shook his head. I will do it myself. No matter what Gao Han said after that, Gu Feiyuan would not reveal anything. Later, there was really no other way. Gao Han could only retreat before advancing. As soon as Gao Han left, Gu Feiyuan kept writing something on the paper. There are too few people available in Binshur, and it is even more impossible to use military personnel for such a thing. On the other hand, Gao Han went directly to He Minglin's office. I called right away as I entered. The security guard had already been instructed to go out and close the door. After dialing a number, a familiar voice came from over there. Gao Han, Grandpa hasn't calmed down yet. Don't even think about coming back. Gao Yuan warned directly. Gao Han smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm having a good time feeding the pigs here. I don't plan to go back. Gao Yuan was surprised when he heard this. He didn't believe that his pampered brother actually said that it was good to feed the pigs. Yes, this is the sun coming out in the west. Brother, I need your help with something. As long as I don't want to come back, anything else is fine. The old man even scolded Gao Han at the dinner table 2 days ago. I want to call a few people from the capital to come over and do something. Gao Han said directly. Doing something? Help Gu Feiyuan. Did he ask you to make this call? Gao Han said depressedly, no. He didn't let me get involved at all. What happened? Gao Han told what happened. Again, my sister-in-law is very kind to me. I can't let her suffer this injustice. I have to teach that guy named Zhao a lesson, but Brother Gu doesn't agree. He won't let me find anyone or let me follow the blending. Gao Yuan thought about it for a while, whether Gu Feiyuan was playing hard to get or he really didn't want Gao Han to get involved. Brother, why don't you talk? Help me talk to Brother Gu. I think he is very good, and I want to learn from him. Gao Yuan paused for a few seconds. Your people are not good. Okay, you wait for me, and I'll call you later. Normally Gao Han would argue with Gao Yuan, but this time he was particularly quiet and hung up the phone obediently. After hanging up the phone, Gao Yuan directly dialed Gu Feiyuan's number. I have to say that Gao Han was surprised when he said he wanted to learn from Gu Feiyuan. He knew his brother very well. He was proud and arrogant and would not say such words easily. Gu Feiyuan answered the phone over there and was a little surprised to hear his voice. Gao Yuan, are you looking for Gao Han? He just went out. Should I call you back? No, I'm looking for you. Looking for me? What's the matter? I heard you were in some trouble? Gu Feiyuan smiled bitterly. Did Gao Han tell you? I just asked him not to be impulsive when something happened, and he got impulsive now. Gao Yuan smiled. I still do. This is the first time I heard my brother say that he wants to learn from someone. If it doesn't work, just give him this opportunity and let him study hard with you. It will also save me, the elder brother, something to worry about. Gu Feiyuan pondered for a while. Gao Yuan doesn't hide anything. You said, my plan is not an ordinary one. It's quite ruthless. Are you sure you want Gao Han to be by your side? In a family like ours, no method is ruthless. Gu Feiyuan confirmed it. I just want to retaliate in kind so that that person named Zhao won't even dare to think about it in the future. Gao Yuan smiled and said, very good. Let Gao Han learn from you. I'll let someone come over then, and you don't have to worry about anything. After hanging up the phone, Gu Feiyuan still looked calm. Perhaps he had already forgotten the word sympathy since he decided to use such methods. He sympathizes with his family and children who will seek justice for his wife. When he heard the phone ringing over there, Gao Han immediately became excited. Brother, what's going on? The 3rd and 7th children are for you. Gao Han was startled. There's no need for them. If you finally want to do something serious, of course I have to give you the best person. You can learn from your brother Gu, and do less unreasonable things in the future.
Gao Yuan said.
Gao Han immediately agreed. Tell me and Grandpa, I've really changed my past, and Brother Gu's sister-in-law's pastries are amazing. When the 3rd and 7th children go back, I'll let them all bring it back to you. His younger brother was so picky that he could say this. After Gao Han hung up the phone, his heart started to feel sour. Obviously, he is closer to Brother Gu now, but Brother Gu promised his brother but refused to promise him. This is simply a gap which is so shocking. Gao Han settled his worries and happily returned to the dormitory to see the pigs. Yes, because he injured his hand, he could only look after the pigs but could not feed them. The pastry room was so busy that it didn't even touch the floor. Many people read the newspaper and came over directly to inquire. As a result, they kept asking Jiangya about yesterday's visit to the orphanage. Jiangya looked at it and shook his head. I'm afraid this is just a propaganda method. Business in the store was good today, and Jiangya was very happy. At this time, Wei Shasha wanted to crush Jiangya in the newspaper, but she didn't expect Uncle Mu to actually publish it, and reporter Lu actually wrote her as if she was a fairy. Something. Yesterday, she saw Gu Feiyuan going out. Could it be that he went to the orphanage with her? Wei Shasha reported to the company today to handle the lien procedures. Seeing reporter Lu come back, he said directly, Reporter Lu, you are famous now. I heard that what you wrote yesterday was reprinted. No, I just do my job well. But you are really good at it. Okay, I also wrote down the store address and made a publicity for her. The editor asked me to write it, saying that such a good person and good thing that is in line with the new trend needs a lot of publicity. Reporter Lu said, Oh, Uncle Mu is indeed a nice person, but how did the people in this store get to the orphanage yesterday? It seems to be that kind of tricycle. When reporter Lu went there, he only saw a tricycle. Wei Shasha immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Reporter Lu." Reporter Lu was simply shocked. When did this young lady with high eyesight even say thank you? Fortunately, it wasn't Gu Feiyuan who went with her. Gu Feiyuan was really a rock. He would rather choose such a countrywoman than her. As long as she thought of those words, Wei Shasha felt her heart aching unbearably. I heard that that woman was very bad in the past, and the entire military region disliked her. If she had always been like that, Gu Feiyuan would definitely not like him. She is obviously a beautiful person with a kind heart, but that woman is all disguised and deceitful. Shasha, the editor asked you to come over. Suddenly, someone reminded Wei Shasha that she came out of her thoughts. Oh, what's the matter? He returned to his arrogant manner. On the other side, the editorial director glanced at the editor-in-chief. Can Miss Wei Shasha be so temperamental as to do this? Don't offend anyone then. Don't worry. Who do you think she will offend based on her life experience? Can't afford to offend? Wei Shasha came in directly, without knocking. Uncle Mu, director. Shasha, the city is going to hold a press conference to attract investment.
I want to leave this matter to you.
Uncle Mu, don't worry, I will definitely do a good job in this matter, Wei Shasha said. After that, the editorial director probably explained some things. Although I was still a little uneasy, what Editor Mu said made sense. With Wei Jinyu's status, I'm afraid Wei Shasha really can't afford to offend anyone. Wei Shasha is very happy that Jiangye can do business. Why can't she do better? She wanted Gu Feiyuan to see that she was the one worthy of him. When Wang Chong came back, he stayed outside the door and didn't come in. Seeing his appearance, Xiuyu opened the door directly and said, "Is the store manager here? What are you doing in the workroom, so shy?" Wang Chong simply said, "I wanted to cry. It's okay. The store manager asked you. Just say I delivered the goods." Just as he was about to slip away, he was pulled in by Xiuyu. The store manager said, "Let me hold you as soon as you come back."
You.
Wang Chong couldn't really come in and he couldn't get out, so he could only shrink his head and go into the workroom. It's also a knife to stretch out the head, and it's a knife to shrink the head, fight it out. Store manager, do you have a problem with me? Wang Chong's voice sounded like a mosquito. Well, you go buy 10 caddies of red dates and 10 caddies of mung bean powder and ask Dandan to get the money for you. It turns out that this is what happened, and Wang Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangye glanced at him, and Wang Chong hurried out. She wanted to try making jujube cake, which she had done before at home in her previous life, but without success. There are a lot of things to pay attention to when making jujube cake. If it is not made well, it will be jujube cake. When Jiangye was drawing a new design at the bar, Xiu came over. Good looking. These 2 words were written neatly on the paper. Jiangye touched her head and said, "Want to come together? Is that okay?"
Jiangye.
Jiangye likes the child Xiu very much. Perhaps he thinks of himself as a child in his previous life and feels more affection for her. I originally thought that these 2 children were too thin to adapt to such intensity of labor, but it turned out that the 2 children did very well. Wang Qing was smart and willing to work. Although Xiu looks small physically, he is also a strong child. After lunch, Jiangye took Xiu out to buy a set of paintbrushes, but Xiu asked her if she could buy a new notebook for her brother.
Jiangye.
Back in the store, Jiangye taught her how to design, only to find that Xiu was extremely talented and thoughtful. Even Sister De Zhang had to learn how to carve patterns on cakes for a long time, but Xiu could do it in an hour. Know how to carve a beautiful rose. Jiangye suddenly felt that it would be good to give this craft to Xiu, so that she might be able to open a cake shop by herself in the future. What surprised her was Wang Qing. Wang Qing's hands were particularly skillful and he performed extremely well when making pastries. These 2 siblings are really talented in this business. Wang Chong bought the red dates and Jiangye asked him to clean them and remove the date cores. He almost had a headache. This requires great care. Otherwise, if you don't pay attention, the red dates will break and lose their integrity. After the red dates are done, Jongya chops them into pieces, crushes them into powder, then adds some noodles, mixes them together, and kneads them into a dough. An hour later, the jujube cake came out of the pot, and the house was filled with fragrance. Customers outside couldn't wait to ask after smelling the smell. Siuyu could handle it more than enough. Our store's new product is jujube cake. How much does it cost? Siuyu quickly went to the workshop and asked Jongya, "Manager, someone outside wants to buy jujube cake. How much does it cost per piece?" Jongya did the math and said, 2 for $1. Today is a discounted price, and the deadline is sold out. Originally, he wanted to make it to see how it would be received. When I heard they cost $1 or 2, some bought them just to try something new. Jongya took out 2 pieces and gave one to Wang Qing and the other to Siu. Eat quickly. The store was busy today, but there were still some left. Jongya packed the rest and gave them to Wang Qing and Siu. Wang Qing rode the bicycle, Siu sat on the back seat, and then rode quickly towards the orphanage. Zhang Yayo said that Wang Chong would send them away, but Wang Qing shook his head. The 2 children are getting better and better in the store, and their originally thin bodies are gradually getting stronger. Siu's withered, and yellow hair gradually became shiny. Gu Feiyuan could see the changes in the 2 children at a glance, and when he told Jongya about it, Jongya was a little surprised. Why didn't I notice it? What he didn't say was, "My wife, I am really proud of you." Not everyone will choose to help others like Jongya. A few days later, Gu Feiyuan drove Gao Han to the store. As soon as Gao Han entered the store, he went straight to the refrigerator. "Sister-in-law, I want to eat some fruit." Jongya smiled, "No more. Let's eat something else." She originally made the fruit for fun, but unexpectedly, it became a popular product, and all the copies made today were sold out in less than one morning. Gu Feiyuan has been helping with the work without saying a word, and the 2 of them have an extremely tacit understanding. Jongya has been settling accounts. He has been too busy recently. He fell asleep after going home for dinner at night and didn't do much to clean up the accounts. But it's better to be busy, as being busy proves that business is getting more and more prosperous. She could already see her house greeting her. When she buys a house, she must personally design and decorate it in a pastoral style. It will be pleasant to watch the stars in the yard in the summer, drink tea, and think about it. While I was having a sweet dream, I saw a man and a woman walking in. The man has a stern face, while the woman has a baby face, which makes people like her just by looking at them. Not to mention that the 2 of them look really good looking when they stand together. "What do you 2 want?" Gao Han ran over as soon as he saw the 2 of them. "3rd brother, 7th sister. You 2 came fast enough?" Hearing this, Jongya was stunned for a moment. Could it be Gao Han's brother and sister? When Gu Feiyuan heard the sound, he immediately knew that these 2 people were Gao Yuan. The girl's voice was charming. "I didn't expect there to be a pastry shop with such a beautiful design in Bin City." "No, the pastries are also delicious," Gao Han said after taking a bite of the ice cream. "Hey, it really surprises me that the 6th brother can say that." "Oh, it turns out that Gao Han is the 6th oldest." Gao Han smiled and handed Jongya 20 yuan directly. "Here are 20 yuan of pastries." Jongya couldn't help laughing. "Hello, Captain Gu. I am Gao Feng, ranked 3rd, and she is Gao Shan, ranked 7th. We are here to help you. If you need anything, just ask us." "You're welcome," Gao Feng said. Gao Yuan smiled. "You guys sit down and have a rest first. What do you want to drink?" "I'll drink water. She can drink juice." Gao Shan protested. "I want coffee." Who had insomnia yesterday? With one sentence, Gao Shan raised his hands and surrendered. Gu Feiyuan stood up, and Jongya directly asked him to sit down. After a while, he poured water and juice and brought them out. Gao Han directly put a pile of pastries in front of them, picked up a glass of juice and drank it. Gu Feiyuan closed the door, and they were the only ones left in the room. Jongya turned on the night lights, making the words on the wall even more beautiful. Seeing them talking, Jongya sat in the back and continued to settle accounts. Gao Shan walked up to her and asked, "Did my sister-in-law paint the painting on the wall?" Jongya looked up and nodded. "It's so beautiful. It makes people full of longing just looking at it." Jongya was a little surprised. Sister-in-law, 7th sister, likes these.
Guhan yoked.
Shut up. Seeing that she dared to confront Gao Han, she immediately felt that she might really be from the Gao family. Gao Feng asked directly, Captain Gu, what are you going to do? I only know that his surname is Zhao. He has a family and he does everything for himself. I don't want to harm my wife and children. First, I need to investigate his connections and places where he goes in and out. Gu Feiyuan said with a magnanimous expression. Hearing these words, Jiangya paused with the pen in his hand. Does what they want to do have anything to do with the person named Zhao? Well, Captain Gu, since my sister-in-law is very good at painting, can she draw a portrait of the person named Zhao? It will be convenient for our investigation. Gu Feiyuan glanced at Jiangya's side. Jiangya sighed, took out a piece of drawing paper, and sketched it quickly and smoothly. She had learned to draw in her previous life, and sketching was a basic homework. Gu Feiyuan directly took the painting and handed it to Gao Feng. Replied to Captain Gu within 2 days. After Gao Feng finished speaking, Gao Shan quickly glanced at him. Captain Gu, will we meet here again in the future? Gu Feiyuan nodded. Then can we come to my sister-in-law's side? Gao Shan said quickly. Gao Han could see Gao Shan's thoughts at a glance. You can't eat and drink for free here. You have to pay. Gao Shan curled his lips. Mind your own business. I won't eat for free. Just is it that simple? Gao Han said with some dissatisfaction. Gu Feiyuan smiled. The plan must be investigated clearly before it can be implemented better.
Guhan nodded. I understand.
Gao Feng and Gao Shan looked at each other. Is this still the Gao Han they knew? So good, so obedient. But it seems that the second brother is right. Gu Feiyuan is probably a real person. Gu Feiyuan and Jiangya said they wanted to invite them to dinner, but they refused. After all, Hama City is not a place the two of them are familiar with, and they still need to contact some people. Jiangya packed a lot of puffs and bread for Gao Shan. Gao Shan kept smiling happily and was ridiculed several times by Gao Han. When he went back, Gao Han looked at the two people's leaving figures, his eyes a little red. Why can't you let me go? Well, Brother Gu, I actually miss home, but Grandpa is still angry with me and won't let me go back. Gu Feiyuan didn't say anything, but patted him on the shoulder directly. It's okay, Jiangya originally wanted to ask, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it and directly gave Gu Feiyuan some money. Gu Feiyuan still talked to Jiangya, but he didn't talk about the plan. You don't have to give it to me now. I'll tell you when you need it, Gu Feiyuan said. Jiangya felt uneasy for the next 2 days, but Gao Shan came over to comfort her and reassure her that everything would be fine. Jiangya brought a lot more to her. Gao Shan was a little embarrassed, so Jiangya gave it to her. She still likes Gao Shan very much. Gao Shan looks young, but is very considerate. After chatting with Gao Shan, Jiangya also roughly understood that Gao Feng and Gao Shan were both members of the Gao family, but had no blood relationship with Gao Han. Of course, Jiangya won't ask about more detailed matters, and Gao Shan won't tell them either. As the agreed time came, Jiangya sat at the bar and kept staring at the account book in front of him, but his heart was not so calm. If in the previous life, Jiangya didn't actually need Gu Feiyuan to make such people never dare to provoke her again. After a while, several people came over. Gao Feng sneered. Zhao Kuanyu lives up to his name. He has used his power to do a lot of things, including eating, drinking, prostitution, and gambling. It is easy to catch such a person, but these are nothing. He is still very cautious. Yes, it's not a big deal. Gu Feiyuan raised his head and glanced at Jiangya, who was settling the accounts. Jiangya, go out and buy some food for the evening. Well, I didn't want her to know, so she just took the money and went out. She said this matter would be left to her, so she stopped asking. She believed that Gu Feiyuan was measured and knew how to handle this matter. In her previous life, she had to solve some bad things on her own. Whether it was being bullied when she was young because she had no parents, or whether she was discriminated against as a woman at work. Now, there is someone who pampers her, loves her, and tolerates her. With her, this is not a blessing. As soon as Jiangya left, Gu Feiyuan directly marked a line with a red pen. Look at this sentence. Gao Feng and Gao Shan glanced at each other. Well, we understand. Since he is a seductress, he designed a fairy dance to let him know that women are not so easy to bully. It has to be said that Gu Feiyuan's move was direct and severe, hitting the snake 7 inches. Gu Feiyuan pulled out the paper reported by the person named Zhao Da. You can use these 2 people. One of them is called Anonymous, and this person is the man wearing glasses before. The other person is a confidant named Zhao Da, who is the same as him. Neither of these 2 are good people. Anonymous is a liar who is good at disguising and has helped him do many bad things. The other one is his military advisor, but he currently has some disagreements with him. Gao Han listened to what the 2 said and listened. Confused, Brother Gu, what are you talking about? Gu Feiyuan took out a piece of paper and explained it to Gao Han in detail, and he understood instantly. Brother Gu, your move is too high. This is much better than beating him up. How can you walk by the river without your shoes getting wet? Since you dare to do such a thing, you deserve whatever retribution you receive. Gu Feiyuan said with an indifferent expression. Thinking of how wronged his wife was, it was appropriate to kill him. But he is a soldier and cannot do anything illegal or disciplinary. Gao Feng and Gao Shan nodded in agreement. Gao Han also looked excited. Since everything started with this anonymous person, let him end it, and let Zhao have a taste of being trained by a single person. Gu Feiyuan continued. Gao Shan smiled and said, Why don't you let me be the guiding stone? It's so fun. Gao Feng interrupted her thoughts directly. You don't need to. That's right. You have a face that's underage. Gao Han said sarcastically. Gao Shan was unhappy for a moment. Little brat, what are you talking about?
Lao Qi.
Gao Han suddenly changed his words. Gao Shan's expression changed instantly. Yes, master. Gu Feiyuan took out 2,000 directly from his bag. Gao Feng. You won't use it until you don't have enough. Gao Feng smiled. This is not possible. 2,000 brother has already said it. After saying that, he stood up and walked out, with Gao Shan following behind. Gu Feiyuan looked cold, with a fierce look in his eyes. Somehow, even after seeing Gao Han with his grandfather's imposing manner, he still felt very oppressive. This may be the aura that can only be exuded by someone who has actually been on the battlefield. Zhao Kuanyu recently felt that since he punished the woman, his luck has improved instantly. Yuanzi needs to be renovated, and a lot of money has been allocated from above, as well as oil and water for various equipment. Recently, many people have given money and things. His life has been very prosperous, but he has not let go. He is still not satisfied. But don't worry, there will be something more exciting coming sooner or later. Zhao Chuanyo's eyes widened when he thought about that woman with a curved front and back. I was having a sweet dream when suddenly a phone call came. Zhao Quan glanced at it. What's the matter? Director Zhao, I am anonymous. Oh, didn't you tell me last time that you won't contact me after that? Anonymous smiled sheepishly. I see you still hold a grudge, don't you? A new bathing center recently opened in Bin City. I heard that the women there are so beautiful. What do you think? Do you want to go and take a look at it tonight? Originally, Zhao Kuanyu had been watched closely by his wife recently. Let alone looking for a woman, even if he went out to drink, he would be inked for a long time. After all, the woman didn't come back today, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It has to be said that Anonymous is simply a roundworm in Zhao Chuanyo's stomach. As long as there is a woman, he can go to the sword or the frying pan. Brother Zhao, when the time comes, let's eat in a copper pot, drink some good wine, and take a bath. Do you think it's okay? You kid. If it weren't for the relationship we have had for many years, I would have you can't stay in Binshur any longer. Brother Zhao, you have a lot of money, so don't worry about me. I'll have a few more drinks with you tonight, Anonymous said. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Kuanyu glanced at the secretary outside and shouted, Xiao Man, come in. Xiao Man came over a little shyly. Come closer. Why are you so far away? Xiao Man took a few steps forward and pulled him into his arms. She just pulled up her short skirt, which scared Xiao Man to the point of crying. Director Zhao, please let me go. I'm getting married this year. What are you doing so coquettishly now? As he spoke, Xiao Man had no choice but to compromise, but when she was being tortured, her flash of hatred flashed in his eyes. Be good and be obedient, otherwise there will be many people waiting for you in your position. Go out and bring out the liquor you gave me 2 days ago. I'm going out to eat tonight. Zhao Kuan-yu ordered. Xiaoman quickly packed her clothes, wiped her tears, and ran out. As soon as the evening time came, Zhao Kuan-yu took 2 bottles of white wine and went straight to the copper pot for shabu-shabu. Anonymous waited at the door for a long time. Brother Zhao, you're too slow. Zhao Kuan-yu smiled. Let's try some good liquor then. As soon as he entered the box, Zhao Chuanyu's eyes widened. Zhao Kuan has played with many women, many of them good-looking, but compared to this, they are like heaven and earth. Anonymous' eyes widened when he saw Zhao Kuan-yu. Brother Zhao, this is prepared for you. As soon as he heard that it was prepared for him, Zhao Chuanyu's eyes were fixed on that woman's body, and he couldn't live without her. Brother Zhao, don't be in a hurry. Let's eat first. The room is 201.
Don't forget it then.
Anonymous whispered in his ear. That woman was very clever, and soon she drank all the 2 bottles of high-alcohol liquor she brought. Zhao Kuan-yu couldn't wait to get up and walk towards the door, and the woman followed. Brother, come directly to me tomorrow. Anonymous promised repeatedly, brother, have a good time. As soon as he entered the room, Zhao Kuan-yu directly pulled the woman and got into the subject. No, let's take a shower first. When he said this, he deliberately pushed the white flower on his chest forward. Zhao Kuan couldn't bear the stimulation, and he wanted to push her down. Let's close the curtains. Jija Weiwei, how can there be so many things? But in the end, he closed it. Let me tell you, I am the kindergarten director of Bin City Unit. As long as you follow me, you will be popular and spicy, and I will arrange a position for you.
Zhao Kuan-yu knew what he had.
The woman's eyes lit up instantly. Brother Zhao, are you serious? Zhao Kuan-yu took off all his clothes, and the woman went over to him and kissed him. Kill this little goblin. Suddenly the door was opened, and several people broke in and started snapping photos. He panicked for a moment and quickly pulled up the quilt to wrap himself up, with an angry look on his face. Who are you? When the woman saw the person coming, she also became stupid and quickly pulled up the shoulder strap. Brother Chung. The man in the lead, he had a big beard and was wearing a blue sportswear. He immediately pulled the man behind Zhao Kuan-yu down and said, Who are you? After saying this, he slapped her several times, causing the woman to scream. Oh, you dared to rob me of 10,000 yuan. You are really cowardly. The woman quickly crawled to Zhao Kuan-yu. Brother Zhao, don't you like me? Please help me. I owe him 10,000 yuan. As long as you help me, I will be yours from now on, and you can do whatever you want. Zhao Kuan was even more confused at this moment, cursing Anonymous in his heart that he was not a human being and what kind of woman he was looking for. Brother Chung, I've already saved some money. Please wait for me for a few more days. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Zhao. Just let him go. The woman didn't hear Zhao Kuan's answer and immediately said these words, showing that a caring and righteous look. Zhao Kuan-yu originally suspected that this woman was setting him up, but now he has some doubts again. The man grabbed the woman's neck and said, How much have you saved? 5,000. The woman said with some difficulty. The man raised his foot and kicked her hard. She was instantly covered in black and blue. I worked day and night to get 10,000 yuan. You just took the money and ran away. I almost lost all my talents. What do you think? What if I can't do anything to you when you come to Binshur? After hearing this, the woman cried bitterly, Brother Chung, it's all my fault. It has nothing to do with him. If you let him go, you will kill him or cut him into pieces. Come to me. I didn't expect you, a woman, to be quite affectionate to a bad old man, so why don't you think about me? Brother Chung said the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Brother Zhao, please go quickly. Just pretend that I didn't say anything about the loan.
Thank you for liking me.
Although his face was swollen, he was crying with a heartbreaking look. Zhao Kuan-yu had no doubt that this was an immortal jump. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Then he said to Brother Chung, How can you let him go? He owed me 10,000, and you gave it. Even though Zhao Kuan is in a position of wealth, that pig woman is in charge of the family's money. How can he have so much? Forget it, there are plenty of women, so he better not get involved. Brother Chung sneered. It seems that people don't want to help you. I didn't expect that you are affectionate and righteous to others, but they don't take you seriously. Okay, if you don't have money, just do it. Let's pay for it with your body. Anyway, if I get to know you, I will help you kill him. Brother Chung said. How dare you, do you know who I am? Skinny man, haven't you been interested in her for a long time? I'll let you have a taste today. The thin man pulled a person in directly. The woman cried out in despair, Brother Zhao, please save me. Please save me. The door was closed, and the woman slammed the door hard. Brother Zhao, please lend me. I am only 5,000 short of paying him back. Give me 1,000 yuan a night. You just need to lend me 4,000. Okay, stop shouting. You are a witch and you still want to build a memorial arch, Brother Chung said. Zhao Kuan-yu heard her voice and said, Okay, I'll give you 4,000, and you let her go. Since it was anonymous who provoked people, she would let her pay the money when the time comes. Skinny man, come out. The skinny man opened the door and tied his belt. You didn't say you would let me have a taste? Why don't you let me have a taste? Okay, let's get down to business. Xiaofeng, come out. What's the point of this money? Give it to me. Then he said to Zhao Kuan-yu, who was standing aside, You are quite lucky. 4,000 yuan is really a bargain for you. Do you know why you owe me that 10,000 yuan? I sold her to a wealthy businessman and gave her 20,000 yuan a month. But she ran away with the deposit, and I almost didn't get beaten to death.
1.
Xiaofeng came out. 2 buttons of her clothes were torn off, leaving her partially covered. Her short skirt was also wrapped up, covering both halves of her buttocks. Zhao Kuan suddenly became angry when he thought of what happened just now. What a stunner. Brother Zhao, thank you. Don't worry, I will give it to you 4,000 yuan soon. Xiaofeng bent down. Zhao, you can directly see the white flowers. Brother Chung sarcastically said, Do you think you can still make money without me? Xiaofeng bit her lips and said nothing.
Tell me how to solve it.
Zhao Kuan was lustful and emboldened. Now give me 4,000 yuan, and you can take it away. Zhao Kuan-yu was completely stupid. Where would he get 4,000 yuan? No? Then I'll make an IOU. Zhao Kuan was a little embarrassed. Xiaofeng came over and said, Brother Zhao, I'm in trouble for you. In an instant he shouted, Okay, write it. The thin man directly handed the paper and pen to Zhao Kuan-yu. Don't play tricks, I tell you. Your bare ace photo will be published in the newspaper. Zhao Kuan-yu turned pale and started to write. Wait a minute, write down the time to return in 2 days. I have something to do, and don't have that much time for you. Brother Chung sneered. Zhao Kuan-yu looked at the dagger that was very close to his hand and quickly finished writing. The thin man directly grabbed his fingers, drew blood, and pressed them underneath. Zhao Kuan was in severe pain and broke into a cold sweat. Brother Chung picked up the receipt and took a look at it. Okay, I will collect the money in 2 days. If you dare to play tricks, I will make it impossible for you to stay in Binshur. Then he looked at Xiaofeng again. I tell you, if I don't receive the money within 2 days, just go back obediently. As soon as they walked out of the room, Xiaofeng quickly ran to Zhao Kuan-yu. Brother Zhao, are you okay?
I'm sorry.
I will definitely return the money to you as soon as possible. I will go find someone to borrow it right away. Zhao Chuanyu's face was swollen, and his eyes were slightly red. Xiaofeng, for you, let me, I can do anything. Xiaofeng burst into tears and said, Brother Zhao, you are the best person in the world. From now on, my body and mind will be yours. Zhao Kuan's heart was filled with emotion, and he couldn't help it. He touched his thigh and said, Xiaofeng, you will be mine from now on. Just follow me. Well, Brother Zhao, I will follow you from now on. When I solve this matter, I will go to your work to find him. I will give you the money when the time comes. Xiaofeng said. Zhao Kuan-yu hugged her directly, and Xiaofeng kissed him. Brother Zhao, wait until I find you. After saying that, he hurriedly ran out the door. Zhao Kuan-yu quickly shouted twice, but nothing happened. People understand. Zhao Kuan-yu sat dumbly on the bed. If his face hadn't hurt so much, he would have thought he was having a nightmare. Whether what happened just now was a fairy dance, but when he thought of Xiaofeng's affectionate face, Zhao Kuan-yu immediately stopped doubting it, but he still felt a little uneasy. Opposite the hotel, a small jeep parked. The jeep started quickly. Xiaofeng leaned back on the chair and said, Qingzi, You are so cruel. Look at my face for you to hit. How can you do it if you want to disfigure me? The leader had a fierce look on his face before. The man suddenly became as obedient as a sheep. Sister, aren't I afraid of that kid being suspicious? I think you are taking the opportunity to retaliate, right? Besides, there are photos, he dare not give them to you. Then he glanced at the thin man. Skinny man, you rascal, you took off your clothes quite quickly, but it's not the new year or the festival. You are still wearing red? Does the monkey's ace have to be red? I don't know who said this, and instantly everyone burst into laughter. The thin man's face instantly turned red. Sister, aren't you so pretty? Okay, brothers, let's go have a nice meal first. We all behaved well. Give the things to the employer and collect the money the day after tomorrow. Then leave. When Zhao Kuan-yu came out of the hotel, the cold wind blew and he directly called a car and went to Anonymous' house. As a result, the anonymous daughter-in-law was at home, but the anonymous daughter-in-law was not at home. The anonymous daughter-in-law was even more confused about everything she asked. She didn't know anything she asked. In desperation, Zhao Kuan-yu had no choice but to go home. Zhao Kuan-yu felt as if a cat was scratching him. He was worried and couldn't find Anonymous. When he went to his house, there was no one from Anonymous' family. He felt uneasy and went directly to find what Anonymous had said before. As a result, they were slaughtered and no one named Xiaofang was found. What to do with the 4,000 yuan? The money is all in the hands of Mrs. Pig? For 4,000 yuan, it was worth it to buy such a beauty. After piecing together things here and there, I finally made a call to Yang Mingda. Old Zhao, what's the matter with you? Old Yang, I'm in some trouble. Lend me some, and I'll pay you back later. If it had been before, Yang Mingda might have borrowed it, but thinking about his son not answering the phone recently, his wife was angry with him and immediately became cold. Old Zhao, there are elders above me and young ones below. Money is needed everywhere. My father-in-law has been hospitalized in the past 2 days. I have almost spent all the money, and I don't have any money. Zhao Quan became dissatisfied for a moment. Old Yang, with the relationship between us, I don't care how hard it is for you to borrow some money. It's not that it's hard, it's just that I really don't have it. Yang Mingda, you can do it. Don't ask for anything in the future.
Me.
Zhao Kuan-yu hung up the phone directly.
Yang Mingda's niet.
He didn't want to have anything to do with Lao Zhao anymore. It would be better not to. But could this matter have anything to do with my son's boss? Could it be that he went after Lao Zhao and asked him to pay back the money? If I had done this before, I would have called my son to ask, but after what happened last time, my son is still angry. Forget it, it has nothing to do with him anyway. Zhao Quan made several calls in a row, but no one was willing to lend him the money. What to do? It was already the day soon. Why hadn't Xiaofang come yet? They had taken so many photos. If they were sent out, he would be doomed. Xiaoman twisted her waist and walked in. What's the matter? The principal's guard sent an envelope to you. Zhao Kuan-yu suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Okay, you can go out. After Xiaoman went out, Zhao Kuan-yu opened the envelope and instantly I panicked. These are the photos taken that day, and there are a few photos of key parts, and some with faces begging for mercy. At the end of the photo, there is a line written on it. If you don't prepare the money according to the fixed time, then let the people of Binshur appreciate it. Zhao Quan was so angry that he just tore it into pieces. He didn't expect that Xiaofang was really a witch, and he actually played the fairy jump on my head. He was the ancestor of the fairy jump. Don't let him catch those people, or he would kill them. But calm down. Zhao Kuan-yu felt uneasy. These photos could not be leaked out, and the pig woman at home knew about it. If she didn't kill him, it was probably Anonymous who was responsible for this. He was so angry that he called Anonymous' phone number again. But still no one answered. If you can run away from a monk, how can you run away from a temple? When he remembered the phone call, Zhao Kuan-yu thought it was Anonymous. Anonymous, where did you go? Do you know that I am looking for you? Director Zhao, I am Lao Su from the Ministry of Urban Construction. Okay, I have something to do here. I'll hang up first. When Lao Su heard the beep, he realized that Zhao Quan had done something wrong. He was a brother-in-law at the wine table before. Zhao Kuanyu thought for a moment and called again. Old Sue, I'm sorry. I just had something to do. Why are you calling me? I heard that there is a project in the kindergarten. What do you think? Let my buddy do it.
Lao Su said.
Then how much do you plan to share with me? Director Zhao, you also know that the Ministry of Urban Development is very strict. There is little oil and water, so I will only give you 400 at most. What, 400? Do you think I, Zhao Kuanyu, am a beggar? Lao Su said with anger on his face. Director Zhao, the total project is only 4,000 yuan, and I only have 1,000 yuan of oil and water. I will give you 400 yuan. Are you not satisfied with a 4,000 yuan project? Zhao Kuanyu smiled and said, Okay, I'll think about it before I say it. Zhang Ye didn't know this. The store's business has been booming recently since it was in the newspaper, and its turnover is increasing every day. The two children in the orphanage are also very smart. Wang Qing's cake-making skills are getting better and better, and his sister is really talented in painting. The weather is starting to get hotter, and Zhang Ye can no longer wear the clothes that she had remodeled before. Since opening the store, she has no time to design any new clothes for herself. Taking advantage of the rain and no one in the store, Zhang Ye took the money and went directly to the mall. After looking around for a while, there was nothing good to look at, so I finally bought some fabric and went back to design it myself. Sure enough, it is not as good as future generations. Xiaoyu watched Zhang Ye come back with a big bag. Hey, when will I be able to act like a store manager and buy whatever I want? Zhang Ye smiled when he heard this. My old clothes, it's too fat to wear. Too fat? Yeah, I used to weigh 180. Dandan and Xiaoyu were stunned. They couldn't imagine it. Dandan reacted instantly. Every store manager is beautiful, and Brother Gu is the best proof. Gu Feiyuan came in after hearing these words. I seem to hear you talking about me. Then he glanced at the big table on the table. The girl was wrapped in a small package and said, Daughter-in-law, are you going to evacuate someone else's house? Zhang Ye smiled and said, Well, buy a few clothes and make them yourself. There is no one in the store. Why don't you go back early today? Zhang Ye, after giving instructions to everyone and then loading a lot of things, Gu Feiyuan first put the fabric into the car and then came over to help her get other things. Xiaoyu looked envious. The store manager is so lucky. Are you still envious? Isn't Wang Chong treating you very well? Dandan joked. Xiaoyu and Wang Chong? Xiaoyu blushed instantly. No, nothing. Zhang Ye was instantly confused. She didn't even notice the gossip in the store. It's good. Wait until you get married. I'll give you a big red envelope. After saying that, Xiaoyu's face turned even redder, and Zhang Ye stopped teasing her, put the money in her bag, and went back with Gu Feiyuan. Daughter-in-law, why are you sighing like this? Gu Feiyuan asked on the way back. Zhang Ye smiled and said, It's great to be young. No wonder Xiaoyu has become a lot gentler recently, and his words are not so irritating. Daughter-in-law, are you not old? Hurry up and watch the road. Daughter-in-law, you don't need to envy other people. Don't you have me? Gu Feiyuan said. Seeing him like that, Zhang Ye smiled. I'm not envious. I'm just sighing. Daughter-in-law, I'll cook you something delicious tonight. In fact, Gu Feiyuan can cook, but his wife is too good at it. After eating, his is no longer worth mentioning. Zhang Ye was stunned for a moment. Hey, that's a good relationship. I'm just waiting to eat it tonight. She was quite happy to have someone take care of her. After returning home, Gu Feiyuan went directly into the kitchen and told Zhang Ye not to go in. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Okay, then I'll wait and eat. Zhang Ye sat on the sofa, took out his design notebook, and started designing clothes. There are still many restrictions in this era, so she designs more decent and elegant clothes. Due to her height advantage, Zhang Ye designed a set of bohemian-style long skirts with a belt with a slight ethnic element, which is perfect for summer. After finishing the painting, he smelled the aroma of rice and ran to the small door of the kitchen to see that Gu Feiyuan was concentrating on making egg sauce. Zhang Ye really believed that Gu Feiyuan was indeed cooking. After feeling relieved, I continued to design my own clothes. When Gu Feiyuan came out, he happened to see Zhang Ye preparing for tailoring. Daughter-in-law, do you know how to make your own clothes? Although I thought my wife was really good at matching clothes, I didn't expect that she could actually do this. Jiang Ye's hand shook, and if he hadn't been in time, he would have almost cut it crookedly. You scared me to death. The food is ready, let's eat first.
Hyandanadit.
After being so frightened, Jiang Ye realized that his hand was a lot raw. If the teacher in her previous life knew about this, she would probably be beaten on the head again. Fortunately, the teacher had already left when she died, otherwise the little old lady would be very sad if she found out. Gu Feiyuan looked at her and didn't know what she was thinking, so he quickly urged her. Why are you standing there in a daze? Sit down quickly. Jiang Ye took a look and saw that he had cooked noodles, beaten egg sauce, and stir-fried a plate of ingredients. Comrade Lao Gu, you really impress me. Try it quickly. Jiang Ye ate the noodles mixed by Gu Feiyuan, and she couldn't help but feel how delicious they were. It's so fragrant.
Tea, rice, oil, salt, sauce, tea.
It's delicious. I'll cook it for you every day from now on. Gu Feiyuan also felt that it was too hard for Jiang Ye to cook after get off work. Jiang Ye smiled and said, Are you serious? Don't tease me. It's hard to catch up with a man once he starts acting like a horse. Gu Feiyuan promised, patting his chest. After eating, Gu Feiyuan delivered the bread he brought to Gao Han. Jiang Ye continued to work on his clothes. In order to practice my skills, I decided to cut out a sample first. There was a knock on the door. Jiang Ye put down what she was doing and saw that it was sister-in-law Lu upstairs. Sister-in-law Lu, come in quickly. Why didn't you bring Xiaogang? Sister-in-law Lu handed the things to Jiang Ye. There's still some cabbage left. Carrots will wilt if you don't eat them. Don't dislike it. Jiang Ye poured a glass of water for her. What's wrong with Mrs. Lu? What are you doing? I think. Make 2 sets of clothes. Xiao Jiang, you're really good at cooking, making clothes, and making money. Captain Gu is really lucky. Jiang Ye felt a little embarrassed at being praised, sister-in-law Lu, lately. I'm too busy, and we haven't had time to chat for a long time. If you have time, take Xiaojiang to my place to play. Xiaojiang is so naughty. I'm afraid he will cause trouble, Sister Lu said. Did you know? Lin Li is hospitalized upstairs. I heard it was a threatened abortion. Jiang Ye was a little surprised. I don't know. I have been in the city during the day. The couple was arguing about what happened yesterday. When she got up, Lin Li was so angry that she had a stomachache. She heard that she was bleeding before going to the hospital. When Company Commander Fu came back, he said that he had to be hospitalized and rest in peace. Jiang Ye thought to herself that Mrs. Lu would ask her to go with her. Let's see. Just as she was thinking this, sister-in-law Lu spoke up. Lin Li is in the hospital. It would be bad if she didn't go. You know Xiaolei and her because of what happened last time. Xiaofeng also feels. Sister-in-law Lu, you also know that I don't have a good relationship with her. She will be even more angry when she sees me. I can't bear this responsibility. Jiang Yikai didn't want to find that bad luck. Who knows what will happen to Lin Li by then? Don't swallow her. I heard that Company Commander Fu is about to be promoted. Isn't he missing from the list? I heard what my Lu Hai said, but I don't know the details. Oh, Sister Lu, I still won't go no matter what. She's a pregnant woman and she really can't explain anything at that time. You saw how I caused so much trouble when I gave Li Xiaolei an apple last time. Jiang Ye said with a smile. After seeing off Mrs. Lu, Jiang Ye continued to cut. When the prototype was finished, it turned out to be much smoother. Although it was not as skillful as in the previous life, it still looked good. When Gu Feiyuan came back, she had already cut out 2 or 3 sets, but she could only roughly see the styles. As expected, it is the commuting style I liked in my previous life, capable and comfortable. Daughter-in-law, I really didn't expect you to really know how to make clothes? Hearing his compliment, Jiang Ye couldn't help but smile. Otherwise, do you think I'm lying to you? Gu Feiyuan didn't say anything, picked it up and looked at it. Daughter-in-law, are you a little fat? Jiang Ye looked back at him and took the clothes. It seems a little. She always thought that her pajamas would be more comfortable, but she didn't expect that her commuting clothes were also fat. If the little old lady in her previous life knows about this, I'm afraid she will be expelled from the school. I'll do it again, you go watch some TV. Jongya blushed a little and quickly did it again. Finally, it was nailed it. It's been so long since I've done it. I just shrunk the clothes before, and the styles were fixed. I didn't expect that it would be quite difficult to pick them up again. Daughter-in-law, it's already 10:30. Hurry up and wash up and rest. Gu Feiyuan saw that she was almost done and urged him quickly. She wrapped all the clothes and sent them for sewing tomorrow. She didn't have a sewing machine at home, and sewing was time-consuming. She only planned to save 2 sets for herself and sent the others to a sewing shop. After cleaning up, Jongya and Gu Feiyuan chatted first. Sister-in-law Lu is here today and said that the wife of Company Commander Fu upstairs is hospitalized. Do you know? Yes, I know. Then why didn't you tell me anything?
Sound?
Jongya asked. Gu Feiyuan smiled. It has nothing to do with us. Sister-in-law Lu asked me to go see her, but I refused. If you don't want to go, don't go. Gu Feiyuan said. Jongya asked a few more questions about Fu Dongxing's promotion, but Gu Feiyuan just smiled and told her to go to bed quickly. After lying on the bed, Jongya was still thinking about this matter. In fact, Jongya could figure it out without asking Gu Feiyuan. There must be someone behind Fu Dongxing. Otherwise, how could he add someone to the already decided list? Now that the list is there, is it finalized? Gu Feiyuan smiled and held her in his arms. Why are you still thinking about it? The list is just the first step. What will happen after that? There are so many military regions across the country. There are only 4 or 5 promotion places every year. How is it possible to get promoted? Jongya was a little surprised. How can it be so complicated? Then are you sure about your promotion? Jongya asked. Okay. Go to bed quickly. Just let it happen. After saying that, he turned over and pressed down. Jongya quickly pushed. Didn't you say sleep? Yes, sleep. Gu Feiyuan said, his hands not idle. Jongya tilted his head, not intending to pay attention to him. Daughter-in-law, call me husband. Gu Fei breathed into Jongya's ear from afar. Bah. Gu Feiyuan, don't be so shameless. Before he could finish his words, Gu Feiyuan increased his movements. Scream or not?
No.
Jongya looked like he would rather die than surrender. Gu Feiyuan's movements became more and more fierce. Jongya was helpless because of the torment. He kissed his lips very simply and teased him in various ways. In the silent night, the only sound that could be heard between the two people was their gentle and lingering breathing. Gu Feiyuan's eyes shone brightly, and both of them were filled with passion. At that moment in the clouds, Jongya shouted, "Husband." What followed was the sound of the two breathing. No, I have to go to the store tomorrow. Jongya quickly pushed him. Gu Feiyuan was dissatisfied with his desire and kissed her hard several times before hugging her and continuing to sleep. When Jongya got up, he called Gu Feiyuan a rascal and couldn't straighten his waist. She was very dissatisfied and got up with a groan. Gu Fei had already left. Jongya went to the sewing shop first and put the clothes there. The owner of this store has come to buy bread several times before, so he is considered an acquaintance. Just leave it here and come get it in the afternoon. The two chatted for a while, and Jongya returned to the store. Unexpectedly, Gao Shan was there. Gao Shan loves sweets, and Jongya's sweets are among the best. The two women got along very well over time. The women Jongya came into contact with were either military wives from the family home, her eldest cousin Gu Honghong, or people in the store. Gao Shan likes Jongya's paintings on the wall very much, and was surprised to know that she painted them at first. I remember that Gao Shan only said one sentence at that time. How does it feel to miss someone so deeply? Just such a sigh really made Jongya feel that Gao Shan might be liking someone. But she's not someone who likes to get to the bottom of things. Why are you so early today? Gao Shan usually comes here after noon, and this is the first time he comes so early. Gao Shan smiled and said, "The time is ripe. Just wait for the prey to take the bait. If you have nothing to do, come and eat. What would you like to drink?" Jongya nodded and asked,
"Coffee."
Gao Shan raised her eyes, still looking at the paintings on the wall. Jongya smiled and made her a cup of coffee. "The coffee is different from last time," Jongya said with a hint of excitement. "Did you drink it?" Well, this time you added chocolate to make it richer. Gao Shan said. She paused, and then continued said, this matter will be resolved soon, and I will go back with Gao Feng. Gao Shan took another sip of coffee, with a strong aftertaste. Jiang Yi nodded. One less person appreciates my craftsmanship. Whenever you come to Kyoto, I will introduce a friend of mine to you. Okay, it's a deal. But Jiang Yi didn't say anything. What was on his mind was Zhao Quan's affairs. I don't know how they set up a trap for Zhao Kuan-yu, but since she had already left all this matter to Gu Feiyuan before, she now chose not to ask anything. In any case, no matter what fate Zhao Quan had, it was all his own fault and the consequences. The things he did were definitely not the same. Zhao Quan has been living in dire straits these past few days. In fact, 4,000 yuan is not much for him, but the money is all in the hands of his wife. He is now afraid that those people will come to the work and cause trouble. If the impact is too great, he may not be able to hold his position securely. Just in case, Zhao Kuan-yu had already told the gatekeeper that no one except the employees could come in. I received several calls throughout the morning, none of them anonymous. It seemed like this guy had really run away. Once he got over this limelight, he had to be given a taste of his power. Director Zhao, are you ready with the money? Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Kuan-yu gritted his teeth with hatred. Ready. You have to give me all the photos and negatives. Of course, we just want money. That's all. I want to ask you who framed me? Zhao Kuan-yu asked angrily. The man over there smiled and said, we have rules in this business, and we never disclose customer information. Isn't it just money? You make a price. You can't buy credit for us. Sooner or later you will suffer the consequences. Zhao Quan said unhesitatingly. The person over there sneered, you will suffer the consequences? You are right. As a result, the little boy's family took it lightly. After throwing some money away, do you think such a person should have died long ago? Zhao Kuan-yu felt a shiver run through his body. How do you know this?
Who are you?
MOA, Director Zhao, take the money and go to the street next door. There is a 5-year-old boy wearing a black jacket next to the trash can. Give him the money and he'll be there in 5 minutes, or you'll bear the consequences. Zhao Kuan-yu hung up the phone. The whole person was sitting on the chair. How could that person know such a thing? Could it be that the family from back then was really here to take revenge on him? He didn't dare to think too much, so he put all the money into a black bag, took it, and ran away. Even when Xiaoman called him, he didn't look back. Walking to the next street, next to the trash can, there was indeed a little boy wearing a hat and holding a bag in his hand. Uncle, have you brought the tuition fee? Is my dad watching from the side? Zhao Quan dispelled all his thoughts and did not dare to mess around again. Here you go, it's all in the bag. The little boy nodded, threw the bag in his hand to him, and ran away. Zhao Quan realized something and quickly ran after him. As soon as he reached the street, there was no one at all. When we arrived at the office, the phone rang again. Tell you, if you dare to show up in Binshur again, I will kill you. Threatening me? It's a pity that I will die. Don't be afraid. I'll see you soon, Director Zhao. Zhao Quan he hung up the phone angrily and took off his clothes, already covered in cold sweat. The things are already in hand, and other accounts can be settled slowly. Zhao Quan took out the photos from that day. Xiao Xiang's shoulders were exposed, her eyes were blurred, her chest was covered with white flowers. She was extremely attractive, her small waist was twisted, and her 2 halves of white buttocks. Zhao Quan felt the desire to look at it, and directly called Xiaoman outside the door. It turned out that Xiaoman had already slipped away the moment he entered. No one responded. Zhao Quan slammed the table hard. I don't believe you won't come back. I have to kill you, little brat.
No.
What to do with the lost money? Zhao Quan suddenly thought of someone, so he might as well do something with her. When Gao Shan saw the visitor, she almost spit out the coffee in her cup. Why is he here? As soon as Zhao Quan came in, he saw Gao Shan, her slender waist, bulging chest, and round face. This was too much for his liking. Childish face, mature body. Gao Shan had noticed his eyes a long time ago, and still didn't move. She was the only one in the store at this time, helping to look after the store. Zhao Quan asked, are you a clerk or a customer? He approached with a squinted look on his face as he spoke. Gao Shan felt her hands were a little itchy. Whatever you want to buy has a price marked on it. Does your boss give you a high salary? What is high, and what is not high? Gao Shan asked curiously.
Road.
My office is short of a secretary. Do you think you would be interested? Well, as far as she knew, he should have lost a lot of money just now. It seems that he still has a short memory. He is really careless. Zhao Quan saw that she kept staring at him and thought she was also interested in him. Gao Shan sneered in her heart, but still looked innocent on her face. Really or not? Of course it's true. This Xiao man is getting married. She has been avoiding him recently. Besides, she is a little tired of talking about it. This person in front of her, she is simply what men like most. She has an innocent and pure face, but she also has a good figure. I am so satisfied. Gao Shan couldn't help it anymore and wanted to beat him hard with her fist. At this moment, the door opened and Zhang Ye walked in with a bag of clothes. As soon as he saw Zhao Kuan-yu in the room, Zhang Ye's eyes were cold, and he said, "You are not welcome here, get out." Zhao Kuan-yu smiled and stepped forward. "I'm here to cooperate with you." "Oh, get out." Sister De Zhang in the workroom heard the sound outside, picked up the rolling pin, and came out. "Store manager, what's wrong? Is someone causing trouble?" Zhao Kuan-yu was also a little frightened. "Don't toast me, and you will be fined." "Sister De Zhang, what are you doing standing still? Get out of here." Sister De Zhang slashed her rolling pin directly on his body. "Jiangya, just wait for me." Before he could finish his words, Gao Shan neatly removed his jaw. "If you dare to be presumptuous again, I will remove all the bones in your body." Zhao Kuan-yu covered his chin and walked away dejectedly. Gao Shan's eyes were cold. It seems that he still needs to be taught a lesson. Jiangya took a deep breath. "Ignore him. Look at my new clothes. Otherwise, why do women always feel that they are missing a piece of clothing?" Gao Shan quickly opened it and took a look. "It's really nice, but the fabric is a bit off." Jiangya nodded. "Oh, it's a pity that I can't buy good quality Su silk. I'll look for it for you when I get back. I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow."
Jiangya was a little surprised.
He usually didn't leave until he got off work. She didn't take it seriously either. Jiangya was a little surprised. Could this be their plan? Before she could think any more, two people walked in directly. "I heard that you can make desserts here. The newspaper office told us that we are the personnel responsible for handling banquets at the materials management office. Do you think you can make them?" As he said that, the man took out the picture. Jiangya took it and looked at the two of them. "When do you want it? How much do you want?" She saw the official seal, with a steel seal on the list. This was what Gao Shan had told her before. It turned out that in this era, there were not only red seals but also red seals. There is a steel seal and the signature of the person in charge. "We want about 100 of each. Come and get them tomorrow." What they wanted was Black Forest and matcha cake. Both of these take a long time, and if they are made together, the taste will definitely be affected. After hearing this, the two looked at each other. Because this banquet is indeed very important to the materials management office. "I have read your newspaper before, and the newspaper reporter also highly recommended you. Can I ask about the theme of the banquet?" Jiangya said. The lady among the people said directly, "It is to attract foreign investment in Bin City." Jiangya nodded. "In this case, I understand. Since it is an investment fair, the participants are all foreign businessmen, and they are very particular about desserts. Even if I agree to you, if it doesn't meet their taste standards, it will affect you." In fact, Jiangya knew very well that her dessert skills were not as good as Chinese ones. After all, Chinese dishes were taught by the palace master, and the materials needed to grow cakes may be difficult to obtain at this time. The woman glanced at the man in official uniform behind her in surprise. "What you said makes some sense. And I think since it is to attract investment, the true intention is the most important, and those should not be obtained by doing what others want, right?" Jiangya just reminded that, after all, attracting investment is no different from that of later generations. It's just that at this time, people still had a supportive mentality towards foreign businessmen. The two of them were a little surprised. Jiangya also felt that maybe this was too much to say in this era. "Sorry, I was just chatting casually." "No, your idea is correct. Yu buys more desserts and juice for them to take back. Yu is particularly surprised. Wow, I've heard about your desserts for a long time. It's so awesome. I'm finally happy now. Jiangya was also very happy. After all, he was very happy to be recognized. Yu pretended a lot, and Jiangya also gave her a discount. Yu put it down and looked like a normal girl. I'll promote it to my colleagues then. They won't be short of money. After the two left, Jiangya breathed a sigh of relief. When Yu returned, Wei Shasha was preparing for the interview at the venue. I'm back. Can we do the Black Forest over there? Yes, but we wanted it too urgently, and the boss refused. Is it because we can't do it and are deliberately perfunctory for us? Wei Shasha pretended to say it unintentionally. Yu glanced at her. Director Wang quite admires her. After saying these words, Wei Shasha's face changed. Director Wang was famous for being arrogant, and he was the only one who knew her identity and didn't treat her well. Face person. Seeing her change of expression, Yu was very happy. If it hadn't been for her various faults and troubles these past few days, they wouldn't have been so exhausted from changing the menu again and again. Wei Shasha felt particularly uncomfortable when she saw everyone canceling the Black Forest and matcha cake. They were really a bunch of country bumpkins who didn't understand anything. At this time, Gu Feiyuan didn't know what was happening here. He is on the phone with Gao Yuan. Feiyuan, you really didn't disappoint me. If it weren't for Gao Feng and Gao Shan, I'm afraid things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Gu Feiyuan said directly. Ask Gao Han to write me a report. Gao Han happened to walk in and heard the conversation between the two. Have they gone back? Gu Feiyuan glanced at him. Your brother is looking for you. Gao Han took it directly. Brother, why don't you let them stay here for 2 more days? Then I asked them to bring desserts back. Now, these people have gone back. How can I bring the desserts back? I also plan to rely on the desserts to make Grandpa not angry. It's over.
Gu Han complained.
Hearing this sentence, Gao Yuan simply didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, why don't you just bring it when you go back? What about the year of the monkey? You fight for it. I'm doing very well now, and the pigs are so strong after I feed them. I can bring you pork when I get back. Go back. Gu Feiyuan listened and was speechless. Are the pigs in the army still going to be killed? Stop making trouble, study hard with Captain Gu, and then give me a report on this observation. After Gao Yuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Anyway, we have finished talking to Gu Feiyuan. I saw Gao Han drooping his head. Brother Gu, I'm going to die. The report is a book, a real book. Brother is becoming more and more like Grandpa. He even has to write a report saying that it can't be solved. After complaining about Gao Han, he left. If he didn't write again, he wouldn't be able to finish it in the prescribed time. Gu Feiyuan, on the other hand, thought even more profoundly. This time it was completed entirely because of the strength of the Gao family. If he had relied solely on himself, the plan might not have gone so smoothly and the time would not have been so fast. But at the same time, he also saw the true power of the family. On the one hand, Gao Yuan is helping him like this now as a lifesaver, but on the other hand, it may not be because he is now a very useful chess piece. When Gu Feiyuan went to pick Jiangya up from get off work, Jiangya asked him directly about Zhao Kuanyu. Well, we did it. Did you plan it all? Jiangya still asked. Gu Feiyuan nodded and didn't say much. He didn't want Jiangya to get involved too much. Jiangya could understand, nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, it's not like he has never seen such a person in his previous life, so Jiangya doesn't feel any burden in his heart. He actually did such a thing, and deserved to be punished. In the past few days, Bincher newspapers have focused on Zhao Qianyu's incident. Zhao Kuanyu was analyzed and reported as a special case of an official, and all the evil deeds he had done were published in the newspapers. But Jiangya no longer paid attention. However, because of this incident, all officials were thoroughly investigated. The previous investment promotion banquet has also been postponed. Gu Feiyuan still felt that this time point should perhaps be extended a little longer, so that Bin City could be completely cleaned. And the evidence of the violation of the young girl has been lost in time. Otherwise, Zhao Kuanyu would have been cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. A month later, The postponed investment promotion banquet began again. Jiangya is still very supportive. Sticking to one's own will not do any good to economic development. Wei Shasha, on the other hand, has been a bit broken these days. The important investors who were originally arranged for her were unable to come over in the end. She could only wait for others to make arrangements. In the end, the person who arranged the arrangement was a coal mine boss. How can this be compared to a foreign businessman? Wei Shasha looked down on him from the bottom of her heart and was not that attentive during the interview. However, this boss had a lot of things to do. He asked a lot of questions and even asked some very detailed questions about the location. Wei Shasha was really too lazy to wait. Xiaoyu was also very angry and really wanted to retaliate. Look, the desserts this time are all Binshur characteristics. You can try them first. When you come in and invest, you will definitely have them. As a result, Wei Shasha walked over directly and said, "What you said is wrong. Don't we have people in Bin City who can make Black Forest cakes? Why did you forget it?" Lin Hui's eyes lit up when he saw the person coming. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course, but this person is not easy to invite," Wei Shasha said deliberately. When Yu saw her coming, he wanted to get out of the way. Was there something wrong with Wei Shasha? What nonsense were you talking about? Lin Hui was not a good person at first glance. She was still worried about not being able to escape. "What are you still waiting for? Go buy it," Yu said with a smile. "Sorry, I need to follow you. I came to your Bin City to invest, and you are treating me like this?" Yu really couldn't wait to see you. Give him a slap. Who is this person? Someone like this must not really want to invest. Otherwise, how could he make things difficult for someone over a dessert? Sure enough, he doesn't look like a good person. Okay, I'll go ask you. Yu Xiao couldn't help but found Director Wang directly. "Director Wang, Lin Hui insists on eating the Black Forest cake. Wei Shasha has told him that someone will do it." Director Wang heard this, he said with an unpleasant look in his eyes. "Then go and ask the store manager to make one." "Director Wang, Director Jiang asked you to go and accompany Qi Ronghua from Maritime Affairs." Director Wang frowned. "That's not Wei Shasha's?" "Forget it," Qi Ronghua said. "She's not qualified." Xiaoyu felt so happy when he heard this. No wonder he went to Lin Hui's side. It turned out that he was disliked. Director Wang nodded and had no choice but to pass. After all, apart from the foreigner, this person was the most important person this time. You should go quickly. Xiu could only put on a coat quickly and go out. What he was wearing inside was the reception clothes from the supply office. After the flowers bloomed on Mo's hang, Jiangya was not there. "You was panicked. Is your boss here?" Dandin saw her anxious look and hurriedly stepped forward. "Hello, our store manager is out. What can I do for you?" Upon hearing this, Yu's head dropped. "It's all grown up. What should I do now? The store manager is not here. It's all the fault of that Wei Shasha. There were all kinds of troubles before, and now they are causing trouble like this. I have no choice but to wait here." After waiting for a long time, Jiangya still didn't reply. "Tell your store manager that I'm from the materials department and I need 2 Black Forest cakes. Please send her over as soon as she's done." Dandin was stunned when he heard that it was from the materials department. Wasn't it the same thing last time? No. Let's wait until our store manager comes back." Yu was so anxious that his voice became louder. "How about I leave some money for you?"
No.
"I'm from the materials department. Are you still afraid that I won't be able to deceive you? Last time, I said it was from the materials department, and it deceived us a lot." Yu was confused at the time. Really? When Jiangya entered the room, he happened to hear the conversation between the two. "Dandin, go do something." Dandin stuck out his tongue and ran away quickly. When Yu saw Jiangya, it was as if he had seen his savior. "Boss, you are finally back. There is an investor who insists on eating Black Forest cake. Director Wang tells you to make one quickly no matter what." Jiangya sighed. "To tell you the truth, I'm short of cocoa powder here." When Yu heard this, he immediately became sad. It's all that Wei Shasha. After hearing the 3 words Wei Shasha, Jiangya, there was some surprise. "Who did Wei Shasha tell you?" You didn't need to explain clearly. Jiangya could probably understand what was happening now. Yu nodded. "Yes, that's what she said." Is there anything else that can replace it? Jiang Ye sighed. Yes, yes, but what if the investor still finds fault? Let's do it. Do it. If you don't take it back, I won't have to ask for this job. Jiang Ye had no choice but to enter the operation room and start working. There is no cocoa powder, so you can only use crushed chocolate instead, and the cake base is ready-made. After about an hour, Jiang Ye was ready. Then cut evenly. It's ready. Yu Yu hurriedly prepared to pay, only to realize that he was in a hurry and didn't bring any money at all. Boss, I'll send it to you in a minute. Jiang Ye shook his head. Forget it. Take it away quickly, don't worry. Yu Yu nodded, looking very grateful. As soon as Yu Yu left, Jiang Ye called Dandan over. Dandan, if I have said something that I shouldn't say, don't say it. Hearing this, Dandan's eyes turned red. Manager, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Dandan, this was the second time I saw the store manager being so strict, and I was really frightened. Jiang Ye looked stern. I can usually pamper you, but not in this matter. I told you not to mention that matter again, but you didn't take it seriously at all, and the trouble came from your mouth. Now our bakery is still, after the store develops in the future, maybe each of you will become a store manager. If you are not careful enough, you'll get into big trouble sooner or later. She knew very well that some of Zhao Quan's things were done by Gu Feiyuan and others, and Zhao Quan had some. He was definitely not the only one. He hadn't discovered it for so long. It was impossible without a protective umbrella behind him. Although Zhao Quan was caught, there were countless connections behind it. If someone leaks this matter, it's impossible to say that it will be linked to Gu Feiyuan. Dandan was also a little scared. I'm sorry, store manager. Okay, stop crying. Go to work. Jiang Ye sat on the chair and began to think about whether she didn't have the sense of propriety that a boss should have. If it were his previous life, his subordinates would never do such a thing. But Dandan has always been very kind to her, but she still lacks experience. Dandan hurried into the operation room, still with tears in her eyes. Jiang Ye just went out and specially took Wang Qing to the hospital. Today, his sister was sick and did not come here, otherwise he would have taken her with him. Doctors also expressed surprise at Wang Qing's situation. Although his language is deteriorating, Wang Qing seems to be working very hard to maintain his language function, so compared to other deaf-mute people, his situation is very good. Jiang Ye has always had this idea, since Wang Qing came to the store. Wang Qing is still young. If there's a way to solve this problem, it will be a big deal for his future. Wang Qing disagreed at first, thinking that going to the hospital would cost money. He knew very well that the money must have been spent by Jiang Ye. The premise is that Wang Qing said that the money was borrowed from Jiang Ye and he would definitely pay it back to her in the future when he is able. Jiang Ye understood what he was thinking and agreed. The examination process was not as complicated as that of later generations, but it still took a long time. The doctor concluded that Wang Qing was not congenital, but acquired. He needed to take medicine, and now he also needs the assistance of traditional Chinese medicine and physical therapy. And some physical therapy. Wang Qing had taken medicine before, but in order not to burden the orphanage, the medicine he took was very cheap. The doctor said that although those medicines had some effects, they were heavy on the body, so Jiang Ye asked the doctor to replace them. A 3-month course of treatment costs nearly 2,000 yuan. The doctor said that if you have the ability in the future, you can wear a cochlear implant. Cochlear implant surgery is very complicated and not cheap, but it is currently a better treatment method. Jiang Ye nodded and understood. No matter what, it is better to have hope than no hope. Wang Qing is a smart and sensible kid who is very talented in making cakes. Although Wang Qing could distinguish lip reading, he was taken away by the nurse during the conversation. When he came back, he saw Jiang Ye paying a lot of medical expenses. I secretly vowed to repay him in the future. Yu Yu went back with the Black Forest cake and looked for Lin Hui all over the venue, but a staff member said that he had gone out and was not in the banquet hall. Yu Yu was immediately furious, so Director Wang asked her to share it with everyone. This is the Black Forest? Qi Yuanhua asked. Director Wang had a particularly good impression of Qi Yuanhua. Yes. This is very good. Would you like to try a piece? Yu Yu asked. Qi Yuanhua smiled. Can I reserve a piece for afternoon tea? Director Wang nodded quickly, of course. Then Chi Yuanhua and director Wang left. Yu looked at the two people leaving, and then thought of Lin Hui. What?
Things.
Prepare the cake, put it in the refrigerator, and then make a note. When I came back, as soon as I opened it, I found that the Black Forest cake in the refrigerator was missing. Yu was immediately anxious. This was promised to a good person. What's wrong with you, Xiao? Sister Lu, have you seen the Black Forest cake I put in the refrigerator? What Black Forest? Sister Lu asked, also confused. Yu's face was full of anxiety. It's a very beautiful purple box. Then I know, I just saw that person take it out. As soon as he mentioned that person, Yu knew who it was in an instant, and Wei Shasha also, how shameless. Angrily, Yu Sha went directly to Wei Shasha, but someone told her that Wei Shasha and Lin Hui entered the reception room and locked the door. There was no other way. Yu quickly took out the small card he had obtained before and punched it into Mo Shang Hua Kai. Hey, is your store manager here? It's me, hello. What's the matter with? Hearing this voice was like hearing a savior. Manager Jiang, I'm Xiao from the Materials Management Office. Didn't you make a Black Forest cake at your place? An investor wanted to eat it, and I promised to leave a piece for him, but Wei Shasha secretly took it away. Please save me.
You said.
When speaking, my tone was particularly anxious, and I said everything at once. Jiang Ye frowned. Why is Wei Shasha's business happening everywhere? Okay, but the chocolate is gone. I'm afraid I can only use a smaller amount. Jiang Ye made it clear in advance. After all, the chocolate used last time was imported and cost a lot of money. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Make it more delicate. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ye prepared another cake just in case. After working for a long time, Dandan took the cake and left. When Dandan was delivered, he saw Yu waiting at the door anxiously. As soon as he saw her, he rushed over and said, "Thank you so much.
Just take the money.
When I'm done, I'll go to your store to thank you." Then I saw Yu running into the house. When Director Wang saw her just now, he said that Chi Yuanhua had a good impression of Bin Shi and might be able to win over this important figure. At this moment, he must see Bin Shi's sincerity. Director Wang has said so. How dare you take it so lightly? Dandan returned to the store and directly handed her the money Yu gave her. Jiang Ye glanced at it calmly and accepted it. Dandan was a little surprised that there were so many. When the receptionist saw Yu, Director Wang asked you to come over quickly. Did you tell me what to bring? The receptionist was a little confused. Xiao Yu finally opened it, only to find that there were two types. He took one piece of the same, poured the coffee, and took it in directly. When I got to the drawing room, I knocked on the door. Director Wang responded, and Xiao Bian walked in with a dinner plate. Chi Yuanhua was attracted by the dessert at a glance. Are there any others? This one is Black Forest, and this one is an improved tiramisu. The second item is the small note Jiang Ye put inside, which is less than what he learned. Yeah, you should go out first. Yu nodded and ran out. If it weren't for Jiang Ye, today would probably be over. As soon as he went out, he happened to see Wei Shasha, rushed up to her, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her aside. Wei Shasha didn't have much strength to begin with and couldn't break away at all. Are you sick? Wei Shasha said angrily. Did you take the cake in the refrigerator? Xiao Yu asked. Wei Shasha glanced at him. Isn't that what Lin Hui wants? What's the problem? Hearing this, Yu Shasha really wanted to give her such a shameless slap. When I get it back, you all go out. Hey, didn't you see my note? If you take one piece, I'll take it all away. You're going too far. Wei Shasha has always been arrogant. How could she be so wronged? Originally, the cake was given to Lin Hui. You didn't tell me that it was prepared. Of course, I thought the cake belonged to Lin Hui. How could I have taken it if you hadn't made it clear? You are so shameless as the person in charge. You want to shift the responsibility to me. You are so unreasonable. Don't forget that Lin Hui is the investor this time. You have offended him and affected Bin Shi investment. Can you bear the responsibility? If he doesn't invest because he can't get the cake, it means he doesn't want to invest at all. Wei Shasha's eyes turned red with anger. I tell you, only men do that. After saying that, Yu left. Wei Shasha stomped her feet angrily. I have to get this investor to show you so that you don't look down on me. When Xiaoyu returned to the workbench, Sister Lu saw her like this. What are you doing with her? That's right, the backstage person is tough, and you will suffer. An insider advised. When finishing work in the evening, he was stopped by Director Wang. He wanted to accompany Qi Yuanhua for dinner in the evening. He should have chosen the beautiful Wei Xiaxia, but Qi Yuanhua had rejected Wei Xiaxia before, so he unanimously decided to let Yu. Xiaoyu also understood that this meal was of great significance and did not dare to neglect it at all. In the evening, we had a very pleasant conversation. Although Qi Yuanhua was young, he had a profound background and was also very elegant. We had a great time chatting after the meal and signed a book of intentions in the evening. Afterwards, many people saw that Qi Yuanhua had signed, and they quickly signed. Xiaoyu was no longer busy and ran to the pastry room. As soon as he sat down, he started chatting with Jiangya. I'm almost laughing to death. Wei Xiaxia is so embarrassed. The foreign investor arranged for her before didn't come, but then Qi Yuanhua was arranged for her. As a result, they thought she was not good enough. Our director Wang personally took action. When she knew that Qi Yuanhua was taken down, her face turned red. Thinking about being angry these days, and then thinking about that face, she felt so happy. Jiangya didn't expect Yu Xia to resent Wei Xiaxia so deeply. But thanks to your dessert, Qi Yuanhua said that there must be a bright future for such craftsmen in Bin City. Of course Jiangya would not take this seriously. I'm afraid it was just a polite comment after everything was done. As long as it doesn't help. It's all Wei Xiaxia's fault, who took it away without saying a word. It's like stealing. Thinking of that day, Xiaoyu felt uncomfortable in her heart, and she was so anxious that she almost died from it. Jiangya made her a cup of tea. It's good if the result is good. Don't mention it. If it weren't for you, I would be finished that day. But she also said that I, the person in charge, was not prepared enough, and she got angry. I want to give her a few slaps. Okay, don't be angry. It's not worth it to be so angry. It's finally over. It doesn't matter whether she has a backstage or not. He took a sip of tea and said. Jiangya smiled and said nothing. Okay, it's time. I have to go back. It's so comfortable here. I don't even want to leave. After taking the last sip of tea, I'll come back another day when I'm free. Jiangya sent her out. She still likes Yuyu's carefree and fiery temperament. Xiaoyu returned to the materials management office, but was grabbed by Sister Lu. That guy has been looking for you for a long time. You should hide quickly. Yu frowned when he heard this. Okay, then I'll go in quickly. I'm annoying you. Who knew that Wei Xiaxia caught him before he could leave? You are less than. Why did you talk to Qi Yuanhua that day, and why did he agree? Wei Xiaxia really had nothing to do. Lin Hui also ate what he should eat and showed his interest in Bin City, but he still refused. Willing to sign a letter of intent. In fact, if it had been in the past, Wei Xiaxia would have given up, but she couldn't swallow this breath and insisted on taking a good look at those who looked down on her. Xiaoyu glanced at her. Reporter Wei, I'm busy settling the accounts for someone else's pastry shop, so I don't have time. Xiaoyu, this investor is a big deal in Jiangcheng. Reporter Wei, you don't need to tell me that.
I'm busy.
After saying that, he ran away and never wanted to talk to her again. Wei Xiaxia called her name angrily, but you didn't look back. In the end, Lin Hui gave up the investment and said there was no suitable land boundary. Wei Xiaxia could only say helplessly, we will work together next time if we have a chance. If you want me to stay, I can stay for you. Lin Hui looked at her affectionately and said. Wei Xiaxia was speechless and glanced at him blankly. Lin Hui thought she also had a wish, so he took her hand. Wei Xiaxia was confused for a moment. What are you doing? Lin Hui quickly let go. I really like you. Why don't you come with me? How can Binshur be as good as the capital? So he likes her? But there are so many people who like her. Who is he? She is not as good-looking as Gu Feiyuan, her temperament is not as good as Gu Feiyuan's, and her family background is better than Gu Feiyuan's, but she is much worse than her. It doesn't matter if she has money. She is not short of money. But Gu Feiyuan didn't like him. He liked that woman who was inferior to her in everything. My eyes are red just thinking about it. What's wrong with you? I just like you too much. I didn't mean to.
Lin Hui said.
I'm sorry, I don't have that intention for you, Wei Shasha said. After speaking, Wei Shasha didn't even look at him. Lin Hui sneered. Why are you pretending to be innocent? Weren't you still clinging to me yesterday? Jiangya received a package and took a look. It was an unfamiliar name, but the recipient is her. After Jiangya opened it, there were a lot of things, including a new coffee machine, a blender, a lot of imported coffee beans, and a large bag of cocoa powder. There are also some chocolates and the like. Finally, there is a card. Jiangya smiled when she saw the name above. She didn't expect Gao Shan to mail so many to her. After the demolition was completed, the phone rang, and when it was picked up, it was Gao Shan's voice. Have you opened it? You only opened one small package. Why did you mail so many? Open it slowly. Jiangya continued to dismantle others and found some jams and the like, as well as many, many nuts. She continued to look at the card. It says, these things are enough to match you. Jiangya smiled very happily. The woman who understood her best in this era must be Gao Shan. Jiangya quickly moved everything into the warehouse and got everything ready. Everything is placed on the shelf. The more you put it aside, the better your mood will be. Jiangya studied how to make the new cake again, made a call to the provincial capital, and purchased new equipment. It's another expense, but now that the store's turnover has stabilized, the capital has long been recovered. The day is getting hotter and hotter. Jiangya just wants to make more money and buy whatever he wants in the future. Gu Feiyuan came to pick up Jiangya and rode a bicycle, which made him sweat profusely. I told you not to come pick me up. It's early to close the store now, so I'll go back by myself. Do you feel bad for me? Yes, when I work hard to make money, I can buy a car. You can drive, and I'll take the ride.
Jiangya said.
Gu Feiyuan smiled helplessly. Didn't I say to install the fan today? Jiangya patted his head. If you didn't tell me, I almost forgot about it. There are quite a lot of places to install it early.
Oh.
Where to install it? Should you install it now? Otherwise, in a few days, these people will be gone, and there will be no one to help you.
Jiangya said.
Gu Feiyuan smiled. Pretend now. I will go on a mission in 2 days. After hearing this, Jiangya paused. Why didn't I hear you say this? Gu Feiyuan smiled. Smile. Military secrets cannot be disclosed at will. Angry Jiangya wanted to hit him, but he was right. Gu Feiyuan took out all the fans. By so many? Gu Feiyuan nodded without asking any more questions. Gu Feiyuan felt uncomfortable when he thought of breaking up with her, and Jiangya also felt sad. When is the return date? Gu Feiyuan touched her hair soon. He couldn't tell her anything else, so he could only comfort her like this. Jiangya sat aside and silently watched him install the fan. It's still the same action, just not the same occasion and emotion. He didn't expect her obsession with him to be so deep. At first, I just wanted to fulfill the original owner's wish and live well in this era. But then the two began to fall in love with each other. Gu Feiyuan loved her and doted on her. Although there would be quarrels and the like, these were what couples should experience. It has to be said that Gu Feiyuan is really protective of her. After learning about Zhao Quan's affairs, he handled it very well. As a result, she began to rely more and more on Gu Feiyuan. She longed for him to be by her side all the time. But on the other hand, it was very clear that Gu Feiyuan was a soldier. Performing missions is always the bounden duty of soldiers. The small family is always put behind the country. This is the frustration and pride of being a military wife. Seeing her like this, Gu Feiyuan felt aches in his heart, but he could only keep his normal look on his face. Daughter-in-law, I'm going to Western Xinjiang this time. I heard that there are gold mines there. I'll go dig some and bring them back to you, okay? Jiangya smiled at his tone of teasing the child. That's also from the country. How could you bring it back? She knew very well that this was just a joke between husband and wife, but it eased the sadness of parting. Daughter-in-law. Women are still stupid and annoying. When he heard this, Jiangya gave him a hammer. Then you go find someone stupid and come back. Gu Feiyuan smiled. No, I only want you. No one else wants it. Daughter-in-law. Hold on to the stool. I'm going to get on. Jiangya hugged the stool tightly, looking at him with focused eyes, reluctant to let go. Western Xinjiang was still relatively chaotic at this time, and altitude sickness was also terrible. In later generations, I once traveled there, but that trip was not pleasant. Carrying an oxygen tube and taking medicine in advance. Thinking of these, Jiangya felt that her heart felt very uncomfortable. At this time, supplies were scarce, and she would definitely not be as secure as in future generations. But she couldn't ask anything, couldn't say anything. She could only pray silently for his safe return. Fei Yuan, I heard that the jade in Western Xinjiang is particularly beautiful. Please bring me a piece when you come back. She said this, hoping to send him off with the best attitude.
Okay.
Gu Feiyuan nodded. What do you want to eat? Not to mention dumplings on the bus? Noodles on the bus. Can I make dumplings for you? There's some sauerkraut at home, and some meat. Jiangya said, pretending to be happy. Gu Feiyuan jumped down from the stool. Okay, my wife makes the best dumplings. Jiangya smiled, and the atmosphere relaxed a lot. I took Wang Qing to the hospital today. The doctor said he has a high chance of being cured. I spent almost 2,000. Are you distressed? Gu Feiyuan said jokingly. Jiangya rolled her eyes at him. You can still make more money. But if you miss the opportunity, Wang Qing may not have such an opportunity. My wife is a kind-hearted person. Gu Feiyuan said with a kiss. Jiangya gave him a towel to wipe his hands. He plugged in the fan and tried it. It worked. The two simply packed up and rode directly to the military area. On the road, Jiangya clung to his back. The breeze blew slightly, and listening to his breathing, there were only 4 words in her heart. The years are quiet and peaceful. It would be great if time could stay in this moment. Daughter-in-law, while I'm out, you should go back early and take the car, otherwise I won't worry. Jiangya nodded. Yeah, I understand, don't worry about me. You've lost weight recently, I'm not at home, you must also eat on time, and don't fool around. I will let Gao Han keep an eye on you. Jiangya frowned. Why don't you say he's doing well? His old man asked him to stay. Practice and practice. I'm afraid he is just a temporary interest, and his temper is not stable enough. After hearing this, Jiangya smiled and said, Do you think you can handle it if you ask him to look at me? Wife, Gao Han is older than you. Jiangya was stunned for a second. This body is still that of a girl. After arriving home, the two had dinner and hugged each other all night, as if they wanted to blend into each other's blood. Jiangya hugged him tightly. I will miss you, you have to protect yourself. You are mine. There was endless reluctance in his voice. Gu Feiyuan hugged her back and said, I will come back safely. It is his responsibility to be a soldier and a husband, and he must do both well. Gu Feiyuan felt his chest was soaked. Knowing that those were his wife's tears, he felt even more sad. Daughter-in-law, don't cry. He kissed her cheek gently, showing endless tenderness. Jiangya is really reluctant to let go. The two of them fell asleep slowly. Jiangya got up early, bought some things, and returned to the military area. Then I wrapped everything up and went back to the store. After a while, Gu Feiyuan called her. Daughter-in-law, I'm leaving. I've brought everything with me. When I come back, be good. Jiangya was already sobbing and could only nod. After hanging up the phone, Jiangya kept holding the phone and didn't put it down for a long time. When I returned home that night, it was obviously the same home, but it felt cold. After returning to the bedroom, looking at the neatly arranged bedding, I felt even more uncomfortable. She promised Gu Feiyuan to be good. I cooked myself a bowl of noodles and went to bed to rest. Gu Feiyuan has been gone for a few days, and Jiangya has always been tired, so he kept his spirits up when he was in the store. When I rode to the store that day, Gao Han was standing outside the gate. Why are you here? Are you going to the city by bike? Jiangya nodded. Gao Han glanced at her and said, I'm going to the city today too. Sister-in-law, please stop riding. Before Jiangya could agree, Gao Han put the car directly at the doorman's side. As soon as he left the military area, Gao Han started to be lively again. Just setting up a military zone. Is that enough for you? Jiangya didn't know that Gao Han had been writing essays every day recently, and Gao Yuan even called him back. He wrote over and over again, revised over and over again, and now he wanted to cry when he saw the words. I am finally satisfied with my little paper. I can come out for air. Can I be unhappy? Last time when Brother Gu dealt with Zhao Quan, my brother kept telling me that I should learn from Brother Gu. He was so awesome. Gao Han's eyebrows arched as he said this. The man who cheated the shop is called Anonymous. Brother Gu set up the immortal jump for Zhao Kuan-yu through his hands. Now, Zhao Kuan-yu thinks that the person who tricked him is Anonymous. Killing two birds with one stone. Killing two birds with one stone. Don't you think this is a beautiful thing? When Gao Han mentioned this matter, he talked so boastfully that he almost wished he could write another short essay. Jiangya pursed her lips, feeling proud in her heart. Brother Gu is really as powerful as you said. Of course, this resourcefulness, this strategy, this scheming, it's amazing. He praised him 3 times in a row. Gao Han sighed, but I didn't understand it like you before. My brother asked me to write down my thoughts about the incident, but after I finished writing, he couldn't. I went to Brother Gu to ask for a solution. Guess what happened?
What?
Jiangya asked cooperatively. Brother Gu asked me to read the 4 books, and I was confused at the time. When we arrived at the store, Gao Han still hadn't finished telling the story and started talking about a lot more. Jiangya was simply a little depressed. She, the one who wanted to listen, was Gu Feyuan. Gao Han, what are you talking about? Gao Han slapped his head. Yeah, then I forced myself to read it. Not to mention that after reading it, I felt like writing with inspiration, and it came out directly. Don't mention how happy I am. After the report was passed, I couldn't bear to leave the military region. I always felt that I would learn more interesting things from following Brother Gu. After hearing this, Jiangya frowned helplessly. Is it fun? Well, of course, this doesn't mean I'm playing, but I think Brother Gu is really awesome and I want to learn more. After listening to the story, Jiangya began to enter the workroom. No, just make me a cup. Jiangya rolled his eyes. I can't even bear to part with it. This is still yesterday. You helped find someone to grind it up and bring it over, but Gao Han's eyes were so good that he saw it directly. Gao Han stopped caring about the coffee and quickly went to boil hot water. Jiangya was so depressed looking at him. She had to say that the coffee beans Gao Shan sent were so good that she was willing to drink a cup. Think about how much coffee you will drink every day in future generations. Now that you think about it, it is simply too luxurious. When Jiangya was making pastries, Wang Qing came, and there was still a difference between the two standing together. As soon as Gao Han boiled the water here, Jiangya started to ask him to do various tasks. Seeing that the water was almost cold, the coffee hadn't been brewed yet. Gao Han's little eyes were full of resentment. Jiangya just pretended not to see it, who made him stare at her favorite. Jiangya also specially took out some snacks and nuts that Gao Shan had delivered last time. Gao Han's eyes lit up when he saw it. Where did you get all these? What do you mean they got it? It sounded like it was an illegal method. Gao Han took a sip of coffee depressedly. Women are troublesome and care about everything. Are you suspected of discriminating against women? No, just thinking about my brother and your husband. They are all strictly controlled by their daughter-in-law. Gao Han ate a nut. Hey, this is from Xiao Xianghua. Did Gao Shan give it to you? Of course. Don't you see who I am? Get up. Do you know about Gu Feiyuan this time? Sister-in-law. I'm just like you. This is all confidential. I don't know anything. It was all because Gao Han kept saying something about Brother Gu, but she started to miss Gu Feiyuan again. The tide of longing overflowed, and Jiang Ya's eyes turned red again.
It was so uncomfortable to miss someone.
I don't know how he is now, whether the weather in Xizang is good, whether he is taking medicine, or whether he is suffering from hypoxia. Gao Han saw that she was full of worries and wanted to give him a slap, but if Brother Gu succeeds in the mission this time, his position as captain will be secure. Gu Feiyuan rose through the ranks so quickly, even though he had to risk his life to get there. After all, he had no background and could easily make others jealous. Jiangya nodded and didn't want to say anything else. In fact, if she could, she didn't want Gu Feiyuan to have a big official position, as long as the two of them could be together and be beautiful. But after Zhao Chuanyo's incident, Jiangya also knows very well that rights are necessary no matter what era. Sister-in-law, go and make me a bowl of fruit. You see I'm busy today, right? Jiangya knew that he just didn't want him to indulge in sadness. I'll tell you what to do, you do it yourself. Gao Han had long wanted to learn, and he was very interested. The two entered the workroom. At this time, Gu Feiyuan was arranging tasks. This mission was extremely dangerous, and a group of tomb robbers were discovered. Brigadier, He Minglin had stopped him before because this mission was too dangerous. Feiyuan, I understand your thoughts, but you can participate in other tasks. The plateau climate is severe and life may be in danger at any time. Gu Feiyuan nodded. I know it very well, but I am a soldier. How can I retreat when the country needs me? Then have you decided who to take with you this time? Gu Feiyuan nodded. I plan to take Yang Wei. Go. Yang Wei has been trained to be a sharp knife, and now it is time to unsheath the blade. As long as this mission is successful, you will be completely secure in this position. No matter how others plot against you, you will not have other problems. Of course, Gu Feiyuan knew what he was going to say. That's what I want. When Yang Wei knew about this, he was simply surprised. After what happened to Zhao Kuan-yu, although the leader did not offend him, he changed seats. No one else will be close to him anymore. But I didn't expect. Captain, do you really want to take me there? Although this mission is dangerous, Yang Wei knows very well that everyone is vying for such a mission. Gu Feiyuan glanced at him. The mission is very dangerous. I really want to go. Yang Wei expressed it very strongly. Gu Feiyuan nodded without saying anything. After arriving there, I realized that this mission was much more serious than imagined. The tomb robbers were rampant, armed with guns, and allied with the local reactionaries, which simply added fuel to the fire. The government at that time could not tolerate it, so it applied for military support. And because of geographical reasons, there can't be too many people this time, which makes it even more dangerous. The most terrifying thing is that there is also the figure of this poacher among them. This time the attack targets 3 parties, and there are only about 30 people on Gu Feiyuan's side. The main person in charge is Gu Feiyuan and some assisting personnel sent by the local government. The severe climate and complicated geography made everyone lose confidence. Gu Feiyuan spent almost all his time studying the geographical situation these days. The task was severe, and even Gu Feiyuan, a man who had experienced many battles, found this matter very difficult. The geographical location makes Western Xinjiang special. It is very difficult to enter strategic materials such as food and gasoline. Most of the roads can only be walked by local people on foot and cannot be accessed by car at all. But the thieves have an incomparable advantage. They are all natives of Western Xinjiang. They can blend in with the local residents and cannot be detected at all. In this situation where the enemy is in the dark and we are clear, Gu Feiyuan did not dare to act rashly. After many strategic meetings, the temporarily established Eagles splitting group was ready to be reduced to nothing, hidden among the people, and try to catch turtles in an urn. After intelligence analysis, Gu Feiyuan discovered that there were still traces of the thieves. But this is just an analysis on paper and needs to be proven in practice. The people sent by the local government to assist were themselves patrol officers, and they were even more familiar with the job. We have just a few people, and they're useless. The patrol officer was a little frustrated. He thought that there would be a lot of people coming to rescue from the country, but who knew that only 30 people came after all, and they were not needed at all.
What are you talking about?
30 of us can't do anything? A young man with short hair said angrily. After a while, I heard someone shouting, Uncle Zada, come out quickly, there's something wrong. Zada was the patrol officer. When he heard this, he quickly got up and wanted to go out. Gu Fei glanced at everyone from afar and said, hidden. Zada shook his head and went out. Kuk, what are you doing here? Gaga said with a shy blush, my mother-in-law said you have someone here and asked me to give you some goat milk. Zada blushed. Fortunately, he was plateau red. What the Hades, is there anyone here? Maybe I made a mistake. As a result, Guan Yuan didn't leave for a long time and kept talking to Zada. All the radars in Gu Feiyuan's body were on alert. Yang Wei came over him. Gu Feiyuan shook his head and said nothing. As a result, the language outside suddenly changed, and no one could understand it. A few minutes later, Guan Yuan left, and Uncle Zada walked in directly. That's my cousin Guanin. He specially sent goat milk here. In the forest, drinking some goat milk is good for your health. Gu Fei looked from a distance. After taking a look, Yang Wei suddenly hugged Gu Feiyuan and said, "Come on, let's go to the toilet."
I'm suffocating.
Gu Feiyuan lowered his head and walked out together. Zada glanced at it and said nothing. The government only told him to listen to them. Zada didn't know who was really in charge. Gao Han has been following up these days. Not to mention that with such a naughty kid around, Jiangya's thoughts have eased a lot. Just after noon, Xiaoyu came back with a dejected look on his face. "What's wrong with you?" Jiangya poured her a cup of coffee and said. Yu scratched his hair and said, "Don't mention it, I'm going to be transferred." "Where are you going?" "Last time, the superiors felt that we performed well, and they felt that there would be more than one investment promotion in the future, so they set up a special department responsible for attracting investment." "Department. You also know that Director Wang performed outstandingly last time and was transferred to be the head of the department, and I will follow him," Yu said with a depressed sip of coffee. Jiangya thought for a while. New positions, new challenges, not to mention attracting investment will be the highlight in the future, and it is also a matter of people's livelihood. Isn't it great? You really shouldn't be making bread here. You should be a politician. Yu glanced at her and said. Gao Han directly picked up a tray and walked out. "Sister-in-law, come and see the world of animals I baked." Jiangya glanced at him. "What did you use to bake this?" Upon hearing this question, Gao Han felt guilty for a moment and ran in directly. Jiangya was so angry. "If you dare to touch my things again, I will file a complaint against you when Brother Gu comes back." Yu Yui became curious when he saw that the usually docile landlady could be so angry. "Who is this person?" Jiangya smiled. "My husband's comrade in arms." "Comrade? I didn't realize that, boss lady. You are still an army wife?" Jiangya nodded. "Yes, otherwise you think the army wife is what does it look like?" "It's definitely not like you." "Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. How many people have signed the letter of intent?" He started talking. "Let's have 5. We'll have to wait and see about the other 2. Just in time for me to tell you a piece of gossip. The investor who wants the Black Forest cake is now chasing Wei Shasha," Yu said with a face full of gossip.
Said.
"Isn't that good? The man is unmarried, and the woman is unmarried. The most important thing is not to pester her. Yes, they are a perfect match. I heard that Lin Hui brings food and flowers to Wei Shasha every day. Everyone in her unit knows about it." Jiangya thought in her heart that she did a great job. Well, this guy is quite sincere. Doesn't he look good? That's good. It's a pity that reporter Wei Da doesn't like it. He is so cold-shouldered. Reporter? Isn't she a publicist? Yes, I heard that Wei Shasha has someone she likes, and she also listens to other people's gossip. For this reason, she seems to have gone through special procedures to retain her job. Jiangya groaned when he heard this, but he didn't expect that Wei Shasha was quite persistent. "Hey, my husband is so handsome." "Madam Boss, what is your relationship with Wei Shasha? Why do I think she hates you so much?" Yu asked curiously. Jiangya silently said something about love rival. "I don't know, I just met her a few times. If everything is implemented, then city's economic development will probably take off, right?" "No, we promised investors that we would improve transportation system, increase bus lines." "This is good. The transportation is developed. Are other things far away?" Boss, you're quite concerned about this matter." "Yes, this is all about yourself." "So I say, boss, you are really unqualified to open a store here." Jiangya smiled and said nothing. Gao Han in the workroom could hear clearly. No wonder Brother Gu liked his sister-in-law so much. The sister-in-law looked very peaceful, but she had her own problems in her heart. "Mr. Qi is what you value most. What is his main investment?" "Mr. Qi wants to build a garment factory." Jiangya was shocked. At first, he thought about giving up his old business, but now he has an opportunity in front of him. Should she catch it or not? "Can you give me an introduction then?" "Don't worry, I won't embarrass you."
Hyanda promised.
Yu nodded. "I'm really not familiar with him, but this investment was negotiated by Director Wang. I'll let Director Wang introduce it to you. But you're a pastry shop owner, which doesn't go well with making clothes. You will know later." Jiangya sold a lawsuit. "Is there any way to get rich?" "Why do you think so?" Yu took a sip of coffee. Seeing how successful you are in this pastry shop, boss lady, you will never make a decision lightly. I'm just doing it for a living. I don't believe it. This store of yours is so famous in Bin City. I'm afraid the money will be lost. It's going to happen soon. I just got my money back. How much did you invest? Almost 10,000. Although Gao Han in the workroom was not as surprised as Yu, he was still very impressed by Gu Feiyuan's investigation report. I have seen that both Gu Feiyuan and Jiang Ye came from the countryside and had no money at all. However, Gu Feiyuan's salary was considerable, which means that Jiang Ye earned all the money. Of course, what Gao Yuan showed him was only part of it. Regarding Jiang Ye, he only knew that Jiang Ye had done some small business, and that was it. Oh my god, when will I earn 10,000 yuan? I will make it in the future. Boss lady, I am really beaten to death by you. It's nothing. Everyone's stage of life is the same. It's different. Just follow your own steps. Boss, how old are you? I'm 23 this year. You said, then you are older than me. Yes. Okay, I will call you sister from now on.
Hyundanadi.
It would be helpful for her plan to get to know Mr. Chi. Even if there is no way to negotiate a cooperation, you can still make a small profit. Of course, the premise is that Mr. Chi will not disappoint her. Who would object to too much money? Buying a house and paying for Wang Qing's treatment all require money. Just relying on the pastry shop is getting further and further away. When I saw that it was almost time, I bought a lot of things and went back. The conversation with the boss lady also confirmed her thoughts. New position, new challenges. Gao Han saw that the person was gone before he came out. Sister-in-law. Who is this person? It doesn't matter who you are. If you dare to touch my chocolate again, just wait. Isn't this for innovation? Innovation what the Hades? You're just trashing it. Try it for yourself. If it's not bitter, I'll take your name. Gao Han didn't believe it anymore. Jiang Ye was so distressed that he couldn't hit or scold him. The store is fine. You can go shopping wherever you want. Thinking of the chocolate that he had ruined, she hoped that he would go out quickly. Gao Han sat in front of her. Sister-in-law, can I talk to you?
What are we talking about?
I have a lot of things to do, and I'm not in the mood to talk to you. Jiang Ye continued to calculate the accounts. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. Isn't it just chocolate? I'll have someone mail you a few packages. After saying that, Jiang Ye's heart became even more stuffed. It's amazing to have money. Okay, you have a few packages. Just ask. How much did Mr. Chi invest? How do I know? Sister-in-law, when you asked that person to introduce you just now, your eyes lit up. I don't believe you asked her to introduce you for nothing.
Jiang Ye sighed. You were eavesdropping.
How long have you been eavesdropping? That is an honest listening and watching. Gao Han, there is nothing wrong with wanting to make money, but there is no shortcut to making money. I know you are not short of money, but some things cannot be solved with money. Since Mr. Chi can invest in a clothing factory, the business means that he must be someone who is engaged in this field and has accumulated a certain amount of funds and connections. As the saying goes, there is no other way to make money. Gao Han curled his lips and said, Is there any other way to make money? Yes, by robbing banks. After Jiang Ye finished speaking, he continued to settle accounts and ignored him. She knew very well that Gao Han was just a temporary person and didn't really want to do business at all. Sister-in-law, aren't you kidding me? He robbed a bank, and wasn't he shot dead by the old man? I'm serious. There is nothing for nothing in this world. No matter how much you invest, you will definitely get something back. That's a paradox. Her words are actually a warning. There are too many people who think like Gao Han. Yes, blindness will always cloud people's eyes, and finally they will reach the point where there are only 5 ways to go. Gao Han was already at the starting line compared to others. He lacked nothing, but it was too simple to just daydream. Everyone will envy other people's lives, but they don't know that their own lives are also envied by others. The human heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant, and there is no contentment. Sister-in-law, I'm really serious. Do you have any way to make money? Gao Han looked at her seriously and asked. Jiang Ye pondered for a while. When I started doing business, I simply thought I could do it and do it well, so I did it. Although I wanted to make money on the one hand, On the other hand, I was very clear about this. Everything I can do is what I can do. Gao Han fell into deep thought when he heard the sentence. What can he do and still do well? Seeing that he was thinking about something, Jongya turned around and went into the workshop. As she said before, Gao Han is smart and has a good family background. Once he sets his goal, everything will fall into place naturally. On the way back to the military area, Gao Han said very little, and this situation was the same as the last time he punished Zhao Quan. Sister-in-law, I've been thinking a lot. I like to eat, play, and walk around. Isn't this very good? But nothing can make money? Doesn't it all cost money? Just spend money. By the way, isn't the so-called making money something that others do, and you are the instigator of it? Sister-in-law, why don't I understand? A one-stop shop for food, drinks, and fun. Specializing in recommending places for others to eat, drink, and have fun. Hearing this, Gao Han's interest immediately aroused. Sister-in-law, please tell me more. There is no free lunch in the world. Okay, sister-in-law, you said you want it. What? I owe you first. Gao Han nodded. Are you familiar with the capital? Of course, as long as the capital is a delicious and fun place, there is nothing I don't know about. Gao Han said with a proud face. Is it so easy? After saying these words, Jongya almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Jongya sighed, this is a lot of entrepreneurial capital. How much do you have in hand? How much do you need? 30 to 50,000. Gao Han was stunned for a moment. So much? Well, we need to find a venue, find employees, and all kinds of social expenses.
I don't have.
Gao Han was a little frustrated, to tell you the truth. What I did before was too disappointing to my family. The old man gave an order not to do it. Anyone give me a penny, sister-in-law. How did you get the capital to start your business? Jongya thought for a while. I started out selling food, working from dawn to dusk, and then selling cakes. It's so hard. Gao Han, it's impossible to do things without suffering. Wouldn't it be unfair if everyone could make money easily? Hearing this, Gao Han became even more depressed. Where could he go? So much money. Seeing him like this, Jongya didn't say anything else, letting him understand that it's good to have a hard life. I think she got over it little by little. Sister-in-law asked me to think about it carefully. Well, if you are sure you want to do it, you must write a plan and think through every step.
Gu Hanu did.
After that, Gao Han stayed there in a daze. Even when Xiaoyu attacked him, he ignored it. When they got off work, Gao Han and Jongya separated at the gate. One goes back to see the car off, and the other goes back to the dormitory building. Only one person was heard shouting, Jongya, stop here. Hearing this voice, Jongya looked back and was a little surprised that it was Wei Shasha. Gao Han even stood aside. As soon as he saw this person, he knew he was coming with bad intentions. What do you want from me? Jongya wouldn't think it was a good thing if she went to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. Why are you so cruel? Do you know that Gu Feiyuan went to Western Xinjiang? It's so chaotic over there. What if something happens? Why didn't you stop him? The questions were directed towards Jongya. Hearing this, Gao Han glanced at Wei Shasha. She was quite young and beautiful, but the meanness on her face ruined her face. Jongya was almost laughed out of anger. Propaganda Wei, I don't know what you were talking about. I only know that my husband is a soldier. Soldiers are guided by the principle of executing the orders of the country. Gao Han was even more rude. I am a husband and wife. What does a person like you have to do with an outsider like you? But Wei. Could it have something to do with the Wei family? Wei Shasha glanced at him, her eyes full of disdain. Who are you? I'm talking to her. What's the matter with you? She glanced at Gao Han, then turned to Jongya. You don't love Gu Feiyuan at all. If you love him, why would you watch him carry out such a dangerous mission? Jongya's eyes turned cold. Comrade Wei Shasha, the Gu Feiyuan you mentioned is my husband. We have a military marriage as a guarantee. I love you. Not loving him is something between me and him. It has nothing to do with you, and it is not your turn to care about him and question me. He is a soldier, and he has his principles. As his wife, all you need to do is wait for him to be safe. Come back. As for you, you are just an outsider. Please don't get involved in the affairs between our husband and wife. If you continue to do this, I will have to talk to your superiors. Marriage needs to be protected by both parties, and she will never allow anyone to destroy it. Wei Shasha didn't expect that she would show no mercy at all, and her face would turn red with anger after being laughed at. As soon as she heard that Gu Feiyuan had gone to western Xinjiang, she couldn't stand anything anymore, so she rushed over to find her. Gao Han glanced at him and thought so he was thinking about Brother Gu.
My sister-in-law is right.
What do you and your wife have to do with you? Although my brother Gu is indeed a nice person, he has a family. Do you know that if you ruin a military marriage, even your father can't bear the consequences? Two people walked at the door. Jiangya didn't want to make others laugh here, let alone ruin Gu Feiyuan's reputation. Gao Han, please go back first. Wei Shasha was not happy anymore. Who are you? Why are you accusing me? Accusing? I called it a warning. At first glance, it seems that the level of education is too low, and I am not ugly either. I miss you. What are you doing as a married woman? It's so embarrassing and shameless. Wei Shasha had never been insulted like this before. She raised her hand and slapped her away. Gao Hanlian laughed, stretched out his hand, and said, "Just be glad that I don't hit women." Wei Shasha frowned hard, and she shed tears of pain. Then what are you doing? A cold question came from behind. Wei Shasha quickly ran over. Dad. He bullied me. Gao Han glanced at the visitor, sneered, and said nothing. Sure enough, he was from the Wei family. I'm afraid Comrade Wei made a mistake. I came back from work well, but Comrade Wei stopped me and humiliated me. Although you are the daughter of the division commander, I want to seek justice today. My husband Gu Feiyuan is a soldier, and his superiors issued orders the duty of a soldier is to obey, but you accused me of not stopping him and letting him perform the task. You simply did not take military orders and national responsibilities seriously. The relationship between my husband and me, what does this matter have to do with you? You are really smart. Shasha and Captain Gu are comrades in arms, and you care about your comrades in arms, but you are throwing dirt on me?
Diank yasiniret, ölmüşsün derstod.
I thought Comrade Wei was treating my husband. I have other thoughts. Since it is a comrade who cares about me, I know it. I, Jiangya, am from the countryside. I have never read any books. I also know to stay away from other people's husbands. Comrade Wei is still young and has no boyfriend. When the time comes with a boyfriend, it would be bad if word gets out. Gao Han couldn't help but applaud in his heart. His sister-in-law was really cruel and vicious, directly poking at his weakness. Jiangya is not afraid of Wei Jinyu. If anyone dares to destroy her happiness, she will make it difficult for that person. At worst, she would lead Gu Feiyuan to do business. With such a boss, Gu Feiyuan would not let her get ahead even if she had made a contribution. There is no distinction between black and white, right and wrong. No wonder he raised a daughter like this. Wei Jinyu had never been taught such a lesson before. I can discipline my daughter myself. I don't need anyone else to do it for me. That's good discipline. Otherwise, what I say will affect Mr. Wei's reputation. Then he said to him. Wei Shasha looked at her coldly. If anyone dares to provoke my husband, I will make that person miserable and regret it for the rest of his life. There was a cold feeling behind Wei Shasha, and she was so scared that she shivered all over. Mr. Wei must not know yet, right? There is already someone around Comrade Wei. I heard that he is a wealthy businessman named Lin Hui. Comrade Wei is quite good with them. People who come in and out must have this wealthy businessman in front of him, and Comrade Wei is not alone. Maybe she likes my man. When Comrade Wei marries Lin Hui, I will give him a big gift. Wei Shasha was completely stunned. How could Jiangya know about this? Dad, don't listen to her nonsense. There is no such thing. If you don't want others to know, you have to do it yourself. Wei Jinyu glanced at Wei Shasha and then at Jiangya. Gu Feiyuan's family members must have evidence when speaking. If you want evidence, go check it out yourself. She didn't bother to say more to this crazy woman. Wei Shasha was about to cry out of anger. You're going too far. Okay, I'm going too far. Then she glanced at Gao Han and said, It's time. Go to the canteen to eat. I'm going home to cook too. It can't turn off your appetite. After hearing this, Wei Jinyu clenched his fists and glanced at Gao Han. Which company are you from? Sister-in-law, I will take you home.
Gu Han ignorerar Wei Jinyu.
Anyway, Wei Jinyu can find out if he asks. Brother Gu is not here now, and he has to protect his sister-in-law for Brother Gu. As for this old guy, he should go back and study it carefully to see how to deal with him. As soon as the two left, Wei Jinyu was extremely angry. Although there was no one around now, there was no guarantee that either of them would hear something. Looking at Wei Shasha, who was blushing from crying, he sighed helplessly in his heart and dragged her away. Dad, why did you let Gu Feiyuan go to Western Xinjiang? It's so dangerous there. Don't mention Gu Feiyuan again. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Wei Jinyu shouted directly. Wei Shasha was stunned when she was yelled at. Dad, you promised me that you wouldn't do anything to him. You can't keep your word. He was approved by He Minglin and has nothing to do with me. Dad, please transfer him back. If something happens to him, I won't be able to live anymore. Wei Shasha cried even more sadly. Wei Jinyu glanced at her. Don't talk about this yet. What happened to Lin Hui? Didn't I help the materials management office before? He was one of the investors that time, and he confessed to me. He doesn't even know what he is, he just has some money, and he wants to eat swan meat. Wei Shasha said, It's far worse than Gu Feiyuan. He has small eyes and a flat nose. Are you done yet? It's over. Open your mouth to Gu Feiyuan. Shut your mouth to Gu Feiyuan. Wei Jinyu couldn't help the anger in his heart.
Dad, you yelled at me.
Wei Shasha felt even more aggrieved. Wei Jinyu glanced at her and said, Look at how you gave up your face for a man. You can't deal with Gu Feiyuan or his family. How are you different from trash? After saying that, he opened the door and entered the yard. Wei Shasha stamped her feet vigorously and followed in. You are angry with me, and I don't know who to be angry with. I just like Gu Feiyuan, and I don't want anyone else. Wei Jinyu was so angry that anyone could criticize him and bully his daughter, but the daughter still failed to live up to her expectations. Who is Gu Feiyuan? He needs background but no background, and he needs money but no money. Come into the house. It's not good for my daughter to spread the word about such a big place. Wei Shasha didn't take the trouble at all. I don't. Just say it here. Wei Shasha, can you understand something? What about that Lin Huiran? Upon hearing this, Wei Shasha was speechless. What's the matter? The family is rich and useless. And don't think about it. It's absolutely impossible for me and him to be together. I only like Gu Feiyuan. If I can't marry Gu Feiyuan in this life, I will never get married. Wei Jinyu hated the iron in his heart, but his face calmed down. Sasha, after all, Gu Feiyuan has a wife. It is not etiquette for you to go to someone else's wife today. It will not be good for you if word spreads. I supported you before and snatched him over because I thought this person was available. Now that he is no longer with our family, you should give up. Wei Shasha cried immediately. But Dad, you promised that you would support me. I just like him. Wei Jinyu felt uncomfortable watching his daughter cry. Daughter, it's very painful to like someone who doesn't like you. Even if he likes you a little bit, Dad will support you. This road is too hard. Listen to Dad and give up. Upon hearing this, Wei Shasha immediately lost her temper. No way, I will never give up. I am better than Jiangya, younger and more beautiful than Jiangya. He will definitely fall in love with me. Shut up. When Shasha's mother heard this, she shouted directly, Look at what you look like now. How I educated you. I spent so much time training you, but you are the one who asked me to destroy other people's families. Become a mistress? I tell you, as long as I live, I will never agree. I will never allow my daughter to be a mistress who destroys other people's families. Let your daughter think about it carefully. Wei Jinyu glanced at Mother Wei.
Road.
Wei Shasha's mother gave him a cold look. It's all because of you. You don't stop it, but you still support it. My daughter is a highly educated person. How can she be reduced to a person who is condemned by morality? Mom, Jiangxi is fat and ugly, but I am not convinced. Why does Gu Feiyuan like her and not me? Sasha, my husband and wife have a good relationship. There is no room for you to interfere. You can reflect on it at home. Then he said. Wei Jinyu on the side said, if you indulge her again, I will call Dad and send her to the capital. Wei Shasha was dumbfounded when she heard that she was going to be sent away. Dad, tell Mom, I won't go to the capital, I won't go. Shasha, listen to your mother, go to the capital for 2 days. My brother also asked him to pay attention to it before. I originally thought that Gu Feiyuan's wife was really a countrywoman, but today's contact was completely different from that. Now it is obvious that Gu Feiyuan will not stand on their side. When she continued to suffer from the chaos, it was time to completely cut off her daughter's thoughts. He doesn't want his daughter to repeat the regrets he had back then, but if this continues, his daughter may be doomed. Moreover, Gu Feiyuan's wife was not someone to be trifled with, and her methods were definitely superior to Xia Xia's. Now that Xia Xia was in the wrong, she was no match for her. 3 people entered the house. Wei Xia grabbed Wei Jinyu anxiously, but was pulled away. Mom, I just like someone. Why do you object? Seeing her daughter like this, how could a mother not feel distressed, Sasha? If you like someone without a family, no matter whether he has a good family background or not, my mother will I support you, but Gu Feiyuan can't do it. He already has a wife. I will never let my daughter become someone who destroys other people's families. Wei Xia sat on the ground dejectedly. Wei Xia's mother took a look and went upstairs cruelly. Gao Han sent Jiangye downstairs and told her to be careful. He didn't think that woman would let it go. Jiangye smiled and said, don't worry, this is a military area. They can't do anything to me. Back home, sitting on the sofa, I have to say that Wei Xia really made her angry today, good lady. It's inappropriate to have to be the mistress who ruins other people's marriages, especially since Wei Jinyu really has the same kind of father as his daughter. It's really shameless. Talking confuses right and wrong, making right and wrong unclear. But as Gao Han said, military marriage is not an ordinary marriage. Anyone who dares to destroy a military marriage will have to go to a military court. If Wei Xia dares to be arrogant again, she will let her taste what it means to be infamy for eternity. Jiangye didn't even eat, drank some water, and began to miss Gu Feiyuan again. If only he were here. At this time, Gu Feiyuan was following the people from Shijiang who had come to deliver wine. Sure enough, as he had guessed, he and Yang Wei entered the small courtyard, punched a hole in the window, and got a glimpse of what was inside. Although someone had just entered, the room was still dark. If it were normal people, how could this happen? Only a whistle was heard, and the man suddenly opened the door. Rama, how is the investigation? Rama, the man who delivered the wine, shook his head. I can't see what's going on inside the house, so I don't know the specifics. Standard Mandarin. Afterwards, they spoke a bunch of Western Xinjiang languages, and the 2 left. While the 2 left, Gu Feiyuan stayed outside, and Yang Wei entered the house, took out a flashlight, and quickly searched. I found stains of blood in the corner of the wall, and the fishy smell was very strong. It must have been not long ago. He did not dare to act rashly, and went out to report to Gu Feiyuan. Alone and weak, the 2 of them chose to retreat to Zada's home first. When going back, Zada glanced at the 2 of them. Where are you going? Why does it take you so long to go to the toilet? I just wandered into the mountains and ended up getting lost. Zada didn't ask any more questions. Taking out the food and wine at home, come on, it's too cold in the mountains. If you don't drink some wine at night, you will easily get sick. Zada was drunk, and Gu Feiyuan winked at Yang Wei and the 2 others. A team of 4 people secretly went outside, left alone to deal with the drunken Zada. This was also agreed upon from the beginning. Gu Feiyuan had always suspected that Zada might be the internal spy. Otherwise, it would be impossible for every bandit suppression to fail. Someone within the government must have tipped off the information, and ordinary government personnel could not participate so much. Only Zada is a mountain patrol officer and is most likely to cause problems. As soon as they left Zada's house, the 2 went straight to the combat cabin. Huang He's eyes lit up. Captain Gu, do you believe me? Yang Wei smiled and said, you have great eyesight. I will take you and Shanzi there tonight. Well, just follow what Yang Wei said. I'll wait for you in the city first. The battle plan was decided, and several people moved in groups. Although these 4 people were the ones drinking, the others were already hidden in the dark. Zada had always thought that there were only 30 people. Gu Feiyuan thought the same at first, but he did not expect that the country had already lurked a group of people here. Gu Feiyuan went to meet that person today. He had already planned it. If Rama comes to test today, he will definitely not act rashly. In order to expose his identity, Rama will continue to be a good villager. So he wasn't worried at all that Yang Wei and the others couldn't handle him. Several people returned to the bed, and they had no choice but to start taking action when it got later. Everyone was lying on a large bunk bed. The person who had been supervising Zada discovered that Zada had run out, slapped him on the body, and shouted in a very loud voice, "Uncle Zada, you are not sleeping at this late night. Where are you going?" Gu Feiyuan smiled when he heard the voice. This guy, Zhu Tu, is really awesome. He deserves to be the #1 in this year's recruit company. He was also relieved. With the stabbing eyes on him, it would be impossible for Zada to complete the mission. Jiang Ye didn't sleep well that night. She didn't expect that no matter in her past life or in this life, there would be people who were thinking about her man. What kind of thing is this? What do people who miss other people's husbands think? At dawn, Gao Han came over and gave her a dagger. He also asked her to be careful, saying that the Wei family's pair were not fuel-efficient lamps. Jiang Ye nodded. No matter how he said it was Gao Han's intention, he took it with him. After several days, there was still no movement, so Jiang Ye put down the dagger. Today happened to be the time to pay wages to employees, so Jiang Ye asked Dandan to put the suspension of business sign outside first, and then sit at the bar to settle their wages. Xiuyu was arranging the goods and could only hear the noise outside. Xiuyu went over to open the door and took a look, but was pushed aside directly. Several people came, led by a middle-aged woman who looked aggressive and carried a wooden stick in her hand. "Who are you?" Before Dandan could finish saying this, there was a crackling sound, and the glass shattered all over the floor. Jiang Ye's anger suddenly rose. "Do you know you are breaking the law? Stop it immediately. I will stab anyone who dares to move again." Sister De Zhang heard the sound and rushed out with a shovel. The middle-aged woman at the head suddenly sat on the ground and vented her anger. "Stab me to death, you heartless businessman. My grandson is so young. He vomited and had diarrhea after eating your cake. He's not even awake yet. Come here. You have to die." Jiang Ye gave him a cold look. "What evidence do you have that your grandson ate our cake? You are the only pastry shop in Bin City that makes cakes. Do you want to deny it? Oh my God. Please open your eyes. How can this unscrupulous businessman not be struck by lightning? What did the doctor say?" The wrong food led to gastrointestinal discomfort and dysentery. Jiang Ye was stunned for a moment when he heard the word dysentery. Generally, the cause of dysentery is Enterobacter coli. The symptoms are usually food poisoning or eating expired food, but this is simply impossible. All cakes in our store are made from the freshest raw materials, absolutely nothing like this, and they can be stored for 1 to 2 days as long as they are refrigerated. We will make this clear to customers when they purchase them," Jiang Ye said rationally. Upon hearing this, the woman rushed towards Jiang Ye, but was stopped by Sister De Zhang. "You still don't admit it. I bought the cake at your house, and other people don't have it at all." Jiang Ye still looks calm on the surface, but his words are scary. If he continues, I'm afraid the store's reputation will be ruined by then. The biggest fear for food makers is that the reputation will be ruined, which will completely cut off the store's livelihood in the future. Seeing this, Dandan suddenly remembered something. "Store manager. Do you still remember the one that pretended to be the packaging in our store before?" Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. "Go and get it quickly. This is what happened before. I didn't expect that this store would get worse and still do such unscrupulous things." Dandan quickly took out the remaining packaging from the counter. "Look at what you bought. Is it like this?" The woman stopped talking.
She didn't buy the cake.
How could she know? Isn't it? A man who came with him stood up and said, "That's it. You still don't admit it. Is the evidence now conclusive?" Jiang Ye shook his head. "Did you come to my store to buy the cake in person?" The man shook his head. "No, but your store name is written on the wrapping paper. How can it be fake?" You unconscionable businessman. Did you know that you will eat dead people? I'm going to the newspaper to complain about your store so that you can't continue to operate. The woman cursed loudly. Is there any misunderstanding? Her cakes are very delicious, and I have never had any problems with them. It's hard to say. It can't all be bad. It must be a mix of good and bad. Jiangya knows very well that if the matter is not handled well, there will really be no need to work in this store in the future. Everyone be quiet. This packaging is ours. After our employees found out that someone was impersonating us, we had already changed the packaging. At that time, we was also specially published in the newspaper. I think everyone must have read that newspaper at that time, right? Then, he picked up the two wrapping papers for comparison. Look, everyone, the pattern of the new wrapping paper is a big pattern, and it also contains the name of Mo Shang Huaka. It was designed by me personally and has been reported. And this kind of old one has small floral flowers, the color is also lighter, and the name is printed on the small corner. This store that pretended to be us used raw materials that were about to expire, and even used chemical raw materials. After we found out about this, we were afraid that other people would misunderstand, so we deliberately promoted the new packaging. At this time, a spectator suddenly came out and said the store owner is right, it was still a large format at that time. The middle-aged woman looked at her fiercely and said, "You changed the packaging just because you said you would.
Who knows if it was an excuse you prepared?"
Jiangya looked calm, although it is empty talk. You can check it. I believe that the newspaper already has the template of the original newspaper, and the printing house can also testify for me. After all, I replaced it in a hurry at that time. Among these people, there are always customers for me, right? These people can also testify for me that I am a businessman. I promise nothing, and I will never spin facts for the sake of sophistry. The middle-aged woman was indignant and said, "I don't care. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to report you to the newspaper and investigate you, a shady businessman." Jiangya smiled coldly. "Yes, if it is found that there is no problem with our store, you must publish an apology in the newspaper and send us a banner in the store with the words Conscience Shop on it. She will never allow anyone to slander her store wantonly. If it comes to future generations, Jiangya will definitely let a lawyer solve this problem. After all, defamation is not clear." The middle-aged woman only regarded her as bluffing. "Okay, if you are a shady businessman, you will not only have to compensate my child as medical expenses, but you will also publish it in the newspaper that you are a shady businessman." "Okay, then let's investigate." At this moment, a man suddenly rushed in with a camera. "I am a reporter." Jiangya saw that he was an acquaintance. This was not the last time he saw him in the orphanage. But reporters really have ears and eyes, and they came to the door so quickly. Reporter Lu took a photo of the two of them. "Manager Jiang, when you were in the orphanage, everyone praised you for being a kind-hearted and conscientious businessman. Now some people say that you are a shady businessman. How do you explain this problem? First call the police to investigate and deal with it." After taking a look at Dandan dialed the phone. After a while, two policemen came over. "Start asking two people. First, I asked the woman how and where she bought the cake. The man said he bought it at a nearby store. He also told me where the store was." After telling them the address, Jiangya confirmed that the cake was not from their family. It is simply impossible to wholesale cakes. After questioning Jiangya and the clerk, all the evidence showed that the cake was not a product sold by Mo's Hang Huakai pastry shop, and that the store had complete certificates and was a good merchant who paid taxes. Finally, the police directly announced the results of the investigation. The middle-aged woman looked unhappy. "It's not sold by them. How can it have their packaging? I've already explained this problem, and the top priority is that you should find someone to find out about that store instead of talking to you here. I'm wasting my time, but I see that you don't seem to be in a hurry to deal with this matter." Jiangya gave her a cold look. In the end, the woman had no choice but to leave. Reporter Lu glanced at her and said, "Sure enough, Manager Jiang is a tough guy." She smiled and left. Jiangya paid attention to this sentence. Does Reporter Lu know something about this place? However, this nonsense still made some people who wanted to buy things relax and leave. And that reporter, I don't know if he's going to sensationalize or not. No matter what, let's make peace with it. The store was in a mess and had to be closed. The staff door started to be cleared, but fortunately it was blocked in time. Only the glass at the door was broken. It makes me feel bad when I think about it. What is this? Jiangya called Yu. Yu, I'm Manager Jiang. Yu didn't know her name, so he always called her Manager Jiang. What's wrong? Did something happen?
No.
Jiangya told Xiaoyu roughly everything. What do you think reporter Lu's last words meant? I always think it's not a good thing. Do you know anyone in this area? I don't want what happened today to be published in the newspaper. You also know that I work in the food industry. Although the police have said that it has nothing to do with our store, they are always afraid of causing others to speculate. It will not be good for our store. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "This is simple, just wait for me for a while." After hanging up the phone, Jiangya sat on the chair. She has never been quiet since she came to this world. In the next few days, all kinds of troubles will happen. Jiangya continued the work at hand and called to replace the glass. After thinking about it, he could only sigh. It was really an unforeseen disaster. A few minutes later, Xiaoyu's phone call came. "Manager Jiang, I told the other side that they won't post it today, but they asked you to be careful. They said there was someone behind your back, and they went there after receiving the news. I didn't expect to offend someone again. The only people she has offended recently are father and daughter Wei Jinyu and Wei Shasha. If it was really the father and daughter who did it, she would definitely make the matter bigger. Since she is not having a good time, the culprit will not have a good time either. Sister, Mr. Chi will be here in a few days. I told the director before that he will make an introduction to you, but he can't guarantee whether Mr. Chi will agree or not." "Okay. The matter is done. I will remember you."
Gong.
Jiangya said with a smile. As soon as Wang Chong returned from delivering the goods, Jiangya quickly asked him to go to the newspaper office and publish a proof of today's events, hoping to reduce the impact on the store. Sure enough, there was a revelation on the page the next day, but the article was not published.
Jiangya felt relieved.
Just as she expected, the incident still affected the store, but fortunately it was within control. The clerks were all a little worried, and Jiangya comforted him. "I'll give you a rest if nothing happens." Wang Chong was particularly lucky. Fortunately, the store manager published it in the newspaper. Otherwise, I would have jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't clean it up. Well, that's it. Take it as a lesson. Stale materials are never allowed to be used. Jiangya finally warned. Even if the store's business is not good, Jiangya does not owe employees wages. Everyone's money is calculated and wrapped, and employee receipts are placed inside. This month, in addition to the money spent on Wang Qing's medical treatment, she also bought a batch of clothes for the orphanage. After all that, she had saved 3,000 yuan. Jiangya doesn't feel bad at all. These are all blessings. After getting ready, he distributed the wages. The wages are all in the red envelope. If you have any questions, just ask me. This was the first time Wang Qing received a salary. When he saw 150 yuan, he immediately decided to pay back the money. Back home, the money he spent on his last trip to the hospital belonged to the store manager. How could he still get paid? Wang Qing went directly to Jiangya and pulled her into the office. "Store manager, I don't know when I will be able to pay you back the money you spent on me last time." "I can't take this money." Jiangya sighed and said he said it clearly. "You will no longer be able to live in the orphanage soon. Keep this money and save it by then so that you can live." "Store manager, I still can't take it. Here, you can use the money to do other things. Don't be burdened with the money you owe me, and believe that the future will be good." Jiangya knows Wang Qing very well. He is responsible and mature. Wang Qing's eyes were a little red. He nodded and put the money away. "Well, becoming an adult means you are an adult. You have to take good care of your sister. There is a party in the store tonight. Have a good drink with them then." Jiangya patted his shoulder and said. Wang Qing nodded, took his salary, and went out. When he was about to get off work, Jiangya was going to take the store staff to have a big meal. As a result, Xiuyu called her and informed her that Mr. Qi wanted to see her. Jiangya told the employees that the party would be rescheduled to tomorrow. According to the address given by Yu, he quickly picked up the bag containing the design drawings and rode there. The place you asked her to go to was a place similar to a small Western-style villa, with someone watching at the door. Yu saw her at a glance, come in quickly. The car stopped at the door and was locked. Sister, where did you buy this dress? Jiangya smiled and said, I didn't buy it. The fabric was given by others, and I made it myself. The fabric on her body was given to her by Gao Shan, and the design was designed by herself. At that time, I originally wanted to design a short skirt, but I thought it would be a pity if the lace on it was cut to pieces, so I kept it at the ankle and turned it into a long skirt. When I walk, my white calves are vaguely visible. He looks very slender. Yu said a few words to her and asked her to pay attention. Probably Mr. Qi, despite his age, is very mature and cautious. Otherwise, I wouldn't dislike Wei Shasha for not having enough qualifications. After entering, Yu rang the doorbell first. A person who looked like a nanny opened the door. Sir, I'll wait for you inside. Yu nodded. Xiaoyu couldn't go in, so he could only cheer Jiangya silently. Jiangya took a deep breath. She had seen a lot of big scenes in the future, and she didn't have stage fright at all. She knocked on the door with her bag. A voice came from inside, come in. Jiangya opened the door. Two people inside were drinking tea. One of them was Director Liu, whom Jiangya had met. The other one is Mr. Qi, who is about 30 years old and looks like a gentle young man. Jiangya can still see shrewdness in his eyes. This is a powerful role. Director Liu, Mr. Qi. Director Liu smiled. You talk to Mr. Qi, I will go out first. Jiangya sat on the sofa, opposite Qi Yuanhua. My surname is Jiang, and my only name is Ye. I am currently the owner of a pastry shop. This is the design manuscript I brought. You can make a judgment first. Jiangya went straight to the point and handed the design manuscript to him. Are you the one who made the improved version of the Black Forest cake? Jiangya nodded. Qi Yuanhua didn't say anything more and quietly turned over the design drafts. Even a person like Qi Yuanhua, who had seen the wind and rain, had to say that every design draft in it surprised him. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Yalai. Jiangya still looked calm and allowed her to look at him. Since you studied pastry making, have you also learned this design? Jiangya can't say that I am a designer from later generations, right? I know a little bit. Miss Jiang is a little humble. I wonder where Miss Jiang graduated? Mr. Qi, to be honest with you, I have a high school degree and have never gone to college. This is just a hobby. Jiang Ash said truthfully. There was no need for her to hide it. The original owner did only have a high school degree, and he was the kind of person who got mixed up. Qi Yuanhua looked calm. The lines were so smooth, and it didn't look like something a beginner could do. If he hadn't learned it formally, it meant that this was something he could do. The kind person is what the teacher calls the person who is born to eat this bowl of rice. But just for these reasons, Qi Yuanhua still won't make a decision so easily. Miss Jiang, if someone wants to participate in outdoor activities, what kind of design would you give me? Jiangya understood that this was an on-site test question. If it had been someone else, they would have been panicked by now. What conditions do you need the clothes to meet? Qi Yuanhua was stunned for a moment, then returned to normal. It can be worn in spring and autumn and can meet outdoor conditions. Do you want the person wearing this dress to be male or female? How old is it? People of all ages have clothes that suit them, and the most difficult ones to design are the elderly and children. Children grow up too fast, and there are many types of clothes, and they have to satisfy their innocent mentality. The elderly pay more attention to the quality and comfort of clothes because of their age. It can satisfy people between the ages of 18 and 25, regardless of gender. In fact, his age limit does not meet the positioning standards of future generations, but he can accurately position this position, which is really amazing. She writes confidently and quickly. Qi Yuanhua drank coffee and ate the pastries she brought. I think when he saw that Nakahama City was in the stage of economic development, he decided to take a bite first. The rest of the family opposed it and hoped that investment should go to the coast or the south. Although the Northeast is a place with a vast land and rich resources, compared with the South, every step falls behind. Very far. But Qi Yuanhua values the potential of this part. In the process of development, with the support of national policies, What he wants to do is not an ordinary garment factory, but to create a real state-owned brand. Chi Yuanhua is a businessman and designer. After returning from studying abroad, he set his sights on the domestic clothing market. The Chi family's business started very early, and they are a well-established family in Haishur. My grandfather is also the founder of the famous Yuanxiang. He insisted on pursuing my grandfather's business because he had his eye on the cake in the state-owned brand market. Moreover, compared with going to the south, this investment cost only 1/3, and he could use the rest to set up a clothing factory in other places. Jiang Ye's painting speed is neither fast nor slow. After all, she is a person who has never learned the basics of design. She designed 2 types of jackets and hoodies. In spring and autumn, the wind is strong, and the hood can block the wind. Choosing casual clothes can make it convenient for people to travel. The pants adopt the design of jeans, but are slightly improved and add some plush inside. The sleeves of the jacket are designed with shoulder pads, suitable for both men and women. There are pockets on both sides of the jacket and a sandwich inside the jacket. It has a zipper design on the inside and snap buttons on the outside. Chi Yuanhua has been paying attention to Jiang Ye's expression, seeing her sometimes deep in thought and sometimes writing. It seems to be nothing more than that. Sure enough, the kind of person the teacher mentioned is not easy to see. Hoodies are shirts and hats, but the styles are different for men and women. Jiang Ye adopted later printing designs and text designs. Finally, there is the design of the shoes, which are Ellen's classic models, pink and white for girls and silver gray for boys. Take a deep breath, add color, and put the finishing touches on it. Mr. Chi, you can read it. Jiang Ye handed it to him with a smile. Chi Yuanhua had given up hope, but he didn't show it so obviously, so he still took it and took a look. Just at this glance, he was attracted. This kind of design has never been seen abroad. For example, this jacket is still different from the traditional one, not to mention that it also uses perming and dyeing technology that only the ethnic groups have. Although the cost is high, it is not a problem for Chi Yuanhua. What he originally wanted to do was not low-end clothing, but high-end and customization. And these 2 shoes made him even more happy. What conditions do you want? Chi Yuanhua asked directly. Jiang Ye glanced at him and said, I can provide you with the design drawing, but I want 3% of the profit. Of course, you will not agree to this. That is the second option. I will provide you with the design drawing and you will buy. This is Jiang Ye's final plan. In fact, it was not that she had never thought about cooperating with Chi Yuanhua, but when she saw this person, Jiang Ye knew very well that this kind of person would not allow uncontrollable things to happen. In this case, it would be better to sell the design drawings. Anyway, such a design she could draw as many pictures as she wanted. At first, when she stated the first condition, Chi Yuanhua only thought about the inadequacy of people's hearts, the snake swallowing the elephant, the lion opening its mouth, etc. But after she stated the second condition, Chi Yuanhua realized that the woman in front of him was simply he saw through her mind. Miss Jiang, you're a talent. Mr. Chi is very talented. He chose the city of Binshur and the best location. Jiang Ye said with a smile. Chi Yuanhua smiled and said, Where did Miss Jiang start with this? Binshur is conveniently located in all directions. As long as the transportation hub is established, Mr. Chi's land in Dongqing district will be worth tens of millions, right? Chi Yuanhua was a little surprised, glanced at her, and saw that the woman in front of her was young, polite in her advances and retreats, talented in design, and could see the business clearly. No matter how turbulent Jiang Ye's heart was at this time, this matter was nothing to Jiang Ye, who would have his own business empire in later generations. After all, a successful businessman not only needs market acumen, but also needs a long-term vision. Since we want to achieve cooperation, of course we have to show some real skills. Chi Yuanhua and the previous Zhang Qiming are completely different people. Zhang Qiming has too little experience in the path he is following. Although his vision is long-term, it lacks tempering. Chi Yuanhua, on the other hand, has innate advantages and acquired training. She believed that this person must have a high degree of education, must have learned a lot about business, and liked to control others. What if I want Miss Jiang to be a designer? Jiang Ye shook his head. I have my own things to do and have no plans to work for others. Ms. Jiang won't think about it carefully? Qi Yuanhua knocked on the table. He continued, I believe that when Miss Jiang comes to work here, the salary she gets will be much more than what you get when you open a store. Jiangya took a sip of the cold coffee and said, Mr. Qi, this is not about money, it's about me. I'm rebellious by nature and don't like restraint. I just want to live my own life in peace. It's okay, I have to agree to buy your design, but you must make Yuan Xiang Group the only one.
Hyundaher.
With this name, I didn't expect it to be this company. Yes, we can sign a contract, but I have a condition, only clothing. Qi Yuanhua nodded. Then, let's talk about the price of the design drawings. We finally got to the point. What's your intended price? Jiangya asked Qi Yuanhua instead of saying it first. Qi Yuanhua smiled and said, This is the first time I've seen you like this. But I have to say that this is the smart thing to do. We will first give a 30% deposit to start sales, and then give 30% after the sale, and then give the remaining 20%. Jiangya nodded, similar to later generations. This woman is so smart. I can't give you an answer now. The specific ratio needs to be decided after discussion between me and the board of directors. Qi Yuanhua took a sip of coffee and said. Hearing this, Jiangya was not in a hurry. What about the price of each drawing? 1,005 to 3,000. Qi Yuanhua said directly.
Hyundasai.
This price was simply too low compared to later generations, but now that the design market is still open, it can only be like this. It's just a pity. Okay, then I will go back and wait for your news. You can tell me when you need it. Jiangya glanced at him and said. Qi Yuanhua smiled lightly. Are the shoes you designed also included in the drawings? No, clothes are clothes, shoes are not my strong point. Although she is a designer, designers also have specialties, shoes. She only knew about women's high heels in this area and had no experience with casual ones at all. How long do you want Miss Jiang to sign for? After 2 years or 1 year of cooperation, if both parties are not willing, they can no longer cooperate. Jiangya has never thought of binding herself to one place, and, of course, she will not sign for too long. Qi Yuanhua nodded to express his understanding. Our contracts are signed once a year. Jiangya nodded, and then wrote his phone number. You can call me when you are ready. You can't always let Xiao Yu be the middleman.
Ah.
Qi Yuanhua nodded. Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation. The two shook hands with each other. Mr. Qi can come to my shop to taste the pastries, if you have the opportunity. Okay, such delicious pastries. I'm happy to taste it. Jiangya smiled and saw Yu waiting for her after going out. Sister, is the deal done? Jiangya looked very happy and took her hand, and the two of them walked out. The intention is still very strong. When the signing is completed, I will reward you well. After all, this matter is not less than peace. Director Liu, this matter will no longer exist. Jiangya rode back in a very good mood. Dandin was answering the phone. When he saw her, he hurriedly handed the phone to her. Store manager, come here quickly. Take the call from the team leader. Jiangya put down the bag and picked it up. Hello. Daughter-in-law. Jiangya's tears flowed down almost uncontrollably. Gu Feiyuan. Are you okay over there? Are you injured? Is everything going well? Question after question contained deep worry and longing. Don't worry, everything is fine with me. The signal here is not good. I will go back soon. You should take good care of yourself, eat on time, and don't go home too late. Before he could finish, the phone beeped twice. Got hung up on. Gu Feiyuan glanced at the phone reluctantly. Captain Gu, get in the car quickly, the time is up. You don't have to look. You can't get through if the phone is disconnected. The shop owner spoke with a bit of a Xizang accent. Gu Feiyuan went out and got into the car, and the military truck sped away. Are you calling your younger siblings? A slightly older guy with the same military rank as Gu Feiyuan, the leader of the Falcon Regiment, Gu Hanning. Gu Feiyuan nodded. Well, I'm a little worried about her. It's good. It hurts to marry a daughter-in-law. It's not easy to be a military wife. Gu Hanning said with a sigh. Gu Feiyuan nodded. It was not easy. After this is done, let's get together with my wife and children. Then he added, I hope all these people can be caught in one fell swoop. Gu Feiyuan nodded. We have to let Shanzi pay attention to that Zada, the old loach. He is very slippery. We still have too few people. Tomb robbers and poachers are actually together, and there is a reaction. This is not going to be easy. Gu Hanning also knew that this mission would not be easy before he came, but who could have imagined it? It's so difficult, and there are still thieves. Fortunately, they also had undercover agents who broke in, so the two sides were evenly matched. Katz was from Western Xinjiang and was also an undercover agent from the local border army who broke in. Together with them, they captured the gang's base camp. There are only a few people in the stronghold now. Each of them has a weapon in his hand, and one of them is in a small thatched house, surrounded by wilderness, without even a place to hide. However, Yang Wei got a rough idea of the current situation from the enemy he caught. The three groups actually only amounted to about 30 people in total, but what was difficult to deal with was that many local believers were instigated to rebel. We have no choice but to defeat them one by one. Gu Feiyuan and Gu Hanning are responsible for stealing and poaching, and others will be responsible for the reaction. It looks like a guerrilla war, but in fact, it is a large-scale siege. Jiangye took a look at Dan Danji's phone number. When he called it, it was busy. When he called it again, it was still busy. Dandan felt distressed looking at it and wanted to persuade her. When have I ever seen a store manager so fragile? Jiangye didn't know how many times he fought before finally giving up. I couldn't stop crying. I didn't make a sound, just cried silently. Dandan quickly handed her the handkerchief, and Jiangye wiped her tears. It's too late. Dandan, please leave. Store manager, don't worry. Captain Gu will be back in 2 days. Well, I know, you should go back quickly. It was getting late. Jiangye quickly closed the door, got on the car, and drove quickly to the military area. There were silent tears on her face, and the wind blew on her face. When he arrived at the gate of the military area, he saw Gao Han turning around anxiously. Sister-in-law, why did you come back? Looking at the figure at the door, Jiangye felt warm in her heart. How long have you been waiting for me here? I want to talk today. I came back a little late for business. Have you eaten? I've finished eating, sister-in-law. Have you eaten? Gao Han thought that Gu Fei was not at home, so he had to help Brother Gu protect his sister-in-law. I'll go back to eat later. Go back quickly. Come back early in the future. It's not safe on the dark road. Gao Han said like an elder. Jiangye looked at him and smiled. Well, I'm going back right now. You should also hurry back to the dormitory.
Gu Han did.
Jiangye returned home. The house was empty and deserted, and she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable again. Gu Feiyuan, when will you come back? I miss you so much. It's really cold at home without you. In her previous life, Jiangye could not imagine that she would be so dependent on someone and miss someone so much. She thought it was just because that person was Gu Feiyuan. Wei Shasha kept staring at Gu Feiyuan, probably because she saw how protective Gu Feiyuan was of her, and she felt sorry for her. Unfortunately, all she saw was the result. She was not afraid of her methods at all, which were just childish. As long as Gu Feiyuan's her heart is with her, and no one else can ever take it away from her. What surprised her today was that she didn't expect Qi Yuanhua to be from Hingyuan, but why had she never heard of Qi Yuanhua's name? If Qi Yuanhua follows the current path, the chairman of Hingyuan Group should be Qi Yuanhua. Maybe history has gone awry? Jiangye shook her head. Her top priority was to make Qi Yuanhua believe in her, gain his trust, and then realize her dreams step by step. Gu Feiyuan had already picked up the team and quickly arrived at the meeting point. Captain Gu, I will take the stone to see it first, just as planned. Gu Hanning nodded. Do you still remember what the person we captured said? A pure white Hada will never be stained with the blood of an impure person. Uncle Zada is a good man. He is a pure white Hada and will never collude with us. As soon as the sentence was spoken, Gu Feiyuan pondered for a while. Since we already knew that Zada was a traitor, this sentence must contain the secret code of the transaction. Gu Hanning agreed. At this time, a young man from Xizang suddenly said, Is Hada white, or do Xizang people dye it with red leaves? This sentence instantly woke up Gu Feiyuan. How long does it take to dye? About 3 to 5 days, and the only person who can do this is Uncle Guma from Luotzun. Gu Feiyuan suddenly realized, Captain Gu, is there traitor Guma? I'm afraid that's the case. Captain Gu, please lead someone to find out first. The terrain is good for us to surround them, so I will let the two of them go see Guma in Luo village, Gu Hanning said. Gu Feiyuan nodded, and the people he brought happened to be the young man from Shijiang and Yang Wei who spoke up. One is responsible for investigating the situation, and the other is a comrade who works well together. The two got out of the car far away from the base, just in case someone was supervising them. Gu Feiyuan put on a bottle of ergotu to warm his stomach. The three people wore cashmere coats and unique local headdresses on their heads. Their faces were specially disguised. At a glance, they looked like the people of western Xinjiang. Fortunately, Gu Feiyuan's own skin color is bronze, so it looks even better when disguised. Yang Wei is a bit whiter, and a lot of dust has been applied on it, so it's almost the same. Captain, it's much more difficult here than Sayun's side. I'm running out of brains. This side of Xinjiang not only has to fight wits and courage, but also has to explore in various ways. It's not like Sayun's side. Don't worry about it, just ambush them there and catch them all in one go. It's hard to tell the difference between poachers and tomb robbers here. Everyone looks like a thief, which is an uncomfortable feeling. As soldiers, we must not only have excellent physical fitness, but also stay calm at all times. Only by being calm can we notice the difference. Gu Feiyuan shook his hands. At this time, the cold air on the plateau was very strong. Even wearing gloves could not block the wind and sand on the plateau. Yang Wei stamped his feet. These people are so wicked, and they are not afraid of retribution. If they were afraid of retribution, they wouldn't do this. This group of people is the same as those who sell drugs. Those who risk their lives for money, regardless of retribution or not, get red-eyed when they see money, and their parents don't recognize them anymore. I can't help but think that as long as there is money to be made, people will do this. People are greedy and greedy. Killing one litter and another is a long-term struggle, and this is not just a national issue, but an international issue. Gu Feiyuan had long been prepared. This mission was more difficult than before. He was facing a group of extremely vicious people who are desperate for their lives. If a bad person is bad, you have to be worse and more ruthless than him. Even a weak heart cannot have a trace of sympathy. On this path, the three of them quickly reached a fork and merged into the dark night. Jiangya couldn't sleep and summarized the planning during the writing stage. This habit has been maintained even after leaving the factory. Gao Han is reading the 4 books. He couldn't read it at first, but now he can. At this time, it was a crazy time in a bar. The wine hall exudes the smell of rice. Wei Shasha was sitting in the booth, drinking glass after glass of wine, and kept asking for wine. Suddenly, someone put a glass of wine directly in front of her. Why are you following me? Wei Shasha's eyes showed impatience, and she didn't even look at the wine. What's the point of being drunk? If you feel unhappy, just tell me. Wei Shasha sneered. What did you say? Let them go around without food. What's the result? They're very smart, and they don't leave any clues when doing things. I can't give them a crime, can I? You just don't want to help me. You're just teasing me, Wei Shasha said after taking the last sip of wine. Lin Hui put his hand on her shoulder. Sasha, I'm here to make you happy today. You're almost done drinking. I'll take you back. It's too late. I'm afraid your family won't be happy either. Although he likes beauties, but Lin Hui is not so brainless as to do something that affects him for beauty. When Wei Shasha heard this, she immediately became angry. Are you still a man? Can't you treat me to a drink? Lin Hui narrowed his eyes and said, Okay, drink as much as you want. The waiter at the bar listened. At this point, he took out another row of wine and placed it in front of Wei Shasha. After a while, a group of young people came in, all dressed fashionably. Why is it them? Why haven't they arrived in the car yet? Hey, isn't this Brother Lin who has been among thousands of flowers without a single leaf touching his body? The leader sat directly next to him and looked up at Wei Shasha. Hey, this quality is good, is it new? Girlfriend? You are indeed Brother Lin. He is really good at taking advantage of women. Don't talk nonsense. Why are you talking nonsense? Wei Shasha suddenly said. The cup fell on the table. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. The leader immediately became angry. Can you say it again? Lin Hui quickly stood in front of Wei Shasha. Brother, give me a face. She drinks if it's too much. I'll be responsible for eating tonight. As you said, Mr. Lin, forget it. Then he gathered a large group of people and went to find a place to drink. The bar is getting more and more lively, there are more and more people, and the fun is getting more exciting. Lin Hui saw that the time was almost up. Stop drinking, Shasha, let's go back. After a while, the local snake in this area came, just like the beauty. Although he could give him some face, but when he saw the beauty, but not necessarily. Wei Shasha's net worth is different, and the Wei family is not easy to mess with. If something happens to him, Wei Jinyu won't kill him.
Can't do it.
As a result, Wei Shasha glared at him, her face slightly red, extremely shy. No, I still want to drink. Wei Shasha continued to drink. Shasha, stop drinking. It's too late. People from all walks of life are here. No, I still want to drink, and I still want to drink. You are all treating me badly. Wei Shasha kept shouting. Lin Hui grabbed the wine glass. I'm good to you and you have me. Wei Shasha looked up at him. Her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a coquettish look. The lights gradually dimmed, and the person in front of her had cold features and was usually indifferent. There was concern in her eyes, and suddenly, her face shone with light. Are you here to see me? Lin Hui was stunned for a moment, but saw her touching his face with her hand, and something went wrong. Next, it's me. I'm here to see you. Wei Shasha nodded. Well, let's go, I know you will like me. Lin Hui pulled her up, and the lights turned on instantly. Wei Shasha pushed him away, her eyes were cold, and she sat back in her original position. I want a drink. Lin Hui glanced at the door, and saw that Wei Shasha was a little angry. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that he was a substitute. Whatever happened to her, something happened, and it had nothing to do with him. She was just a beautiful woman. The waiter glanced at Lin Hui, who said coldly, Give it to her. The waiter placed the wine in front of her. Wei Shasha continued to drink, and her face began to turn pale as she drank. The door to the bar kept opening and closing, and people kept coming in. Shasha, you are here, don't run around. I'm going to the bathroom. Wei Shasha waved her hand impatiently. Lin Hui still took a look and saw that she was sitting there drinking obediently and not going anywhere, so he felt relieved and went to the bathroom. Lin Hui came out of the bathroom and saw a man very close to Shasha, his hand even touching Shasha's face. What are you doing? Hey, Mr. Lin. Shasha, let's go. Wei Shasha looked down unhappy. What's the matter? Mr. Lin has such a beautiful woman and doesn't introduce her to me. It's really disrespectful to me. How can I get along in front of my brothers in the future? Lin Hui smiled and said, I'll treat you guys to dinner some other time. It's not convenient to bring my girlfriend with you today. Hey, what are you going to do some other time? This beauty is here. You have to give some of our brothers some acquaintances, right? The brothers immediately shouted, Boss is right. No, boss, you see that the quality of this beauty, Mr. Lin, is much better than the previous ones, said the young man who was the leader. After a while, several people surrounded Wei Shasha. At this moment, Wei Shasha's anger started to burn. She had a headache from drinking, and her tone of voice was not good.
Who are you?
You dare to stop me. Be careful, I won't let you eat. The person who was called the boss laughed a few times. A beauty is a beauty. She is so energetic even when she is angry. Then he said to Lin Hui, Young Master Lin, you also know that I like this kind of prickly ones. How much does it cost for a night? Hearing his insult, Wei Shasha was so embarrassed that she got even angrier and picked up the chair and threw it at him. The man's body moved, but even though he ducked away, his cheek was still scratched and some blood oozed out. I won't do it now. He touched his face, his eyes filled with indifference. Lin Hui twitched his lips slightly. As expected, the eldest lady had a bad temper. The young man was annoyed and rushed over to catch Wei Shasha, but Lin Hui blocked him. It's none of your business here. To save your face, I call you Mr. Lin. Don't toast me and you'll be fined if you don't eat. Huang Mao, you are the one. Jiang He and the others will be here soon. Jiang He, I'm afraid of him. Let me tell you, if you don't keep this woman here today, no one will leave. Huang Mao, this is really true. My girlfriend, you drank too much. I'll treat you to a drink and dinner tomorrow. Let's leave it at that for today. Forget it. I'm a yellow-haired person. Who dares to destroy me in this place? Wei Shasha was also awakened by the voice just now. It also dispersed a lot. You let him touch me and try, then my cousin will kill him. Huang Mao glanced at Lin Hui. No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out you have a background. I want to see what kind of person your cousin is. If you come to my territory, you have to lie down for me. Wei Shasha was even more angry when she was humiliated. In Binshur, she was bullied by rural women and recruits. When she arrived in Beijing, she was bullied. People who don't know anything dare to humiliate her. They all regard her as a sick cat who can be bullied. She will show them this time that she, Wei Shasha, is not someone to be trifled with. Lin Hui, kill him, and the Wei family will take care of things for you. Wei Shasha said directly to Lin Hui. Lin Hui hugged her. Calm down. We don't have to fight them head-on. You're a coward, a coward. You are the only one who says you like me, but you can't even catch up to him, Wei Shasha said. Huang Mao sneered, kill me. Lin Hui was angered by Wei Shasha's words. Huang Mao's words just added fuel to the fire, just kill me. As he spoke, he said directly his feet were on Huang Mao's belly. Huang Mao was stunned for a moment, and his whole body was bent over by the kick. He reacted instantly. Lin Hui kicked him again, and Huang Mao grabbed his arm. For the sake of the past, go ahead and give her to her. I'll stay. I'll leave her behind. Can I, Lin Hui, stay in the circle anymore? Then he looked at Wei Shasha, who was already standing aside. Let's go.
I'll handle it.
Wei Shasha glanced at the phone and was about to get it, but Huang Mao's men snatched it away. Why are you scared? Huang Mao's subordinates were not sympathetic, so they were about to grab Wei Shasha. Lin Hui was very fast and separated the two people in an instant. Huang Mao, if we really fight, you won't get any benefits. It's better to just let it go. Before Huang Mao could say anything, Wei Shasha became unhappy. I don't agree with what you said, so you kill him. Lin Hui looked cold and dragged her out of the hotel door. Wei Shasha, can you calm down? You are a coward. You think this is Binshur, and someone is protecting you. This is the capital, and the Wei family's family background is nothing. Wei Shasha sneered. I want to see who our Wei family can't afford to offend. She put down her words and turned around, and went into the wine hall again. Lin Hui was so angry that he took out his cigarette and took a puff. He had to make her suffer a little in order to improve her memory. When Jiang He came over, he happened to see Lin Hui. Brother Hui, why don't you go in? Bring the woman who is confronting Huang Mao inside to me in a minute. Is she sister-in-law? We haven't gotten it yet. What a sister-in-law. She is just a troublesome woman. Jiang He nodded. Okay, just look at it. I'll bring you out in a minute. Lin Hui went in after almost finishing one cigarette. When they entered, they saw Wei Shasha's hair was messy. The sleeves of her clothes had been torn off, and her face was red and swollen. There were 2 rows of empty wine glasses in front of Jiang He and Huang Mao. Huang Mao, don't forget who Brother Hui belongs to. If you offend Brother Hui, you have offended him. 20 glasses of brandy will require a perforation of the stomach. Stomach perforation is replaced by a beauty. Isn't it worth it for your Brother Hui? Jiang He drank until he almost vomited. Normally, he drank slowly 1 glass at a time, but now he drank 1 glass after another, and his stomach became bloated after a while. If you can't drink it, get out. I won't give face to anyone today. If I want to change someone, I'll drink all the 20 glasses of brandy. Huang Mao, don't push yourself too hard. I have to push myself too hard. I was kicked by your brother Jiahui. With 1 kick, you smashed a chair. 20 glasses of brandy are already enough to give you face. I think I'm going too far, so why don't you drink? Wei Shasha was instantly excited. I'll drink it, she said. I picked up the wine and poured it into my stomach. It was so hot that my chest was all wet. When he picked up the second glass, he was snatched away by Lin Hui. I drank this wine. Sitting on the chair, Lin Hui's eyes were cold, but think about it. You can't afford the price. Get up. Stop talking nonsense. Even if he comes, he must drink as much as he needs to. No one will be able to do anything, Huang Mao said with a sigh. Lin Hui snorted and drank 3 glasses. When he was just shy of the last glass, Jiang He snatched it away. Huang Mao, that's enough. Huang Mao stood up and threw the glass to the ground. Let's go. Wei Shasha being startled. Lin Hui stood up and wanted to come for her. After drinking 4 glasses of brandy, he felt a little dizzy, so she quickly supported him. Seeing this scene, Jiang He said, "Sister-in-law, brother Hui is left to you. What about you?" The voice in the restaurant was still loud, and Wei Shasha only heard the last sentence. Find the account with Huang Mao. After saying this, Jiang He led a few people and walked out. Wei Shasha helped Lin Hui out of the wine hall. When the wind blew outside, Lin Hui couldn't stand it anymore and vomited suddenly. Although she was a little nauseous, Wei Shasha still asked, "Are you okay?" Wei Shasha glanced at the time. She might be criticized for going back at this time. "Shasha, it's too late. You go back first. I'll go back by myself later." Looking at his pale face, Wei Shasha couldn't really leave him here. "Don't worry, I'll call a car later and take me to the hotel." In any case, it was because of her that he was like this today. I took a taxi and went to Selton. After opening a presidential suite, Wei Shasha helped Lin Hui to the bed. Lin Hui exerted force and Wei Shasha lay directly on top of him and was directly pressed on top of him. Lin Hui seemed to be unconscious and couldn't push no matter how hard he pushed. His breathing was in his ears, and Wei Shasha was extremely uncomfortable. "Lin Hui, get up. You pressed me." Before she could finish speaking, her mouth was blocked. Wei Shasha was stunned and forgot to refuse. As he got drunker, he started hugging him and kissing him back. Lin Hui responded to her action, and her hand began to touch involuntarily. Wei Shasha felt a chill in her chest and instantly shouted, "Lin Hui, you rascal."
L'envie woke up instantly.
Wei Shasha took a look at her top. The buttons were no longer there, and the clothes inside were unbuttoned. The wind was blowing, and her skin was cold. Looking back, she slapped him, her eyes slightly red. "How could you do this?" Lin Hui calmed down. "Go away, I'm a rascal." Wei Shasha quickly pulled down her clothes and wrapped her coat tightly. "How can I go out?" Lin Hui lay on the bed and rubbed his forehead. "If you believe me, I will sleep here for the night, and I will not touch you. If you don't believe it, take a taxi back now, and I will never look for you again in the future. I really want to treat you well for the rest of my life, and I will not do this." Wei Shasha is a woman with no other advantages except her good family background and good looks.
She has no brains. Wei Shasha was sitting by the bed.
He was not as good-looking as Gu Feiyuan, and his masculinity was not as good as Gu Feiyuan. When he saw Gu Feiyuan for the first time, his handsome leap saved her from danger. If that person in the bar today was Gu Feiyuan, will those people be dealt with neatly by him? Why did that person fall in love with someone other than her? What's so good about that woman? But Grandpa said that the Lin family is also a long-established family in the capital, and they have an elder brother who is involved in politics. If he can marry into the Lin family, the marriage between the Lin and Wei families will be destined, and it will also be a political boost to the Wei family in the future. "We can talk first." When Wei Shasha said this, her heart felt painful. Does she really have no fate with Gu Feiyuan? Really? But you have to promise me one thing. Wei Shasha said.
"What are you talking about?"
"I want you to get rid of that yellow guy in the bar today." "Okay, I'll listen to you." When he heard this, Lin Hui felt a chill in his heart. "Would you like me to sleep with Chun in your arms?" "That won't work either." Wei Shasha didn't know whether she was drunk or angry. Her face was red. Lin Hui directly put her on the bed and held her in his arms. He was not Lu Xiaohui. The beauty was beside him. Wouldn't he be stupid if he didn't touch her? Jiangya has been writing plans. When he saw that it was already dark outside, he looked at the stack of planning books. He was very happy. The store was now on the right track. All he had to do was follow the current steps. Although the previous incident had some impact, she was not worried. After all, the reputation established by the store at the beginning was difficult to break. On the contrary, cooperation with Heng Yuan is her top priority. Unlike her previous life, She already had a certain foundation in the clothing market. Now she can only understand the market changes of this era through Qi Yuanhua. Although the old lady had talked about some costumes of this period before, those were only some recorded information after all, and even some of the information had been destroyed long ago due to some special events. She really wants to see the rise of the domestic clothing market at this time, instead of all foreign brands entering the market. This is a difficult thing to witness.